We have a very opposite mindset. Yeah.
That's true.
And I find the way people spoke in those days, everybody was speaking in a very beautiful way. They didn't swear that much, and they knew how to. They knew that spoken word, has power, and it can be like olive oil pouring to the heart, through the man's ears. And
Yep,
words can be healing from a person to another, you know. And yeah, when you just listen music, pop, rap, fuck you, fuck this, fuck that, I'm a gangster, I'm a crush you in my boots. Duh, that's so much evil, wickedness, negativity, run for money. Money spins the world. Uh, it's like driving the man's mind into all these delusions,
that's
which
right.
have nothing to do with real life. It doesn't
Exactly.
make you feel good listening to them. It-
Technically, there doesn't need
yeah,
to be a word to
yeah,
describe the things that we experience.
yeah,
We could ban these activities, but we slap definitions and cultures around concepts.
yeah,
We don't need to be doing that. But we create language for fucking words like, I don't know.
yeah.
I don't agree with that at all. That's
Mhm.
what we've been doing though.
I know
I'm
for a
pretty sure.
fact that people back in the days to pass knowledge, uh, they were learning poems.
Yeah.
So when they were speaking to you, they were trying to speak in a poetic manner.
Wow. That's
I
very
mean,
true.
yeah, imagine talking with such people. They put you. I don't know. I would be falling to knees. Humble.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had oral tradition before we ever wrote shit down. So I'm sure we were very good at expressing ourselves emotionally. And, the invention of writing written language kind of drew us away from our ability to capacitate our memory as well as our
Mhm.
emotions. Because you're
Also,
making words for things like, that people never heard of. Think about pre-dynastic era. People were fucking eating fruits and vegetables all the time, and then out of nowhere, there comes this
yeah,
society or this new practice where people are, drinking blood and
farming.
killing animals and fucking each other.
Yeah.
And you pretty much just warp the minds of these people. Now they're forced to think about all these new
Mm,
practices. That's where we are today. We
yeah.
excuse these practices that we do as like, everyday activities, but it's pretty
Yeah.
gruesome stuff that we don't need to be doing. But because we have words and languages and labels and branding to represent these concepts, then we just think it's normal
Mhm.
stuff. Because there's a label, there's
Yeah.
a symbol, there's a face, there's a mascot for the thing.
Yeah.
That's how
An
they
idol.
normalize and
Yeah.
condition people to deal with, these terrible
Idolatry.
fucking realities.
Iconification and idolatry. Yeah.
Yeah, you're making a good point. Words are spells.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to be careful with our words because they do carry, you know, principles.
When I was reading like not a whole poem, but I was reading a book written by a Romanian academician, um, investigating our ancient history and gold artifacts, found in our country. and
Oh, wow.
also a lot of simulacrums in our country, like mountains looking like the face of a man, or
Yep.
all sorts of natural sculpture, they say. And in Greek mythology, I find the stories that those petrified gods and stuff, or struck by lightning, and uh, it didn't just burn him, the character, but the whole mountain beneath him, And I found that bloody mountain in my country. It was so burned back in the days that never, ever anything grew on that mountain. Not a tree, not a hair of
Oh, wow.
grass ever since. Yeah. So that mountain is completely naked, and it looks like it has been burned, you know. And yeah,
Wow.
when I see that these things match with ancient Greek mythology, I lead more to believe that, hey, what those people were talking about, they were talking about truth. And he was like relating some of the poems of these ancient Greeks, and like in the first four verses and stuff like that, you can read scientifical facts and real science in those poems. That's how poems work. They contain a lot of science
Wow.
knowledge. Yeah, and it was in a manner that rhymes, and it's amazing, mind blowing.
That's another thing why I don't understand how.
Yeah,
Well, I understand why people are globe earthers, but what the fuck? Like, how many times has science changed the narrative? Like, I'm pretty sure
yeah,
something like 300 years ago, people thought the world was flat still.
yeah.
Then before that, they thought the earth was the center of the universe. And then
Shifted. Yeah,
Copernicus thought that, the world revolved around the center of, this it shit just keeps changing. What makes
yeah.
us
But
more
even he
special
said,
than them?
even Copernicus himself, he said he doesn't want anything of that information he's writing to be attributed to him. Like he made a model. He conceived a model, but he didn't say that he really believes that how the world is and works. You know, and actually, in his time, if you were found to be pushing such mindset thinking, you would have been burnt alive on a stake.
Yeah,
So
not only that, were people
yeah,
still questioning the shape of the solar system or whatever. You had people
yeah,
fucking changing what was appearing on maps. So, maybe one person will include, Antarctica on a map and another person just won't.
well,
Maybe someone will do a map. That's another thing I found interesting is every landmass can be viewed if you just put the North Pole at the center of your map. You
yeah,
could
yeah,
still view every continent except for Antarctica. Antarctica then becomes a ring.
yeah, yeah.
Yes, can't
Well,
use this map
Antarctica
though. Can't use
becomes
that.
a ring, but the thing is, Antarctica is a very far away place, and it's unlike anything that we have here. It is extremely cold. Uh, it's that it's so cold that there are no ants, and these bloody insects. You find them everywhere in the world except
Ant
Antarctica. Yeah,
Antarctica.
yeah. And you see, the ants have a very important role in body decomposition and vegetables or fruits, everything, They immediately clean up the environment, the medium, you know. They cut everything to pieces and they make their deposits in the ground. They feed themselves from there, but all that they store and they don't consume, it will be dissolved in the ground. Yeah, so it returns to where it came from.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a much faster manner. Yeah, but you don't find these in Antarctica. You don't find ants. So this process of degradation is not taking place there.
Wow.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it
so if you
doesn't
gotta
mean
lie
it
about the solar
explains
system, you
life.
gotta lie about the maps. Like,
Mhm.
why do I gotta believe any? You're gonna lie about history. You're gonna lie about NASA. You're gonna lie
Yeah.
about this war in Ukraine right now. You're gonna lie about vaccines. Why do I gotta trust their fucking the shape of the planet? As like, why is
Yeah.
this the one time they want to tell me the truth? Fuck that. I would have to be a fool at this point to believe anything that they try to tell me.
Yeah. I don't believe the Ukrainian war either. I mean, it's so fake that man. And I'm not saying the immigrants are not real. Those are real. Those are people who run away from their homes. They they even left their shoes home,
I mean, how is it fake?
and they run off.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but
how is it fake with the bombing and everything? So that's why I don't.
Just the reason why they're attacking is fake.
bombing of what?
The Ukrainians with Russia or whatever. I mean, all the footage seems real, so I don't know how it's fake though.
Wait, have you seen the bomb fallen on the crosswalk in Kiev?
Yeah, some of the bombs don't detonate or go off.
They didn't detonate. Yeah, right.
I mean,
No,
no,
those are
it's true.
listen,
Some don't explode.
listen, listen. No, no, no. Wait.
I mean, I've been
Those
following. I own a big news page, so I know been keeping up what's going on. So I think everyone has their own opinions, but if I think this is serious, especially what happened last night with the nuclear power
Well,
plant.
to hear my opinion and view on this war, you will have to listen to me to give me a little time to explain you. So, what you
Explain.
saw there was an empty shell, yeah. Um, how do you call? It's like a dart in the ground, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, in the crosswalk, and
No,
in
I've
that
seen the
picture you
images, so I
see.
know what you're talking
I didn't
about.
finish. I didn't. Yeah.
Well, I was just pointing out.
In that
I've seen the
picture,
image.
yeah. Okay. Very good that you saw them. So that means you saw the soldiers next to that imaginary bomb. It's just a shell. Yeah. You saw soldiers, and what they are doing, they are measuring to see how accurate they fired it.
Yeah.
Yeah. They wanted that shell to land in that exact spot, probably 20 centimeters uh, higher. So it was right in the middle of that crosswalk.
I
Yeah.
understand what
Because
you're
if
saying.
it's in the middle, listen, this government and the news media, they take us for hallucinating fools. Yeah. Idiots. They have to put that bomb in the middle of the crosswalk to make sure that every dumb idiot see it, yeah, and then they will run and shout, "Oh my God, there is the bomb there! I saw it. They are bombing."
But
And
explaining the videos of the damage, though,
you have the national television teaching people to go out in the street, make Molotov cocktails, yeah, throw some Molotov cocktails. Then you see on TV the Russians are invading us, yeah, and we fight with Molotov cocktails, yeah. Everybody on the street, when you look on the window, everybody's throwing Molotov cocktails, yeah.
yeah,
You hear Kalashnikov shooting. The police station was handing guns to
yeah,
civilians,
citizens,
yeah,
yeah,
to this so-called call to arms, yeah. So all the strong men and blind believers, yeah, they rush into the police station, they take those arms, yeah, they have no fucking clue what arms they are taking in their hands, yeah. It's old Kalashnikovs with bad training ammo. That ammo, those bullets, are slightly smaller in diameter than the Kalashnikov's barrel. So when you fire it, the bullet vibrates in the barrel. Yeah,
yeah,
and when it comes out, you have no fucking clue. You can't have any clue where that bullet is going to go to. It it can go in any direction. You cannot predict. And that means that whatever you're pointing that gun, the target, yeah, when you shoot, definitely you will not hit that target 100%. And you are a civilian with such a gun fighting against uh, Russian army soldiers, yeah, and Ukrainians soldiers with war ammo.
yeah. But
Those bullets, listen, those war ammo bullets, uh, they can even have a, tungsten carbide tip.
okay,
So you can fire through even body armor with those, and they will shoot you dead.
I mean, everyone has their opinions, but I have a friend that's reporting in Ukraine. She's a reporter, and she's seeing all this damage happen in front of her. So, I mean, everyone has their own opinions. Some think it's
Yeah,
fake.
I know. I saw that building bombing. Yeah, but
I
right
mean,
before
multiple
that,
buildings were bombed, set on fire.
that was an
There's definitely
accident.
things getting
Actually,
blown up. I just
they
think
were
that the
targeting
reason that they're
the
blowing up the
airport.
shit is a lie.
They were they were targeting the airport, and they made an announcement for that. Yeah, that the airport is going to be attacked, and
Yeah, because that was
everybody
the main
knew.
target.
Now, in that building, yeah, they said people should are advised to leave and take shelter, seek shelter. So obviously, you in such a message warning, you don't want to be in the tallest building in your city when you hear such messages. Those people in that building, they have been warned, they have been told to leave, and they refuse to leave. Many of them left, but some of them remain, and those died because at night that building was shut.
Yeah,
Yeah, but the building wasn't even their target. They were targeting the airport. So they were shooting at the airport across the city.
Well,
and
missiles
that
aren't
building
accurate,
was
though. I mean, especially with the weather and what their conditions are. It's been snowing and raining most of the time there, so
it's
they
not
can't be
snowing in
accurate.
Ukraine. It
So
wasn't snowing in Ukraine when they bombed that building.
no,
It
it was
wasn't snowing.
still with weather conditions with the clouds and everything makes it harder.
Harder what? The clouds are high above,
Yeah,
not
but
in the
you
city.
get the target and everything to get the coordinates of the airport and everything is, I mean, they could be off by a couple feet to a couple miles. So
No, they can't because those missile targeted systems they all work in infrared technology. They are using infrared spectrum because infrared light is almost non-refractive light.
yeah, but it's again, the Russian military
The
is.
refraction, listen, the refraction of infrared light is negligible. That's how small it is never taken into consideration.
Where are they? So I'm just reading DMs real quick.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, I know you globers with refraction, you invoke that the Earth is a globe, and that's why we see
Hopefully
it flat because the light is curving around the globe.
what makes you
But
think I'm a glober, though? I'm not a glober.
oh, then what do you believe?
The Earth is flat. I was here on
Well,
Discord
that's a,
1.0.
you see, my
You,
question was a trap question, actually, because I asked you what do you believe, and you said that the Earth is flat, and flat Earth is not a belief; it's
I
a
mean,
knowledge. So you either know it or you don't.
I think the Earth is flat and NASA is full of bullshit. So that's my belief. So you can't judge other people's what they believe in. So there's a
I know
opinion.
you can choose to believe, but I'm telling you that flat Earth is not a religious system.
It
It's
doesn't have
not a system of
that's what I
beliefs.
believe in.
It's not a system of beliefs. So
Again,
when you say that you believe flat Earth, I believe you that. I believe you on your own spoken word, but it has a meaning to it.
no, I'm just reading a live stream voice text. Sorry. Yo, it was a long. They know.
Uh,
You know.
yeah, they made millions of people run naked all the way to the border. I mean, actually, not naked. They were well dressed. They had their luggage. Everybody, you know. So that means that these people didn't just woke up from the bed and start running. They have been warned to pack everything they have and leave. Take your most valuable belongings and run. Leave everything behind. In the winter time, when the bear is sleeping in his den, they are shouting, "It's time to wake up." No, it's not.
How? Or different. Sorry, I'm just mentioning. Someone sent me a picture of a cow, so I'm just commenting.
So you believe also the nuclear power plant bombing then?
I was watching the live stream. It
Yeah.
was all again. I work for a Twitter news company, so BNO and news. So
Yeah.
oh, that is a cow. Ooh, does the cow have a name? Question mark.
I don't know what you're saying now.
No, I'm
So
reading.
you're working for a Twitter company.
Yeah, we own a news page on Twitter. So
Mhm.
trying not the name, but
So you're not an independent journalist
yeah,
then.
no, it is an independent journalist. It's an independent page, but with a team. So we have other
Right.
people working with us, other independent journalists.
Yeah, but um, can you post like news which are against the mainstream media narrative agenda?
I mean, it's a whole team of like maybe six, so everyone reports on
Yeah.
different stuff. June. They taste
Hmm. So, for example, the Ukrainian drone attack on the Russian military convoy.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's a fake story, right?
Sorry, I'm just getting distracted real quick. Dealing with we have a raid going on our server, so we're trying to deal with that.
Well, you either participate in this server or you're doing something else. And yeah,
Well, no, I'm trying to work on my server too at the same time. We're trying dealing with something else, so but
okay, that's your personal problem. You don't have to mention it here, you know.
I mean,
If
yeah,
you're multitasking, yeah, then just
yeah,
do it. Don't
multitasking, but
tell me that you're multitasking. Why would you show off with that? You
because
know,
I'm telling you what's happening.
you're telling me what's happening.
Yeah, so
Hmm.
you think I'm not ignoring the question, so
Yeah, well, I did ask you, but you didn't provide an answer.
Supreme
So
TV rating thoughts.
the drone attack, was it real or fake?
Uh, what drone attack?
Ukrainian drone attack on the Russian military convoy. Was it real or fake?
With the footage and everything, I think it's real. So
Really?
yeah.
Well, that footage, which the mainstream news media took and broadcasted, all these TV networks, yeah, that footage is from a PC game.
Oh no,
And the
not
dude tweeted, the dude tweeted that
no. There's a
video is
whole different
from a
drone footage.
PC game. And then all these TV networks, they
Oh no,
dropped
I'm
that
talking about a
news,
whole different.
deleted, removed it. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about a whole different footage. Yeah, there's a fake tweet that was going around with a video game of a jet going down or something. That footage is completely fake. We didn't report on that, but there was a different video of a drone destroying a
They
Russian.
showed it on DV, Deutsche Welle.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah,
I
the
don't watch.
biggest German news network.
Yeah, don't watch German news. So
Well, why don't you watch? I mean, don't you watch CNN, BBC, German, France, Australia, China, Russia?
uh, American shows, we don't have Russian TV. So and no notification. What do you have to right
What
now?
do you mean you don't have Russian TV? Yes, you have satellites. television, and now it's digital on internet. You
Yeah,
can find all the bloody news channel in the world. They are on internet.
I mean, are you talking about RT? That Russia thing?
Not just that. You think Russians they have only one news channel?
No,
Only
I'm not
USA.
saying
Only
that.
the USA have
No, I watch
MSNBC,
some news
ABC,
TV,
and
so
CNN. Only the USA have more channels than one. All
no, yeah,
countries
we
have
have
a lot
multiple
of
news
news
channels,
channels.
Hey,
but
hey guys, hold on.
Yeah,
I gotta pause it for a second. So, like, to a certain degree, you can talk about this, and by all means do, but
yeah,
just keep in mind, like, when it comes to the whole, like, oh, is this real? Is this fake? Oh, is the news lying about this? Oh, is the news lying about it? Well, this seems to be like another one of those kind of like the Miley Cyrus thing in the lockdowns. It's another one of those trigger point things. The point is, we don't want this live stream to be censored for anything other than flat Earth. So this is another one of those it might be censored for this reason thing. So I'm just saying, guys, as far as the whole debating, is this blah 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 thing real or whatever, we can only debate if
yeah.
the globe is real or not, which is not. It's a reminder.
thank you, Ryan.
Is Ukraine conforming to the shape of a part of a sphere?
No. I mean, I think the whole topic just got out of this is not like a debate server. This is about like flat earths. If like we're arguing with people like we're trying to explain that the earth is flat to newcomers and everything, not a whole, if you want to debate, then go on politics or something like that. So,
So by all means, you can always just continue it in another chat room.
yeah, that's true too.
How did you find about this Flutter server?
I was here 1.0 before I think one of the owners took it down, and they had to make a whole completely new one. So
Yeah. So you know the 3 points arguments, questions.
hold on, I gotta deal with this. I'll be right back dealing with this staff thing.
Sounds dodgy to me.
I know the 3 points get big. Is my mic working now?
Yes, Dave. Very good. Very good.
3 points off to have a ball, you got to have curvature. We can't find that in
Yeah.
reality.
Spin, rotation, and gas pressure. Yeah.
We get balls in the middle of nothing. There you go.
I know you know them, but I was curious about this guy who says he's an independent journalist and he believes in the flat earth and he's a flat earther. Or
You don't remember pigeons. I think he's been around for a while. I think he's okay. I don't know.
Mhm. Okay. It just sounded dodgy because he said, I believe the flat earth. Yeah.
Yeah, some people can't let go of that B word, but even when you try to specify it, but there's definitely a difference between believing something and knowing something. Wish more people would examine that.
I tell you guys, we have to be very, very careful to talk to people like this, which are in the news media beast system. They collect information and uh, they take actions on the internet. Again, they are silencing groups. They have big power. They have been given powers of moderation. And funny thing, he was multitasking in here, paying attention to what's being discussed here and dealing with his news media server, yeah, on Twitter and stuff like this. It's I'm not being paranoid, but I don't believe in coincidences. If you're at work, you do your work. If he's here and he says he's working, then yeah, his boss sent him here to do something, and we need to find out what.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
Open. Yeah.
on the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how... my brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do
is
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
is
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't matter. Silver stars. 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble. It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do
You
is
lose air.
Sometimes I have to liven it up in here because shit's too freaking slow. Why are you guys so quiet?
My excuse is I'm a robot. Am I coming through right now?
No, you're roboting. I mean, no, you're not roboting.
Yeah.
You're Samuel roboting. No, I'm only kidding. You're not
My
roboting.
next excuse, I got nothing to say. What do you think about that?
I'm going to respond with the best globe proof. Hold on 1 second. Let me prepare. Coming up.
The best globe proof coming up. We can't wait. We're on the edge of our seats.
Okay, 1 second. Are you ready? Okay. Never mind. I got nothing. Sorry.
That's a good one, Sonny. I'm kind of upset right now as I just got done paying $3.60 a gallon for gas. That's good compared to California prices, probably.
Space is fake AF.
Take away all my childhood memories, Captain Kirk and Spock and all that shit. Don't do it, son.
And hey, Space Boy, you broke my Rocket Man heart. This is Don Pettit.
Don Pettit has joined us. Welcome, Don.
Hello. How is everybody today?
It's great. We're glad to have such a celebrity in the house. Yeah.
Oh, really? Who's that?
Hi. Well, there's Dave over there. That's me, Sonny, and Glatflow. He's
Dempsey's here.
Oh, hello, Jemsy. Okay, so these are the flat earthers, huh?
Some of them.
You found a Glober?
Well, I have to play a Glober on TV.
So long. How long have you had your Screen Actors Guild card there, Don Pettit?
Since NASA hired me. I mean, what Screen Actors I can't do anymore.
Can't do it, man.
Okay, so
I got a question for Don Pettit. Why would you just
I'll answer it.
Go ahead, hold on. Dave, what's your question?
Why did you just casually say that we destroyed that technology like it was no big deal? Didn't you think about what you were saying?
Well, you see, I have never seen the technology, and they told me that if somebody asked about it, that we would say that we completely got rid of it, and not to speak further about it. Now, I signed a non-disclosure agreement, and that means that I can't even talk further about this with you, but we can talk about O-rings if you'd like and how they work.
That's actually a pretty good answer. Anyone else have questions for Don?
What happens if you have a leak?
Well,
yeah, hold on a second. Just a statement. My friend over here says she's getting warm listening to Don Pettit's voice. I'm not sure what that means. I'm going to have to ask her for clarification.
Well, you can tell her that I'm married, okay?
Hold on. I'm going to make sure I don't have to use medical assistance.
Okay.
Okay, don't choke. Okay, calm down. All right. Breathe in and out.
Hey, guys. Is my mic high or is it normal?
Normal.
Okay, cool.
I don't know about you, but your mic's on.
Yeah, I'm not normal. I don't even know what the word is.
Hey,
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Wait. Best globe proof.
From Don?
Never mind. No, never mind. I got zilch. What's a zilch? What the fuck is a zilch? I got zilch.
I don't know.
Where the hell's that come from?
See, I'm just a wide-angle person.
You take a lot of pictures, do you, there, Donnie?
Yeah, he likes those pictures. Jeez. I'd never want to see Don Pettit's neck that big ever again.
You do a great Pettit, man. You sound just like him. That's awesome.
Thanks. I don't know where it came from. I just tried it one day and I was like, whoa, okay.
Are you serious?
And I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that I can sound like that special education student, but, you know.
It's a good thing.
It is what it is.
It's close, man. You are
it's pretty close. Thanks.
Space station.
Yeah, that's nice.
I live in a nice little farming town in the planet Oregon.
Truality TV's put that. He said, I live in a nice little farming town in planet Oregon.
In Oregon.
Ron, are you fully recovered from the COVID-19 now?
The Corvid.
So funny.
Destroyed that technology.
Flat iron. I just saw a sign that said flat iron.
There you go.
I like it.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get in trouble for saying Corvid.
No. Hey,
You guys
I
are
heard
great.
they fucking ended this thing here in California yesterday. No more masks, no more passes, no more nothing, no more distancing, no more. It's over. It's
Yeah.
fucking 2 years. 2 years to flatten the curve.
So that means it was all bullshit.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we won't find out that that's actually true for another, 19 years or 18 years?
Right.
75 years. They wanted to hold back the.
By then, we won't care anymore.
Yep.
We need 75 years. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Hey, man, I think it's, I think we're starting to turn it around. I don't want to speak too soon, but there's a lot of people all over the place now just cracking their knuckles being like, you know what? No.
But then there's this new thing that comes about. See, it always takes over.
I
Never
don't know.
over.
I don't think anybody's going to buy the next one if they try to give us the next one.
No.
Nah.
You don't think so?
No. I think people will, but not the majority. I think the more they keep trying to push it, the more we're going to push back. But anyway.
Well, I agree with you because I will be pushing back if they try it again. But
right.
I mean, they've done it before, so you know what I mean. It's not like.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And if it's not them, it'll be some new people. A whole new crew.
I'm just excited to see if they try that asteroids thing. Really and truly. I really am excited to see that.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Why are we mining these asteroids? We're making all kinds of money off it, couldn't we?
I don't know if there's money to be made off the asteroids. Well, yeah, there's put money in the space force, right? Go up there and shoot it down.
But the asteroid thing wouldn't work because now there's a bunch of flat earthers running around the globe.
Right. Right. Well, the conspiracy theory is asteroids, then aliens. So, and neither of those things can happen on a flat and closed Earth. So they better act quick, huh?
Well, they had to get rid of the cold. They had to get rid of the cold because then people wouldn't just think that the aliens would get sick. Now we can actually justify the aliens not dying when they come to our atmosphere.
Right. They're like, wait a second, we fucked up. Remember that one movie with Tom Cruise, The War of the Worlds? Yeah, we have to get rid of this thing now.
Because remember, they buried the ships here on Earth to kill us all with. So all we got to do is dig out of the ground and find them.
Well, and isn't in that movie, wasn't it they came down in lightning bolts to man their ships that were already underground?
Yeah, that doesn't fit right in with Satan or nothing.
Hilarious. Huh? Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Right. That was that Tom Cruise movie, man. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I loved that movie. I thought that was a great movie.
Yeah, it was very entertaining.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is that those movies are good. They are entertaining, and they do seem like, well, if that was true, that might be what it is. But remember, they're putting this into your mind so that you'll wrap your head around some baloney when they put it on TV. That's all it's about.
Right. Hey, isn't some kind of rocket supposed to hit the moon today?
Right? Is that today?
It's today.
Yeah, but it's on the other side of the moon. So who gives a shit? Isn't that what they said?
Yeah.
Let's challenge rocket. It don't count. It's their problem.
Well, you should be able to see it because of refraction, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Where you at on that one, Globers?
What's that? What'd you say?
Refraction.
He said that we should be able to see the rocket hitting the other side of the moon because it's refracted to our view, right? Because light bends around curves, so.
Yeah, that's how refraction
works. Light bounces off of things that are beyond something and then bounce back at a different angle. They do that, but they don't curve around things.
I know. Well, see, that's the truth. That's reality. But if you expect a Glober to pick up on that, you're gonna have a bad day.
Dude, you got a ladies' night coming up, like an hour and a half.
That's absolutely right.
Sweet
ladies' night in an hour and a half. Is that right?
Can you believe I literally was in a conversation for 6 hours straight?
Who was?
Now you're off the globe, right?
Huh? No, what?
How was
No, I'm just saying I just came from a conversation that lasted 6 hours.
Jesus,
Oh,
about what?
shit.
Like, literally, I didn't stop talking and didn't do anything except sit here and talk for 6 hours. I think I got to go to the bathroom here.
Okay, hit the bathroom. Do what you got to do.
I'm kidding. Not like that.
You sound like you're in a car.
I'm in the
No,
car.
I just don't have my headset on. I'm sorry.
Oh. What kind of conversation took 6 hours?
Exactly.
It didn't take that long. It's just we were just talking about whatever.
Cool. Shooting the breeze, man.
Shooting the
It
shit.
was a good conversation, but I won't necessarily bring it up in here because I don't know if it'll go over so well.
Gotcha.
I think we should rehash all 6 hours of it.
Yeah. Give us the highlights.
Let's really break it
I
down.
don't know what
Let's
to tell
unpack
you.
this bad boy.
You're gonna have to call Discord and try to get that tape or something, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Call the
I'd be glad to go over the highlights, but not on.
Call CIA and AT&T. They got copy.
Well, you can just say something right now and you'll be talking to the CIA.
Yep.
What's that?
That's how
What's
that
the
works.
CIA?
CIA is...
Is that when you like see something and then you go, "Yay"?
It's the Corrupt Individuals Alliance, CIA.
Johnson's getting a new paint job on their building. Nice.
Yeah, really?
Oh, I love that.
They got a little extra money these days, I heard.
Yeah, a little extra coin there for some vanity fixes. That's cool.
I am in the great city of the very first master planned city in America, Irvine, California.
Oh, yeah, nice.
You cannot paint your house color but Irvine brown. That's it. Master plan.
Well, at least they're consistent.
They are.
I'm in a grocery store. Guess what song is playing right now?
It's the end of the world as we know it by REM.
No, that one. What's the name of it? Planet Earth turns slowly. What the hell's the name of it? Yeah, that one. It's literally on the radio right now.
I like to make myself believe.
He'd like to make
Planet
himself
Earth
believe that planet Earth turns slowly.
Slowly. See, he says, I like to make myself believe.
Yeah,
Listen up, kids.
Wow.
Make myself believe that planet Earth spins slowly.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a good song, too, by the
Not
way.
so slow, apparently. It's not slow.
No, it's only slow to us because we're tiny and you wouldn't feel
1,000
it.
miles per hour is fast in my book.
No, man, it's just because you're small and you don't understand how...
Have you ever been in a car?
Math. You don't understand math, man.
How does that gravity work
Have you
anyway?
ever been in
How
a
does it
car
know?
or airplane?
Jemsy, what were you going to say?
Yeah, have you ever been on a train?
Yeah.
Have you ever stuck your head out the window when you're going in the train?
No.
It's mind blowing.
Yeah.
Mind blowing.
I went on a train.
Make sure you turn your head sideways so the air can go right in through your one ear and come out the other side. It helps.
I was in Europe, and I went on a train that went 160 miles an hour.
Damn.
And they said when we get up to about a certain speed, you won't feel like we're moving. That's what they told us. I felt like I was moving the whole fucking time.
Were you on the train or in the train?
Sorry, I was in the train.
Huh.
I want to put a new show up for consideration.
A new show?
Yeah, we're gonna call it "Let Me Level with You."
I like it.
Ooh, I like it. I like it.
Ooh, let's shorten it. Level with us. Take it down to level with us.
That's the kind of attitude I was thinking. Is
Yeah.
let me level. I thought that was an interesting way of putting it. Plus,
That's
if it was
cool.
in level, you know what I mean.
I do, and it's because you're not using the word
Or
flat.
measure up, or use something like measure up to measure up.
Yeah, yeah.
Something
up.
like that. We could really make a whole flat Earth new series out of that.
Yeah. That person. There's a person here. Is it a female with level up? If my voice could crack anymore.
Level up.
I didn't got to that part yet.
I think there's a female that comes in here, and their name is Level Up.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, her name's Paula. She's a nice lady. I like her.
Cool.
She's a real sweet person.
But yeah, that you know.
But I'm saying, yeah, using that kind of terminology for a show, you know, like, and have it be like an intellectual kind of like thing, not like a debate. You know what I'm saying? Like more of a lax type of conversation thing.
Sure. Sure. I don't know if you can actually control people's want
can't,
to
but
have a debate because they'll do
But
it.
if you have like a show where people come together and there's somebody there to help mediate, then it would work out pretty good. I think.
Totally. Yeah, if the mediation is taken seriously, then yeah, but the mediator has to have mute capabilities.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
But if that goes on, that's cool.
I think that can still be done nowadays, you know.
Stupid interjection. I was just saying that you got to keep it mediated.
Correct.
You got to keep it mediated.
That's the same thing that just went through my head at the same time. That's weird.
Whoa.
But I was just listening to Offspring last night. That's probably why.
That's why. And that's why Dave said something. It's all connected.
No, it's probably just looking to Offspring in the last few weeks.
Listen, there's no such thing as a coincidence. Or a quinky dink.
Quinky dink. I like that. That's funny. The first time I heard that, I laughed out loud. I was like, that's good. I'm going to use that. And then everybody else doesn't think it's funny. It's like, wow.
We used to have a store here in town called Hinky Dinky. It was a grocery store.
Hinky Dinky.
That's funny.
That's my
We
cool
have Piggly
story.
Wiggly. There's a place called Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah, Piggly Wiggly's for sure. It's so funny.
How is that funny?
It's nice when somebody has a funny attitude about stuff, you know, like, and you can like tell that you know the person behind it obviously has that kind of attitude and you know that kind of comedy sense.
I don't get the joke.
Piggly Wiggly is just a funny thing to say, Gemsy. And if you don't think so, then you have no inner child.
First time you hear somebody say Piggly Wiggly, you giggle. That's why it's
yeah.
But it's silly. It's something silly like a little kid would say on the top of the store. It's funny. You know what I mean? It stands out.
It's a big hat. It's funny. It's a big hat.
Say it again. I almost got it.
Well, just subtract 40 years from whatever age you are.
Listen, just say the words Piggly Wiggly over and over and see if you don't even giggle or smile. Come on, Gemsy. Get with it. Don't you have kids?
No, I don't have a farm.
You have a farm? What are you raising there?
What does that mean? Where do those come from?
Yeah, what's a farm? Is that German?
Where you have like sheep.
Do you have sheep?
No.
What do you have on your farm?
I don't have a farm.
You just said it. You gonna be lying to our audience?
You asked me if I have kids, and I don't.
Oh my God, that stuff again.
Well, I finally make a funny joke and nobody laughs. Thanks, guys.
I'm sorry. I was too busy being annoyed with Gemsy.
Damn it.
Try it again. Try again.
Wiggly wiggly?
No, timing is everything. You know that. And I don't do that great. Most of the time, my jokes are pretty mellow and bland, but every once in a while, I get a good one. So I hate when somebody takes it away. Damn it.
Wiggly wiggly? I got it.
See? Oh, yeah, now it gets it.
Oh, boy.
The timing was almost right. If you would have done it like a little bit earlier, I probably would have laughed again.
Not funny.
So what were you guys talking about?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Talking about speed or something like that, wasn't it? Going fast, 1,000 miles per hour or something like that in a circle?
Yeah, 1,000 miles an hour. But see, here's the thing.
Blender
Here's
don't
the
even go that fast, does it?
Hold on. How did they get that if they weren't on a separate reference frame?
Yeah, and that would be kind of difficult in What do
You
they
know
call
what I
it?
mean?
Narnia?
That's pseudoscience. They're saying they got a detection of rotation while they were on the thing. That's not how that works. You can't
It's
do that.
almost like when you ask for the evidence for it, everybody, some other kind of scientist says, "Oh, he knows the answer to that." You know, and you keep getting passed down the line until you finally get to someone that'll finally say the truth. They're like, "Well, we really don't know. We just made it." And then you take that and you try to tell somebody else, and they're like, "Oh, you're crazy." It's like, well, you can go down the same line I went, but
I always like to ask, what started the spin, man?
Yeah.
How that? Let me know how that worked
Right.
out, please.
I can answer
What was just a big guy would have put his finger on the ball and started just spinning it?
No, see, gravity existed first, and it was spinning, and then mass appeared and
Came along
went
and
with
got
it.
stuck to it,
And yeah, and they just kind of made love, and now they're it's a big ball, right?
If you got something you
that's
can't
really
explain, let's say a wizard did it.
A wizard, yeah. Merlin's out there fucking around building universes. What'd you say?
I didn't say shit. He's like, hey, spinning. Oh, okay, cool. Bunch of spinners.
what's the
You ever date a
what's
spinner?
the past tense of spinning?
Spun.
There you go. That explains it all.
Spun.
I think one of the main things that trips me out about noticing our world is if nobody had told me, this is objective, this is factual, if nobody had told me about Earth potentially spinning and space and all that, never would I have made that up on my own in my mind. I would never have said that, come to that conclusion at all. Ever. Nothing about this world says to me spinning. Nothing.
Except for the word world, world, it's whirling, right?
Zilch.
I'm sorry, that's my the windstorm that just blew in out of the nowhere.
Whirling.
We're all spunners.
Well, and then they'll say something about the angular velocity versus angular momentum or something.
Right.
I forget which one it is but we can feel, regardless, we can feel all of it.
Donut or something, right?
Yeah. Why is it that I can feel movement any other time in life, but not when the whole world is moving?
Because of magic fairy dust.
Yeah.
Disneyland.
We observe stuff spinning on its own unassisted for thousands of years, right? All the time without losing speed.
Right.
Yeah. How is that possible?
It's just perpetual kinetic energy that we haven't discovered how to use yet.
It is kind of weird because I'm sorry if you can hear the wind in the background, but
You're good.
Isn't it weird how Peter Pan has Tinkerbell and Tinkerbell's the one that gives him his ability to fly?
Yeah, that's not weird. Give me a Tinkerbell. Shit.
Does he or does he not spank her on the butt whenever he needs some pixie dust?
Oh yeah, shit.
That's just the creepy. Everything in the world can be turned into a disgusting thing when you really think.
You just did that to me, dude. I didn't think about that until you said it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I wonder why they did that, though.
I'm sorry I spoiled it for you, but it's true, though. It's creepy and true, and I think we should start thinking about these things. They're kind of strange.
No, it's just Disney.
Things like that. It's creepy.
I know, but it's just Disney. It's only the cartoons we were raised on and our parents were raised
we'll give him a break. We'll let him just continue to put out horrible things to teach our kids to be inappropriate towards each other, way too young. That's okay. We don't worry about that. It's all about what kids want to do, right? It's all about their freedom to do what they want.
Fucking weirdos.
Yeah.
Weirdos.
I want to let kids do what they want, but I don't want what they want to do based on absolutely morally reprehensible garbage. You know what I mean?
Weirdos. Yep.
I didn't care what baby goats do.
You know what's
I'm
funny?
just kidding.
Even kids know when they're wrong.
Yep. Well, that's because the amnesia doesn't last forever. So they got to get you while you're young, and they got to convince you of a bunch of stuff as your amnesia wears off from the last life.
The only things kids learn is saying "Brr."
Man, you got to drop that, Jimsy.
Like a Neil deGrasse Tyson microphone.
Yeah.
What else are you gonna teach the kids?
I don't know, Jamsy. Can you teach goats anything?
You don't need to teach them. Just put them in front of the
See
TV.
how it
Let them
feels?
learn about life, through a TV screen. It's all good.
I don't know why I was treated like a kid.
Okay, so why did they start calling people kids, young people kids, if that's the case?
Because they're the little young goats.
No. I don't want to be a goat. I'll be a baby goat until it gets older. Baby goats are cute.
You guys have 4X memes plays in here. You want to try to talk to them?
Yeah, I was actually going to call on him at some point.
Yeah,
4X memes.
Maybe they treat you and talk to you like an animal.
Before I start in with my goat joke I was about to do, we better talk to the new person first.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, let's not talk about goats. Hey, 4X memes says his about me says burn it down, anarchy, and then he says fuck lawyers. So sounds like he's got a pleasant demeanor. Can't wait to hear from him.
Maybe we should have a national fuck lawyers day.
No. I can't celebrate that day. Both of my parents are lawyers.
Okay, well, if we don't hear from the person, then I'll
Both my brothers are lawyers.
4X memes? 4X memes?
Nice.
Are you there? Okay, no problem. Oh.
All right. Oh, hello. Hello.
That's it.
Wait a second.
Dinner time.
Sonny, is that your phone? No, that's his egg timer.
That's a rotary phone. No, that's my rotary phone.
You have a rotary phone?
No.
That's so cool. Man, you should have lied and just said, yeah, dude. It's from the 20s.
It's on the wall, actually, you know.
Fucking old school, bitches.
It's got a 20-foot extra 20-foot long cord, so I can go all the way from the kitchen to the bathroom.
You remember in like the mid-'80s when those cords came out and every housewife had one that would go up to their bathroom, with the fucking thing. It's a 300-foot long cable.
Yeah.
That's when green shag rug was popular then.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking green household, what is it called? Like toilet, like green sinks and shit. Really weird.
Yeah, padded toilet seats.
Neon green, baby.
No.
Remember that stuff?
Those
Yeah,
were
neon.
clean, man. I'm telling you.
Anyway, so why would they want to tell their children to go off and like pretend like you have horns? That sounds kind of demonic, if you ask me. Come on, go over there, Johnny. Play like a little demon with your horns on. Come on, show the neighborhood, show the neighbors here, our guests, how you can act like a little demon.
You gotta stick your tongue out, and you gotta put your fingers above your head, your pointer fingers, and wiggle them around.
Okay, mommy.
And if you get cloven feet, then we're gonna sacrifice you to the sun.
No, the first thing they teach you is that you have to raise your hand to ask questions, and you can't talk unless someone asks you to talk, or unless you raise your hand first and you get called on. And you have to raise your hand to go to the bathroom too. So if you decide to pee your pants, then you get in trouble.
And we'll be having the post-sacrifice barbecue will be happening over in the parade ground area.
We promise we won't mix the meats, okay? All right.
Okay.
No. That's Frank. Remember, he was for the sun. Yes, he's for the sun. We're gonna eat Peter. Okay.
Make sure you drink, eat Peter. Make sure you drink any Kool-Aid that is given to you, no matter who from. Especially if you don't
Drink
know
the
the person.
Kool-Aid, man.
Make sure you drink the Kool-Aid they're offering you.
Hey, you got any more of that Kool-Aid in there? Yeah, bring me some of that on ice.
And don't worry if it burns as it goes down. That means it's working.
Yeah, thank you. This is good stuff, man.
Drink the Kool-Aid.
Then the Kool-Aid started taking effect, putting the person into a altered state of reality.
So if football players have to account for Earth rotation, why don't baseball players?
They should be able to
It's
just
a-
stand still and change direction, and everything should just line up and come right to them. The bases,
That's right.
the ball.
The higher you throw the ball, the more movement's going to be under you. Okay? Get that
Jones, over
umpire
there.
to stand in the right spot.
Jones, you over there, face left, and then you'll go to second base. All right.
Yeah, just face left and keep jumping in place. You'll eventually get there.
Johnny Robbins, go over there and face right so you can catch that fly ball. It's going to come right to you. Just got to point the right direction. Glober, baseball. But I miss the catch every freaking time. Don't worry about that. We already calculated the Coriolis. But I wonder how come every single batter is struck out. We'll have to get Neil deGrasse Tyson down here to help us with this calculation. I think we need to stop the game.
Gosh, too bad for that Earth rotation. Otherwise, Johnson would have had that home run slammed.
I'm surprised they're not arguing that a curveball proves Coriolis.
Agreed.
And look at that hard pitch there, and it's a very high home run. Whoa! Look at the entire stadium slipped out of the way.
Neil and Smoke that grass Tyson.
Yeah.
Who you gonna kneel first?
Well, see, Neil's the kind of guy that has smoked a lot of weed just by looking at him and watching him talk for 5 seconds.
That's racist.
Yeah. It is prejudice, I'll say that.
Yeah, so.
I'll say that. But I mean, dude, look at the guy. He's so goofy. So weird.
Yeah,
so you got Don Pettit, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Bill Nye the Science Guy. Just clown shows across the board.
Clown show.
But that's how people absorb the information. If you had a brilliant scientist, a career fucking astrophysicist or whatever, get up there like Neil and start talking to people about the ins and outs, nobody would pay attention.
One hour and 2 minutes countdown to ladies' night.
That'll be good, man. Us guys are having a hard time keeping this shit going. I'm just kidding.
We're getting kind of whacked out here. All these hours, dang. Glad did you send me an email? I haven't really been to checking very
No, I haven't.
Okay, man. No problem.
I'll let you know, though. For sure.
You'll get to it. I'm going to try to create some more stuff. I just got to stop being lazy. I had a a rough couple of last weeks with my plumbing being off. Everything was off.
Ugh. Did you shower in cereal bowls?
No, my shower, bathtub, and toilet working perfectly. Just everything else.
Just the kitchen
clogged.
sink?
Kitchen sink, worse. That's the worst. I could care less if my bathroom sink works or not. But
You say that. You say that.
I say that because it's clogged right now, and I don't really give a fuck. It drains slow. It drains enough that I'll get under there one of these days. Bless me. Please bless me.
You're blessed.
I listened to. Thank you. I listened to some really nice
Who invented toilets?
toilet.
Stupid.
John Crapper, actually.
I think that's right.
Did he own a toilet paper company or something?
No,
No,
he
I don't
Crapper
think
owned
so.
the first toilet company, didn't he, Sonny?
John Crapper.
And that's why they call it crap.
That's right, Crapper. Who is John Crapper?
Man.
Why is it John? It's called John, and it's called Crapper.
Exactly.
He is the John.
Hey, maybe it's one of those things like Eratosthenes. We really just don't know if that guy even existed.
All the lies they tell us, you believe that one, even though you don't believe any of the other stuff. So they can't go to space, but they can do all this other magical stuff. Right.
Okay.
Well, it's on
here's
the
a-
TV.
Here's a little quick refresher on who John Crapper is. So he
Great,
was the
this is
son of a
great.
steamboat captain. Hold on. Why did they?
No, you might be right, but I'm saying, like, how can we believe anything they tell us? It's literally just another joke thing that seems to turn out into a joke instead of actual
Yeah.
evidence.
Guy's name isn't John Crapper. That's not a name, okay?
Born in 1836. Also known as John Crapper, did exist and is credited with improving the functionality of the early flush toilet or water closet. He wasn't the first one.
Water closet? Is that what it was called?
Yeah.
I've never heard that. Water
Did you
closet.
say son of a steamboat captain?
Yes.
So when you leave a steamer in the John on the crapper, is that? Oh my!
It's brilliant, you know?
The
Wouldn't
first.
that just be too
Wait a second. The first patent for flushing a water closet was issued to Alexander Cummings in 1775.
I can't believe it.
60 years before Thomas Crapper was born. So
Do we
Cummings
even
was the
need
first
to go into why that's funny? I don't want to do it.
We don't have to.
Yeah. So that's where all these words came from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The more you know.
That's all you'll ever want to know about John Crapper. Thank you.
Thank you,
You'll
Sonny.
You'll never have to ever look that up again. Well, unless you're really interested in.
You know, I
that kind
appreciate it. It was a little bit of trivia that I didn't know, and so if there's ever a lull in conversation when I'm having a random one in public with somebody in a waiting room, I'll bring that up.
Actually, yeah. Did you know about
Like
John
at the dentist
Crapper?
office or sorry, go ahead. Yeah, right. See, technically the water coming through this little spray that you're using on my gums, John Crapper invented the system for that. That's nice, Sean.
Still doesn't
Now
explain
lean
why
back so
your
we
mouth
can
smells like
dig
crap
out
when you
your
don't brush
teeth.
your teeth.
Sorry, go ahead.
I said that still doesn't explain why your mouth smells like crap after you don't brush your teeth.
Right.
So where's the answer for that one, Smarty Pants?
Yeah. Hey, stop talking so we can dig into your worthless mouth here and
Because
fix it.
the crapper invention smells like crap after you use it.
Then they should be calling it a you know what locker.
Yeah.
Or cabinet instead of a water cabinet.
So some of the mud flood Tartaria researchers are saying that they didn't have bathrooms and toilets back then.
What?
Yeah.
They
Is
were
that why
called
you see all these buildings from 1900? Yeah, even the ones around here from
That's what taking a
1900,
shit is all about.
they all have outside plumbing because when they're built, they had no indoor plumbing. They had to add it later.
So, but they were pooping and peeing, though, right?
Yeah,
I
they
think
were
that's
doing
what
it
these researchers
in-
are trying to imply. Like they had a way to sustain themselves without pooping or peeing.
They were using like an outhouse, or they're using a bucket, and then they
And
were
then one
dumping.
day we finally invented something to save all of our lives. We poop.
No, I heard it was the fall of man that made it so we had to till the soil and do the crops and have poop. I don't know. It's all a lot of speculation.
You got to admit, it seems to be one big pile of you know what.
Doo-doo?
Does that mean that cows didn't poop in the past?
Yeah, see, I don't know why people talk like that, right?
No.
Maybe they didn't have to eat. I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me, but I guess.
Yeah. Maybe they were all breatharians.
I mean, that sounds convenient to me.
It is, certainly
Not
is.
having to poop. Yeah, actually, why do we have to keep eating all the time? Seems
I know, right?
Should be able to eat once and then get everything.
And why did all the animals get punished too? It doesn't make sense, right?
Right.
Why can't you eat for 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month? Eat for that nonstop, taking breaks and just keep eating, and then you'd be done.
I mean, eating all this crap these days, of course, you're gonna shit a lot of crap.
When I was a kid, I asked my mom, I thought when a woman was pregnant, it meant that her body was now able to start building a child. And the more food you ate, the more the child was built until the child was completed and then birth.
Hey, that makes sense.
I know. My mom was like, that's actually really smart, honey, but that's not how it works.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like my dad, when we were young, would tell us that we were when we were having spaghetti dinner, like I just made last night. He's like, yeah, do you know how spaghetti in Italy, there's these little Italian women, and they go out and they go to the spaghetti trees and they pick the spaghetti off the spaghetti trees. I thought spaghetti came from trees for years.
That's awesome.
I
And
imagine
you're like, Dad, can I go see a spaghetti tree? And your dad's like,
Does that make your father mean, or does that make you stupid? I don't understand.
he's like, I know you're 25 years old, and I should have told you earlier, but there's no such thing as a spaghetti tree.
Listen up here, son. It's about time we had the talk.
I couldn't
feel
hear you.
bad.
What
I
he just
thought the
said.
Earth was a ball until I was like 33. So don't sweat.
That's true. Me too.
Illuminati confirmed. Yeah, I was 58, and I found out, and NASA was formed in 1958.
Could you guys think of any other topics that could easily be looked into, but everyone just takes for granted and never cares to look into?
No,
I can think of one. I was just thinking about a second ago because somebody said, did cows always poop or something? And I was thinking, these things they say about methane and cow farts. There's half of the story, half of the equation, half of the concept is missing whenever they talk about this, because they're talking about methane coming from cattle, right? But they don't ever talk about what in the environment naturally absorbs methane. So it's like, okay, this is producing methane. What's absorbing methane? And is that thing that's absorbing methane, is that being compromised? Is that not absorbing methane now, but it was a few years ago? Is that the case? But whenever you bring this up to anybody who's complaining about cow farts, they're like, oh, I don't know, there's just too much cow farts, there's too much methane.
Well, it's not like the cow farts are coming out of nowhere. Since we're a self-sustaining enclosed system, it's not like cows are creating methane. What they're doing is they're taking what's already in the air in the world and in their bodies, turning it into, from what's already there, methane gas.
Yeah, exactly. And what changes it from methane into something else? That's the question. But they don't ever talk about that.
Exactly. Well, and also they're not going to tell us we're an enclosed terrarium, right? They're
They're
going to tell us
that
that.
you can't trust nature too. So they're trying to make us not trust nature.
Yeah.
Methane
Don't forget the
oxidizes.
ozone layer. Don't forget that.
It oxidizes almost right away in the carbon dioxide and water anyway.
There you go.
There you go, dude.
I mean,
And methane pockets in the ocean. Remember those?
Could be smelly though.
We're
Ozone.
doomed. The ice caps are going to melt in 2008. No, 2012. No, 2013. No, 2014. No, 2020. 2050.
Well, they're not even talking about it now. They're like, shit.
22.
We have to put it away, guys. Al Gore's
like
like,
my
but
ice.
what am I going to do?
What time?
Super
not yet.
cereal.
Oh, what's the countdown on the ladies?
50 minutes.
I think that Glacier National Park is supposed to be melted now by 2050, so they've pushed the goalposts back more than 100 years from their original estimate.
Yep.
Think we can hold the con until they get.
I think Florida's supposed to be underwater as of like 20 years ago.
Yeah, what's his name? James Hansen from NASA said that Manhattan would be underwater by now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, isn't it like half of Florida underwater?
I guess so, yeah.
That's a lot of displacement for some ice. Right.
And we didn't even hear about it on the news. Shit.
Yeah, I just heard plausible deniability right there.
Do you guys remember the ending of that movie made by Spielberg called AI, Artificial Intelligence? Like the end, they go to New York and it's like half submerged in water.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, it's too bad, really. I was almost looking forward to it.
I mean,
Waterworld would have been
party.
fun, right?
It could be like that video game hydro powered boat racing.
Or the movie Waterworld. Kevin Costner.
Are you guys saying that this is not gonna happen?
Probably not, no.
I've seen a picture of one area.
Aw.
Okay, well, first of all, ice melts, but there was this one cool like glacier area to explore where like in the 70s it was a lot bigger, but now it's a lot smaller. It was like in a valley, like ice was melting downstream.
Here's the thing.
So-
Ice is going to melt in one place and show up in another.
Cool.
That's what people don't understand.
I gotta keep my beverage cool, don't I?
Yeah. You can't waste water. There's no such thing. It doesn't go anywhere. It stays in this place. It just goes somewhere else.
Well, that's what they would say.
I'm just
Go in the
disappointed because I
ocean
was
and then
looking
make
forward to
everything else
jumping
float.
off of a skyscraper into the ocean.
Cool. Diving board?
All I'm saying, man, is all those condos and apartments being built in Florida wouldn't be being built on a 20, 30, 50 year contract if they were going to fucking go underwater at any time soon. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, unless it's on the coast and it's going to erode away.
I mean, it's not like
Insurance,
the
right?
contractors know the future or anything, do they?
Well, no, the thing is, nothing bad's going to happen. Otherwise, they wouldn't be putting all the billions of dollars into that real estate. You know what I mean? It's not going to go underwater. The banks are not stupid. They know that none of that shit's going to happen.
Yeah, it's like
know the future.
Obama buying
We're
a
waiting for
house
that
on Martha's
insurance
Vineyard
collect.
right next to the ocean.
One at a time.
My bad. I was just saying, it's just like Obama buying a house right next to the ocean at Martha's Vineyard.
Right. Like, you're not going to do that if there's even a threat of a little bit of water coming up further past where it usually does, right?
So the people who are doomsday mongering about rising sea levels buy mansions right at sea level. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, they can buy and rent it to the people that are gonna
get
live in
flooded.
Well, somebody mentioned insurance. And yeah, you're right. If a natural disaster did happen, a lot of people would make some money, but I just don't think they're banking on that, man.
What are they banking on?
People's want to live lavishly and focus on pleasures of the flesh, i.e. Florida.
Almost done.
They're banking on the globe. They're banking on the idea that people will just keep believing they live on a planet.
The banks bank on money, right? That's what they literally bank.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But what are they banking on?
The banks of the waters.
Well, at least the U.S. dollar. I don't know if it's backed by gold anymore. So
No, it's not. It's backed by an idea that everybody believes.
Could it be backed by these nuts?
It might as well be.
Okay, fair enough.
Gotcha. Hey, are those truckers still in the middle of the road up there in Canada?
Nah, I think they packed up.
They're like, damn.
They got bored and they said, "Oh, hey, sorry about it. I'll be on my way now."
Right? They're like, I miss paychecks.
Well, the government came out with an emergency order against them, and then they dropped the emergency. And then when that was dropped, everybody kind of just like considered it a victory, I guess, and went home.
Oh, that's fine.
So back to square one, sort of, but you know.
Right. At least they made a stink.
Well, and also the mandates are being dropped anyway, so.
That's true. You never know what they actually accomplished. But yeah, it looks like lots of parts of the world are starting to switch back around.
Yep.
Now, I heard last that they threatened to not dox them, but investigate them, fine them, and punish them after the fact.
Right.
Yeah.
Technically, too, the companies would probably win that, like, hands down.
Don't we have some kind of convoy rolling across the USA right now? Or am I wrong?
A military convoy?
No, like a trucker convoy.
Oh,
thought
maybe.
I heard something about that.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be headed for D.C., where Biden will be like, "Come on, man."
Come on, man.
Well, Russia's attacking Ukraine, so that's why you don't hear about it. It just disappeared. It doesn't exist anymore. Got replaced.
Neither is
COVID-19 cure.
Not newsworthy anymore.
Right, exactly. It's not a news story, so it's just not happening, I guess.
Is this just the constant ongoing state of like politics and world events, or sometimes it seems like to me like everything's just so well laid out? It's like a several course meal or like a movie script. We're like, okay, we're done with this part. Now we're moving on to this. It's like, why isn't there just nothing at all after next? Could it just be nothing next?
You're right.
Why is
They
it
always
like,
have
like something falls into place. It's like, okay, it's time for your 3 o'clock, whatever now.
They always have the next thing written up in the documents and
The
planned
next
out to
thing
just
is
go
always
ahead.
there.
Right, it's always
Like
there.
I said,
It's never not.
20 years before you hear the truth about it, and then by then everybody's out of power and out of office. So there ain't
Well,
nobody to
until
really
you hear the
hate.
truth about it, but guess what? Most people knew the truth before they started lying about it, and then people start believing lies.
Yes.
That reminds me of something I heard Ron Paul say a few years ago when it seemed like President Trump was trying to withdraw troops, and a lot of people in his cabinet and other people involved with politics were trying to do everything they could to stop him or convince him to, put more troops in other countries.
Mm-hmm.
And Ron Paul was like saying something along the lines of, oh, it seemed like they were afraid peace might break out.
Yeah. Peace doesn't break out. That's not how it goes.
Well, don't they say that it's
not
after,
like acne.
wasn't it Martin Luther
Sorry.
King Jr. that didn't he decide not to take this stuff onto the streets with violence, but to be peaceful, and that's when they killed him, or when he was assassinated?
He was saying that for years before they killed him.
I think you might be thinking of Malcolm X.
Malcolm X, yeah.
They only killed Malcolm X, or he was only killed after he started calling for peace.
Yep.
There you go. That's the one. I'm sorry, I got it mixed up.
It doesn't. I mean, it's all civil rights stuff that should never fucking happen in the first place. Now we got Black History Month. Where's White History Month? Where's Hispanic History Month? Like, this is ridiculous.
Latinx.
Where's Little Kids History Month? Come on.
Yeah, like, can we have a Computer History Month? Can we have like Ham Sandwich History Month? Come on.
Flat Earth History Month.
And then you can identify as a cigarette lighter now, like.
And unless you go by all county, you get a 13 there.
What's that, Dave?
All you have 12, you got to pick your top 12. Unless you
You're breaking up pretty bad, Buster. I'm sorry.
13, I'll shut up.
I love how he notices it right away and just says, I'll shut up. I love you, Dave. Just get into a better signal section and try again.
Yeah, it sounded like someone was trying to drown a robot.
It did, yeah. I was like, are you okay? Should we get concerned? almost have a mind to go into other servers and start promoting Ladies' Night.
I'm still awesome.
You should go into Gem Pandas and do that.
I thought about that, but I thought it'd be inappropriate. But then again, maybe it's not.
I don't know.
Hey, when's men's night?
Yeah. Every night.
Every other night.
Yeah.
Every night that's not ladies' night.
That's why Ladies' Night is celebrated.
I like Ladies' Night because it attracts a bunch of guys, and usually it's Globers and stuff that it attracts, not necessarily all of us, because we're always in and out of here all the time.
Yeah. Definitely a different crowd that would be comfortable talking to us. But the ladies are so nice. It's like when somebody actually does want to talk with them, they can get a lot of stuff done.
I think they're after a different kind of glove, you know what I'm saying?
Ladies can lose their cool too, but yeah, they are pretty good at it. I'll give them that. Sure, absolutely.
Well, I think the general attitude on this server is definitely starting to come around. Everybody's starting to calm down a little bit, and things are just getting a little more organized.
I did notice it seems like today it's changed slightly. I like that. I'm sure everybody likes it.
So yesterday I was going for a walk and I was doing some pull-ups for just a second on this tree branch on a tree next to a creek. Not even in anyone's yard, like not even on anyone's property, but like across the driveway from someone's property. And this woman comes out and she's like saying, "Excuse me," but like talking at me, not to me, you know? So I like pretend I don't even hear and I do a couple more pull-ups and then walk back to the street and keep walking. But like as I'm walking around a tree and I see her like staring at me between a fence and a tree from like her front porch, I just stop and I put my hands to my mouth and I say, "The earth is flat," and then keep walking, you know? And this is like a Karen, you know?
Oh, I know. Yeah. Excuse me, sir. This is not public property.
I'm bound to understand though that all those Karens have children, don't they? Or most of them.
Probably, yeah.
We can only pray that they grow up to think for themselves.
I think, yes, Dave, I think you asked if you're still roboting, and yes, that is the case.
Okay, I'll shut up.
It's just crazy when people repeat things like that. So she didn't say anything to me other than "excuse me," and she said it like 4 or 5 times or something, but like not saying any other words. Like I don't know, it's weird when people like say things like that and they just repeat it. And I'm talking like grown adults, like grown men and women doing this sort of thing. I mean, it's like something a child would do.
Crazy. Yeah, like mom, that kind of stuff.
Mandela, yes, it's almost like they are NPCs and they're just following some kind of orders. It's creepy.
They feel they're submitting to you if they have to use any other words than one. Like you should acknowledge the first thing they say so they keep repeating it.
Yeah, I'm making a noise. You'll pay attention to it.
Hey, I got a quick question if you all don't mind.
Let's do it.
Okay. If you don't mind putting on your Globetillion hat for me for a second.
Sure.
What is the explanation? The sidereal day is 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 minutes short of a day. The clocks we all have are supposedly set for 24 hours. So that's 4 minutes a day. 10 days is 40 minutes that they should be off. 90 days should be off 6 hours, blah, blah, blah. You know the math from there.
Uh-huh.
So how is it that the 24-hour clocks match up with the 23-hour, 56-minute supposed twirl around.
I think there's something to be said about daylight savings time. I think that's why that happens. Sorry, go ahead.
I was thinking maybe it was just refraction.
Okay, so
time dilation.
Space-time is bent by the nature of refraction when light is bent around a curve, thus proving a ball. Makes sense to me, guys. I don't know what it's a sphere.
Wow,
get over it. Yeah, get over it.
Yeah, if it's not a globe, explain time zones.
All you got to do is say, okay, time zones. Time zones would probably exist on any shape. Like,
China only gives one.
So let me get this straight. We wouldn't have a sense of time if it were an octagon, but we do because it's a sphere. Is that why wouldn't time exist on any? Yeah. Anyway, you get it.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've been pondering on for some time, here and there, but I've always had more important things to consider. But then somebody had posted on Fascist Book a similar question, and I was like, you know what, that has been on the top of my mind. How do the Globe-tillions respond to that? And then I started looking around online, and people have asked that questions on astronomy forums, and the astronomers always pivot, and then they don't answer that question. They answer some other question that wasn't asked.
Yeah. If you sound smart enough, you can answer a different question, and most of the people just let it happen.
That's what politicians do.
Right. Because it's more work to interrupt the person and say, here's what you're doing wrong, than it is to just let them have it. Right?
No, you usually say something like, well, here's what you're probably getting at. And then they answer that question, even though it's just something they made up.
Yep.
And then when they get done answering your question, you say, that's cool. Can you answer my question now?
Oof, that's a way to just get them to hate you right there in the moment, though, huh? Hold them to task.
You get frustrated in the middle of all this because you realize that they're just kind of fucking with your head, right?
They can cry about it.
Right.
They can cope and seethe.
They can tell you that they're not here to rock the boat over and over again.
Yeah, why do they say shit like that? Like, I'm not here to debate. I'm not.
I know. I thought that was like a personal thing. I thought they were talking to me because I didn't understand what they meant by it. I was like, was this like pointed at somebody in particular? I don't get it.
It's funny. Anything and everything in place of evidence to back their claims.
Yeah, have you ever measured any Earth curvature? Look, I'm not here to fight.
Like, it's just a simple yes or no question, dude. What?
Look, I'm not here to talk with words, okay?
Yeah. Well, where's your Earth curve measurement? Yeah, but scientists. 8.8 million scientists, Glober told me once. I said, 8.8 million scientists know it's a sphere, it's a globe, huh? Yep. When did you talk to 8.8 million scientists? Gosh, that's a lot of work. Bravo.
Yeah, I just watched this interview today of Wakey Wakey interviewing a astrophysicist, and boy, that sure was a train wreck.
Yeah. The lady.
That's the greatest interview of all time.
It's so good. Why haven't we played it yet on this thing?
We should play it at least once a week. Are you kidding me? That is like dead gold, freaking bald. It's gold. It's
the only one anyone needs to hear, right?
It's the only one. That's all you need.
Someone dropped the link.
Yeah, now we got to find it.
Here, I'll send it over. Give me just a moment.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Put it in there, man.
I need to download it.
Half an hour to ladies' night.
Yep. 30 minutes.
You boys get you talking in now.
Okay, yeah, it looks. Can somebody verify that it is on BitChute, because looks like that YouTube keeps taking that one down, and so people keep reposting it. But I'm guessing it's got to be on BitChute somewhere.
Probably.
It's about an hour long, right?
I would search for Wakey Wakey the way it's spelled here in BitChute or any other platform.
Yeah, I shared the link just now.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
WAYKI.
And there's ways to download YouTube videos, folks, if you don't know how to do that. Just Google YouTube downloader and yep.
No, really?
Yeah, I use one all the time. I've got probably 800 plus videos downloaded from the past 5-6 years.
Or for this limited time offer, you could get YouTube.
Only 800? Damn.
It's
Only
maybe more. I don't know. I got two 2-terabyte hard drives full, and then this 3-terabyte one I'm working on right now.
Oh my goodness.
So what portion of those are cats doing silly things?
You can also get an app on your phone called NewPipe, which is linked to that same technology. It is an app, but you can't find it in the store. You've got to browse to the website. But once you install it, there's the option to download any YouTube video.
Yeah, and there's a web page that you can just put the YouTube link to, and then it'll give you the link to download the direct file.
Yeah, this is similar, but it gives you the YouTube experience, but it also gives you the button underneath the video. Just to one click, you can either rip the audio or the video and then choose the quality.
Something in particular I like about those systems is some of them have the MP4 or MP3 option. So if you just find a song that you want, find the YouTube link, put it in there, and you get an MP3 of it.
Yeah. Yeah, because I play a lot of music and videos and stuff like that, so it's really handy. It's YouTube-DL, which is a separate script. You can run that in Windows or Linux. I've done both in the past.
Do you guys like going on YouTube and watching anything about the flat Earth? Did you keep getting a Wikipedia pop-up about it being an archaic, disproved theory?
Oh, you're coming in low. Can you say that again a little louder?
Anytime you watch anything on YouTube remotely related to flat Earth, there's a Wikipedia pop-up below the video, below the likes, but like above the comments, where it says flat Earth is archaic, disproved theory by modern science, blah, blah, blah.
I think that's been since 2018 when the executive of YouTube came into public and decided that that's going to happen, that they're going to re-educate everybody that way.
It's the Wikipedia
if you
authority.
If you want the original results that we used to get back in the day, type in flat dome instead of flat Earth, and that gets you quite similar results.
It's just funny watching a video.
Sorry, if you type in dome
Eating
Earth
up
instead of
the globe,
type in dome Earth.
Wikipedia link stares at you.
I kind of have a sort of funny story about Wikipedia. So there's this guy called Clyde Lewis. You might have heard of him. He's got his radio show. He produces it locally here where I live in Portland. And a couple of years ago, I think he had his Wikipedia removed ultimately because he kept trying to correct it. But for the longest time, like people just kept modifying it to make it totally inaccurate. So this guy, he's like kind of overweight, and he's American, not Australian. But it had him like listed as an Australian athlete, which is like not true, and a bunch of other weird stuff about him. But the point of the story is, as he illustrated how he tried to fix it and couldn't, ended up having it removed because they didn't want a bunch of misinformation about him out there. Like ultimately, Wikipedia is not reliable.
I love it. It's great.
For most topics, Wikipedia is a good starting point, but definitely never stop there.
So there was an author about 5 years ago, they wouldn't let him correct his own birthday. Yeah, pretty sad. If anybody should know when he was born, it should be him, or at least his mother.
Well, even the day of your birth is hearsay. You've got no evidence.
True. Yeah, it is. Because, you're not old enough to read a calendar, right? If you came out and you could see a calendar right in front of you, it wouldn't be hearsay.
If enough people convince you of the same thing, if enough people keep repeating and chanting, eventually you come to believe it yourself. Like everyone's kind of insistent that today's a Friday, so I just kind of go along with it. Everyone's insistent that this is March, so yeah, I'm okay with that. But it might not be. It might not be 2022 for all I know. People literally don't know who they are, where they are, or what's underneath them. And that's exactly how the powers that should not be want it. Complete confusion. Mental confusion. That's the latest World War III.
Most people don't even know like fucking like the most basic thing about where they live. Like they don't even know which way the fucking wind blows. You know, trade routes. They don't know how far the moon is or how to fucking how tall is a tree? Is it 20 feet? They can't guess. They don't even know. Like I don't know. The
They
moon
don't even
looks
know
like
which way the
it's.
sun, which way
Sorry,
the
guys.
sun rises or sets.
That's about
They
it.
couldn't find east. They couldn't find east or west in a woodland.
No,
Not even. Not even. They know where the sun rises and sets. But if I say I'm at the northwest corner, they'll be like,
No.
"Motherfucker, which store is on that? What side are you talking about?"
Right.
You know,
Yeah, they
they
don't
don't
even
even
know
know
like
that.
northwest corner, northeast. They don't know nothing, man. Most people, I'm saying, I've always had pretty good direction sense. I say, well, that's east, south, north. Once you got south and north, east and west, But
Yeah, but most of us can navigate using paper maps. These guys can barely get around with a phone in the face.
it's just weird, man. I mean, they don't know. How far is the moon? I don't know. They tell me like
Would you ever
it's up there.
see that Mark Fish video where he tried to give away a gold coin or a candy bar and everybody kept taking the candy bar? It was a 1 ounce gold coin. It was worth like $1,200.
Fuck!
Everybody kept taking the candy bar. That's how fucking dumb they are.
I told my rich friend, I go, dude, there's this guy on YouTube or on whatever BitChute. He's offering people a maple leaf 1 ounce Troy coin for like their sunglasses, and they're like, nah, I like my sunglasses. How about your T-shirt? Can I have your T-shirt? Nah, I like this. My girlfriend got it for me. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, ah. People are ridiculous, man. They won't even look into the most simplest things, man. They're stuck in some kind of hypnotic, some kind of brain something. I don't know, man. It's sad.
I like the one when he did where he offered him the coin for the clothes I just bought. He's like, nah, man, this thing cost a lot of money.
Yeah, I gotta send that to my rich friend. He won't believe it. He didn't believe me when I just told him about it. I got like, dude, that's how stupid people are, man. Like those
Dude,
sunglasses. I just got them, man. They're $5. No. I don't want that maple leaf. No. I'm good.
Dude, there was an episode he did it in front of a pawn shop. And he's like, "What? We'll go in here and verify this," and yada
Right.
yada yada. And they're like,
And they wouldn't even go in. Nah. That's two. What the hell? I don't know what an ounce of gold is right now. 2,000, 2,200, something like that. Whatever. It's a thousands of dollars, at least 2,000.
I mean, like, how do you approach the dumbest people, man? Why can't you approach like one of us? You're like, oh shit, dude, what else did you want?
20 minutes to ladies' night. Thank you, ladies, for doing it. It's a good chance for get some more people come in. Appreciate it, ladies.
Star
Thank you.
Punch. There's no Star Punch. There's gotta be Star Punch. Literally no stock crunch. That's sad.
I'm starting to think like gold is kind of like an NFT because like gold is like useless as a jewelry except for vanity. I mean, I think it's like a good conductor or something for like an actual tool, but does that apply to anything? I'm talking to circles about valuing anything. Something value if you give it value.
I don't know how old this is to keep it real.
Not a new concept.
Well, I like gold for the fact that it doesn't tarnish or rust or anything like that. It does make a good connectivity, electricity. I've heard that you can like small amounts of it is you can drink it or whatever, small amount. I don't know. I've heard that.
Oh yeah.
Somebody's mic's open, or are they talking? Am I? Gold's good, man. Apparently, I don't know.
It doesn't oxidize. That's why they use it in computers.
Yeah, it's good. And if I could afford a gold cup of coffee every morning, oh yes, my golden cup of coffee. Yeah. It doesn't tarnish. It doesn't tarnish.
It's the third greatest electronic conductor, electricity conductor. You know, with only copper and silver ahead of it.
You know when the pirate puts the gold coin in his teeth and like bends it a little bit or something like that. Is there any gold where that's soft?
Yeah. Yeah. I tell you what. Yeah.
I'm working on a Irish accent. Any movies out there recommended for an Irish accent?
Any what? Irish?
Irish.
Yeah, for the People Republic of Cork, boy. Little more forlorn, little more melodic, boy. Put a couple of bites for good measure.
They're trying to be personal inspiration. I dig it.
Who's talking about? All right, all right, all right. What timer? Wow, that's in the future. Did you see that?
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe, no none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball? There ain't no photographs, but somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe, no none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball?
But we can take pictures of the ball. How dare you call it CGI?
Those are images, bro. Those aren't photographs.
But I really took a picture of the ball. I went down to Barnes and Noble and I took a picture of the globe. That's got to be the ball. I mean, that's the same thing, right?
No, sir. It's not the same.
If I took the one in my science class, that'd be perfect. I mean, the science teacher wouldn't lie.
Sure, she wouldn't.
We know it's a ball because this guy 2,000 years ago took some sticks, and even though he couldn't tell the time between two places and he couldn't communicate to when exactly, they took two sticks and they found all the world's deepest mysteries from two sticks.
It'd be really funny if they just like took two sticks out of nature and just put them in a museum somewhere. Or someone, I was like, oh yeah, these are the two sticks that Eratosthenes used. Yeah, that's right. We got a globe from these two sticks. Put it next to the skeleton they call Lucy.
I mean, think about it here. They only have images of the ball, but yet you can take two sticks and you can rub them together and get a fire, and you can take two sticks and find the shape of the world and all the mysteries of the earth. Wow. Sticks are more powerful than computers. And if you don't agree with me, I'll have my mom bring me another Hot Pocket.
And an empty Gatorade bottle.
I mean, yes, that's very important because I don't want to get up out of my chair and stop pounding on my keyboard because
You have
somebody.
to share with me. You got to bring enough for me too. You know why? Because I identify myself as hungry.
Oh, well. And we know that that's the most important
Get
thing.
it?
It's what you identify as. It's more real than science.
Is anyone here?
No, I'm not here.
Oh, hello. Is that level up?
That is a big 10
Not
4.
much.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's already starting.
Hi, Sunny.
Excuse me. Good evening. Nice to see you. Thank you, ladies' night. Hi, Dandelion.
Hi, good to see you.
Yay, lady.
Boo.
Hi, Indio.
Hi. How are you? How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty good. How about you?
Not bad.
night.
Just waiting for another great soda ladies' night. Patiently.
Oh.
Impatiently. Hurry up.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Here we are. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. It is March 4th, 2022, and we're here for another ladies' night. So tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell your family. Everybody wants to come in for a Flat Earth 101. Ladies' night's always a good time. Or if you want to come in for a hardcore debate, or you just want to recite your low belief dogma, we're available for any of those things. Got KJ here. Hello, KJ. I'm giving you a ton of wait time because you.
I think I'm having a mic problem. Hey.
That's okay. I heard you just now.
Yeah. Okay.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. How's it been going in the server? I know you're always holding down the live stream here.
pretty slow for the past few days.
Okay, well, let's see if we can change that tonight. We can always go into cognitive dissonance and give them the early release program. That's always fun. We've had a lot of good contestants that way. So
Okay, so if I could make a short announcement.
go ahead, Sunny.
Okay, so my next door neighbor, Chrissy here, she does have her own login, but I think she maybe just, is it okay if she uses my mic since I'm all set up and everything's just really great? Is that okay?
Oh, that's
with
totally
everyone?
fine, of course. Yeah, I think
So-
didn't Karma used to always talk on Dre's microphone for a long time before she got her own? We've had that happen many times. It's perfectly
Yeah,
fine.
so yeah, we got to set up and then look. So you're watching the screen up there, you can just mute yourself and
Okay, yeah, Chrissy, whenever you want to say hello to us, feel free to jump in anytime. Level Up is here. How has your week been?
Oh, same old, I guess. Not bad. Can't complain. How about you?
Good. Spring's coming. I'm ready for
Yeah.
that. Yep. You can tell it's on the way. Chickadees are giving their mating call. You know that.
And the Cardinals, yeah.
Cheeseburger. I like to call back to them, although I think it's slightly cruel, because I'm not actually an available chickadee.
Teasing little birdies.
That's right. It's good practice anyway. Okay, so do we have any Glow Believers in here? There's a lot of people in here.
So Chris can say hi. Sorry. Go.
Oh, good.
Hey, Jen.
Hi, Chrissy. How's it going?
It's going good.
You're a neighbor of Sunny? Is that what he said?
Yes.
Oh, good. So is this your first time joining us, or have you talked to people on his mic before?
This is the first time on Ladies' Night that I've actually been on his mic, but I've been on it before.
A couple times.
Cool.
She did the 3 points with us.
Oh, great. Oh, so if you ever get your own account, then we'll have to give you the 3 points participant role and the Ladies' Night role.
She already has the 3 points. But yeah, darn, I wish we could log her in. But yeah, for now, I guess we'll just leave her logged in mine because I don't want to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do already have an account. Okay, that's all. Yeah, I'll have to look for that. Good. Okay.
It's at Chrissy, Krissy, though. I think you can still look her up.
Okay. So were you familiar with the concept of flat Earth before Sunny? You met Sunny, or is this like...
No, I didn't know nothing about it until I actually met Sunny.
Cool. And so what do you think about it now? Like, where are you at this point?
I like it.
Is it KRISSY number 6516 VC verified Ladies Night Tartaria?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, she doesn't have the 3 points, but since you're verifying that she went through it, I'll give it to her. And she won't have to do it again.
Did it twice, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I have done it twice, Jen.
Okay, well, now that you have the role, then you won't have to do it a third time. Did it surprise you to find out that there's actually no verifiable evidence of curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container?
Yeah.
That's pretty surprising. I was surprised. I was sure somebody had that scientific evidence laying around somewhere, and yet here we are years later and still haven't found any.
Right?
Good. So is it like how long has it been since you started hearing about it?
It's been a long time.
Oh, okay. So it's not like shocking. It's not like that shocking to you now.
No.
Okay, that's good. Because the beginning can be kind of shocking and sometimes even stressful for people. Sometimes people run away from here and never come back. It's so scary. So I'm glad you're sticking around. That's a good sign.
Thank you.
Agnemos Opus says VC check-in needs a lady. I don't know what that means. There is somebody in VC check-in, Paro Paro G. We also have somebody else here, doesn't have a role, which is oh no, Slew Guy's VC verified. There's somebody else I saw. Oh, there it is. Down there by Sunny, Reem Dream. So Reem Dream, if you're interested in being able to unmute and join the conversation, you could go up to the VC check-in and oh, Nathan's up there now, so that's cool. So there's somebody in there, yeah, for anybody who's in the live stream that doesn't have a role, and also for anybody listening on YouTube or elsewhere. If you haven't joined Discord yet, just type into your browser discord.gg/flat earth. That's discord.gg/flat earth, all one word. And then it'll take you right here. And it's very easy to sign up for Discord. It's not difficult at all. And in addition to that, I've said this many times before, but somebody just the other day was telling me how people in their messages, when they try to get them in here to discuss, will say things like, oh, they'll just mute me or ban me. Oh, no, they'll just shut me down. They don't want to hear our evidence. So I'm here to tell you, whatever experiences you've had in the past, just wipe them from your mind. Just be a tabula rasa, clean slate. Come in here, pretend you've had no other experiences. And I promise you that on Ladies' Night, we will keep you around. We will have a discussion with you. Unless, you're like horribly obnoxious or like screaming profanities and stuff. But if you just want to tell us about your globe beliefs, that's why we're here. So, just give us another try. Usually that's an excuse, because I've also given people blanket guarantees that at least, I'll give you 1 hour, guaranteed no ban, no mute everyone else in the room, like set up conditions just incredibly favorably where all of their whining and concerns are taken care of, and they still won't come in here. So I'm just putting this out there, not just for those cowards who refuse to come in and talk to us about their globe belief, but also for other people who deal with that on a regular basis. Just call them on it. Just say, Dandelion said you could come in, and she'd mute everyone in the room, and you'd have a one-on-one, and so on. I mean, I'm not the only one who says that. We're all willing to talk to people about their globe beliefs. That's why we're here. So anything, and things have kind of changed around here, so it could be sincere. I'm not saying that the person is only saying that because they're cowardly. So I apologize for using that word. I'm trying to be kinder and gentler. In the past, we were rougher on Globers because we had them coming in, 20 times an hour, trying to take a swing at us. And a lot of them were rude, had nothing but fallacies and insults and so on. So, people were, rightfully so, quite strict about it. But these days, hardly anyone wants to defend the globe. I don't blame them because there is no defense. You have no science, you have no evidence. The debate's over before it begins. Most people don't even know anything about their globe model, and they have nothing but fallacies and insults. So I you, but just come in and tell us what you think, and we can just have a normal conversation. Right, ladies?
That's right.
Okay, so Ream Dream hasn't gone to check-in, so he doesn't have any roles, but since check-in person's available, I'm not going to unmute him because Matrix, Red Pill, and Nathan are both up there. You have two wonderful people up there. Very reasonable, kind folks. No reason to be concerned. You just have a little conversation, and they'll give you a role so you can unmute yourself. But now See You Guy is deafened, so we won't get anything out of him. Yep, that's about it.
Where'd everybody go?
Guess the globe's dead. Nobody's here to defend it. Good news.
I'm still here. I was just letting Jen talk.
Jen is actually not here, but I hope that she will be here. She oftentimes has to work on this day. I saw she was here earlier in the day, so hopefully she will. We could, yeah, I mean, we could actually like make an announcement and try to get people in here. I haven't done that. I don't even have the ladies' night tag anymore, so maybe I should go ahead and do that. But other people do. I don't know if
Well,
anyone
thanks
tagged
for
the
coming anyway. We appreciate you being here anyway. That's awesome.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. I'm just a guest. Okay, because it's possible that some of them want to be here. They just need a reminder. Fraction wants to know where Drace and Karma are. Unknown. Good question. Yeah, maybe if we get lucky, we'll see Karma tonight.
Very good question. I've been wondering the same thing myself.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe I'll send him a message sometime and see what's up. I'll level up while I'm trying to get myself together to find this announcement and make it. Since you were away from the server for a while, I don't know if everyone is familiar with you. I don't know if you wanted to give a short version of your story of how you came to realize the Earth is flat, or if you don't feel like it, that's fine. But if you felt like doing it, it would be cool.
Well, it is pretty short. I mean,
Or you can give a long version too. I was just trying not to put you on the spot. Short, medium, long, whatever you want.
well, yeah, it wasn't like I had some crisis or anything. It was just that started to hear about it in message boards and things back in 2015, and just thought it was interesting and noticed right away that any of talk of flat Earth was shunted to some dark corner message board. We're talking about notorious message boards where it was every conspiracy you can think of, but flat Earth was a shameful thing. And I thought, I'm going to check this out. So that's what I did, and I kind of just checked a few things out. It took a little time for, I think my last question was sunsets, but that didn't take long, and I'm just like, yeah, cool, I'm okay with that. So that's why I said it would be short, because it didn't take a long time for me to warm up to the idea or anything like that. And I'm an evidence sort of person anyway, so and then I know people who laugh because they figure me as a Christian and the Bible that I am faith only, and I hear this phrase, faith is the enemy of knowing, or something like that. And I don't believe it is. I think faith is what you have because of what you know, that you can project from the things you can absolutely prove. And granted, know the difference between what you actually have evidence for and what you think is logically following from it. But flat Earth is no different if people are honest. And so I just think of it as more of the same truth quest as anything else. When you look for truth, that this is where I wound up. And, whether it's the Bible or flat Earth or whatever it is, I go with what seems rational to me. And so, yeah, I've always been interested in science. It was actually my favorite subject in government schools, although I was better at English and languages than I was at science, but I was more interested in science. And so, yeah, I've always been interested in studying nature, and I grew up in the printing business, so I learned things about, more about the English side of things. And then computers came along. When I was in high school, there pretty much weren't any. It was neato if you had a calculator, and they had to plug into the wall. But so technology has changed a lot in my lifetime. I was a programmer. I was an electronic engineering tech. So yeah, science is just something I've always been into, and got into, logical fallacies and all sorts of things, which I think is more of a trivium kind of a background, if you could call it that, with different disciplines. So, yeah, that's how I got here. And then I I haven't been as active in Flat Earth, partly for various reasons I couldn't control, but partly also because I think it's been saturated with well-presented arguments, and not to beat a dead horse, but there's always people who come to it again, and I think the real test of how well you know something is whether you can play it back to anyone at any level. And it's the same with any truth, whether it's my faith or flat Earth or whatever it is. To know it well enough, not to try to be the expert of all things, but to know it well enough to answer why you have this position. So that's all I can milk out of my short trip to Flat Earth.
Nice. That was good. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Yeah, I wonder, because I used to teach math, but CJ, maybe he's going to make the announcement for us because, he said he's going to do it. Hold on. But like, I wondered about the calculators these days because the last time I taught it, we were still trying to make sure that they could do everything without the calculator, and then just sometimes use the calculator.
Right.
But I gotta tell. I was asking Indio to do it, but now CJ's going to do it. So Indio, you don't have to do it. Just see, like, yes, it's easier to do it this way and faster, but you need to know like the processes behind it. And
Right.
so, like I would have them in like a shoe rack at the graphing calculators. The school bought them, and we had them. They could borrow them. I had them in a shoe rack at the front of the room, and then they'd check them out, but only use them at certain times. But then, like, I noticed then when I went back to take more math classes to renew my teacher certificate, I noticed like some teachers were just like, "Yep, just use the calculator for everything. You don't have to know anything that goes behind it." And then other ones were still like, "Oh no, we're not even you can't even use it." Like in some of the calculus classes and stuff, you have to draw everything out by hand and graph it all and all this. So I just thought it was interesting. I don't know what the state of that is like today. I have a feeling a lot of times they just let them just use the calculator and not even have to understand what was behind it, but I don't know for sure. That's just my feeling from what I see students doing, in the science part of it when they have to use math. They don't seem to know a lot about the what goes into making that pretty picture on the screen.
Yeah, I think it's important the first one is exposed to an idea to do it by hand. I think it gives you a better basic understanding of how it relates to reality. If that's there's beyond a certain point, math doesn't relate to much reality. But add, subtract, multiply, divide, that is something basic you should be able to do, with half your brain time behind your back, because and I've seen all sorts of schemes of how better to memorize the multiplication tables instead of memorization, which is boring. You think of these scenes, where you paint a picture basically and skip merrily through your picture and get the answer to something. And I'm like, well, that's cute, but you know what? If I have it memorized, it's there immediately. 9 times 9 or 7 times 7 or 3 times 4. The answer just pops right up. And that's, something you can use. Even doing math in your head is a really good skill to have, because, your technology can fail you. And like, for example, even if you're just out shopping and trying to figure, like when I had my babies were little, I would, try to price between a powdered formula and a ready to drink or a condensed. And you had to go by number of servings, and you had to figure what the actual price was per serving, because they're priced per ounce. And those are the thought problems that a calculator can't do for you. And so, but the way they're taught, I mean, they make it so boring and irrelevant, like counting bushels of apples. It just, we weren't farmers even in my day. So I think a lot of things can be improved, but I don't want to, we did the whole education talk last Saturday on precious metals. So.
Oh, you did? I should go back and listen to that. I missed that. I bet I would have really enjoyed that. I'll have to look for that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you what when that started, because I kind of just said, "Oh gosh, I guess I should be there." So yeah, somebody else might know when we actually started talking about that.
Okay, well, I can listen to the whole. It's not that long. Oh, Grimm says you have to learn how to do it by hand. You're not always going to have a calculator in your pocket. He has that in quotation marks. So apparently someone said that to him. Yes, and I was told that, and then I said that to other people. And I do that with my children, just like you were just saying. Like, I think you should at least be able to do a, two-digit times one-digit multiplication in your head, like especially when you're out shopping and so on. Yeah, so I'm always telling them, like, 72 times 3, you do 70 times 3, which is 7 times 3 and add a 0, and then you do 2 times 3 and add that to get 216. I mean, if you can't do that, like, yeah, that is like a basic thing. And people used to be able to do like way more complicated stuff than that in their head, let alone like not even have to write it down, right? Because it went to writing it down, then it went to the calculator. And because there's a really good Little House on the Prairie episode where they do they have to do long division in their head and just like recite it, not even writing it. And I think, gosh, back then it's funny because even though they were only like doing the basics, they probably could think and do, they probably got a way better education than people get today. Because half the stuff they're doing, they're just like looking it up on the internet and regurgitating what it says there. Like, how much of brain training is that? Not too much.
I mean, the internet is fine for looking up information on, some basic explanation of something. It's good for video presentations. I think, I'm not totally, 100% education should be digital, but at the same time, I think it could save a lot of repetition where you could learn from the best teachers, no matter where you were in the world. So I think there's a hybrid kind of arrangement would be a good idea. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to, like you said, doing things in your head, there's a thing called Vedic math, which is a little bit different, but it can allow you to multiply two very large numbers and only write the answer down. But you have to do little steps of math in your head as you go along. But it's fast. It doesn't take up a lot of space. And then there's, sometimes you don't know what to believe, but I've seen documentaries of kids in like Japan that learn on abacus this day. And eventually they get to the point where they don't need the abacus. They just kind of visualize moving the beads around and they get these complex answers in just seconds, faster than a calculator. So there are other ways to learn, I think is the point. But when it comes to flat Earth, I think the more important education math-wise is in geometry, because that's what we're talking about, the Earth, and understanding, how someone would derive the height of something by knowing the distance and there being a right angle. We stumble in conversations with ball earthers over these basic things because I think it's not being taught very well in the schools, if they're teaching anything at all but political things. And that's why we spend all our time just trying to get the most basic ideas across. It's, and I'm sure that's by design too.
Yeah, for sure. DC, you should go up to the check-in and get a roll so you can talk to us. What is that thing called? I think it's also called an abacus. My dad used to have one because he was an engineer, old school engineer. That was like a little metal thing. I haven't seen it in so long. I remember when I was little with a little stylus. Isn't that also called an abacus? But it's not like electronic in any way. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not sure. All I can picture with an abacus is just beads on post. They're horizontal sets of beads.
That thing might have been called something else. I gotta find out what that thing is called. Apparently,
slide rule.
Was it? Oh, okay. Maybe that's what it was. I gotta look up what a slide rule is. That's
you mean for like logarithms and stuff like that?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Indio.
I by your description, I wasn't quite sure what you meant.
I probably didn't explain it very well.
It has a little sliding thing on it, right? It's a big metal, looks like a ruler almost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Slide rule.
Yeah, if you'd have said ruler with a slidey thing, I'd have known what you meant.
Okay, yeah, it's not your fault that I'm not good at describing. My mom probably still has it around somewhere. I think because she still has all kinds of like relics like that, like my grandfather's dental tools, you know, from way back in the day, stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
She has like an antique store in her basement.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so oh, we've got Roscoe here, but he's already been labeled not here to learn, but you know, maybe we have a chance to change that. I don't know. He's VC verified. Are you there, Roscoe? Anybody else that feels like speaking to us?
I just letting you guys talk, Jen.
Okay. I am Dandelion.
Because I know you and another lady were talking, so I was just letting you both talk.
Oh yeah, well if you ever have anything to contribute, don't worry about it. You can jump in. If you ever have anything to add. Okay, well Roscoe doesn't want to talk to us. I'll try unmuting let's go Beidou. Sign, victory sign.
There's not very many people on here right now.
Yeah, we've actually got Okay, I won't do that again. I guess if anybody else wants to talk, they'll have to go to the check-in. So I just have to. Yeah, there's a good example. They can't come in here and talk about the globe because they claim they'll be banned. They can come up here in here and do that kind of nonsense. It's ridiculous. That's what the globe's been reduced to. Pero G, you should go up to the VC check-in, get a roll, and join us. Love to hear from you. Oh, he actually went up there. Wow, he actually listened. So you tell 10 people that, and one of them will listen and actually do it.
Seems like you and I are the only females in here right now.
Well, we've got Level Up, who I was just talking to, and we've got KJ. There might be other ones who just aren't speaking up. You never know. Oh, then Miguel's put a picture of it. An abacus in there. Yeah, my children have like that exact same one, pretty much. Toby says still early on the West Coast for sure. Yeah, I'm surprised I should tag Bambi in here and see if we can get her in here because she was in the server yesterday. If she could just stop in and say hello, it'd be nice to hear her voice. I didn't actually hear her voice, I just saw things that she typed.
Be here later. Okay, I think Jenny said that she'd be here later.
Great. Good, I look forward to seeing her. I thought she was going to give us a report on her morning meeting she had the other day, so that was, yeah, she can't let us down. I really want to hear how it went. Forex Memes, please, is here. Can you speak to us, Forex? So many people that don't want to talk. My goodness. Patrick's in detention. Don't know what he did. Oh, Para's back, but didn't get a roll. Wonder what he did up there with those guys. Did you not tell them you were there? Maybe they were just chatting among themselves, Paro? now he's disappeared. Gosh. Oh, no, he's back up there. Okay, I'm going to tell those guys he's there in case he does want to talk to us.
Hey there, Dandelion. How are you doing tonight?
Pretty good. How are you, J.E.?
Not too bad. Not too bad. I had a young lady last night reach out to me on Fascist Book, who is, she said she's doing some sort of an anthropology class, and I've been friends with her on Fascist Book for several months, and she's always posting interesting truth-related things, but she says she's not a flat earther, but wanted to learn some more. So I suggested for her to come for ladies' night. Or
Cool. Great. Well, thank you for inviting her. Hopefully we'll see her. I appreciate what you do there. I don't even check in there very much, but I appreciated you inviting me to that group. So I do check in there once in a while.
I'm
Is he breaking up or is that just me?
No, he's roboting really bad.
I do hear
Yeah,
him breaking up.
between I think I ran between network connections there, and so I dropped out. How much of that did you hear?
Nothing.
Probably, yeah, I don't think we heard any of it.
Okay, let me try this one more time. Otherwise, I'll try it a little later. Are you hearing me now? No.
Now it sounds good. Yeah, you're fine now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's switched over between. I live in a condo complex, and so it's got about 4 of the neighbors' network. Sometimes it'll switch between automatically, so that does that to me. But how much of what I was saying did you hear earlier?
We just heard you tell us about the lady that you tried to get to come in here to ladies' night, but we didn't hear whatever you said after that.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so she's wanting to learn more about flat Earth. She seems sincere. So I shared with her the ladies' night here and the precious metals takeover and buddy, and a couple other things here. And then I'd shared a couple groups with her. We've been friends on Facebook, so I think she's sincere. Hey, sorry, hang on. I've got the twins out here in the van with me, and they just absolutely, this is their most joy that we have is the just I can sit them out here and they just love to look around and open a door and they just want to watch it open and close and everything else.
How old are they?
2.5.
Oh, wow. How exciting.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun.
Are they identical twins?
Indeed.
Wow. Oh, how neat. Oh, I love that. We have twins in my family, but I never managed to come up myself.
Yeah, they are a blessing, but the pregnancy is awfully hard on the mama.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, actually, the one cousin I have that had identical twins. Their first child, and they never ended up having any other ones. But I don't know if that was correlation or causation, but I'm sure it's rough.
Yeah.
It's bad enough when they tell you the placenta's got to still come out after the one comes out to tell you got to do it again. That's got to be even worse.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we're very fortunate. They're two good little hounds, and they've done us really. They've just been they've certainly been a blessing.
India's showing you something there in the voice text about a guy who has a PhD in anthropology and is a flat earther.
And somebody said in there, double trouble, by the way. If you just don't mind me saying here, and I'm going to shut up and get back to playing with these boys here. Well, they're not double trouble. They don't double it. Your troubles, they actually square your trouble. So it's more like 4 times the trouble.
I believe that, because then there's the interaction between them, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a, like the best way to say it is we have to take them to their haircuts separately because they, and then the best way to describe that is when you go into the room and you've got both the twins crying, one's screaming louder than the other. Do you know which one you generally need to go to first?
One that's not screaming?
The one that's not screaming louder, because the one that's just lightly crying is the one that has something wrong with him, but the brother doesn't like the screaming, so then he starts screaming and screaming louder because he's scared for what's happened to his bubby.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so so when you go take them to get their hair cut, the one that's getting it's not too bad, but then the other one starts throwing a fit, and then the one getting his haircut starts throwing a fit, and then it just worse and worse. So you got to like learn to know when to do things together and when to kind of split them up.
Yeah, having to get the haircuts for the young boys, that was something I had to deal with. That was a challenge you don't have to deal with as much with the girls. Yeah. Because the first time I think I took them to the barber, like one of them started like throwing stuff across the room. It's kind of like embarrassing. Then you're trying to deal with the other one. Yeah. Yeah, it's rough.
And the place we go, there's a massage therapist who rents part of the building. And he's just a super, super nice guy. And what we had to start doing was just, so I called to schedule an appointment, and I remind him, hey, make sure that he doesn't have any customers and you guys just set a time and let us know when that is. And because they felt awful, not this last time before, he had a customer in there and just felt awful, and then he was switching to another one, and I was like, oh my God. And so stupid little things like that you don't think about, you all of a sudden become hyper aware of when you got 2 of them squalling and screaming.
Are those the only 2 children that you have?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I love these pictures of Miguel.
I know, those are really cute.
Sharing here, like especially this little massage here at the end.
Yeah, my daughter, when she was a baby, went into the massage class to be like the practice baby for the infant massage. And she was very like laid back, so it was fine. But there is a lot of like infant massage stuff that really helps with like if they have, gas backup and like digestion, can rub their, stomach going around in the, in the direction of which the intestine is trying to
Hey, Dandelion.
stuff out. It's very useful. I won't go into details. Yeah. Yes. Sunny. I mean, Christy. Yes.
I just want to say I'm sorry for calling you Jen.
Oh, that's fine. The first time I told you, I think I said I wasn't Jen. The second time I was like, well, I could just be like, sometimes I just go with whatever name people are calling me because it's easier. But I'm not like upset about it. But I appreciate you bringing it up. It's fine. Yeah.
It's not a problem. I wasn't paying attention to the name lighting up, and I know I talked to Jen earlier, so I should be used to her voice when she's talking.
Look, I told her that none of us were used to each other's voice at first, so I told her that happened to every single one of us, right?
Yes, it takes time, and then eventually you totally know who's talking. Exactly. Like when I'm listening in the car and I can't see anyone's
Same.
Who it is. I now, like most of the people, I know their voice now. But, yeah, it takes a while to get used to the people's voice for sure. So, yeah, but I appreciate you saying that. Yes, I am Dandelion, so. Yeah, and especially, yes, it's funny, especially with the women. I noticed that when I first joined the servers, people tended to mix us up just because it's like, oh, there can't be more than one of them, right? I'll be the same one.
So how you doing, Dandelion?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I'm glad it's the weekend. It's a little more laid back for me on the weekend. It's good. It's warmer here today. It's supposed to be tomorrow, so I'm hoping to get some spring cleaning done and so on. Glad that spring's coming. I'm really tired of winter. It's exciting at first, but it wears thin after a while. And it's better for us, to get more sunshine. You're down. Are you in a warm place where you get more sunshine all the time?
Right now we're getting rain.
Oh, okay.
It's like
Yeah.
20 degrees below normal right now.
Sonny said it's 20 degrees below normal already.
Oh, okay.
Right now.
Yeah, I've been thinking I'd like to live in a warm place, but with more sun. But then you have to deal with like bugs and all that stuff and like more of that kind of predator problem. I feel like that's the nice thing is the predators and the parasites, they all get wiped out in the winter. So I enjoy that part too.
Well, Dandelion, one thing I tell people, be glad you ain't living in Michigan during the winter or spring and summer.
That's where I live.
What part of Michigan? What part of Michigan?
I can't say because multiple people have made threats against my life, so I'm no longer going to give any information. I mean, I have a little bit of I'm kind of attached to my life and my children's lives, so I'm not going to give out any more information. That I probably even giving my state's probably too much at this point.
I'm actually from Michigan. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind telling you, so don't take that personally either. But Flat Earth is a rough business. So yeah, cool.
That is amazing. You're from Michigan and I'm from Michigan.
So is Battle Mod.
Nice. Yeah, so you know what it's like up here. It's definitely in the winter it's quite chilly. Yes.
Oh yes, especially because it gets negative below zero.
Oh yeah.
But we have the Great Lakes. That is a great blessing. I do really enjoy all the lakes here and, the abundance of fresh water and so on. Like, I did live in Arizona for a while, and just the whole concept of, you're not allowed to water your lawn at certain times and all this stuff. I'm like, wow. We don't have any of that kind of thing around here. So I do appreciate the abundance of fresh water. Very nice. And the Great Lakes are so beautiful. So I do like Michigan.
I like the Michigan too, but I just like the winter time very well.
Right. Yeah, and a lot of people do, especially the older people, they call them the snowbird. They go to Florida in the winter and then they come back here for the rest of the year. So a lot of people do that if they're able to, which I think would be a nice arrangement. I lived in the Upper Peninsula at different times, and that's probably my favorite part of Michigan, actually, even though it's the colder part.
That's where my ancestors are from.
The Upper Peninsula?
Yeah, Iron Mountain.
Oh yeah, I totally know where that is. Yeah.
I've never been there, but.
I'm actually from the lower part of Michigan.
She's from the hood. Come on, just be honest. She's from Motown.
No, I'm from the Grand Rapids, Cedar Springs area.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I totally know where that is. Yep.
That's the part of Michigan I lived in for a good portion of my life.
So did you spend a lot of time on the Great Lakes? We're up there?
No, because the adopted mom that I have really wouldn't let me go out.
Oh, that's too bad. But yeah, that's too bad because being so close to the Great Lakes, then not being able to spend time there. I mean, that's one of the things that made Flat Earth to me very easy to accept because once I realized the mathematics of it, that I'd seen so many things on the Great Lakes that I shouldn't have seen, if we were on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. Not just things I continued to see while I was researching, but things I could look back in the past and realize were long-distance observations that were impossible on a globe of the dimensions claimed. So, I think that's the great thing about people who live near water is I think it should be. It isn't always, but it should be easier to make those kind of observations or even go back and think about observations you've seen in the past.
Yeah,
I'm surprised right now we're the only ones here.
I know. We're gonna have to entertain everybody, I guess. I think maybe that's what our job is, what to do,
Yeah, we're glad you're here. You're entertaining.
So just
No, we have a lot of people here. They just don't want to talk to us. We have Booty Hunter, Beard Gang only. Yeah, if any of you guys want to go up to the VC check-in, I think what's happening is these people are going to the check-in and then they're finding out they're really just trolls, so they're not actually ever coming to talk to us. But, if you would like to actually talk to us and have a real conversation, there's people up in the VC check-in now, so feel free to jump up there. The one I tried to unmute, it didn't go well, so I'm going to stop doing that, especially since we seem to have a large group of no roles people. Big John, Beauty Hunter, Beard Gang, a VC check-in. There's guys up there. Matrix Red Pill, Nathan, Resolve. All of them would be happy to talk to you. Magnum Opus, I guess, is Godwin. He keeps changing his name. Oh, good. They actually went up there. People are actually following directions. So exciting. The Lion of Yah was just up there and got verified, so maybe he wants to talk to us. Are you there, Lion of Yah?
Hey, how you doing? Mic
Hello.
check.
It's maybe a
If you
bit
can hear me.
choppy. Okay, yeah, we can pretty
I'm trying to
much.
hook up my other mic right now.
All right, take your time if you need to hook up your other mic. We can wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna hook up my other mic. In the meantime, all right.
All right. Good to see you. Welcome to the server.
These things are so huge. These would probably fit you well. These are nice. Nice and soft. They're way too big for me though.
Yeah, we'll have to think of something pretty soon. They're posting pictures of cats and things in the chat.
Okay.
Cat videos, cat gifs.
Cats are awesome.
Hello?
What's good? What's good?
Who is that talking to us?
COVID beer gang.
Oh, it's a Beard Gang. Okay. Yep. So welcome to the server.
I've been here for a while. I just haven't been on in a minute.
Okay.
So what you guys up to?
What made you hold on, I'm just going to change you to Beard Gang only because make that name better. So yeah, we're just having a ladies' night. We do this every Friday. We talk about the flat Earth and answer people's questions about it and so on. So you said you've been here a while. So have you learned much about the flat Earth while you were here?
I mean, I don't know. To be completely honest with you, I don't know what I believe in, but, everybody has valid points and stuff, I don't know what to believe,
Oh yeah, that's the great thing about Yeah, that's the great thing
enough
about the
to
globe
like,
argument.
you know.
Oh, sorry.
But,
Continue. What did you say?
oh, nothing. You're good.
Okay, I thought you were continuing, but I was just going to say about the first thing you said, you know, that you don't have to rely on beliefs when it comes to globe. You know, it's an objective measurement. It's, you know, we test the globe model and we find that in reality there's no credible evidence for its existence, you know, as a predictive tool. It is a model, so you have not seen a globe. You've been told by people that it exists. You've been told they go to this fantasy medium of outer space and all the fairy tales and science fiction stories about what they do there. But when we actually test these stories in reality, we find that they're not only non-scientific, not verifiable, and so on, that actually there's zero evidence for any curvature or rotation whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, I've never been too much into science to know too much about like gravity and stuff, but yeah, you know.
Yeah, you don't even have to know about gravity. I mean, that's kind of a side topic that some people get into because, again, that's another pseudoscientific, non-verifiable idea, whereas both forms of gravity claim, mass attracting mass, or bending warping of space-time, entirely theoretical ideas in the cause and effect relationship that is claimed has never been demonstrated on Earth. So again, they're just, you know, theories is being kind, model is being kind. Reality is they're just science fiction stories, not even good ones. I mean, a lot of science fiction stories use verifiable science, and these don't.
So do you think like eventually like scientists and stuff and like NASA are gonna like start telling people that the Earth is flat, or
Oh, that's
or
a
you
good
think,
question.
or do
Gosh,
you
that's
think,
a very creative question.
or do you think that like you know, because obviously it's being portrayed like the Earth is round, or you know what I'm saying? Um,
Okay, I'm just going to write down your question because other people, do we think that space agencies like NASA will ever tell people that the Earth is flat? Is that what you said?
yeah, I mean, because
Okay.
you know,
So we have some answers for you. And actually, they already have in multiple documents on their website and so on. Somebody was just showing this just the other day. I can search for it for you, but there's several bunch of government documents where they basically say when they're actually doing something, you know, and that goes for military government operations that, you know, matters where lives are at stake. They treat the Earth as flat and stationary. So they're already basically telling people that, you know, if you're paying attention, it's basically hidden in plain sight. There you go. Thank you, Miguel Souza. 35 government documents admit flat Earth. So it is. I mean, basically, they have already told people. I mean, that's a very technical way that, you know, anyone who is, you know, kind of a more sensible person. There's many, you know, military people who are like, yeah, snipers don't take Coriolis into effect. You know, it's just we just, you know, accept that the Earth presents itself as flat and stationary. On NASA.gov, they tell you that they create the globe image with CGI and Photoshop. Robert Simon comes right out and tells you that. So they already have. NASA already has done that. It's just people who can't accept it because they've been, you know, programmed into this belief that this thing they see on TV is real. They
I
can't
mean,
even step
honestly,
back and say, because Beard
how
Gang.
does
Okay, go ahead,
water
Beard Gang.
not how does water not just fall out if it's round? It doesn't make sense. It's the Earth is obviously. I mean, it's. I don't know. I think it's flat. I guess I don't know. You know, how does the water sit like that? You know.
Yeah, I mean,
Good question. Excellent question, Beard Gang. Doesn't make sense.
yeah, I think
Welcome to the server, Big John. How are you?
Welcome, Big
I'm
John.
fine, thank you. Thank you
Are
for
you guys
having
friends or are
me.
you both just fans of all
I
caps?
I don't know
My
him.
buddy is my buddy right there. My
Yeah, I
buddy.
guess we're buddies.
Yeah, it's my buddy.
Beard Gang was the one that invited us.
He's a
No, I
Beer Gang
didn't.
invited you. It's fine. You guys don't have to pretend you're not friends if you are. I mean,
I'm
why
just
would you want to
joking.
do that? You're
Yeah.
going to abandon your friends in public? That's not
I
very
know,
nice.
right? Like, what type of friendship is that, man? Like, come on, man.
Just want to act
I'm
brand
just
new
saying.
towards new
They're my
people.
homies.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That's better, Beer Gang. Don't be like that.
I'm just trying to show. I'm just trying to show. We just had like an argument over it. I'm just trying to show him. You know.
No, like I believe. Okay, I did ask a couple questions.
Okay, you've
What
got a
is the
question. Good, because your friend Beer Gang just asked two really good questions. He asked,
yeah? What
is
is the
NASA ever
point?
going to tell us the Earth is flat, which they already have? And then he asked, how can water cling to a spinning ball? Both excellent questions. Yeah, what's your question, Big John?
My question is, what is the main? What do you think it affects us in the highest form of if by them telling us that it's flat or whatever? What do you think the point is of you trying to prove that it's flat, or like what's the purpose of it? Like what's the
Do
at
any of
the
the
end of
other
the
women want to take this? I just took the other questions from Beer Gang. I don't know if anybody else wants to take.
Well, I mean, that's everybody asks why would they lie, basically,
right.
because, well, A, they get unbelievable amounts of money to pursue space, quote unquote, projects. And who knows what they're really using it for. I mean, it's no secret that the government will have black ops and, funnel the money from other places to do things. So there's that. Money's always a motive. Another
Right.
thing is that if they can convince you that you're on a tiny speck on a tiny planet in the middle of a vast, nothingness, basically, and basically stuck here as far as, maybe you could be visited by aliens who will destroy you, all sorts of things. It's a fun fantasy, but by convincing you that that's real, then there are certain other things they can get from you besides your money. They can get you to dream about being an astronaut someday, and what it
Yeah.
turns out to be, is not what they're selling. So there's always control, controlling the narrative, controlling all sorts of things. It's like we can almost guarantee that everything we hear from officials these days is pretty much a lie. So I don't know why that would be an exception to the rule,
You real
So
quick.
you think? Go ahead.
Do you like believe in aliens, or do you think there's like other life forms out there that we haven't seen before? Or?
Well, first of all, we don't believe that there's an out there for them to come from. There are some people in flat earth who believe there are other land masses on the plane, that it's kind of called an infinite plane theory, where they believe that we're in one, picture a block of ice with a couple of little puddles in it, and we're in one puddle and there might be people in another puddle that would come to visit. But then there's a theory that so-called UFOs, whatever they're calling them now, I forget, but that they're really government black ops craft, which is fairly believable. I mean, look at all the money they get, but
Area 50,
also,
Area 51.
yeah, which, there's so many layers of deception, it's hard to say, but from my personal belief is that that there are entities that are malevolent, that we would call demons, that masquerade as space aliens, so they'll be more acceptable. And this could help explain the fact that supposedly, if you can believe the reports, that back, at least 1,000 years in history, that people have reported seeing alien type beings and used to assume they were demons. So
John is like all into the demon thing. He thinks that the demons possess all of us and stuff. Like, I'm not trying to be
No,
for real.
I'm
Like,
not. I'm
he's
not.
into all that stuff.
Listen. What I believe is that I believe in God. I believe that God's just like I believe in God, and I believe in light, and I believe in goodness, and I believe in peacefulness, and humbleness, and love, and goodness, and forgiveness, and all these good virtues. I also believe that there is dark forces. There's a devil. You could call it a devil. You could call it whatever you want to call it. They got this a secular name for it so that everybody they can put it in movies, and because everything in this world is a business as well, you know. So you can call it the devil, you call it demons, you call it whatever. At the end of the day, it's just I just think it's a dark force, right? That I think we all feel, and that we all are very just a part of, because we obviously live in a world where there's good and evil, and we're constantly battling, I think, against ourselves, so that evil can always win, which will always win. But when we fail to win it, then evil can also get a part of us, you know. um I believe God, I believe in Jesus, I believe Jesus did die to cleanse us from all evil. I believe through Jesus we can learn how to overcome all evil, and we have been given that power by faith, by accepting the Holy Spirit. uh we have received that victory because evil has already been defeated, because Jesus, I believe that he already beat death. And
Right.
I just really, I try to live with that belief, because I think for me is what makes the most sense for me, at least, and it gives me a lot of peace, a lot of joy. My family and I, it gives us a lot of sense of purpose. And it's a very beautiful relationship to have when you look up at the sky and you know that there's somebody up there that loves you very much. Even though this life is hard, it's got difficulties for everybody. You look up there and be like, wow, thank you, because I know you still love me no matter what.
Right, and
And
that goes along with the whole thing of not only heliocentrism, but also evolution. And it's
right,
no coincidence that the Apollo missions were on. I mean, Apollo is a a pagan god, and all the planets are named after. I think mostly the Roman pantheon. The days of the week are named after mostly Norse gods or something like that. So that's definitely a part of it. And I would say also that the early UFO researcher Jacques Vallée, um, he did, he was not a believer at all, but at the end of his research, he concluded that these craft acted more like supernatural beings than physical things. So that's definitely a part of the deception and the reason they can control people better by hiding the truth, because they're always, this deep state we talk about is always about having the truth kept to themselves as something that they jealously guard, and they
right,
deliberately deceive the rest of the world. So I
right.
guess that's a long answer to the question of what about aliens
Yeah,
and UFOs, but
yeah. I think
it's
I think if we
important.
had I think if we got aliens, I think they would have been either they're ignoring us because they don't really like us, or they would have been already down here with us chilling. You know, it would have been just hanging out with us. Hey, we got
I
some good
mean,
stuff for you guys. Maybe I think we've always we have also set a really bad example. If there is any intelligent life out there, we have set a real bad example. Just look at this. Like, one person has the power to destroy all of humanity by just pressing one button. Yeah, we made cars and airplanes and all this, but look at all these destructive things that we have made. That also, I think, go back to what we were talking about, reflects the evil forces that are in this world. And when we let them get a hold of us because of greed, because of love for money, love for power, love for, trying to save ourselves, we're destroying others, and we're also destroying the life that we got for free, and ourselves eventually too. So I think all those things work at hand. But, like, it's cool because I'm not opposing the flat Earth theory, but I just know that even if it is flat, or even if it is round or whatever, uh, we're all under the same sunlight, whether it's in different positions. We're all breathing the same air, whether it's in different positions, going through the same difficult
right,
experiences, uh, and all these things. Is pretty much what makes us human. But
right,
yeah, I mean,
and yeah, that's part of the whole thing.
yeah,
Go ahead.
those things should be, really, really looked at, because it sucks. Like, we live in a very suffering world, and especially in school. We're like what we teach our children in school is so important. If we teach them that they've just been spinning in little ball or flat or whatever they want to call it for billions and billions of years, we pretty much don't know where we're going. We're just teaching them good values, which of course that's what we got to do. But like we're not giving them a clearer picture, and that's because I think we have also moved out of we have removed God a lot from the equation of our social and
Yeah, something you said there, Big John, it made me think that you might be suffering under the misconception of the Flat Earth Society that we're just like flattening out the ball, but it's still hanging there in space, because that is a popular meme in the propaganda that's put out there. And that's not our position at all. We accept the Earth as it appears, which is flat and
right,
stationary. We don't think that it's hanging in outer space. We don't
right,
accept any of the failed heliocentric model because it
right,
has no evidence to back it up. So, um, I don't know, like it's common, I don't know about common, but it's frequent, I guess, that people who come in here think that it doesn't matter one way or the other. But, when you start to shift over to where what you're actually experiencing and observing in the world, in the
right,
creation is,
right,
consistent with what it actually is. You're not saying, oh, it looks like it's stationary, but really we're secretly moving, or it looks totally flat, but oh, secretly it's a ball. You don't, I mean, once you get
yeah,
that
yeah,
out of your
yeah,
head, it
right.
does make things,
Like
it,
I like
it helps
for,
for a lot more clarity in your mind and so on. So
yeah,
it does make a difference. But when you're still hanging in that cognitive dissonance, you might not
yeah.
realize that it's
You
gonna
have
happen.
like
I got a
understand.
question.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
What does the word dysnicist mean?
What does what?
The word dysnicist, I can't say it.
This
Dissonance? Like
Yeah.
cognitive dissonance?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, dissonance by itself just means clashing, like in music. It's a bunch of noise instead of a nice chord. So
right.
cognitive is a thinking. So you have really conflicting thoughts in your head is what cognitive dissonance means. It
Pretty
means
much is
you're
like confusion,
faced
right?
with
Confusion.
yeah, you're faced with two things that can't both be true, and one has, the thing you used to believe has just been proven false. So you've got facts in front of you that say something you held to be a very obvious truth is being challenged by evidence, and you don't want to change. Even so, that tension is cognitive dissonance.
Oh, like just how like I think like God is real and everything, and then here comes my cousin. No, he's not real.
Right, 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 right. Yeah, like
Yeah.
yeah, because there's so many like the world we created has been completely based off of our imagination and of our belief. Like the guy that first created the I don't know the car or the airplane or whatever. He imagined he was like, wow, I want to fly like that. But he got an idea from watching a bird maybe fly away or watching something go really fast and and all these things have inspired our imagination to create just the things that we see nowadays as well.
Yeah, and if we ever get back to the point, like to go back to Ear Gang's question, even though I said, NASA already has shown that the Earth is flat, and the government admits it in many, many documents, like Miguel Souza put you the link for those, all those different documents. Yours, that really wasn't what you were asking. You're asking, like, will they make it, public? Like, will science ever be science again? Because basically pseudoscience has taken over large portions of the scientific community. There's still obviously scientists and researchers who use the scientific method who still, are very traditional, and that's more in areas that are less politicized or that are more just by nature empirical science and so on. But, this whole area of astrophysics and this obsession with outer space has turned science into
Yeah.
largely a joke, which is unfortunate for those other scientists, who are actually trying to, do research that matters and actually trying to ask a question about cause and effect and gather results and so on. So yeah, will the world ever make actual science popular again to the point where what people perceive and what people are told through the media matches reality? Yeah, I mean, my answer is, it's Not
science,
not with the way we're going. Not with the way we're going. Not in this current system. So there'd have to be some kind of major change. But yeah, does
but science
anybody
is
else who's
still
new? We've got a lot of new people in here. Does anybody else who's new have a question about the flat Earth or anything? We've got
Yeah, I have
Plano.
some
We've
questions.
got oh please. I don't know why those kind of people are back all of a sudden. We haven't had that kind of person for a while that just can't even speak, just has to make a noise and they think that's entertaining, I guess. But who knows? Doesn't matter.
like science.
He thinks he's a
Science,
robot.
science has proven to be very, very, very efficient. But like science can't give us the absolute truth of life. Because everything that science studies is temporary. Everything that science studies is physical, is material. And if you really think about it, all of us are material. But what differentiates us, and that what gives us that beyond perspective, is that when we die, the body is gonna be material, but our spirit, which is our belief. Because if not, then we're just spinning around here, just waiting, just to get dropped.
We're not spinning though.
Okay. We're not spinning. We're just
Yeah, I
walking.
hear you though. I hear what you're saying.
But you
Yeah.
know what I'm
The
saying? Like at the
champion. The champion. What was your
Yeah.
question? Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
I forgot.
Oh, too bad. Well, if it comes back to you,
Okay.
speak up.
Oh yeah, I can't remember what I was gonna say.
Okay.
Like my teachers, for example, like they're trying to teach us stuff about like how the Earth is round and everything, and just stuff like that. But you can tell they don't care what they're teaching. They're just saying stuff off the top of their head, just reading it out of a book.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, the champion, because I've been a teacher for many years, and before I started researching it, I thought that what we were presenting in the book was true, and I thought someone had actually researched it and proven it. So yeah, it's not your teacher's not. That's something, when like somebody was asking the why would they lie question earlier. It's not like all of these people are sitting here, we're going to secretly make these kids believe it's a globe, but we know it's really not. No, definitely not. Your vast majority of teachers actually think the globe is science, for sure. Yeah, no question about it. So, there are obviously people who understand, who have, especially in recent years when the evidence and the information is more readily available. But like Miguel just put in there the meme.
So you 100% believe that the Earth is flat based on the
No,
evidence that
not
you.
me. Nope, I don't believe it. No, I know that it's the case. I don't believe in the
Exactly.
globe. Yeah.
You know it. Okay, you know it. You don't believe in
It's
the globe.
the globe requires belief. You have to believe in a model that doesn't represent reality, that's being pushed by people who are not using the scientific method or any kind of measurement, that have no proof of curvature, and so on. So yeah, once you look into the evidence, then you
So you
get to a
think
point where
all of the video footage, everything that has been put out there is fake completely?
well, that's a big statement to make. I don't know what
Well,
video
I mean
footage you're referring to.
that's what
You'd
you're
have
pretty
to.
much saying.
What video footage of what? What video
Video, for
footage are you
example, the
referring?
video footage of Elon Musk sending his car Tesla and just recording the video of the Earth. And it just all these astronauts that have gone up there, all these space stations that have shot video of the Earth that's round. You think all of that is completely fake? That's what you're pretty much
Well,
saying.
like
No, it's not a big.
refraction.
It's not that it's a big statement. It's just that's what you're putting out there. You're 100%, sure
Of
that all of
course,
that
yeah. I
is
mean,
fake.
but it's not. I mean, if you're interested in that kind of thing, like some guys have put up some stuff there, like Elon Musk himself said, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. I mean, it's an absurdity. It's not even close to it being reality. And then, if you people have examined it more closely, like Miguel Souza put on there, and showed exactly how they produced this. Yeah, in the studio. I mean, there's no reason to think that what they're putting out there is real. There's zero reason to think that. It's not verifiable. Any kind of image, any kind of photography. We already know photography is a highly
I got a question.
manipulated thing. So there's no reason to think that it is real. Yes. What's your question?
Alright, so for like the argument about like people like going to space saying it's real, what if the government's just paying them to say that? The government's pretty rich,
Paying
Yes.
them to say it's real?
Yeah, saying like the Earth is flat and everything.
Oh, you mean? Oh, I hear you're saying that.
Or like
the government is paying people for a vast conspiracy to try to make people believe that the Earth is flat.
Or globe.
I mean, that's basically I mean, it's up to you. I don't know how you make decisions in your life. You can either go out and you can
I
do a
just
long.
flip a coin.
Okay, well, I wouldn't say that's a very good way to do it because you have a brain that's capable of logic and reason. So, we're here to tell you if anyone's interested, we can tell you how you could go out and make your own long distance observation to disprove the globe tomorrow if you cared enough. But if you don't want to do that, I mean, it's really not even necessary at this point. Like, for example, here, I'll give you a link in the voice text. Can you see live stream voice text there? The champion, is that who I was talking to? So those observations, that's just a small sampling of all the observations that we've compiled on the Flat Earth Wiki. And each one of these disproves the globe. When you have a model that's basically a mathematical model because it's giving us this radius of 3,959 miles, it's a sphere. So we're testing this model in reality because a sphere would have, definite
So
geometry that
what do
would
you think?
result in
What do
these
you think are?
objects disappearing
Sorry.
from your view, and they don't. You can see them all. So we don't, I mean, you could say, oh yeah, the government went and paid like
Okay, now
3,000 people or more. That's just the documented ones. I mean, people make observations all the day. To what? Like, to make people think the earth is flat? No, because these people are all just amateurs doing it on their own, and you could do it yourself. So that's not that's a conspiracy theory that doesn't hold water, that people are trying to get together to prove to you the earth is flat. All the weather balloons that show a flat horizon and so on, it doesn't hold water because you could
I use
go
the
and do it
bathroom.
yourself.
Can I
Whereas
be
the
excused,
space
please?
is a conspiracy theory that could easily be held up and in fact is. The champion, if you have something else to say, go ahead. I'm just trying to finish my thought. If you're no longer interested, there might be
Can
someone
I
else
use the
listening that
bathroom?
is. Yes, you may. Yes, you're
Okay.
excused.
Don't talk about too complicated stuff without me. I want to be in the conversation. I'm trying to understand everything,
Yeah, well, we'll get your response to what I just said when you come back.
Dandelion, real quick. I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to say you have like a very beautiful voice.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Beard King. Because
You're
your friend
welcome.
there made it sound like he wanted to escape as soon as possible.
Oh, I
Is he
don't know
also
that
your
guy.
friend? Is
No,
everyone
no,
in
I don't
all
know him.
caps your friend? If I put myself
No,
in all caps, then would I
just
be your friend too?
just Big John and Booty Hunter. I
Yeah,
don't
and
know
Booty
that
Hunter's
other
not
guy.
even in all caps. Why do you guys let him in your group when has lowercase letters in his name?
Yeah, and I'm still
I
thinking
know he's
about
a
it. I'm still
noob.
thinking about it.
He's not good enough for the all caps yet.
Okay, he has to progress in the ranks. He
Yeah.
has to go through a hazing ritual or something. I understand.
No, but you know what? I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna put myself in your shoes right now. Okay, the Earth is flat. What are the pros and what are the cons? The pros is that now we have a lot more unlimited space to cover and to know. You know, now we have a lot more. Like we just keep walking and keep going forward, and then there's always gonna be something new, right? Are you with me?
Yes, the pros of the flat Earth is that that is.
That's essentially what the best thing that it has. You know that of it being flat
Yeah, I'm
is that
surprised you brought that up when you're so new. I mean, like I can show people the
no,
the
because like
Admiral
I'm
Byrd
not gonna.
interview. Okay, well,
Like,
yeah, like for example, Admiral Byrd
no,
claimed,
1 second.
and his
Let me
team.
finish. Let
Okay,
me finish the thought. Let me
well,
finish the thought. Let me
yeah,
finish the thought.
okay,
And
finish
then
your thought.
now the what are the pros and the cons of it being of the negative things about being a globe? It can obviously feel like a trap, right? Like you like being okay. I'm in a bubble. You can actually feel very easier. Like that thought is very easier to get more anxious, feel more trapped, right? Feel more under controlled, right? If you feel like if you accept that reality of it being a bubble. The good thing about it being flat is that there's unlimited possibilities because there's always something new to see, something new to learn, something new to go, somewhere new to go, and it gives life a lot more possibilities. I think, what not from a perennial point of view. Um,
absolutely, Big John. I'm
Honestly,
impressed that you were
yeah.
able to
Like I'm like
distill
yeah.
that from your time in the server. Have you heard about flat Earth before coming here? Or is this new to you?
No, like me personally, whether it's flat or it's a bubble, I don't put my faith in it. You know, I don't put my hope in it. I don't, but I do just appreciate it for whatever it is or whatever it could be. I do
What
appreciate it.
about like the bottom side? Like, is it livable?
Probably. I mean, yeah, there's people on the ground right now.
Like with gravity and shit? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the bottom side of, because if it's flat, you know what I'm saying? Like, could that be livable or what?
All I know is this is an
I don't know if any other
amazing.
women wanted to take that question. That's a good question. Like Shine's just got here, but I don't know if she can talk or if anyone
Hello,
else
I'm
wanted
back.
to.
I can talk. I just got in though, so I didn't hear the question.
Oh, okay.
I
Can
was
you
just
repeat
looking
your
at that.
question for Shine's
Hey, Shines, how you doing?
beer gang? Yeah.
I'm good. How are you?
COVID beer gang.
I'm good. Do all the girls here have like beautiful voices, like soothing to hear y'all
Hey,
talk?
COVID, yo,
No,
relax, bro.
my question was like, so like the Earth is flat, yeah? Like the bottom side of it, is it livable?
What do you mean the bottom side of it?
Like
It's
the
just
bottom
flat,
of
bro.
it.
It's like a newspaper flat.
Hold
It
up.
just got a
Okay.
little bit of rocks.
I'm so confused. What do you mean the bottom side of it? Are you still like thinking of an Earth? Are you thinking of like a disc in outer space? What do you mean the bottom side?
That is what I'm thinking of right now. Is like a
Yeah, because
fucking
we
disc.
can't drill farther than I think it's like close to like 8-9 miles into the ground. We don't know what's underneath. Nobody knows
Oh,
what's
okay.
underneath. We don't know
That's what
what's
I
in the
wanted to
center,
know.
below
Like,
the Earth. Yeah, there's
so we don't even know what it looks like on the bottom.
no. If it was
Oh,
even if
okay.
it was a globe, they don't know what's in the center. Yet they're claiming what they think
Yeah,
is in the
yeah.
center as if it's fact, but it's not
Molten
that.
lava or something and
Well, yeah, they
fucking
say that it's molten
obsidian.
magnetic iron, and iron loses its magnetism once it heats to a certain degree, so it can't even be magnetic. So they're
I
lying
mentioned
on
I'm back.
multiple counts.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the champion's back. Yeah, so that was kind of what we said earlier. Some people have that misconception about the from the Flat Earth Society and the memes and so on that we think we're a disc flying through space, which we have no reason to think that, and we don't think that. So I don't know. The champion, did you have any response to?
I did not hear it. Can you repeat it?
Never mind. Never mind. I thought you had some response to what we were talking about before, which was the long distance observations. But if you don't, that's perfectly fine.
Oh, long distance observations, like things you see with the telescope?
No, things you see on the Earth that you shouldn't see if we lived on a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles. If you scroll up, let's put it back in here again if you want to take a look at it. It's all of these are observations that that wouldn't be possible if we lived on a globe of those dimensions. So,
like
but yeah, I don't know. I wanted to go back to the Lion of Yah because he was trying to find his microphone. I don't know if he found it, if he had any questions or comments. Are you there, Lion of Yah? And if not, or if you just whenever you do get your mic together, if you want to speak up, feel free. We also have Lloyd, that I don't think we've talked to before. If there's anyone in here that doesn't have a role, there's still a bunch of people in VC check-in, so you can go up there and get the VC verified role, so you'll be able to unmute yourself.
Yo, Booty, you don't have any input on this, bro? Questions or anything, bro?
Nah, I'm still learning more.
Okay.
Well, did you understand, Beard Gang? What's your response to what Shine said about how
I mean, it makes
think there is
sense.
another side? Okay, we don't have any
I just
reason
think,
to think there's another side. We don't know anything
yeah,
about that.
yeah. No, it's just fucked up. Like, if there's people actually out there in spaceships and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't they have like gone to? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I guess they're trying to. I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to have to
I'm still
repeat this a
learning as
third time.
well.
Maybe I'm not saying it right. I know, level up if you have another way to explain. I guess we
They're
haven't really
not
gone
really
over it
okay. Yeah,
about
I get
space.
you. I get
Yeah.
you. I get you.
But
It
we
just
haven't
got me
even
all
said
like
it.
fucked
You
up,
guys
bro.
keep saying you get me. You said you got me when I said that we don't think we're just flying through space, but then you guys asked another question. It's not like I'm upset with you. It's just like sometimes people don't realize how ingrained the stuff is in you, so that when we go over it, it's like, and we have to go over it again. It's fine. the vacuum of outer space is impossible for it to exist next to the atmosphere of the Earth. So we don't even accept their whole outer space like realm claims. We don't accept any of that. It's just
So you
there's the
don't
sky
even
that's
think
up
they've
there.
you don't even think they've gone to like the moon?
There's no credible evidence that anyone ever went to the moon. No, that's like the first thing. I haven't thought that for decades, you know,
Do you think
like
the moon? Do you think the moon is real?
obviously it's
What do
real.
you
I
mean
can
that
see
it's
it.
real? I mean, it's
Yeah,
there.
real.
Okay. No, I'm just wanted to make sure, you know.
Like, think
Nah,
about
yeah,
your
I mean,
questions.
like
You guys
the
said you're here to
pictures.
learn stuff. You said that you're here to learn stuff. You're trying to absorb information. So the best way to do that is by asking questions.
Yeah, that's what we're
And
doing. That's what we're
yeah, so
doing. Yeah.
ask questions and make sure, like, think about your questions. And it's there are no stupid questions. Like you even just saying, "Is the moon real?" Like that helps you to think about it. Like, well, yeah, it is
Yes.
real. We can see it, right? So like, it doesn't questions are.
Okay. So now the moon. Every time you look at the moon, it's obviously surrounded by a blackness, and there's obviously stars and things up there. So when people go over there and then they look back, what do you think they see?
People
They
don't
don't
go
go
over
over
there.
there.
Or
They
people never
don't
go
go
over there.
over there.
Or people
No,
have never gone over there.
no.
So
Okay.
let me
That's the
let
second
me
law of
ask.
thermodynamics. You can't leave. We have containment. There has to be containment because we have pressure. So how are they leaving the containment?
But there's
Well,
satellites
Go over
out there,
there.
right?
Satellites are
No,
not real. There's no evidence
weather
of them.
balloons.
there's no satellites either.
No, they're
Satellites
weather
don't
balloons.
exist. You have
They're
never seen a satellite fall into the ocean. They're not real. There's no proof.
What the hell?
Don't they burn up in the atmosphere if they're falling?
Okay.
Hold on, there's too many people.
Hang on.
Shh, there's
There's
too
way
many
too many
people
people.
talking at once. Yeah, let's
Yeah,
just
they
keep.
keep switching topics too. Before we
Yeah.
really get to talk about something, they'll just keep skipping around.
It's just a lot. It's a lot of. It's a new world, you know. That so
There's a
we
lot to
just
take in.
yeah.
The
We
moon
just
is
want to
round,
know.
So then
though.
when
Wait,
someone tries
hold
to
up.
answer, just let them finish the
It's
answer. So right
well,
now we're on, about outer space and why it is a claim that is not scientific. So Stein, did you have more to add about that?
yeah, I wanted to add the fact that when we are talking to people, we prefer to have it like a one-on-one, and we don't need a bunch of people jumping in. Let the ladies take care of it. Like, we'll answer the questions. We don't need other people to do it. We appreciate your enthusiasm, but it keeps it more organized where we can have a more fluent conversation and people don't jump in. So
I apologize.
no, it wasn't you. It was other people. We were talking to you, and then other people were jumping
Okay.
in. So
I'm
to
sorry, it was
ask a
me.
question if they want to ask a question next, then that's cool, and then we can have that one-on-one with them. It just keeps it more organized, so it's not chaos. That's all. It's no biggie. But yeah, what was your question about space specifically?
So, what is space for you, according to your belief? What do you think it is?
We have to believe it's there. I mean, yeah, you say that there's blackness around the moon. Well, sometimes the moon is out during the day and there's blue around the moon. So it doesn't depend on there being such a thing as a vacuum that somehow the atmosphere from Earth doesn't dissipate into, in spite of the fact that there's no barrier as far as the heliocentric model goes. Nothing to keep the air from just drifting out into this alleged space vacuum. And we know from every indication on Earth that if you have air pressure next to or gas pressure next to a vacuum, the gas will fill the space. So if Earth has air around it, it should have long ago dissipated into space, which has much more volume. The fact that it hasn't is telling us that this idea of a vast vacuum or near vacuum can't even be possible. It violates the laws of physics. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't lights in the sky. It doesn't mean they don't move overhead. It just means that there is no vacuum where air should be going because the air isn't going, therefore there isn't a vacuum. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool.
No matter what, like, we have air pressure, and no matter what, the fact that we have pressure means that there is containment. We have to be contained. So once you understand that, you understand that they are not leaving where we are to go into this other place. There's just no possible way for that to happen. So it comes down to, like, do you believe in the moon? Do you believe that there are actually satellites in space? Do you know about like that they're actually NASA, buys the most helium and that they use actually balloons in order to have, satellites out there, Wi-Fi and all that kind of stuff. It's central. It's not leaving outer space. If it were, the ISS would be seeing these satellites. Nothing is picked up. Like, you know what I mean? Like the ISS isn't even real. And now they're going to crash the ISS into the ocean and not even retrieve anything about it somewhere in the Pacific Ocean when it retires. Like everything that they say is a lie, and they cover it up very easily, and people just believe it.
Right, right.
Second law of thermodynamics, you can't escape. It's not happening. There's no leaving it unless they claim that there is some certain way to leave the containment, which
So you
how?
mean by the containment, you mean pretty much going beyond from what we can see in the like looking upward, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
By containment, you mean going beyond from what we can see when we look up.
By containment, I mean that we have to have containment in order to have pressure. So no matter where that actually is, there is containment. We can't leave. That has to be contained. Like if you think of a soda can and you open the soda can, that pressure valve is then released, and then all of that gas starts dissipating out of that top, and that soda can will go flat. All the gas, there would be no more pressure. So we have pressure. There is no flip of the soda can. And if you were to flip the soda can, everything that's in here, all that pressure would dissipate. Entropy would ensue. So there is no leaving this place. If there is pressure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it kind of does. Kind of does.
What if like a bubble though? Like, what if the Earth is like a bubble though?
So then the bubble would pop. And if you think about a bubble, so when they do things like, it's a bubble, bubbles contain things on the inside, not the outside, right? It's containment within, not like something where everything is living on the outside of a bubble. There is no pressure on the outside of a bubble. The pressure is on the inside of it. And if that bubble were to pop, boop, entropy ensues and the bubble is gone. So Earth isn't a bubble where people are living on the inside. That's like some concave, that's a different realm of theories. That
Earth is just flat ground where people just walk around, right?
Yeah, it's horizontal. Everything is level and horizontal. Level and horizontal. There's no defined. There's elevation changes.
Do you think that anybody has ever gotten to the end of it?
No, because we can't go beyond. We can't go towards the north. That's blocked off. Not even airplanes or anything. If you look it up, they can't fly. It's like I think it's 500-mile radius that airplanes are not allowed to go towards the north. And then after the 60th parallel south, nobody's allowed to freely travel beyond that. So no, we don't know what's exactly at the center, and we don't know what's exactly going on beyond the 60th parallel. So that would all be speculation. We can only talk about
How many miles is the 60th parallel?
The 60th parallel is the 60th parallel is where it is around Antarctica, right? So the outer circle, like if you think of a lake, that's like the shoreline. We're not allowed to go beyond that. What's beyond that? I have no idea what that distance is because nobody has done that. And if they have, we're not being reported back of what actually is out there.
Right. Probably a whole bunch of mansions. All these millionaires.
Yeah, like a while back, I put that Admiral Byrd video in there. I guess I can find it and put it back in there. But yeah, Admiral Byrd, when he explored Antarctica, said that he and his team saw a continent beyond
Larger than the United
Antarctica.
States. Yeah.
Larger than the United States.
Larger than North America, yeah.
Yeah. So, that's what he said.
And he has a point there when he said, it'd be mansions and rich people. There's things that are actually named after, like, what is it, like the Walmart family or Walgreens? Like, the names of the places in Antarctica are actually, like, corporations. Like, it's crazy what those lands are actually called. Does anybody have a map of that with the names of all the territories?
I've seen that before. Maybe somebody will come up with that for us.
I can't remember if it's or, like, Walmart. There's some, like, weird shit going on.
We've also got Stir Cobblins. What?
Rockefeller Mountains.
Oh, Rockefeller Mountains. Okay, yeah,
Yep.
maybe somebody's
Yep.
got that
That
for
too.
us. Stir Coblin is here in the voice text saying that he wants to contribute to the
This is the
discussion. I
one
don't know
that's
if you
not
had
a
a.
troll? The not a
I don't
troll?
know. I don't know. Stir Coblin, are you there? Did you have something you wanted to say or ask? You're not a prover or a disprover. So, did you have a question for us?
I have a question.
Okay, Snowflakes does. Go ahead. Stir Coblin, if you decide to speak up later, just let us know. You don't have to wait to be called on. Yes, Snowflakes, go ahead.
So on the globe model, right? They assume there's gravity, right? They say that gravity has less attraction the higher you go up, or the farther you're away from gravity. Correct? Like it's less strong at like a greater distance, right? That's what they say, right?
They say.
Yeah. So if near the core of the Earth, right, or at the ground, if you're very close to it, how come birds can easily take off with those little tiny wings of them?
Right. And on the opposite end, where it's supposedly the weakest, farthest away, is where they say gravity somehow becomes a barrier or container for the gas of the atmosphere, which makes zero sense at all.
Well, they also say that helium, which, defies this whole gravity thing, helium rises, and they say before, when I was growing up, they said it was a closed system. This is a closed system. Gases are getting out, blah, blah, blah. That's what I was taught in school. We even see Bill Nye saying it on his show for kids, right? It's a closed system. But yet now they're saying that gases actually do leave and helium is leaving. And that's why we don't have that much helium. So how does that happen if we have pressure and containment? And when you actually really start thinking about, birds being able to fly up, or if you take a golf ball and a golf ball actually drops down, but then you put it in water, you drop it down in water, hold it down, let it go, it'll float back up again, right? So it all has to do with density, buoyancy, a multitude of different things. And even electrostatics has way more of a power than they're even saying that gravity does. And you can't isolate that in order to prove gravity. So they've basically just created a story that this gravity is what's keeping things down. When you really think about it, every single part of it falls apart. Every part of it.
Interesting.
Yeah. Plus, there are a lot of like flaws in Newton's, calculations and stuff. In theory, there's a lot of like holes in that. And then Einstein tried to improve it, and then he also made a few mistakes here and there, or he wasn't aware of certain things and kind of misinterpreted like certain things.
My brother wants to speak. Is that okay? My younger brother.
Yes, does he use Discord terms of service?
Yeah. He's
Okay.
just a year younger than me.
Okay, sure.
Question. If the Earth is flat, then why is all the other planets circle?
Holy shit. Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted.
He sounds way younger than a year younger than you.
He has to speak.
I think that's the best
But
one
the
I
thing,
heard.
well, if all the billiard balls on a pool table are round, does that mean the table's round?
Not really.
No.
Nope. So we can't look at the sky and see all the
check this
round
out.
things
But
and then say that what we're on, it must be round too.
listen, but the planets are not on the Earth. They're obviously outside.
Why are you
Right.
calling them planets?
Yeah.
Whatever the balls, whatever you want to call it.
Why
The
are you
balls,
calling
they're
them
not-
balls? Wait. Why are you calling them balls? Does anybody have the GIF of whether it's circular
Are
or
they
not?
not
Can somebody
balls, or
post
are they
that?
flat? Are they
Hold up.
flat too?
Let me show you this real quick. Does anybody have that? Can somebody post that in the main chat?
John has a
Karen-
lot of
Karen
experience
B.
with balls.
The Karen B video. whether it's circular or not.
I know
or
the
not.
one you mean. I hope somebody has. I think we might
Me
have made
too.
it into a meme, so I'm not sure
It
what it's
was.
called. I'll
That's
see
what
if
I
I
mean.
can find it. I'll see if I can find it.
And if we can walk him through this, you might understand. It might really help him.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Let me see if I can find it on YouTube. If
Yeah,
somebody
that's
gets
the main
to it
thing.
first.
That's the main thing, is assuming that we're on a planet in
We're
the
not on a
first place.
planet, right?
Right.
We're just
So
on
why
ground.
does it matter what? Yeah, why does it matter what things are in the sky? You know, what it has nothing to do with what we're standing on.
How do you? I mean, how do you know we're not standing on pretty much the same thing?
Okay,
Well,
I
that's
found it.
your burden of proof.
Okay.
Okay, so I found it. So if you can go into the main chat and press play and watch this. Tell me when you press play because we'll watch it together.
Hey, question. Why is everything else around round, but we are flat? The Earth is flat.
That's why we're gonna watch this video. Look at the main text. I just posted it. My name is Shines. Underneath
Where is
Shines,
it?
you'll see a video that says Karen B. Is it spherical? It's in the live stream voice text. And when you guys are ready to press play, let me know and we'll press play. And then you should guess before she answers the question. Guess, is it spherical? Is it not spherical?
Hold on. Let's see. Get into it.
I just posted it. You might have to scroll up a bit. You'll see Grim posted. A line of circles. Live stream voice text. It's right above us. Right where the live stream is, the one right above.
Right,
Okay,
the one
cool.
that's got the little purple colors.
What purple colors? The live stream voice text. The last post that was posted in the live stream voice text, you can see non sequitur was just posted.
So you don't think nothing spins? So the moon doesn't spin, the Earth doesn't
Why
spin.
are we changing subjects?
Hold on, no. You need to go through this with Shines before you go on to something else. So if you can't find the video that she's talking about, it's at
No, I'm watching
45
the video, but throughout I'm watching the video, I'm having questions. So I don't know. Maybe you could ask them later. Answer them later.
Okay, so yeah, you need to watch the video. So when your guys are ready to press play, we can press play. Is everyone ready to press play?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, ready? Press play. Can you guess which one is a sphere?
How would we know? What if I told you that
Thank
there's
you
a
for doing that.
object that is not spherical?
I know.
Can you tell what it is?
Which one is it?
Can you tell me how you do it? How would we even know the distance? I can tell you that they are 100 feet away and you will believe it. But they can only be 10 feet away.
And I can tell you that they are 10 meters in diameter, but they could only be 5 centimeters in diameter. You can never know using your camera.
Please look at them carefully. Here is the only object that is not spherical here. Here it is. I bet you thought it would be another one. But it will blow your mind if I tell you that this second object is also not spherical, and it's
Yo, what happened?
I don't know. The sound cut out. I'm just waiting for everybody to finish watching it. So when they have
Oh,
their
my bad.
yeah, I don't know. I can't hear it anymore either.
Yo, COVID is so interesting, right?
Yeah.
I like it.
So I mean, if you guys are done watching it, then do you understand now that you can look at something and you can't tell until you actually physically are there to touch it? It can
Right,
look,
right,
it's
right.
we are surrounded by optical illusions all day. Everything we see is basically an optical illusion. You know, if you take away one eye, you see differently than if you have two eyes. Our eyes are round, and we're experiencing this world in a way that is showcasing it in a way that is always an optical illusion to help us with our dimensions and how far away things are and things along those lines. So when you look at these different things, you couldn't tell. Everyone always gets it wrong. People, I mean, David Weiss does this on videos all fucking day long. Sorry for cussing, but they're like, that one's a sphere. Oh no, wait, that one is it. Oh wait, that one is it. Oh my goodness, none of those were spheres except for the last one. Like we can be deceived through the way that we witness things. So to say that the planets, quote unquote, which actually are just wandering stars, that they
So
are round.
don't they have image of Saturn having rings like going around
It
or
looks like
moving
an eye. It looks like an eyeball, Saturn.
like an eyeball?
And yeah, and no, there's nothing to showcase in any way, shape, or form that any of those are actually spheres.
Okay, so another thing, you don't think the Earth is moving, and you don't think that the moon is moving, and you don't think the sun is moving. They're just
No, no,
there,
no, 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 no. The sun and the moon are like
right?
clockwork up above us. We are standing still. The Earth is not moving, but what we witness up in the sky, that is rotating like clockwork. The Saros cycle is an 18-year cycle where everything repeats. And this is where like 369 come in handy. Like it really is based off of that. Like it's a pattern, and it moves in synchronicity with an 18-year plan with the eclipses and all these different things. It repeats every year with the zodiac, right? Those stars repeat. The planets, and even when they say the planet is going into retrograde, that planet might actually just suddenly be, planet might actually just be moving slower during that period. So it makes it look like it's going backwards. That could be an optical illusion. It might not actually be moving in a different direction. It might just be going slower. There are many optical illusions that people just bought into and are like, oh, that's what they said it was because they're smarter than us. So that must be what it is. That doesn't make it so. And people need to start thinking, broader and deeper and with a lot of logic, and know that just because people have paperwork doesn't mean that they're the smartest in this world, that we should just
Right,
blindly believe them.
right. I believe that.
Like, what is it that makes you think that the earth is moving? Do you have any kind of evidence whatsoever that the earth is moving?
I mean,
The sun, where it's dark and light,
Why does
or
that
is the
make it
sun
seem like
moving
like
around
honestly,
us?
I'm gonna
I
be
don't know.
honest. I don't think like there's so much. Like I know it's all connected and everything is all one thing affects the other and the other and the other. One lie leads to another and the other, and that's perfectly fine. But I don't think none of this is gonna matter when I die. The only thing that's gonna matter is whether how I live my life, and I don't think how I
well,
live my
that's not
life
true.
really. I mean, how I live my I think it's pretty
So
true.
I think that it does matter. And let me tell you why. I think it matters because if people woke up to the absolute lies that we have been told and the control that we have over us, this world would change in a drastic way. And our children wouldn't have to go to these fake wars and do all this crazy stuff and be indoctrinated in school
But
systems. And
do you think that comes from from the Earth being
yeah,
around?
that's one of the biggest lies that they've told us. That's one of the very biggest lies because they're hiding the creator. When you look at the world and understand that
They're
it
what?
is,
Because they're what?
they're hiding the creator, that we were created. They're saying
Right.
that we just came from nothing. That
Yeah.
there's no this is we were created. And so when you
Yeah.
hide the creator, you take
Hundred
away
percent.
people's actual free will. You take away their understanding of how important every single person here is. You take
Yeah.
away,
Of course.
so when people wake up to that and they realize that they were created and that we can come together, and that, not letting our children be indoctrinated in school systems and not allowing them to bow down to these governments that are totally tyrannical and insane, it will change the world. So yeah, it does make a difference on how you act during your lifetime. And this is a big way to step up and be like, I'm not down with this. I
But
don't want, I'm not going to be lied to.
this is all like everything like I know what you're saying, and you have a point to a certain extent, but none of this goes essentially to who we are. It's all material. You're talking about material like the earth. Earth is just dirt. No, and like we
No.
and no, let me
No.
finish, please. Let
Are
me
you
finish, please.
sure about that?
No, I don't think so. I think what is it? Like at the end of the
Sorry.
day, the most the most essential things we are is who we are, not in the knowledge of what we see, because we obviously know that everything we see is temporary. You know, eventually, just like life, baby's born, eventually it dies. Eventually,
Yeah, and how
trees.
do you want to live here? What do you want to pass down to the next generation and the
The
generation
only
after that, and the
thing, the
generation
only
after
thing
that?
that you can actually give people is hope, is faith, and that's
You can give
God,
them
because we can't
honesty
do that.
and
Yeah, yeah, and
honesty. And so exposing the lies and allowing people to realize that they have been lied to by these people, whoever they are that are running
so
this
you
and
think you
controlling all
think
of
you
this.
think you think the whole world is or pretty much the major powerful leaders are in a plot to
Yeah,
have us all pinned
obviously.
down, have us
Yes,
all pinned down.
of course they are.
Okay.
Even without even if you take away, even if you took away the whole entire flat earth thing, you can witness it by the division. Everything is and not in a good way. Like if I'm with my
Yeah, but
husband, I'm like, hold
that's
up.
not about. Go ahead, go ahead.
If I'm
Oh
with my
shit, you're
husband
married?
and we have like a dirty house and like need to go grocery shopping, we have a good divide and conquer system. We're like, let's divide and conquer. You go do the grocery shopping, I'll clean the house, then we can have more time together as a family because we aren't having to do both those things together, right? We can enjoy more time. The way that they divide and conquer is by every single position, every single idea that you can possibly imagine. They're splitting people apart. They're making everyone argue against everything. It comes down to like every single fiber of what people think, that if people are in agreement about this, then they aren't in agreement about that, right? Like they are dividing and conquering people. When people start to realize that and they understand, especially the biggest lies, people will come together and they'll start to wake up and then they'll start to see it. And once you start to see it, it literally is just like the Matrix. You can't go back into it unless you want to blindly just be like, you know what, be like Cypher, like the meat tastes better here. I'm going to, go back into the lies. But for the most part, most people, once they see what these lies are, they never go back and they start to witness more of it. And then you can't unsee it. And it kind of sucks in the beginning. You're like, this is horrible. And nobody believes what I'm saying and blah, blah, blah. But more and more people are waking up.
Yeah,
And
like
that's why
I
they're coming
understand.
down even harder now.
You're obviously very, very passionate about what you believe, and that's awesome.
Okay, hold
You
on. Before we go on with
Yeah.
this topic here, because
Oh,
I feel like you're not really hearing her. But
I'm
anyway,
hearing
I
her
agree.
perfect. I'm
yeah.
hearing her. I'm just
Okay.
the only thing that I'm saying is that
Before we get too far from the video, we have a question from
what
the voice text about the spherical video. But go ahead, give out your final thoughts. It is important. You don't see that it's important. We've addressed this several times. That's fine. From your perspective, we understand
I
that
think
you won't see
everything
it. And we're telling you that if you actually followed through on this quest to
I
the
think
end,
everything
you
is
would see
important.
it and it would make a difference.
Everything is important. Everything has because everything has power, for whether it's for a good thing or a bad thing. So everything affects others in a way or another. So everything is important. Um, the only thing I think is just we're living a temporary existence here on Earth, and we're focused
Okay, yeah, we
on
got that, Big John. Okay, so hold on. That's Big
on
John talking,
things.
right? Because he's not lighting up for me for some reason. Am I still coming
Yeah,
through?
it's me. Yeah,
Okay. So anyway, Big John, just to let you know, because I can tell you're really into like the metaphysical talk and all that. We also have like a chill channel down there, religion, spirituality, and so on that we talk about other stuff. Like in the live stream, we don't mind like veering off into that area about why it's important. Like you've been told by multiple people why we're saying it's important, and you are
I know
not
it's important.
accepting that. I
I know it's
understand.
important.
So anyway, and you're
I
just
am.
continuing on with the same thing you were saying before. So anyway, the question about somebody has a question about the Karen B video about the spherical where, and that was that was addressing the little brother of somebody else. I think that was
Yeah.
Champion's little brother. Yeah. So the point of that video, we should probably go back to the champion first for the reaction, but then also Sir Coblin has a further question. I hope Sir Coblin is going to be able to talk to us. Anyway, Did you understand that the point of that was because when you're asking all these questions, like, why is the Earth flat if everything else is a ball? You were questioning your claim that the other things are a ball. That's thing one. And thing two, it has no relation, like Level Up pointed out. It doesn't matter what other things are because we aren't those things. So what they are is, a different category. It's a category error. So yeah, did you or your brother have any reaction to the spherical video, the champion?
My brother got bored listening to you guys and left like 10 minutes ago.
But did he watch the video?
Yeah, he watched the video.
Oh, that's good news. Just that he watched that makes me happy because I feel like that is a good video, makes an impression on people. So that was a good idea, Sean, to
You could
bring that up. Yeah, good
you
idea.
could tell him I said he's rude.
So anyway, Stir Coblin, are you willing to get on the mic and ask your question about the video?
Who's Sir?
Well, hop on. Hop on.
I'm going to put that in my playlist so I don't lose it again, Shines. I got to go up there and find.
Yeah, I thought it was
Yo.
one of those things where you can do like the exclamation point, whatever. But
I found that it was while you were finding the video.
Okay, cool.
But then it's just a GIF where it doesn't have the
Oh,
voice.
that works. That works too. But the voice is kind of cool. Like it really does walk you through.
Yeah.
Is Stir Coblin muted? He's not muted, right? Like you can come in here and talk.
Stir Coblin, you have VC. Oh, he is muted. I don't know why, because he has
he is
VC
muted.
verified.
Oh,
Okay,
there you go.
but he didn't have
I
the
was
red
wondering.
mic for me. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, okay, you should be able to talk now. I don't know why you were muted before, but now you're not.
Hello.
Hello, good to see you.
Okay, so he's talking now. He's gonna go ask a question.
Yeah,
Yo,
he's
chill out, John.
Let him talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, should I go now?
Yes, you're
Okay.
free to speak.
All right. So regarding that video, so I really like that showing like how perspective can change how you perceive things, right? And you are showing this two-dimensional perspective of 4 different things and asking which one of these is flat. And I got it wrong. I thought number 2 was flat.
No, I was asking which one is spherical, not flat.
Yeah, but I was thinking which one is flat.
Okay.
And but my question about that video is right at the end with the moon. So if I am standing on the surface of the Earth, regardless of it's a flat or globe or anything, and I am looking at the moon, how can I know it's a globe or flat? Because a picture from the surface of the moon can show it as a globe, or it can show it as flat. I cannot tell the difference, because your argument about perspective and that thing, it goes both ways, right?
What do you? I don't understand your question.
It's all facts.
Well, hold up.
Yeah,
let
because
us talk to him.
the whole video is about perspective and how you perceive things with depth perception, right?
Yes.
Yeah. How can that argument not go both ways when you look at the moon?
Yeah.
He thinks people went to the moon. That's the problem.
So the whole thing here. So I get what you're saying. So you're saying, okay, so it could be any of them. So you're saying it could be spherical. Is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, because according to the argument being stated, that same argument could be going both ways. I'm just pointing out that this particular argument is not
no. I get what you're
definitive.
saying. I get what you're saying.
Because I look at the moon and I'm thinking it is a globe, but I see it as 2D. Or on the other side, I think of it as 2D, but it could be 3D. But I don't know, because like the video very eloquently points out, this argument goes both ways.
Yeah.
I don't know how it can go both ways.
No. So what he's saying is that we don't know what it is, and so his point is that because we don't know what it is, it could be spherical, right?
It
That's
could be
what he's
flat
saying.
or it could
That
be spherical. Depends on what you want to
okay.
believe.
What were you
So
going to
I
add, Level Up?
also,
Oh, you got something.
I just wanted to say what I was trying to say since the beginning is that I tagged you. It sucks because it's just a link. It didn't post any picture with it. I'm going to post it again. This is from Tesla Universe. This is Tesla's papers on it, and even Tesla declared that the moon is moving just like a record player. We never see the other side of it. So while people are claiming that it's spherical, no one has ever seen the other side of the moon except for these
It's
quote
always
unquote.
just the same picture.
Nobody's ever seen the other side of the moon except for this satellite that went on the other side, took a picture. It looks like it's absolutely ridiculous. Doesn't look real. And papers from Tesla says it rotates just like a record player. And that is what we actually see. We don't
I
ever
thought
see any
satellites don't
other side
exist.
to it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That it looks
Oh, I'm
ridiculous.
sorry.
The satellite
sorry.
went out there and took a photo of it, and it looks absolutely ridiculous.
So
But
the
this
moon
video,
the moon that we see, like the same
we always see the
picture that
same
we
face of
see,
it.
we've always seen that since the first moon that we started to see. It's always been
We've
the same one.
never seen the other side of the moon
That's what
ever.
you mean.
It's like
Ever.
only ever seeing the heads of a quarter and never seeing the
Right.
tail
Like
side.
you always
Uh,
exactly. You always seen the same picture. Okay. Yeah.
real quick, can I like ask something?
Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right.
Maybe Mrs. Gitsit will want to address it if you're lucky. She just joined
Yeah,
us. Good
yeah.
to see you, Mrs. Gitsit.
Well, and
I
Level
hope
Up
she
wanted
got
to say
a
something too. Oh, hi,
welcome.
Mrs. What's
I
up,
hope she
Mrs.
got a
Gitsit?
cute voice too. All right. So like, basically, like,
Well,
so
Level Up,
how
I'm sorry,
does?
you were right, Shines. Hold on before you keep going. Level Up had something else to say about that last topic before you keep
Oh, okay.
going.
My bad. My
Shut
bad.
up 1 second, Kobe, please.
My bad. My
No,
bad.
no,
Sorry.
it's not his fault. It was my fault. Shines reminded me that Level Up had something to say. Go ahead, Level Up.
Shut
I'm
up,
trying to
Kobe.
remember what I was going to say, but the thing is that I think it had to do with the fact that first, if it can go both ways, the first thing you have to do is prove that you can go there and look back at the Earth. And if you did, I don't know, people in the chat, or one person in the chat is saying that, well, see, this picture of the Earth being so small is because of perspective, but it really isn't, because if we are told that the moon is approximately 1/4 the size of Earth, and we know what the moon appears to be from standing on Earth looking at the moon, then if you're on the moon standing looking at the Earth should appear 4 times bigger in the sky than the moon does from here. And yet it's very small. And they'll say, well, it depends on your camera angle, but it doesn't, because the camera angle doesn't make the moon change size here, so it wouldn't make the Earth change size, especially without an atmosphere. So the door doesn't swing both ways, because A, you can't prove anybody's been there to look back at the Earth, and B, the pictures they tell us are from the moon to the Earth have the moon, or have the Earth way too small, 1/4 of the size it should be. But there's a whole bunch of other things I could say, but I can wait till later.
Okay,
Thank
can
you.
I come back to that?
Yeah, we should finish this topic before we go on to your next
Yeah.
question, Big John. So just hold
Yeah.
on to it. Yeah, go ahead, Stair Coblin. What is your
Yo, Big John, my boy Big John don't sound like that.
Well, yeah.
Oh no,
Whoever
it was
wants
my
to has the new
question.
question, we're just putting that on the table until Sir Coblin has a chance to respond
Yeah.
to what was just said.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
what I was meaning with the argument going both ways was not from the Earth and the Moon both ways. I'm talking about both ways for an observer on the Earth. Because I am standing here on the Earth and I look up at the Moon and I see this round shape. And according to that video, that round shape could be concave, it could be flat, it could be global, it could be anything. Because my perspective in this distance just is irrelevant, because that's what this video is pointing out. Your perspective can trick you. So what I am pointing out is that when you look up at the moon, your visual cues cannot say that it is flat. It cannot say it is a globe. It cannot
No one is
say...
saying the moon is flat. We know it is not a rock in space, and it's definitely not something that you can travel to because you can tell, like, what you're saying is true, and you said it before. You cannot, just by looking at the moon, know if it's a sphere or not. What's the problem for you is there's multiple sides to a sphere. We only see one side, so you can't really say there's other sides until you see them. And then
Mom, I'm
here's
on an
another thing:
important
is
call.
we know the
Let her
moon.
Come
talk.
on.
Let her talk.
Yes.
And we
Well,
know
sorry
the
about
moon is
that.
not. We know the moon is not also where they went because of its brightness. So the inverse square law of light pretty much says that as you get further away from something bright, it gets less bright, and as you get closer to something that's bright, it gets more bright. So the fact that when they're on the moon, it looks so dull, it's not illuminating any light at all when they're standing on the moon. And then here on Earth, it's super bright. That shows right there. Your eyes, yes, your eyes cannot tell you that the moon is a sphere or not, but your eyes can tell you that they didn't go there in the Apollo video. Can tell you that just
And
by
our
how bright it is.
minds can tell us that we didn't go there due to the second law of thermodynamics. Like, so
Yeah,
we've
yeah,
never seen the other side, right?
Yeah, there's so
pretty,
many things.
pretty much what we're arguing is also like a deceptive plan of humanity to deceive humanity, of humans to deceive humans to thinking to these ideas that they allow themselves to have more and more power over them, right? So it's easier to control people if they think they're in a globe. And what you're saying is,
Now you're
if we're
getting it.
right, that's that's what I'm getting. But like the root of that is always it starts from the heart. Yeah, I mean it's not like anything. Like the real important issue is the state of the heart that's evil. You know that in this case we're being manipulated by other people. You know,
Yeah.
so how do we solve that issue? That's the root
By
of everything.
by waking people up to the lie.
How do
It's
you
just
how
like
do
when
you
hold up. So it's
how do
just
you do
like
that?
kids. So it's just like kids growing up and realizing that Santa isn't real or the tooth fairy isn't real. People start to wake up to that and then they realize that it, was a lie. So the more people that start exposing the lies, the more people that will wake up to it. It's as simple as that. You go out into the real world, you experience the world as it actually is, you talk to people who are, debunking the lies that we have been told, and you keep sharing that information with people. And the more people that come to realize Santa isn't real and the tooth fairy aren't real, it was a lie, the easier it will be for us to, gain control back of our own lives and have free will and have people understand that there is a creator and that, we are important and moving forward.
Who do you think for you is a creator, somebody that you can identify?
Hold on, before we got off the moon and we weren't done with that topic, Big John. I'm sorry if that was your next question that we were putting on the shelf, but
Okay.
William, who I don't think has spoken yet, had a question still about the moon before we get off the moon.
Y'all
So,
still haven't came to me for
William,
my question. This
who
is
is the other person that's
discrimination.
waiting? Oh, Beard Gang. Okay, I'm sorry. Beard Gang's in line, and then Big John after we finish the moon topic.
Go
So,
Beard
I'm
Gang,
sorry,
come
Beard Gang.
on.
I
Well,
get you
shit,
too
I don't remember.
confused. Yes.
I don't remember what I was
I
gonna say now. Goddamn.
Oh, while we're talking to William, please don't flush your toilet. Thank
Yes,
you. Well,
and
I'm
please
just
don't
gonna have
go
to
on
ban
mute.
That
that
was
person, the Big Show, if you
Just
do
go
that
on
again.
mute.
So I'll
Go
just put him
Beard.
in cognizant for a little while.
Perfect.
Don't fart on the
you don't mean no
microphone.
harm.
But anyway, William, can you talk now? You had a question about the moon.
We're civilized people, man. Question about the moon, William?
Oh, he's muted. Okay, hold on. I don't know. These VC verified people are coming in here server muted. I'm
Yeah,
gonna have to
and
remember
it's not
that.
showing up
Hey,
either.
thank
It
you.
doesn't show like a red mic. It just shows
Yeah,
them
I
as
don't know. There's
regular.
something weird going on because usually, yeah, you'd have a red mic if you were server muted. So
Something's
thank you for
happening in
explaining that.
here.
Yeah, we survived. We figured it out. All right. So, what was your question
Excellent.
about the moon?
Yeah, so I saw the image about which one? Well, there's image juxtaposing the satellite, the geostationary satellite image with the with the image from the surface of the moon. I guess two things. One, the video that you showed about objects and not being able to quite tell, but something I'd like to ask about is really camera angle. So we all know that if we take a if we take a photo of something with a wide angle, it will look smaller in the photo than if we take it if we take a photo where the lens angle is smaller and the image is containing only those objects, right? So that's I'm wondering if that's something that is considered. So maybe if you were to have on that geostationary camera the same kind of angle in the lens as you had on the surface of the moon, then I mean it would make the picture useless because you'd have these tiny dots. But what are your thoughts on that one?
I would just say that it's about relative sizes. When we're standing on the Earth and you see the moon relative to, the horizon or whatever, all is your view of the sky. The stars are little pinpoints. The sun is the biggest thing. The sun and the moon are about the same size. They're much bigger than the stars. So we're talking about relative size. So even if you had a wide angle lens or a fisheye lens, you would be able to tell that the Earth should be, if you're standing on the moon, should be 4 times bigger with any lens that you see standing here looking at the moon. So it's about relative sizes. It wouldn't really, I wouldn't buy that excuse, is what I'm saying.
So going with that relative size, the moon, when we look up in the sky, if we measure the sky based on like arc seconds, right? So we just draw a circle, and you can only see half of it in the sky. The rest of it goes around. You could just draw a circle like with a compass, just going straight through the moon, from one point in the horizon through to the opposite point in the horizon, right? And that would be 180 degrees. And when we do that, and then we measure how many of those degrees the moon occupies in the sky, we get half. So we get a half, we call it a half arc second. So the problem with the moon photos is that we don't have a way to say, well, the Earth in that photo is occupying X arc seconds, right? Because we don't have a like a sweeping shot. We don't have some kind of composite of images that we can put together and then demonstrate. Okay, the Earth takes up a half arc second. Okay, that's or it takes up what it should is 2 arc seconds.
Right.
So we don't I guess my point is we don't have that perspective in that photo.
Well, granted that the photos we're allegedly getting from the moon don't have enough context to give us anything definite, but the thing is that 4 times bigger than the moon is a huge difference. It should be noticeable to the naked eye, regardless of how many arcs.
William, your story was cool and all, bro, but how come the moon is so much brighter when we look at it here on Earth than in the Apollo footage?
I guess which Apollo footage? I'm not trying to evade.
The first one. When they first walk on it.
No matter what, the light from the moon should be getting brighter and brighter and brighter as they get to the moon, and the moon, when they were there, should be brighter than the frickin' sun. Like, it should have been so bright. There's no brightness to it whatsoever. It's
inverse square law.
Yep.
Inverse square law of light demands that as you get further away from a light source, it's less bright. I believe it's like a quarter lumens every. I don't know the exact thing, but it's exactly as we observe in reality. As you get closer to a light source, it gets brighter, and as you get further away, it gets less bright. So here on Earth, the moon can be very bright, especially when it's a full moon. It's extremely bright. But all the footage of the astronauts on the moon landing, the moon is not illuminating at all. And if it was, it should be so bright. I think Shines just said that we shouldn't even be able to see the astronauts at all.
Idea. I hadn't really thought about that one too much.
This is the thing, as I don't necessarily want to hear your personal philosophy. I want to know the
No, it's.
the actual explanation for it.
I think I have something that might pass as that, but you'll be the judge of that. I would ask, what if you stood on a mirror? So if you were looking at a mirror and you had a light shining on it that was coming back at you, and it was really bright, and that mirror is super bright, then you went and you stood on that mirror. Would the mirror necessarily be really bright? And then let's
It
say
would
not
be extremely bright. It would be extremely bright.
And the moon isn't a mirror. Are you saying that now you're philosophizing that the moon is a mirror?
Well, it acts as a reflective surface. I'm starting with a mirror, and then you could work back to something that's a little bit less reflective.
No, we're talking about a rock. It's a rock. We're not talking about a mirror. We're talking about a rock.
Yeah,
I know.
It's
Literally
not
a
even
secondary rock.
reflective.
It's not a mirror.
See,
But
the
it
moon, if the moon
reflects the
were a
light.
mirror, if the moon were a mirror, you would see a reflection of the Earth in it. It's not a mirror. It's refracting light. It's not reflecting light because. So you can't use that analogy because otherwise you would see the Earth when you looked at the moon because it would be a mirror. So that analogy doesn't work. But I just want to say also,
I guess instead of a mirror, maybe a big sheet of paper. So if you were to shine a light at a big sheet of paper,
That's even sillier.
Right.
Rock.
I mean,
a rock has more reflection than a piece of paper does.
I've got a less silly example.
Plus,
I'm trying to use like an analogy to kind of understand
Yeah,
how
but the problem
this might
is
work.
this is the problem though, Globers. This is the problem. Is we don't really care about your philosophy. We want to know what the experts say because we cannot just debate like William's philosophy on the earth. We're here to debate the globe model and all the things that encompass that.
Right. I just want to add a couple of little things. Well, one is that remember that the light has to go nearly 250,000 miles on its bouncing around from the Earth to the moon. So that's a problem for a lot of reasons. But also, in any picture, if you see Earth rising from the moon, that's impossible. The moon always faces the Earth the same size. So if you're on the bright side of the moon, the Earth must be in the middle of the sky. It can never be at the horizon.
No, because that would be from the Earth's perspective, somewhere in the waning or waxing phase.
It doesn't even matter. If you're on the moon and it's lit, you're on the bright side of the moon, you are facing Earth. Therefore, the Earth should be in the middle of the sky.
I'm sorry, like I'm sorry, can I like interrupt like for a second? I'm really sorry. My boy Big Show got kicked. He has never spoken or anything. He just flushed his toilet. He didn't mean to. And it was loud, I guess. I don't know. Can we bring him back
You're
in
saying
here?
we should forgive him? I guess on your word, Beard Gang, since you asked me 2 original questions when you first came in here, I will let him be free on your word. So if he flushes his toilet again, it's not going to be pretty. All
Just
right.
make sure he's on mute. If he's not talking, put him on mute. And when we're talking to people, everyone should be on mute. It's ladies' night.
He's actually like a very shy guy. Like he probably won't even talk. He must have like unmuted his mic when he was getting off the toilet or something. I'm really sorry. Like he's like.
You think it was really an accident? I mean, that's possible. I just assumed it was
I'm
deliberate since he
sorry.
unmuted, then flushed, then muted right away again. But it's fine on your word, Beard Gang, on the all caps gang. I'll go for it.
It sounded like a sound box effect.
I don't know what it was, but he's like,
Could
yo,
have been
why
that
did
'cause
I?
it was so clear. I know.
He was like, why did I get kicked? I'm like, I don't know, bro. Like they thought you flushed your toilet. He's like, what the fuck? But yeah, thank you. So,
So he's
like,
not even honest, Beard Gang? That's unfortunate. You might want to rethink your friendship there, but it's fine. It's fine.
so should I invite him back or what?
I just put him in cognito, so I'll try to get him back out. What did he might have left the server? Maybe somebody else might have actually banned him. I put him in cognito for an hour.
Yeah, he said he got kicked.
Investigate. Okay, so you might have to re-invite him. I'll investigate. Wait, yeah.
Let me see if I can invite him.
So while you're doing that, there's times when unlit moon surface is facing the Earth, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is we don't typically see photos from where the moon is dark underneath whatever, if you're standing on it or orbiting supposedly around it. They've always got the moon in the photo, right? It's the ground, and it's lit up. You can see it. So if you're on the lit part, you're absolutely facing. And besides, even when the moon is not fully lit, that same side always faces the Earth. It doesn't turn.
Yeah.
So no matter where you are, if the Earth is in the view at all, it's in the middle of the sky because the moon doesn't have any sort of angle to the Earth. It's always the same face all the time. So if you're anywhere on that face, the Earth should be in the middle of the sky.
I got a question.
Yes, if you're, I would agree that the relative to the like if you're standing somewhere on the moon, the Earth will always appear in the same place. That's totally true, and that should never be, that it should never be anything but that case, for sure.
Hey, so I got a question.
Wait. Hold up. I want to go back to that. So you're saying that's the way the case should be, is that we only see one side of the moon always? You agree with that?
We always do, yeah. I mean,
that is what we always do see, but you're agreeing that there is this strange anomaly where we never ever see anything but one side of the moon, but it's still a sphere.
Well, it's the same thing that happens with, I want to say it's Pluto and one of its moons, and they're tidally locked. So
I think it's
that's
also,
actually pretty common for moons to be tidally locked to their.
It's also better than seeing no moon. I think we'd all die if that happened.
No, hold up. No, because I'm pretty sure that no matter what we're seeing one side. I've never seen anything where I'm seeing another side of something.
No.
Has anybody else seen another side of anything? Other, quote unquote planets or anything? Has anybody seen the other side of them?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Anybody else want to speak to that?
Yeah, the Chinese have placed a
No, I'm talking about people here on Earth.
I'm talking about me personally. I have a
Earth, right?
Sorry, I personally have seen multiple sides of Jupiter. I have a 6-inch Dobsonian.
Yeah,
I have a 6-inch Dobsonian telescope, and when you look at Jupiter sometimes a year versus others, you see difference.
On one side, how can you know that it's actually the other side? How can you know that it's actually rotating? It just looks like things are moving around on it.
Oh, well, I mean that's a good point. Yep, that's
How do you know it's a solid sphere? A ball of gas in a ball of gas in a vacuum?
No, that's that's all fair. That's totally fair. It could be something that's kind of changing in place, you could say.
You would have to concede that things like the red spot, which is a distinct feature of Jupiter, which travels in a very, very rhythmic motion, always in one direction, would have to be some fabulous contrivance to make it look like it's not a rotating thing instead.
Thanks for bringing up red spot. Yeah.
I got a question. What happens when so like the Earth is flat, but what happens when you like get to the end of the Earth? Like, does it just drop off into space, or what? Like,
we already talked about
wants to know where the edge is. Well,
that's not the.
Here. Who wants to address? Who wants to address where's the edge?
Can I address that one? I know the flat Earth answer to that. Okay. I'm sorry. It's ladies' night. I'm sorry.
That's right.
I think you just got to go back because there's nothing there.
Hey, I mean that's a legit question though.
You just got to go turn around, right, John?
Yeah, I think so. You just got to go back. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, if
you
there
can't
is
even go there. You can't go there.
I mean, you could jump. You could jump, or you could turn around.
Hold on, guys. We had a question from Chalupa. I've asked one of the women to answer it, and Mrs. gets it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Hear her. All right, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we don't know. You can't really fall off an edge because we know we are contained to some extent. We are contained. So
it's like a force field. Keeping us in?
There is the antecedent to gas pressure is a physical container. So there's definitely a physical barrier containing all of the gas pressure here that we're breathing. And also you can't go to the edge. You will absolutely get intercepted by military. There's been several people that have tried, like military people that were stationed in Argentina. They try to go down to Antarctica where the edge is. They get arrested. So we can't actually go there. So we don't really know all that's going down there. We just know that.
But wait, is there
actually what do you think would happen? What do you think would happen? Or what do you imagine it to be?
Hold that was Shalupa's question. He had a follow-up, so yeah,
Sorry.
let's let him. What was your follow-up there,
John.
Shalupa?
No, that was my. I'm gonna let John take this one because I think he had
Well, you
something.
guys are all friends of John. You're not even in all caps, Shalupa.
Wow.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, and we
Okay,
family
go
Yeah, we got a
ahead.
out
whole
here.
Go
John's
ahead.
friends with everybody.
We're
Okay, so
family out
we
here,
allowed you.
man.
Okay,
We're
Well,
go
I'll
ahead,
just
John.
I'm in Bible study with John, so I've known him for a while.
say so the Earth is not in the vacuum of space. That is made up. That when you see the cartoon pictures of like these balls in a black abyss with stars everywhere, yeah, that's all made up. That place is made up.
What do you think we
So
really
the
are?
Earth is just the center of existence here. It's all that the Earth is the center of everything. It's geocentric. The universe, quote unquote, all the lights in the sky are rotating over top of you. And the Earth is contained. So everything that you're seeing is contained within this system. And yeah, we don't know exactly what the container is, where the exact edge is. We can't go. We know though that the water is contained here because of Antarctica. You have the ice shelves, which is the highest land elevation in Antarctica, is surrounding the Earth, surrounding the water at least, and that's how you have all the oceans. The water is contained. You have to have water contained to level out and cause sea level, which we have. So I hope that answers your question.
So
The
what
Earth
do
is
you
not a disk in space. Like it's
think
not a disk in
happens
space.
after? What do you
Can
think is after like you reach
Whoa, wait,
supposed to be the
John, I'm
edge?
next, bro. What are you doing?
Oh, your edge? All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Drew
Yeah,
Beard
yeah, yeah.
has been waiting a really long time to ask his question. I hope it's a good one. Go ahead, Beard Gang.
Yeah.
So,
What's
like,
what?
obviously, is there like you're not allowed to go? Like, are they hiding something? You're not allowed to go to the edge. Like, if there's like, what is? I don't understand. Like, what is? Are there like either oceans where you can't? I mean, I don't. Fuck, I don't know. You know, like, what is it? No, I'm
Right?
sorry. Like, it sounds
Wouldn't
stupid,
that
but I don't
answer?
understand it.
That could answer the question, right? Going
Trying to
to
keep you in a bubble.
Antarctica would absolutely confirm whether the Earth is a globe or if it's flat and contained, right? But we can't go there. There also could be flights where you go north to south circumnavigation. Like if you think about a globe, like the top of the globe to the bottom, no one's ever done that. So the two things that they could do right away to prove if the Earth is a ball, you can't even do them. So that is weird, right? They could just we could just let people go to Antarctica.
And we're not allowed to go there.
Do you think
No,
that
they
there's
signed a treaty a long time ago. When did they sign it? In 1959, and all the countries, Russia,
Yeah.
China, the U.S., they've kept that treaty for decades.
Yeah,
Well,
that's good.
All these
That's you
wars, and it's
know,
so weird.
that's because Santa lives there. Oh no, never mind. That's the North Pole.
Wow.
I have
Come
a
on,
question
man.
for.
Can you be serious, bro? Hang on, real quick. I got a question too. Do you think, so John, me and John, we like believe in God. So, do you think that there's aliens in the Antarctica and the military is guarding the aliens so we can't see them?
No
We
idea, but
already,
if there are aliens, they're not coming from outer space.
yeah, we
That
already answered that a while ago.
I'm sorry, I just joined.
Yeah, okay.
I have a
Well, you can
question
ask him
for
later.
regarding what Mrs. Gets It said. I most everything she said. Just one thing bothering me. So you said that the sun is rotating above us, right?
yes, it's
Right.
moving over top of us.
So that would mean that from individuals' perspectives, that the angular size should change of the sun, right?
Yes, it should slightly change. Yes.
Well, from my personal observations through a filter, that never happens.
No, they even admit that there is a slight change in size.
Once every 12 years, yeah.
No, it's
What
what was that?
It changes annually, and it also changes slightly
day to day.
It changed. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did. But I monitored it for like 3 months and in the spreadsheet, and it didn't change at all. Like not even a slight centimeter.
Well, also, okay, so this is something that people have pointed out, that when you use a sun filter and you fully zoom in to the sun, you cannot see the size change. So when you're fully zooming in and you're using the sun filter, it like doesn't allow you to see the small shrinkage.
Where does it say that?
No, there's just YouTube videos on it. Like you can just see that it's an effect that happens when you're zooming in with the camera with the sun filter. You lose the ability to see the angular size change.
But they let in only very specific wavelengths, right? So how does that happen? It's hydrogen alpha, right?
It's kind of like when you get into like cold water and your dick shrivels up.
They should be muted.
That was uncalled
I didn't
for,
experience
COVID.
that because I also see sunspots and everything. I shouldn't be able to see that exposure.
That was really uncalled for, man.
But the sun changes size throughout the day.
You can't see it happen.
Here, let me pull it up.
That was very.
Beer gang, it's ladies' night. Dude, why you gotta ask questions like that? Come on, man. That was really uncalled for.
What do you mean ask questions like that?
That was out of.
You're right. He didn't ask a question, but that was. You do not need to be making statements like that, man.
I know. I feel like it.
I'm sorry. My friend is kind of retarded.
Okay, let's move on. Is there anyone who hasn't gotten a chance to ask a question yet that has
I got a
questions? A lot of people in here. Para's been in for a while, hasn't gotten to say anything. So yeah, if there's anybody else, feel free to speak up.
Has there actually ever been anyone arrested on Antarctica? Has it actually been proven?
Yes, I'll pull up someone for you.
Yeah, please. Why do you think he got arrested?
Why do you think?
Because it's illegal to go there, and that's not a secret.
And why do you think it's illegal?
Because we aren't.
Why
allowed
do
to
I think
past that?
But it's not even that I think it's illegal. Why don't you? Well, here.
Oh, he said
Why
he
don't
says you would die. He thinks that it's protection for us.
Yeah, no, they're not doing it because they care so much about us or wildlife or anything.
I mean, I don't think it'll be real easy to just hang out with a polar bear. You know.
Okay, here the guy's name, by the way.
Go ahead, Mrs.
People live in Alaska and they live in the desert. They live in all kinds of dangerous places. They go scuba diving. So, they climb high towers to fix light bulbs or whatever it is they do on those things. They do.
But I think it's also it's got to do with the climate preservation programs.
That's what they say.
Right.
That doesn't stop them from polluting the rest of the. Why would they care there?
Yeah, they cut down the rainforests, no problem. But abandoned snowy place with a couple of penguins.
That's something that's very delicate, because if the polar ice caps melt, then the whole sea level rises, and that could be very catastrophic for everybody.
Wait,
obviously, there's always.
Oh my gosh! Are you going
There's
into
no evidence of
Are you
melting
doing
ice
climate
caps.
change? Are you?
Yeah, that's what this is.
No, but I mean, it's just common sense. If all the ice in the world
not common
melts,
sense.
if all the
That's
ice
not
in the world
happening.
melts,
It's not happening. No.
Ice is also more voluminous than water, so like the total volume becomes lower if it does melt anyway.
You think so?
I mean, if you look at just insurance companies, the biggest way to say that like there's no sea level rising is that like the Maldives, it's like 3 feet above sea level at its highest peak, and there are still insurance companies insuring it for 30 years, despite like all global or like climate scientists saying it's going to be underwater for the past 30 years. They're still insuring buildings, so the people who are putting their money where their mouth is are saying that, hey, we believe this building is going to be here in 30 years, because if it's not, we don't make money.
Fuck, I love this topic. It really gets me going.
I also do have a question as well.
Yeah, go ahead. Welcome.
Okay, I just
Wait,
right before we move on.
Oh wait, we just got one more point here.
I still had a question.
Oh, I just wanted to answer the question. This is an article. The guy's name was Jarl Antoy and his 4 crew members were arrested for trying to go there.
But
It's
So-
why
also a
do you think
very
they got arrested?
uninhabitable place. It hasn't been civilized by humans.
But how do you know that's
Okay.
true, right? You've been told that. That's
I mean,
something you've been told, but
go-
how do you know that's true?
Go to Antarctica and then see how cold it is.
Go
Okay.
to Antarctica and just let me know.
You would literally die. People have died on Mount Everest, and you're denying that people will die in Antarctica.
No, the way that you're arguing right now, my friend, it is like a child, because what you're saying is the fact that you can't go there. They've signed a treaty like 70 years ago. They've kept this treaty throughout these wars that they've supposedly been having with each
They've
other.
also
It has all of these untouched resources, and you think that they want to save penguins.
Oh,
Full story.
what if the treaty got ripped up and then there was no treaty anymore?
Well, I mean, they say that you can't
Do
take
you
a red
ladies
light.
ever feel like a really like wise substitute teacher, and you just like go into this class and the kids are just like acting like
They
this?
act up. They act up.
Yes,
No,
they
listen,
actually asked
listen,
for permission to go to the
real
rest of
question.
our
Real question.
They act up. Straight facts, though.
Do you think that the government makes stoplights to control you, or just for your safety?
Wow, that is a great question, John. I never thought of it like that.
It's a good similar.
I'm gonna say that stoplights make people not focus on the road as much, and they just focus on the lights.
Yeah.
Really?
When you see
Yeah, we're not gonna
stoplights,
go down the road
That's the
of
same logic you're
yeah.
I know you're trying to do that, but there are things that I mean, humans actually care about humans. You know, at the end of the day, yeah, we do got things that are messed up and that, but I think in the inner like heart, brother, I think we do actually care about each other. We do really want the best for each other. You know, I think with
You're
now we would
talking
have always.
about the government, not humans.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
That's
what
no, that's not
what
logical.
are they? What are they? I mean, I think government is humans at the end of the day, right? Are they
It's
aliens?
aliens.
Or what are they? They're
Yeah,
aliens.
totally
They're
trustworthy
aliens, John.
humans with all the power,
There's
all the
no-
money, all the armies.
How did
Yeah,
you
I mean,
guys
they
get
just
in this
have
battle?
a way bigger responsibility. You know, they have a way bigger
Responsibility.
responsibility. Yeah, of
No.
course.
Oh, that's so
Thanks-
cute.
listen,
You don't
No.
know that the government's trying to ruin your life yet. Oh, sweetie, that's so
Really?
cute.
You think they're trying to ruin
No,
your
it's really
life?
cute. It's like really naive because
If
it's
they
what you
wanted
want
to
to
ruin
think.
your life, they would.
I mean, this is just something you can look
No,
at
I think if they
in.
wanted to ruin your life, they already would have ruined
Everybody's
it. They could
talking
just spend
over
the
her.
money.
Take turns.
And everybody just stop. Like, slow down. This is ladies'
Hey.
night. We like to take
Yeah,
it slow.
sorry.
We like to speak to each person one
I
at
got
a
a
time.
question though.
Guys,
No, wait, just
the
wait.
The
guys need
next
to
person
chill out.
waiting is Yasuke, not another person. Thank you. So
Okay.
hold on. Let's just reset this here. So Yasuke asked,
Oh, also,
wanted
wait,
to ask
hold
a
up. What's up,
question.
Truth? Truth is here.
Then
What's up, Truth?
someone said they wanted one more thing to add. Mrs. Gitsit was clarifying about Antoy and why his the people were arrested at Antarctica. Then we went off onto this thing about whether the government is or is not benevolent, which we can debate that at some point if you want. But we were finishing the Antoy topic. Now the next thing on the table is Yasuke's question. So go ahead, Yasuke.
Yes. Hello. So I came into this whole framework just so you can understand where I'm coming from the E-War Anon documentaries. And then I looked a lot into Eric Dubai, and I'm pretty much on board with everything. There's just one concept of there's this one piece of the framework that I don't necessarily understand how it works. And if I could get an answer on that, I don't understand how there is so much sunlight in cities in the south of the equator, like Chile. Chile is there's a city in Chile which gets like 16 hours of sunlight a day at the peak, and I can't understand that under the framings that have been given in a flat model. I've seen some things of like how twilight basically doesn't exist in southern hemisphere cities, to where as soon as the sun goes away, it's pretty much just gone right away. Whereas when I look here, twilight's an hour and a half long. And so that I understand that the sun works differently in the southern and northern hemisphere, but I can't understand the framing of how there's so much sunlight in a city in the south part of Chile.
Funny that, isn't it?
I don't.
Say
Does it,
because
does it might it have to do something with that it has a
Hold
lot
on,
more
no,
planets in it?
well,
hold on.
we're
Let me hold on,
answering.
Big John. I know you love to talk, and it's fine. But this is Ladies' Night, where the ladies answer the question, and I hope you
Okay,
stick
okay,
around the
okay.
server, and then you'll get lots of chances to talk. I promise you. But Level Up was going to answer the question. Go ahead, Level Up.
Yeah, it's hard to say on the southern hemisphere. I've never been there, but I do know that the reason that the sun. Who is talking? Anyway,
I think
the
it's
sun
black.
is only ever 90 degrees ahead in the tropics. At any time, the sun is only 90 degrees ahead overhead in the tropics, which means it doesn't move all that far north and south. The equator is the equator because it's halfway between the two extremes, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. And they're called tropics, fun fact, because of the Greek word tropos, which means the extremity of some motion and you turn around and go back. So that's why they're the tropics. So the sun is never outside of the tropics. Everything that appears the sun is overhead, it's not going to be 90 degrees. So whether you're talking about north of the tropics or south of the tropics, you have a problem with how the sun behaves, and it probably has more to do with atmospheric conditions than anything else, because the fact is that will never see the sun 90 degrees overhead outside the tropics. So really the question of whether there's a lot more sunlight or how the sunsets are in a place I've never been, I can't answer that. But I don't think anyone else can either.
I just want to say I think you have a beautiful voice. I think you should talk more.
Oh my god, dude.
And I think that guy talking should talk less.
Yeah, for real.
He was giving you a compliment.
You're gonna get slapped up by Granny, bro. You gotta calm down.
That was so rude, bro. I just made a compliment.
No, no. Of course, she has a beautiful. Everybody here's got a beautiful voice because we're all amazing creatures.
Don't be soft.
What's up?
We so soft.
I was just saying, don't be
All right.
so soft.
Does anybody else have a question?
I was
about
gonna
flat
we're
Earth?
gonna post a
I have
video. What's it's posting it in the live stream. So coffee cup Costa effect. Costa. Damn it. Okay. So look, just go to the live stream, guys, and you'll
I see it.
see when the sun is going around, when it hits the edge, you see how it does that glow effect all across the dome. Pretty crazy. That can explain why there is day, like 24-hour daylight in Antarctica as well. So that might be what's going on.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've seen is they're making a distinction between daylight and sunlight. Like I'm in Arizona, so yeah, I'm in Arizona, so I just see the sun all of the time. Whereas in these places, it might be that they have lights, but they don't necessarily see, actually see the sun. Yes.
Yes, that's a little Easter egg you find on Flat Earth, that sunlight and daylight are separate things.
Well, I have a question about that. Why is it so? If you I'm looking at this Dovid, the image there demonstrating this theory here. So if we imagine pausing when it's over Ushuaia, Argentina, which would be at the bottom of South America, or Hobart, Australia, which is in Tasmania. Those are basically opposite sides of the, especially when you look at the Atlantic Basin model. I have a diagram that shows what I'm talking about. I can't post it to the channel, but
Oh, here, I'll send it for you. Okay, thank you. Because you sent it to me already.
Okay, great. Yeah. So this is what I'm talking about. So this is at the same time, at the same moment in time, in Ushuaia, Argentina, is looking southward, and somebody in Hobart, Australia, is also looking in a southward direction, and they're both viewing the sun, not daylight, but they are viewing the actual object, the sun, during that southern hemisphere or southern, outer ring solstice. They're both actually looking at that object at that point in time. This is one example. There's plenty during the solstice times, but they're looking in opposite directions, and so I fail to see how that phenomenon could explain this. And not only that, but this can also be seen with constellations.
The answer here given is why look at the sky. Everything you need to know is answered by looking across the horizon.
I was going to say with the light source, we can try to see if we have another video. If you angle the light correctly, then you could actually have multiple suns, quote unquote, showing in the firmament.
Of course, and none of those. All those models have got the model that the torch or the sun is outside the thingy. It's not sitting between the tropics, is it? It's not sitting above the tropics in the model, is it?
Well,
that's the problem.
I don't know. No one actually knows exactly where the sun is. When you're seeing the sun, it's an apparent location of the sun.
Yeah, and everybody between the tropics sees it up, don't they?
Well, the thing is,
whirling round on the outside of a bit of glass.
Well,
right,
hold on. We do see.
I understand though that when it's directly overhead, you have minimal distortion, right? So we know we have a pretty good idea of the actual location as far as we can tell if you're within the tropics. And so the problem comes. Let me finish. The problem comes when you realize that if you're in the northern hemisphere looking south, then the sun rises in the northeast, moves south to its zenith, and then sets in the northwest. But if you're in the southern hemisphere looking north towards the tropics, then it does the opposite. It rises in the southeast, goes north, and sets in the southwest. So the two people facing each other, let me finish, the two people facing each other are seeing the sun, basically the arc of the sun pitched toward the center. That's physically impossible. So there's some kind of optics going on that would explain that. I have yet to see a demonstration that would explain that from our view inside the lens. So I understand what you're saying. The sun is not going at an extreme low angle on a lens, on a half convex lens. But it is doing some weird things that you can't account for by spinning ball.
No, not true. You said they were exact opposite. In the southern hemisphere, they see it going from the northeast to the northwest, and from this northern hemisphere, they see it going from the southeast to the southwest. The thing they have in common is it's going from the east to the west.
Yes, we.
The reason that one group of people look to the north to see it, one people look to the south, is because it's over the tropics, and if you're only completely consistent with both models, the fact is that if you can see the sun in a southerly orientation during equinoxes in the southern hemisphere. And you can't explain it away by showing us nice little graphical videos of people moving a torch around the outside of a glass sphere. Because if you move around the outside, if you do, people show videos here of torches on the outside of glass domes, and they always have the torches at the extremes, virtually over the edge, right on the edge of the thing. If they're going to have an accurate model, then you have to wave the torch around in what would be the area above the tropics, because that's where it's seen.
Well, I don't know if you
can't. No, proposing the position of the sun anywhere other than vertically upwards between the tropics in any model is a fallacy, because you're presuming it's somewhere where no one physically sees it. Everyone observes the sun, either above the equator or above the tropics. No one in the northern hemisphere, north of one of the tropics, sees it directly above them at any given time, and no one down in south. No one. Yes. So there's no point showing us videos where they wave torches around glass models at extreme distances, because it's not representative of anything.
I've said several times that I didn't create that model. I didn't say whether I endorsed it or anything. In fact, all that stuff I just said was that the sun doesn't go to that extreme angle. I literally just said that.
I know.
So what I'm saying is that there's some other optics distortion going on. There has to be, in order to account for the sun's motions. I just posted a video where I spent quite a while examining the sun's 4 different motions and how it doesn't make sense in any model.
Can I just add about that they posted that you're referring to where it shows the glow around? Like she's just showing an example with that demonstration of how it could possibly, like, no one knows and no one can say anything about the
Exactly.
exact path of the sun. The only thing that you
Yes.
can actually say definitively is that it moves overhead and it moves across the earth. Right? That's all
Exactly,
that's
but
all anyone.
no
All
point in
she's
showing.
all she is showing with that is a demonstration of an example, right? She recreated a demonstration of an example of how you can get the glow and daylight without sun. That's it. More complicated.
And no
It's a
flat
demonstration
earther
of a
knows
sun that's in a
exactly
position
where
that's
the
nowhere
source
near
of
the
the
tropics.
light is coming from. No one knows exactly because it's an apparent location.
I grant you that. So what we have to conclude is that there's some massive atmospheric distortion we can't possibly understand. Yeah, if that's what you're saying, there's some sort of hideously contrived geometric distortion caused by the atmosphere or something.
Magnetic polarization.
But it'd have to be some
Electromagnetic polarization.
possibly. But whatever it is, we're looking out in the world and we see something, and there's a massive distortion of some sort we can't explain. And yet here we are spending half our time saying that and half the time saying, oh, look at the equator. This proves everything. Look at the horizon. There's no massive distortion
No,
there. This is the truth.
the sun is not even mentioned in the 3 points of proving the flat earth.
I know it isn't. And there's a very good reason why.
Yeah, because flat earthers genuinely don't know what the sun is or where the source of the
and the
light is
problem
coming
is
from.
when you're looking at, but listen, if you're looking at luminaries, it's a much different condition than looking at things along the ground. We don't know what's between us and the don't cut me off. Know what's between us and the luminaries, but we do know things that are on the earth that are physical places we can go to. And the problem is when you try to invoke refraction and distortion on how far we can see, the problem is with the globe argument that there is a physical horizon, and in the globe or in the curve calculator drawings, there are orthographic views that don't account for refraction at all, so they give you a maximum distance, and we can see way farther than that, and refraction can't explain it. That's been the whole, what they've spent several years explaining on Nathan's and other channels.
Sure, but you can see the sun disappear over the horizon, can't you? So it's the same sun we're talking about that's disappearing over the horizon.
What is the horizon? Is it a physical place? Is it? Is the horizon a physical place?
Is it not?
It is not. The horizon is always apparent.
So you show. So people on here show videos of a torch hurtling around the very extremities of a glass dome as an explanation of sunlight and its constant.
I never said it was. You keep going back to that demonstration, which its only
why don't you block these people showing
only purpose? What its only purpose? Shut up. Its only purpose in that little video was to show you how light can go a lot of other places than where the torch is pointed. That's all it was purposed for.
Okay. It's crap then, basically. It doesn't prove anything, does it?
Hey,
Oh,
sir,
no.
Can you answer her question that she asked like way after this about the horizon?
Hey guys, all I know is that whether it's flat, round, oval, circular, a square, a triangle, whatever, I got love for you. No matter what, God loves you, created you. You're an amazing creature, and that's it. That's the only thing that truly matters. We gotta love each other, respect each other, and bring the best out of each other. That's it. The rest is just.
We already discussed this.
Yeah,
And
thank you, Big John. Okay, so Big John, that was a good PSA. From now, we're going back to Paza.
Yeah, we gotta
This
calm
has a
down.
question for
We
Paza
don't
to
want to get
answer
hostile.
that Level Up asked. Big, if you would prefer, there's actually a Bible study going on down. If you'd prefer that atmosphere, that's perfectly fine. We're just discussing
Yeah, I love
information
that.
here. It's
I love
perfectly
that
fine, Big
atmosphere.
John. It's down further in the server.
Awesome.
You want me to give you the Jesus roll?
Sure, put it.
Okay,
Love
because you were
Jesus.
talking
Yeah.
about Jesus earlier.
Jesus,
I
man.
think Big John needs to Jesus, bro. I'm in a Bible study with him.
Okay,
He's
cool.
a great
All right,
leader.
so let's move back to
Yeah, the
Mrs.
fact that you
Gets
guys
It.
keep mentioning it is getting
Love
old.
you, Big John.
Nobody cares.
Yeah. Mrs. Gets It.
You don't gotta
You
be
were
rude.
trying to get Mrs. Gibson,
No,
you were
because you're trying
get
to derail
Liza to
our
answer.
intellectual conversation, and it's really it doesn't age well. So we're just
I
gonna
just
keep
think
going. So is
it's
the
because
horizon a physical or a parent location? British Glover, who's kind of triggered. That
Well, I've
question's to you.
noticed.
I think that's Paza. Is
Inter-
that Paza?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Paza.
It's
Yeah.
interesting. I'm seeing messages on the feed from Elijah F saying that I'm mansplaining to you, and Flatty saying that I'm being brave because the ladies are in. I think that's rather condescending to you, actually,
Hey,
because
why
I've
don't you
actually
just not worry about the chat right now and just answer the
no.
question?
What's the question again?
You don't want to answer the question?
What's the question?
Yo, Paza, if you put words in my mouth that I didn't say one more time, I'll ban you myself. Ladies, please continue. I'm only telling you once because I'm not supposed to be speaking right now. So I'm going to go on mute, and your future is up to you.
Yeah, unless I beat you to it, Eli.
Hit a neural nerve there, didn't I?
Yeah, so the question is the horizon a physical place or is it strictly optical?
There is a physical horizon, but there is an
No.
observed horizon.
There is only one horizon, and the horizon is always optical. It's a limit of optics. It's a characteristics of the Earth and the conditions in the air. There is no physical horizon. There's no such thing.
Okay.
No, the funny thing about that, and you say okay, like passive aggressively, is that is the story even on your side. They admit that there is no physical horizon.
There is a geometric horizon.
There is no geometric or physical horizon. It can never be seen. It's only optical. It's only apparent all the time. There is no geometric. Exactly.
It's apparent because you observe it, yeah. And there are distortions in the atmosphere that cause its position to move.
And
there is
no
nonetheless a geometric
way
horizon.
to ever know where an actual physical geometric horizon ever would be at all. And they admit this. You're not admitting it. And you're like passive aggressive.
They don't admit that at all.
Really? They don't admit that it's apparent?
It's observable because you observe it. It's apparent because it moves. It's never in the same spot. It moves when you move. Like it's going to always move. If you think there's a physical horizon, then take me to it. Go there.
Do you ever?
Touch it.
Yeah. Do you ever see the physical horizon? Yes or no?
I've got no way of telling you that.
What was it? Say yes or no. What?
I can't answer that question because what I see is the horizon.
So how do you know there's a physical one then? A second horizon?
How do I know that? How do I know it's there?
How do you know the horizon is physical if you're always seeing an apparent horizon?
Even though it moves, there is a horizon where things disappear over eventually.
Okay,
let me
go
read.
ahead.
And can we see that?
Read what Elijah just posted, Paza.
Yeah, I was just going to read that. It's from National Geographic. It says horizon. It says the local horizon, called the geometric horizon, is the visible boundary between Earth and sky. The local horizon may include trees, mountains, etc. The geographic horizon is the apparent boundary between the Earth and sky. So it's not a physical place. Even if they call it geographical or geometrical, it's still apparent. So calling it geometrical doesn't mean it's physical. There is no physical object blocking your view, blocking the bottom of boats or anything like that. So by definition, by hostile witness here, National Geo, you're wrong. There is no physical horizon.
Can you send me a link to what you're reading?
It's
in
right
the
there
main
in the chat.
Elijah
it's
just
at the
a couple scrolls up. 1 minute after the
1
hour.
minute after the hour. Yeah.
You got
and
it.
this so-called, and I say so-called because no one's ever seen it and it doesn't exist. But
yes,
like in your mind it does, right? So because you keep referring to it, and you keep asserting that it's real. So this so-called geometric horizon, do you know from where you're standing at in all directions how far out? It's like the limits that it can extend if it's going to be a sphere. Do you know where that has to be? Distance from you in all directions. Do you know where that geometric horizon that you keep referring to must be if it's going to be a sphere? Do you know how far away it should be?
It is. You can calculate it, but it's based upon your altitude of the observer, isn't it?
Okay, well, what if you were 1 foot above sea level? 1 foot observer height. How should it be?
It's 1.6, 1.7 miles, I think it is, something like that, at sea level.
Okay, so what if
1.9?
what if we were to show you a demonstration, an observation, right, that you can go and do yourself of 1 foot observer height and the horizon extending well beyond 30, 40 miles out? Like what would you say to that?
Are you going to show me the black swan?
How come you can't
So
answer
you're
the
well aware
question?
that yeah, so what do you say to it then? If you're familiar with it, what do you say to it?
What do I say about the black swan? The black swan's got lots of issues that need discussing.
Oh, is this Pazza that I'm talking to?
Yeah. No, hold on.
Oh,
She wasn't talking about the black swan. Why can't you answer her questions? You brought it up.
I asked you, I said, if this geometric horizon that you keep referring to, I asked you if you knew how far away it should be. And at 1 foot observer height, you said, what'd you say? Can you say it again?
1.7, 1.9 miles, something like that. 2 miles.
1.27.
225, right? But that's okay. It's close enough. It doesn't matter because it's like well beyond that. So
Yeah,
if you see the horizon, like that's how far it can extend. That's the limits that it can go if it's going to form this sphere, right? You just told me that you're well aware of that and you know this.
That's the geometric horizon,
right?
yeah.
The geometric horizon.
Which is
but
apparent.
if you're 1 foot observer height and we show you a demonstration and observation that you can repeat yourself, that you can go test yourself, right? And you can go check and make sure, right? Make sure that these are rigs in this place and do this observation yourself, whatever you got to do. But if we show you one that's 1 foot observer height and you see well beyond 10, 30, 40 miles out, then it's extending well beyond the 1.225 miles. Then what do you say to that?
That's the apparent horizon. That's different to the
geometric. The geographic is the apparent. We just read that definition earlier. And if you invoke refraction, saying it's not physical. You can't have it both ways.
No,
you
that's
do
not
understand
true.
that the apparent. Hang on a second. I want to point something out. I want to make sure you understand this, and everyone listening understands this. So, the apparent horizon cannot be further than if there is a geometric and an actual physical one, right? That you can go to. Like it can't be further than that. It can be shorter than that, but it can't be further than that. Because if your apparent horizon is further than that, then that means that what you thought was your geometric physical horizon is not your geometric physical horizon.
So funny also is he'll literally say the physical horizon of the earth is blocking stuff, but we can't see it ever. But it's blocking stuff. It's like, oh, this truck is blocking my car, but we don't ever see the truck.
I know I have been very conservative, keeping back. But I have a very strong opinion about the horizon. Is it okay if I continue? Or
I don't know. I can't. We should probably. Sorry.
I think we should finish with Pazza.
After this topic, can I ask a question?
So, if we're all done with Pazza, does everybody agree with that? We should move on to Stir.
Did you see the pictures I just? Did you see the images I posted on the feed?
Yeah, there's been a lot of images by a lot of people, but I think you've had quite a bit of the time that there are other people that want to talk.
The two oil rigs is taken by the same person who filmed the Black Swan.
So we'll just keep going.
Okay, fair enough. Just let it be known that you're just washing over what that bloke has also photographed as well.
He already intellectually destroyed you about 5 minutes ago, and he didn't touch it.
Yeah, okay. I'll go quiet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so who was next? I think
Thank
it
you
was.
for your time. Thank you for your time. Anyway.
Evening, lady.
Cheers, mate.
Hey guys, evening.
Hey, damsel.
How you guys? Sorry I was late. I was busy today, so
good to see you here.
No, and if that gentleman wants to talk about the black swan and how things are distorted, just keep in mind the oil rigs are just for markers of distance. That distortion you may see in them, don't claim that gives you any more of an excuse.
Can I ask a question?
Black swan. Red herrings.
Okay. Who's next? Okay, let's settle down. Who wanted to speak
Was it
next?
Ukaz? Because I don't think we've heard from Ukaz yet. Was that you,
Okay, let's do that.
Ukaz?
Yes, it's me.
Yeah, go ahead. What's your question?
So, if you throw a ball up to the sky, how will it come down? Like, what force?
Wait, what? You turn a ball to the sky, what will come down?
So if I throw a ball up to the sky, like,
Oh, you
how
throw a
will this
ball.
come down? With what force?
So you're going with the gravity? Is that what you're trying to get us to talk about?
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
Yeah.
that's what its definition is.
The thing is that gravity has, if whether it exists or not, doesn't have anything to say about Earth shape at all.
And let's ask him this. So if you throw a ball up into the sky, it'll come back down. If you swim with that ball down into a pool and let go, it'll go up. So what then? Does that mean it depends on the medium that it's in? The equilibrium, the density, the buoyancy, all of those sorts of things? Or does gravity not work in water?
Can I talk now or
Let him, can he answer?
Is somebody's playing music in the background?
yeah, so you were talking about buoyancy.
No, hold
and
on.
density and
Isn't Ukaz? Wasn't Ukaz asked the question?
That's who I thought we were talking to.
stuff. Yeah.
I got
Okay,
mine,
I'm gonna shut up.
You can let him talk. You can let him talk. I'm done with my
Why?
question.
Well,
because I'm curious what your
we
answer would be.
answered. Yeah, we answered you. So I'm wondering now,
So
when you have that perspective of the difference.
So you guys know, I'm really new to the flat Earth, so
That's
I just want to
okay.
learn a lot of stuff.
That's okay. I just want to see. We want to see where your mind goes with that. So you said if you throw a ball up on Earth, it falls back down to the ground. And I said, so when you take that same ball, let's say it's a basketball, and you go down in water, and you swim to the bottom of a pool or bottom of a lake, or farther down in the ocean, and you let that ball go, it goes up. So what happened to gravity there?
Oh, I'm not sure actually. But like in the water, everything is light, right?
No, not everything is light in the water at all. There are tons of bottom feeders, things that would just be down on the ground here as well. Fish that would be down on the ground swim across the water, but you also have shrimp and crabs and all kinds of things that are bottom feeders that are on the ground in the ocean.
If I float, like if I would go in the water, I float, right?
Sometimes, not all the time. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
You have a lot of air inside of your body, and the more fat that you have, the more oxygen in your blood is, the more air you have in your lungs, float inside of that ocean. Correct.
There's also
Because it
air
has
in
to
a
do with
ball.
it has to do with density and buoyancy and the medium in which it's contained. Does anybody have that meme of all the different things where it's the layers of honey, oil, blah 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 blah? That would be a good visual for him.
Absolutely, 100%
It was
depending on the medium. The relationship between the object and the medium. I'm trying to get my laptop to respond, Shines, and I'll post it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There you go. Miguel posted it.
How can I? Okay. Wow, man, my laptop is lagging so much because you said that and it's still not even totally posted on mine. Anyway,
One thing that's
Ukas, can you see that, Ukas, in the main chat, the live stream voice text? Do you see that density gradient? Density and Archimedes. So it's the live stream voice text. It's right above where we're talking. Okay. So you see how there's different fluids, different mediums inside of this container, and in each one, the bolt is at the bottom. Then you have a popcorn kernel and the corn syrup, and they stay within those different mediums. Equilibrium. They're finding their equilibrium due to their density and buoyancy.
I see. I'm not definitely like talking about in the water. I'm talking about land. But like, so like the thing you said about you've like, so water is like an entire different thing. But like, you said like because you have air in your body, that's why you float. But like in a ball, there's also air.
Hold on, just stop. It's not an entirely different thing. We're talking about the realm that we live in, and there are different mediums within this realm. We have air, we have water, right? So when you're in water, does gravity just all of a sudden disappear because it's water? I thought that, gravity was the strongest towards the center of the mass. You would think that the ocean would pull things down even stronger, right? So it isn't about that. It isn't about gravity at all. It's about the equilibrium of objects finding their place within the different medium in which they're in, which is showcased within that photo.
I see.
And then we have a. Go ahead.
That makes sense. Like I'm not sure. Like but like a human like submerged in water weighs like less, and it's less dense than the water itself because the lungs are full of air like a balloon, right? And like a balloon, like the air in the lungs like lifts you up to the surface like naturally. So that's why water wouldn't float you.
It's about the relationship between the object you're referring to and the medium that it's in, right? So to add to what she was telling you, like if you're serious and you're honestly, you said you were new, I would like to pose a question to you, right? It's not even, yeah, it's about the gravity, but it's not really focusing on gravity itself and trying to determine or prove whether it's true or whether it's not. It's just a logical question, right? And this is one of the ones that hit me in the beginning when I was thinking, when I first came to Flat Earth, and it's always stuck with me. And I wonder why people don't think about it, like why it's not a thought in their mind. So, and we say it quite often in here. So when you're thinking about gravity, because gravity is this thing that they're claiming forms things into spheres, right? It's the thing that they can point to when they don't have an answer for something, or when, like, but just before I say what I was going to say and the question I'm going to pose to you, before I do that, I want to also point out to you, right, moving forward, that you should really look into and see if you can find where they've ever validated and proven that gravity is actually even real, if it's a thing. A scientific experiment where they've isolated, identified, manipulated it to determine that it is the cause of any effect that you're seeing, because that's another thing you'll find out. They say it's the cause and they say it's the effect, but they don't know what it is. And even when you get into the smallest, forms of matter, like even, and I'm not saying I buy everything they say about particle physics, but even when you get down to that size, like they'll tell you there's 4 forces. Right. And then when they mention gravity, they just mention it, and that's the last you ever hear of it. They say it doesn't even matter. Not even not even in particle physics. Right. But my question I want to pose to you is, if you think gravity is a thing and it's forming things into spheres, and if it's holding the atmosphere to the Earth, which is what I believe, you probably think. I don't want to say you do, but you can correct me if I'm wrong.
It's what I got taught at school, so it's what I learned.
Right. I mean, I'm not condemning you for thinking that. I'm just saying that that's the line of thinking that I'm assuming that you're holding. So if you think that the atmosphere is being held to the Earth by this thing called gravity, so do you ever wonder or question why the air leave the Earth and make it to these outer perimeters of the atmosphere, right where space begins? How is it able to get there and then gravity all of a sudden kick in and start holding it? Right? Because isn't it supposed to be the strongest towards the center, the so-called center of mass, right? I mean, that's what they say. So on the Earth, on the ground, it would be the strongest. And at the outer perimeters of the atmosphere, at the edge of space, where space begins, is where it would be the weakest. Right? Relative to how strong it is on the Earth. However, the gases are able to escape the strongest total gravity here on Earth, make it all the way to the outer perimeters of the atmosphere, and then boom, gravity kicks in and starts holding it. Does that seem logical to you?
I mean, I think you're right about it. I never thought it. I never thought so deep about it, but now you say it like that, it actually makes a lot of sense.
It's not even logical. Like even the fairy tale story, even if you believed what they told you about gravity, it still couldn't even be doing what they claim that it's doing, even if it was what they said it was. But if you get digging into it and looking, you'll find out that it's not even what they say it is.
Well, how do
I have a very strong question. So if there is no gravity acting upon us, what is?
You feel something acting upon you right now?
Yeah.
So the only time that you will feel anything acting upon you is if you move yourself out of your place of equilibrium, and you're not like in a moment of equilibrium, but you've put work into it. The only time that you'll feel anything acted upon you is if your body has to try to find its place of equilibrium again. Then it will depending on the differential between the relationship between you and the medium you're in, like how great that differential will be, is going to determine the acceleration within which you will find your place of equilibrium again. So whether it's going to be slow or easy, subtle, fast, quick, hard, like that's going to depend on the difference between the relationship in you and the medium, like how great that difference is.
Yeah, and that is all within a frame of inertia. But like if I go outside and I lift up a rock, how does that fit? Like where is that rock in that frame?
You imparted energy to the rock by lifting it. So you displaced its equilibrium so that when you let it go, what is it going to do? Seek its equilibrium once again. It's the same thing over and over.
Yeah. And what is like the governing force behind that equilibrium? I'm sorry about my English. It's not my primary language.
Work is expenditure of energy, and you did work to lift the rock up. You put work into it.
Yeah.
And work is actually a scientific term.
Yeah.
So you did work. You lift the rock up. You transferred potential to kinetic. And
no, it's the opposite.
Oh, however you want to
From
fucking look at
kinetic
it.
to potential. Yeah, potential energy, which that's what I was saying. You imparted the effort to put it up. Energy was put in, and it seeks equilibrium again, releasing that energy by seeking its equilibrium. That's all you did. It's the same with the apple falling from the tree. The tree grows up, imparting energy, and lifts the apple. The apple falls off when the stem dries out enough that the equilibrium is finally allowed to overcome that branch strength. That's it. That's all it is. It's always
but no matter what side of the argument you are, why is the equilibrium at surface level?
Because that's the medium, either it's earth or water. That's what we live on. So that's your mediums that you're dealing with. You live on the earth. You either are on ground or you're in the water. And depending on, again, the mass, or excuse me, the buoyancy and density of the item and the displacement that you cause, depending on what's beneath you, well, that'll just stop it. So, things don't sink below the ground because it's more dense.
Then we come back to gravity because
hang on,
buoyancy
I want to
and
add to what she said.
displacement is a derivative of gravity.
Dude, I want you to think about this, right? Because this is important. I want to add to what she said. And this is to the question you just asked. You said, why does everything find its equilibrium on Earth? So I'm going to ask you, does everything find its equilibrium on Earth? Is everything stuck to the Earth?
Absolutely. Equilibrium.
Everything finds its equilibrium.
It's not.
Yeah,
it's not. Butterflies fly,
if you really want to compare equilibrium,
gases rise off the face of the earth.
All matter
helium
wants to
rises.
find.
So my point is, everything is not finding its equilibrium on the earth.
That's
only those things that the density of the object, right, is going to put its equilibrium there. Right, only those things, not all things.
What are you talking about? Only those things.
So your question had a false
why are you fucking?
What I'm trying to point out.
Why are you making
right,
a delineation?
It was a fallacious question because that had false premise built into it.
Like if you put a ball on, it's gonna sit on the ground, isn't it?
Yes, because you put it on. It's again the medium that you set it upon. It's lighter than that ball. I mean, the denser medium is the ground, and the ball is less dense, so it sits on the ground.
Exactly.
So
like,
there's
what
no
the fuck?
difference.
What is this? Is this like fucking rocket science that a ball sits on the ground?
No, it's not a rocket science. It's not the measure of thrust against diminishing mass. It's just so I am from a country called Iceland.
Like, you know what? Let me
my
take
geography
it one step further.
is not very friendly to the flat Earth model of the sun. It's not
Well, I
very
wish
friendly
Drayson-
to that.
I wish Drayson
And then
Carter was
again, I am not here to be a bad person or cause trouble. It's a very interesting topic to me, but I am a chemical biotechnological engineer, and there are so many factors that absolutely rely on the constant acceleration of gravity. And then you are saying that there is no gravity. And that breaks so many things that you and I are constantly living by. I mean, the mass production of Big Macs is absolutely defined by minute variable like gravity. Without that, these huge, delicate machines that are mass producing your hamburgers are not working correctly. I mean, I'm just saying that civilization.
I think you're missing the point.
Civilization is dependent on these minute variables, and you are defining some of them as being wrong.
We've been talking about disequilibrium, okay? We're not saying there's no disequilibrium. You're just assigning it to mass attracting mass or something. When the whole problem is what's the cause of it? And the cause is that nature, as designed, doesn't like disequilibrium and it tries to equalize. That's all that's going on. I'm not saying you can't do engineering or anything like that. I'm just
That
saying
is absolutely
the
true.
problem is
Nature
the cause. And you should have waited till I was done talking.
Yeah, you are preaching to the thermodynamic laws. And then I come back again and you are talking about density. Density
Yes, I
is a
am talking
direct
about density. That's
derivative
the point.
of gravity.
I'm talking about disequilibrium is what I said. Disequilibrium, not density.
But what about Burger King?
Density has absolutely nothing to do with gravity. Show me where gravity is involved in density. I know you want to. I know you just want to keep talking and try to. But show me where gravity has anything to do with density.
Yeah. So the formula for density is inherently gravity, right?
No. You're talking about buoyancy, and it cancels itself out in the equation. It's not. It's not. Look. What? Okay. So you were.
Okay.
You were talking about. Yeah. You had it backwards. But anyway. So you said what? You were an engineer, and you talked about like acceleration of gravity. I thought gravity is what caused the acceleration. So which is it? Is gravity
Is it
the effect or is it the cause? Which one is it? In one breath you refer to it as the cause, and in the next breath you refer to it as the effect. Which is it? Does it cause
there is
itself?
a weak force between molecules called gravity.
No, there is a weak force in particle physics that's called a weak force. There's a strong force, and then and they say, and when at the beginning of it, when you try to take a course on particle physics, they tell you that there's 4 forces: gravity, the weak force, the strong force.
That guy's not a scientist.
But when they talk about particle physics, gravity is never involved. You can forget about gravity. They tell you about it in the last thing you hear about it because there's no effect. No effect.
Because we have yet to find a fundamental understanding of gravity. The latest breakthrough we had was the Higgs boson.
Show me where it's been found. You're advocating it for it so hard. I feel like you want it to be true. Right, but I want you to understand that it's not. So maybe you need to look you'll know yourself.
I want you to... You guys...
look for it.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to say you guys. I'm saying... You are advocating about what you can observe, right?
Listen.
So you can hold up an item.
You search.
let it
You
go.
search
And you
yourself.
can measure the
I would really like to
acceleration.
get this out, dude. I would
Can
really
we
like to
mute
get this out.
him?
'Cause
You're gonna get
this
muted.
will help you, okay? Staircobbling. This will help you.
Yeah.
Right. Because I want you to know for yourself. I don't want you to just go from here and having people telling you stuff, drilling it into your head when you're not even wanting to listen to it or believe it. So look for yourself. See if you can find any validation for gravity. See if you can find any scientific experiment where they've identified it, isolated it, and manipulated it to prove that it is the cause of anything. Because you do agree with me, right, that if something's going to be the cause of an effect that we're seeing, the only way to determine the cause and effect nature of things is through the scientific experiment, right? If you can't do that, it's not established.
I can't believe he's got qualifications and he comes in.
This was a fundamental experiment in my studies.
To be an
You got an
experiment.
experiment?
What is it? What is the experiment?
Yeah, what's the independent
I want to
variable?
see it. Yeah, show it, share it. This is what we do here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was using a trebuchet that I made.
A what?
And a trebuchet, you know.
Catapult.
Catapult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
If I can
version
have
of a
anything
catapult.
what she asked you, I want you to stop. I don't want to hear your story about a catapult right now. What I want you to do is all three of us asked you to find an experiment with a hypothesis and an independent and dependent variable that proves that the cause of this downward force that you keep claiming is there is caused by gravity. If you can find a paper and cite it, then you have proof to stand against this. But right now, what you have is nothing but your story.
I wrote before, I am not in this discussion to disprove or prove anything.
You made a claim that there
You
is
just
a
made a
thing called
claim that
gravity.
you are in this field. You were spouting your expertise. You have credibility.
No.
You have authority. Listen, you have authority over what we're saying because you work in this field, and you said that you did an experiment, right? We want to see that experiment. Otherwise, if you don't have it, any claim presented without evidence, guess what? Can be dismissed without evidence, and we move on.
Absolutely, you are correct.
It's that simple.
What I would say to you, are coming here with a genuine academic.
That
If you are
validated
coming
gravity,
here
show
with
it.
if he is coming in with a
Post your
genuine
experiment.
academic,
We're not asking you for you to make a claim for him. He has to defend his claim.
No. I mentioned in a
you
text
said you did an
before.
experiment. Post your experiment.
I am not here to disprove or prove anything. I want to participate in the
Claim you
discussion.
did an experiment that validated gravity. If you can't provide that, then we can move on to the next person.
If you're not here to prove
Do you
or
have a
disprove,
trebuchet?
stop making claims if you're not here to prove or disprove.
Okay, do you have a trebuchet?
I was going to just say you could look into electrostatic acceleration. That might serve you better than fictitious gravity.
what I would say to him is,
There's
if
a
he's coming here with
Like I
a
said,
presentation-
I'm not here to
I know,
cause
so I'm
any
trying to help. I'm
problems
trying
or
to give
anything.
you.
I
I'm
want
trying to
to
give you a little
inject
Easter egg, bro.
questions.
Stop over talking her. Let her get her words out, and then when she's done speaking, then you can talk. If you're not trying to cause
You've
problems,
been overtaking.
I'm sorry.
respectful.
I'm just trying to give him a little. I'm just trying to give you a little flat Earth Easter egg, bro. There's an electrostatic acceleration. There's an electric gradient here on the Earth, a downward current. You can look into that later. We don't have to get into that, but there's a little hint for you.
Thank you so much. I've already looked into that.
That's where the gravy is. Digging.
Like I said, I want to cause any troubles. I have questions and I inject them every now and then. I'm not trying to prove or disprove anything. It's just keeping up the discussion. You know, you can't have a one-sided discussion about a matter.
It's not a one-sided
No, that's exactly right.
but
But that's what you were trying to do, because when that's what you were trying to do, because when you asked the question and the answer was given to you, you responded to it with this position of authority by professing to everyone that you work in this field, you have this authority because you are, and you gave us your credentials, and then you said you did an experiment, and you presented it as if it was fact, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
if
that's
that
true.
is the point where you were trying to prove something without evidence, in a fallacious way.
Without evidence that I can produce to you. That is absolutely correct.
Then you must, because you've made the claim and you keep insisting on it. And we're going to have an impasse here if you do not provide for that claim, because we don't trust your authority. You must provide a cited paper with an experiment proving that gravity is the cause. That means a hypothesis and a variable, dependent and independent. And until you can find that and provide that, we are not going to keep going on and around about how you've proven gravity when we don't have that evidence.
Okay, can I give my last comment? Okay, so I did not state
Because
that
it's not
I
a
proved
statement where
anything.
you're trying to say something's a fact.
And absolutely, what she said is true. I have to produce the relevant documentation and papers and stuff. That is absolutely true. And I don't have the time or the patience to assemble this all.
Then we don't have
because
the time
to
or
do
the patience
things
to answer your question.
academically properly is so
No.
time consuming, and
That's
that is not the
not my
reason that
fault.
I am
No.
participating in this. I am not trying to disprove or prove anything.
No,
I
you
just
made
want
a
to take
claim.
part in the discussion.
You keep saying
And
that, but
I am
no. You have to
Yeah, okay.
understand, in this conversation, it requires you make a claim here. We are going to require you to provide proof of that claim is valid. That requires you to then provide the evidence if you're going to state your claim is the gravity, and I've got an experiment to prove it, and I've done it. So either you can do the work, but we're not going to keep going around about this particular thing because you're not willing to provide proof for your claim. See, you think we have to do work for you right now. We do not. You made the claim.
It's okay.
You provide the proof. Okay.
I am
hang on,
terribly sorry. I have derailed
Can
the
you hang on just a
stream,
second?
and I'm just going to shut up now. I'm sorry. This was not my intention.
Right. So Damsel, he says that he has this experiment. He did this experiment, right, in his job, but he doesn't have the time or the patience to get it and provide it. Like, wouldn't you think if someone had an experiment that they did that proved gravity, that they could just like grab it?
It'd be an easy search if that's your degree and
if
you
it's
actually
already
have that background. Because again, in my background as a medical provider, I can find the research on the things I make claims for easily. So I'm sorry if it's too hard of work for you. But again, don't come in here and expect us to do work for you if you make a claim.
It's
I think what
absolutely
happens
true,
is-
and I absolutely agree. And it was not my intention to make a claim. It was my intention to spark the discussion. You know, like I have stated before, I am not here to prove or disprove. And I was just
repeating that. Can Mrs. Gitsit say what she was going to say?
Hey, Truth.
Hey.
I was just going to say, I think that I'm not doubting that he has been trying to observe this downward acceleration, the object trying to seek its equilibrium again. And no one is really denying that effect here. It's just that it's like, yeah, you're measuring the downward acceleration, but the key part that is missing is establishing the cause. Because the cause, it's like, how did you prove through observing this that the cause is actually bending and warping space-time? Or is it perhaps electrostatics? Or perhaps you just applied a force to an object that was at rest, and now it's trying to seek its equilibrium. So I think that's the key that we're trying to get at. I don't know if, hopefully that just makes more sense now. Like, that's what we're really targeting.
There's a major difference between correlation and causation.
Yes.
A major difference.
Yeah, and it's I feel bad because I feel they genuine academic people that are they're trying to do research, right? But it's like, yeah, you're measuring this effect, but establishing the cause is really where you'll see that it gets tricky. And that's the problem.
And I think that it can be really simplified when we put it to people is if you say something causes something, that's your independent variable. You must be able to manipulate it. If you can't manipulate it, it's not the cause. It's that simple.
That's absolutely true.
I'm going to pose this for everyone else in the room because I know you're probably not going to. It's for you too if you want it, but you're probably not going to be interested in it if you are doubling down on it. And if, like, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe you will be interested. This is mainly for the people that are in the room that's not seen it and that's not been around the newcomers, right? If someone were going to do like manipulate something that is going to be the cause of something, let's say having weight, okay? So you can manipulate that thing and essentially change the weight of that object. Wouldn't you agree? I'm talking to the room, so I guess I shouldn't ask that. Anyway, so here is just one single example where someone manipulated something and it actually did change. It doesn't establish that it is the ultimate cause, but it is one of the variables that do play a role and is part of the cause as a whole. Like there's many variables that, several variables that can be manipulated, that can change the weight of an object or where it finds its equilibrium, none of which are gravity. However, just keep that in mind, right? But if you look in the live stream, there's a video where a dude uses and the thing that he manipulates is the medium. He removes the medium, moves it completely, well, for as much as, a man-made vacuum can do, removes the medium, and it changes the weight of the wood. So you would have to do something like that, and the thing you manipulate be gravity. But we've already established that when you change the medium, so that's already one variable that plays in it. But I wanted to post that and share that with everyone else in the room because there's quite a few people in here that's not seen it.
I have seen it, and it's a very good experiment. But it has in my opinion, a fundamental flaw. The whole experimental setup is itself subject to gravity. So removing the air does not. I mean, you know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. English is not my first language.
You're good. You did fine. I understood where you're going with it. But listen, I understand what you're trying to say. But it's not like at the years of gravity, if gravity's not been established. Gravity has to exist first to be established to be a cause of any effect before anything can be under its thumb, right? Or you can't just say that. That's what you're trying to prove. You're trying to find out what is the cause of this. What is causing this effect? Right? One of the things would be the medium, the relationship between the object and the medium. So you can manipulate some other variables and cause these things to happen. You can manipulate the electrostatic or electromagnetic, electrostatic nature of the medium and the object, one or the other or both. You can manipulate the vibration of the object. Like you can cause things to vibrate. That will cause it to, if the medium and the object's vibration is in harmony and you cause a disharmony, then the object will move. So these are things that we know affect where an object finds, like how an object behaves in its medium. Not once have I ever seen anybody bring anything where they say, here, I am manipulating gravity. Watch its effect. It doesn't happen because and no one ever has. That's what you should look for. You need to go look for that.
But there is no matter what you do, you will measure an acceleration of all matter in one direction.
Oh yeah, helium balloon.
A balloon.
And
okay.
and then following that, you derive other equations.
No. Don't
like
you can't go and
buoyancy
then as if I
and
didn't say
stuff.
anything, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay. And
Yeah,
then
you said
what?
everything has an acceleration down, right?
Yeah.
What about a helium balloon? Goes up.
Yeah.
So
Following
your
that, you
statement that you
have
just made is false.
buoyancy.
And until
Okay. So
and I
the
agree with
more
crypto until
dense
evidence
a
turns up.
matter is,
And I agree with crypto until evidence turns up. Then
okay.
we're not going to take it serious. When it does
Yeah,
turn up, we'll take it serious.
but following
No,
following
but
the
I'm
understanding.
sorry.
I'm not talking about gravity. I'm just saying there is this fundamental acceleration going on. And following that, there is the derivation of buoyancy. So you can calculate these massive steel ships that can float off water. I mean, what's up with that? All right,
Yeah,
and then you talk
what's up
about
with that?
helium.
Why isn't it being pulled to the earth? Right, density, buoyancy in the water. The
You're
water.
not a scientist, are you?
Yeah. No,
This
I'm
guy's
not
not
a
a scientist
scientist.
at
I'm
all.
an engineer. I take to solve a problem.
You're not an engineer.
What is a biotechnical engineer anyway?
Chemical and biotechnology engineer.
Yeah.
So like,
let's get this straight. Let's get this straight. You're qualified as an engineer, but you don't know the fundamentals of displacement in fluids.
I know. I very understand them.
Then what are you saying? What's that about? When you talk about ships floating, you said ships floating. What's that all about? What are you talking about?
I'm trying to adhere to the broader audience. I am assuming not everyone has a deep understanding of what's going on.
But don't be condescending.
Well, you're not here to.
Talk on the level you think
you're not
you know.
here to educate us. We're not here to be educated by you. Thank you
Wait,
for doing
yeah,
that.
who's the other dude talking right now? We're talking to the nice guy from Iceland or wherever you're from.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's cool. The other guy should be quiet.
Pazza doesn't like how this guy's representing the globe believers. He thinks he's
Well,
not
no,
a
he's
good
being
representation.
condescending. He just said he's being condescending. He says he's talking down to you. He says he understands displacement and understands how ships float, but he's coming to you and saying, "What's that all about?" He's condescending you. Either that, or he's a real troll. He doesn't know what he's talking about. One of the two.
Yes, it is one or the other. I agree, and he's trying to educate. No, how about you explain it if you think you know it?
No, I'm not
He
making
already
the claim.
started
He
out
is.
like he was
Do you understand what I'm
intellectually
saying?
above everyone
Yes,
else.
no, I
here, right?
agree. I agree. That's what he's
Because
doing.
he was.
But
Yeah,
then address him, not me. I'm not. I might be. I'm talking to
We
him
wouldn't be
aggressively
addressing
because
you
he
if
either
you weren't
talks to you.
speaking.
He either talks to you on
If you don't want
on
us to
on
address
his
you,
level.
then stop speaking.
No, I agree. I agree. He's doing that exactly. That's why I was going to have him explain it. If he really wants to explain it, he can go right ahead. But don't assume we don't know what displacement is. We actually know these things pretty well. So if you want to talk as equals, we can do that. But don't be talking down to your audience at all here, please. People are well aware of stuff here.
I mean, I don't think the gravity
Just
thing will
continue to
ever
talk
come to an
and then say, don't address me, and then continue to talk. But anyway, Dandelion, you're exactly right. I don't think none of the Glovers like to hear other Glovers respond because they all sound like that when they listen to someone else because none of them have, not when they're going to be zealot, about it. No, when they're not going to be honest and just admit and say, yeah, you're right. Like the dude when I was talking about gravity and the atmosphere, he's like, yeah, it made sense to him. And he was like, you're right. I never thought about that. So when they're honest, but when they're trying to defend something that they don't have evidence for and it's not defendable, I don't think any of them like to hear another Glover talk. That's just my honest opinion. I may be wrong, but
That could
sorry,
be the
I
case.
just had to add
That could be the case. Yeah, that's a good perspective. We also have William. I don't know if he has any other questions because I think he was talking or typing in the voice text. William, did you have any other questions for us?
I was putting stuff in the voice chat. I shared a video, and I mean, if you want to comment on it, I can't post screenshots or anything, but I can post the video link again just to bring it back up. So this fella, and unfortunately, he doesn't give the And I got this, and I actually have a more interesting one, I guess, which involves a lot of observations taken across the planet. But that's a separate thing. So in this one, basically, he's looking at something he estimates they're about 50 miles, 30 miles away, and then zooms in on these. So, significant portions of these not seen at the bottom. So how would you, I guess, how would you come at this?
There's multiple things that you can. There's multiple ways that you can come at this. Number one, it has to do with perspective. It has to do with many different optical illusions, and it also has to do with swells. It also has to do with the selenium that's in the ocean, how much salt is there. Like when we see boats, like they are, underwater. Some of them look like they are, it's not dismissing the bottom of the boat. So that can also have to do with how much saline is there. How much salt is actually pocketed in that area. There's multiple reasons why we see things the way that we see them. And to just, be like, hand wave, dismiss all of those variables and say, oh, it's Earth curve, that the water is curving and we can't see that. And then on a different day, you go out and you can see the bottom, then what? Is the Earth breathing? Is the water breathing?
So you dismiss their assertion, but you've got no explanations of your own.
Okay, so I want.
Well, I mean, that was.
Can I add something to what you just said, Dan? Like when you were talking about the Earth breathing, right? With this supposed radius that they claim that the Earth has, and the sphere that they claim that it is, right? Okay, so if the horizon is moving, one thing you need to keep in mind is that the horizon, if the Earth is that sphere, even though you see it moving, it can be shorter, but it can never, ever, ever be longer than what the globe dimensions predict that geometric horizon to be. If it is ever longer or further out, then it's not a globe. And that's what we're finding every time it's measured.
Well, I mean, if we're going back to the black swan, it's obvious distorted.
Any of the measurements, and
further
what's
one away.
distorted? The rigs, that's not even the point. We're talking about the horizon.
The point.
Yeah, and that's why I mean I like these kinds of really clear. I mean, this really clear image is pretty nice to use.
Swan, let me get this out. When you're talking about the black swan, you realize those are oil rigs, right? And so oil rigs get heated, and they can cause distortion from that heat. It will create miraging from that heat. So,
that's why
let's dismiss that. And there are clear things that we can see without that distortion, and we still see the same thing. We can see way too far. Way too far.
Understand the purpose of the oil rig? I mean, hold on. I want to make sure you understand it. Do you understand the purpose of the oil rigs in that observation?
Oh, I mean, frankly, from what I understand, the idea is we shouldn't be able to see the further the further one, the one that is behind.
Okay, so this is your problem. I want to make sure that you understand it. I didn't think you understood it. The purpose of the oil rigs in that observation is to let you know what the distance is, right? So that
you're not supposed to see.
Nothing to do with. Well, no,
it's too far away, right? Is the idea?
Instead of thinking about it like that, switch it around, right? Instead of thinking, well, the horizon should be in front of both oil rigs. The horizon should be at 1.225 miles away. The oil rigs are 9 miles and 6 point whatever miles away. We shouldn't see them. No, think about this. The horizon should be at 1.225 miles. I see the horizon beyond the second oil rig. Why is the horizon beyond the second oil rig? That's the point of the observation. The only reason oil rigs are even in it is so that you know what the distance is. If the horizon is behind it, you know it's well beyond 9.41 miles.
Precisely.
That is the only reason that they're in there.
So what about this
Doesn't matter if they're wiggling. Doesn't matter if they're like flaking colors, fractaling out. Doesn't matter what they're doing. right? The point is, the horizon is beyond the second one.
I guess the question would be: Is that
4 miles
horizon?
in
I
front of the
finally
first
found
one.
this other one that we're looking at. Is that horizon, or is that refractive? Some effect of refraction. We can see massive levels of.
Are we looking through two different mediums?
You can't
So we
refract the horizon.
So we can
It's
see.
not an actual thing.
Well, I guess what I mean is distortion, sort of like okay, you could say you can't refract the ground, right? But we know that when we're close to the ground and the ground is really hot, right? Like on a hot summer day, and you get all of this mirage effect near the surface.
That's what it was. You were right. It's mirage. You said the right word there.
Yeah. And the thing is, the horizon is an apparent thing. It depends on optical conditions. It's not a physical thing. Therefore, you can't refract an optical thing. You can't refract it. You can only refract physical things.
There is, like, I don't know how many times.
I don't understand. I don't understand that. I don't understand what you just said there about you can't refract optical, but optical that is where the refraction is happening, is in between the actual object. It's when you have you have a medium in between the actual object and yourself,
No,
right?
the medium. There's a medium, right?
Yeah,
we have
the
a
air.
medium. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying that we have a medium between this and this. The medium doesn't. It's just a medium. It might get denser the further out that you're looking. That can happen, right?
Or it can get hotter. It can get hotter or colder.
So, and that can happen as well.
Yeah.
That no matter what, the horizon is only apparent. There is no geometric horizon, period, ever. Point blank. Can show me a geometric horizon.
I mean, I'm not.
That actually is.
I mean, the advanced Earth calculator that I've been showing multiple times, but that's only. But hold on. Can I try to clarify the position on this whole geometric versus apparent horizon thing? Is that
I mean, I want to. You said refraction. I want to know, do you really think that refraction is the reason that you see the horizon well beyond the second oil rig instead of 1.22 miles away?
Oh, yeah. I mean, when I'm looking at that photo, which is
because I don't
obviously
think
you have mirage effect. You have
a rebuttal.
No, not at all. I mean, I think like if we're gonna look at an image and try to discern what's going on, it's best that we don't look at these really wiggly, distorted images. We look at something that's crisp, clear, where we're looking at an object.
You understand those oil rigs have nothing to do with your horizon.
No, but what they
all.
do? Hold on. No. I think
They
what they
do
do
not
is
account for your physical horizon disappearing.
I'm not
where
trying
it should have
to-
been. It doesn't account for it. See, that's the thing. You think
I'm not trying to make it account
refraction-
for it.
You think refraction accounts for your disappearance of your physical horizon when it does not.
No, I don't think that. I don't think refraction makes the horizon disappear. That's not what I think.
Then why are you seeing it beyond?
Do you think horizon, do you think refraction will extend your horizon more than 10 times further than what it is?
I mean, it doesn't even make sense. Hold up. It doesn't even make sense. So you're claiming refraction. That means that, everyone says that light bends down, but then that light is somehow bending down while also simultaneously lifting up all of these physical objects as like some kind of hologram in the sky. So we're not actually seeing those actual objects. We're just seeing like a reflection of them somehow. While the light bends down, it's lifting it up, and we're seeing that when it's not actually
I
there.
can show if I could.
Are you going to show us the sugar water fish tank? Is that what's coming next?
No, not a fish tank. I mean, I can show like on diagram how light bending down makes things that are further away.
Well, first,
able to appear.
I feel like I have
show
to
that.
say I'm going to go nuts if I don't say a few things because there's so much that has been said that needs corrected. Okay, I can't help it. I mean, if y'all want me to, I'll mute and let you continue. But it's like, there's too much. It's like it's adding up, and I'm going to have to start taking notes in a minute because
just go.
First of all, like you didn't even really. Like I will give you this much credit. You never really claimed refraction is actually doing anything. You were asking Well, could it be, or is it refraction? Is refraction what? Because you don't know which is the honest way to go, and that's where you should remain, is in that mindset and having a conversation and not making claims, right? But if you're going to make claims, so about refraction, you need to know enough about it to make those claims. And first of all, light doesn't bend; it travels in straight lines. It travels in straight angles, straight lines, and the only like it has to pass through two mediums. Something has to change the speed of that light.
Or the direction of it. Like if I shine
at the instance where the speed of the light changes is where it will change a different angle towards the denser medium. Right. We don't have that going on here because we're looking through one medium. We're not looking through two. Okay, first of all, that's what I want to say. Secondly, if there is any refraction going on, you would have to identify the two different mediums, or whatever type of refraction, you have to identify it. But here's the thing, it doesn't matter because any of them will only hinder and shorten your distance anyway, even if it was going on.
No.
None of them.
No.
And you can't say that refraction would. If you do, then you're going to have to define it. You're going to have to tell us which type it is.
If I could.
And show us a demonstration of how it will extend your horizon further than what it is, because refraction will only hinder and shorten your, like any form of it.
I can do that.
But you need two mediums if you're going to invoke Snell's law. And if you're going to invoke terrestrial refraction, then first you need to establish radius. You need to establish R, because R in terrestrial refraction. So I don't know where you're going to go from here, because anything about refraction or optical, where the horizon is optical and it changes location, like that pretty much kills the globe anyway, because they're saying it's a physical thing, that it's the point at which the Earth curves away. And the moment that you say, no, it's because of how light behaves, it just looks like it's there, it's not really even there. Well, boom, then how did they ever determine it was a globe to begin with? So there's so many, and I think I may have even forgot a couple things because I didn't take notes.
Well,
I would
just add to it. I would just add to it Snell's law that refraction happens between the boundary between two mediums. And if we have medium of air, like they're claiming that there are these multiple boundaries because things get denser, all of a sudden light is behaving like there's a different medium. I would like to see that actually happening. Like, that's not how it fucking works. It's not how it works. Sorry for cursing.
That's okay. When you pass, so when light passes through differential temperatures, right? It's going to bend, and it's. I mean, we see that when it goes through different
changes angles.
Changes angles. Yeah, that's same. Same
differential
difference.
temperatures,
Yeah. So I can demonstrate. I can't share my screen right now, and I also can't upload images, so I can't really show like. This, yeah. So here's, it would have to continually refract. It wouldn't have to continually. This most recent.
It doesn't though.
Thing here, but all the thing is when the light is bouncing off some object that is, let's say, currently over the curve, and it's the light without bending down is going to go above the observer's head. All right, that light is going to pass above their head, but instead it bends down, and then they can actually see that light.
That is so
that's, if I can show a diagram, I can show how this works.
We had there's one posted at 1 minute after the hour that shows what you're describing and why it can't work. You're assuming that because we're looking through the atmosphere horizontally, that it gets denser and denser. It doesn't. You would have to have columns between you and the object you're looking at, where the one farthest, or the one at one extreme is very thin and not dense, and the other extreme is much denser. And the thing is, that's not how it works. It's one density.
Well,
you don't have a series of changing densities.
You can even do this no matter what. It is getting denser. Like the further you look, the thicker it gets, right? And you can even do this. Like if you take a laser and a piece of plastic, right? Or a piece of glass. And the further that it gets, if it's like a milky type of thing, it's going to be denser and denser the farther that it goes. But the light still refracts the same exact way as if it was clear. So no matter how dense it actually gets, unless you're in some fish tank, right? Like some fish tank with sugar water in it, then yes, that light will, refract downwards, but that's not lifting anything up. Like there is no evidence to say that what you are saying is factually true, that light bending downwards is going to holographically project objects up into the sky for us to be able to see them when they are completely around a curve and should never be seen whatsoever.
Well, if I could show you a diagram, that's exactly how it does work.
Hang on.
When the light goes down.
What's the refractive index of temperature?
Perms. We're giving you, William.
Yeah.
You got the perms.
What's the refractive index of temperature if you're saying temperature causes refraction? Because it doesn't. It takes two mediums to cause refraction. Temperature will cause.
I mean, I'm not trying to. I'm sorry. This is not fair. Okay, you're getting super technical. I'm just all I'm trying to demonstrate. Hold on. All I'm trying to demonstrate.
What's the refractive index of temperature?
All I'm trying to demonstrate is that when the light is bent downwards, it appears to lift a distant object upwards, because that light.
Assuming now. No. And that does not match Snell's law.
Because that light ends up in your eye when otherwise that light would end up going over your head.
It doesn't bend, and for it to refract, you need two mediums. Now, if you're going to use temperature, and if you're going to use temperature to fluctuate the medium to where you have all these effects, then it's the medium that's being fluctuated. It's the medium that's being changed. The light is traveling through it. It's not the light itself, right? Then you're going to know,
Sure, but I just want to very simply show. Like, no, it doesn't need to be complicated, bro. Old Haas Radborn. It doesn't need to be super complicated.
We're not saying it is. You just don't understand that we're telling you that it doesn't work the way you're claiming because you don't understand the Snell's law and the other things that we've told you. You're going with a simple example because that's your level of knowledge, but we're telling you that is just a calculation and a drawing. It's not what has been physically observed.
I mean, whether my level of knowledge is something or not, I want to establish just this what if scenario that if light bends downwards. I mean, this is kind of like using a.
But it doesn't. We already know how light behaves. It travels in straight lines.
But the thing is,
until it passes through a second medium, and at the point where it passes,
if something causes it to bend downwards, then it will make a distant object lift up.
Simple.
I mean, can we at least agree on that very simple point? Like,
no.
If it has to do with light bending, no.
I'm saying no. I'm saying, can we agree that if light is bent by a medium in the downward direction,
the speed of the light is changed, and it changes angle towards the denser medium, but it still travels in a straight line. That's what it does.
So it seems to bend downwards. I mean, what happened? What are we looking at when we're looking at a straw in a,
You're seeing it travel straight.
Cup of water.
You're seeing it travel straight. When it passes into the water, it changes angle and continues to travel straight.
Okay, that's what I mean. So it changes angle. Okay. So instead of saying the light bends, the light changes angle. I mean,
here we can make this simple and easy for both of us, okay? And I know you're getting frustrated, and so am I. So I can end both of our frustrations, and so can you. If you're saying it's refraction, then define which refraction you're referring to. Look at it and see if that's what's going on. Define it.
What do you mean by definition? I mean, and frankly, like this is just kind of
William. There's terrestrial refraction. There's celestial refraction. What refraction are you referring to, and how does it actually pertain to the story that you're telling?
I'm referring to
which refraction?
I'm referring to why we see parts of the oil rig that are clearly not visible in the other image.
If you're
right, there's parts that we see that we don't see in the other image.
I know what you're doing.
So, like, why is that?
And I don't want to keep going on about it. This is why I'm interrupting you, and I'm so sorry. I really do hate to interrupt people. You might not believe that, but I do hate to. But to keep from going on and on about it, we understand that you're saying it's refraction. That's the reason we see the horizon where we see it. Even though I've already laid out.
No, I didn't say that.
All the reasons why it couldn't be.
I didn't say that. I'm saying that's why we see parts of this oil rig in the one image when we don't see them in the other image.
We're talking about the horizon, dude.
It's all about the
problem.
horizon.
There's a big disconnect. It's like we're having two different conversations here.
The oil rig,
horizon.
listen, the oil rigs are only markers to know how far out those oil rigs are, and then we see the horizon far past them. That's the only thing the oil rigs have to do with anything.
No, we don't.
No,
we don't see the horizon past
yes,
the
we
oil
do.
rigs.
Yes, we
Exactly.
do.
Yes,
Wait, hold on. Somebody mark up.
Earth is flat.
exactly what we
Why
see.
is it
Hold on.
3D?
Hold on though. I'm looking at this image and I
Where
don't
do you
see
see it,
horizon.
William?
I don't see horizon past the
It's right there at
Look
8 minutes
again.
after the hour. That's right there.
I'll mark it with a red line here.
Look, it's right there. It's already done for you.
Hold on, I'm
See
scrolling.
the yellow box and the green box?
Yeah, hold on.
Between them is a line where the sky meets the water. That's the horizon. It's past both the rigs, and they covered up the rigs
Shut
so
your
you
ass
won't
up,
get hung up
Granny.
on the distortion.
I mean,
Stop, Killer Mike. They're in the middle of
Isn't
something.
the horizon
Stop interrupting.
right where I drew that red line? It's kind of sloppy, but it's basically in the spot. Isn't that where the horizon is in this image?
The Earth appears to meet the sky. Right? Where do you see that in that observation?
I mean, in this one here.
Where do you see the Earth appear to meet the sky?
Beyond the rigs.
Yeah, in this one here, it looks like it's.
Where is he pointing?
It's
Showing us
beyond.
now different pictures
he
from the
just
same
posted
video that are showing that fluctuating. So are you now going to say that your Earth is breathing, because that's what you're telling me then too? It's beyond in some of the pictures. It's closer in some of the other ones.
I'm just
Depends
drawing
on
where it looks like the horizon is in these various photos. That's all. I mean,
right. We have one that goes further even than what you're drawing from the same video. So how do you explain that? Because again, you're trying to say it's now only at the furthest one, but even then, it's still beyond. Your physical horizon is claimed by a radius of 3959 miles.
You do realize how much, like, that first one is 6.2 miles. It can't be any further than 1.225 miles. And you said you understood this.
well, that's you're talking about distance using 8 inches per mile squared.
We're
'Cause
talking
that doesn't
about
account for
using
observer
the
height.
horizon.
1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet.
So we're looking by when we're geometrically approximating where the horizon will be. We're talking about
The
looking
observer's height
down.
is 1 foot.
Yeah, and we're talking about looking
1
down
foot
at it.
observer height.
We're talking about looking down at it.
No,
And
1 foot observer
1
height.
foot.
yes, which means looking down from 1 foot at an angle.
No, it's still too far. Do you understand? If you do the curve calculator, you're still well beyond it, even with the first rig. Not to say even thing about the second rig. And if you go in that video and look, it fluctuates further beyond even the second rig.
Yeah. Okay. So
But you keep rewording
it's a question.
the argument and
It's the same
using
thing
the words
over and
like
over with
down
different
at
words.
and this.
Yeah.
So how did
Like,
you
I mean, we
get
both feel the same way. I
Mine's
feel like
right.
it's the same thing over and over with you guys. You're just assuming.
Can't you just be
we just have
honest and
different
address
assumptions.
it?
Hold on, William. What are we assuming? You use
I
the
mean-
word assuming. What are we assuming?
This actually, but
I asked the
you're
question, what are we assuming?
1 foot.
you're assuming that the Earth is flat.
No, we're not assuming anything. We're making an observation and seeing no curvature during that observation. That is not assuming anything. The assumption is that there is actually a curve and that we're somehow holographically seeing things lift up and all these different explanations. We are witnessing this with our own eyes. There is no curvature based off of the globe math that we should be seeing curvature 1.22 off of the observer's freaking height. And we are not witnessing that. And there are more observations than just the black swan. These happen everywhere. So no, we're not the ones assuming. It seems that you're the one assuming and trying to backpedal and blame us for assuming. We're witnessing.
Yeah, if you got any
like, I don't get it.
got any if you can we've got Blocks who has a question, so while we're talking to Blocks, if you could go and find any testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence of either curvature or rotation, William, that would be great.
I mean,
Blocks,
yeah,
what is your
that's fine.
question?
All right.
Okay, yeah, let us know when you've got something testable, repeatable, and verifiable.
Yeah,
any kind of evidence whatsoever. That would be
the
great.
refraction stuff is tough. I don't know that math like myself.
We say
And
you're a flat earther if you claim refraction, by the way, because that's what we claim. We claim that's what the problem is. It is refraction. You're absolutely right. It's refraction, but it's not because there's a physical horizon that the globe somehow you're getting to see things so far away.
But
You're having to
refraction
make
doesn't make things
explanations.
disappear.
Yeah.
Refraction lifts things up, makes them appear
What? Really?
when you wouldn't see
You
them
might want to
otherwise.
go study your refraction
you
again,
should
because
study
again, it does not.
That's
I
wrong.
will. And again, I
No,
showed you
no,
the
it
simple
doesn't.
diagram of why when light bends down, it makes further distant
But you
objects
have to have
appear.
two mediums, and you don't have two mediums that you're looking through. You're looking through one.
You
Yes,
do.
there
You
may
have,
be heat fluctuations. What's the
yeah.
other medium? You're looking through air. You
Yeah,
don't have glass in
and air
between
that's
you.
different temperatures
That's not a
is
second medium.
effectively it.
That's not a second medium.
It is a
That's
second medium. It's
one.
different
No,
density. It's a
no,
different density.
no.
The reason that
I'm
the reason that
sorry.
the glass of water bends the light is because it's a more
It's
dense
because you're
medium than
going
the
through
air,
glass and water. Yes,
which are
medium.
denser mediums.
It
No,
doesn't
because they
require
change.
two of the same medium that's more dense in one area and less dense in it. It requires two different mediums.
It's the
right?
boundary
Two
between the two.
different. Yeah.
Hot water,
different
hot air is denser than
That's not a
is
second
less
medium.
dense than
That
cool
creates
air.
a mirage. Yeah, so you
Right.
might get miraging or something
Hot
else.
air
But that isn't going to
and
be the
cold air.
refraction you're talking about, where the refraction of like seeing a straw in a cup, where the straw like is literally tilted over to the other side in the water.
Yeah,
as
that's
opposed to
extreme.
outside of the water. That is Snell's law. That's the boundary between two mediums. When you're witnessing something where it's fluctuation between temperatures and things like that, that is like miraging. That's not necessarily a refraction. Like it's something else. And everyone wants to lump all these things, all of it, refraction, when it's not. They're
All right,
all separate things.
I have more learning to do. You know, clearly
Yeah,
because
that's
I
what I
can't
was
speak
getting ready to
confident
say.
towards this stuff,
All right,
and
yes.
so hey, thanks guys, I appreciate it.
Totally.
Dandelion was going to move on to someone else.
Yeah.
Look, dude.
Yeah,
Go
go-
out and do your own observation.
Yeah, and go look up Snell's law and understand that you have to use that to be able to understand what you are actually doing with these mediums. And go look up the definition of refraction. It'll tell you it has to be two different mediums, not the same air, not hot air versus cold air. It doesn't work that way.
All forms of refraction that you can look into is only going to shorten your horizon. It's never going to extend it. But go do your own observation. Look into these things. If you think you find something, come back. Come back and bring whatever you find.
I want to inject something.
You
This
know,
is
here.
me, Sterkapillen.
Well, I think. Hang on. I think Dandelion had someone she wanted to move on to.
Yeah.
Well,
If you don't
Blacks
mind,
is
Sir
waiting.
Goblin.
He's unmuted like 3 times trying to ask his question. But Stair Goblin, we'll get to you after we take Black's question. So if you can hang on, that'd
Yes,
be
no
great.
problem.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, Blacks.
So my question was, how do you guys think like day and night effect exists? Like, how do you think it gets day and how do you think it gets night? Like, I would want to know more about that.
Who wants to take this one?
I didn't want to jump in and just do it, but I wanted to.
Yeah, the educational one.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
No.
Can I, Shines? Can I ask you one question before, and then you take
Oh
it
no,
from
go
there?
ahead. Yeah.
Can
I never even heard the question. I'll follow through.
Well, I want you to respond to him if you were going to. I just wanted to ask him, like in his mind, what does he think causes it? Like how like okay, in your mind, the sun and the earth. Just tell me how you see things, right? How close is the sun? How big is the sun? Like what moves the earth or the sun? Because starting out with your question, it's like it's obvious that you already have, if you're asking that question, then you already lack an understanding of what we observe as reality. And in reference to, flat earth being flat. So, and not moving, right? So just explain to me how you see the sun and how you think day and night.
You want me to explain how I think the model like of the solar system is? Like, well,
No, we don't have to go into all that. Just how far away do you think that the sun is?
I don't know. They haven't proven anything, but so I don't know.
So
I wouldn't know.
Well, Sean, you can go from here. I won't go any further.
Well, okay, so I missed the first question. My friend is actually listening on YouTube, and this is her first
day
time
and night
listening.
works.
And so she basically said he asked how day and night works. So I would like you to actually like expand on that. What do you mean by how day and night works?
Like you claim that well, you think or claim that the Earth is stationary thing and everything is floating around it, right? That's what you guys think, right?
So yeah, we
That's true.
know that the world is not spinning, and we know that the sun and the moon are rotating above us like clockwork. Correct. So what is your issue with that?
No, well,
we don't think those things, right? You and all of us observe the Earth is stationary, and you and all of us observe lights in the sky.
But why do you think the Earth isn't rotating, but the rest of the planets are? So the sun and the moon. Why do you think those are rotating, but the Earth isn't?
Okay, so let's start there. Why do you think the Earth is rotating? Do you feel any movement whatsoever? Do you have any proof that the Earth is actually moving?
Yeah,
any evidence whatsoever?
I would say the placement of the sun at the time of day, and yeah.
Why would the time of day have anything to do? Yeah, why would the sun and time of day have anything to do with the Earth rotating? We're talking about Earth rotation.
Yes.
So what is your evidence for the Earth rotating? How would the sun, during any kind of time of day, I don't care where the sun is at, why would that mean something? Are you saying because you think that the sun moves, sets, that it's going beyond a curve of the Earth?
Yeah, that is what I think, yes.
Okay, why do you think that?
Well,
because you were told?
Yeah, and because you can see it in the air, and that's basically what the whole thing has been. So, yeah, basically because I was told yes, but you can still see it. If you look at the sun.
No, what you're doing is you're witnessing the sun move farther and farther away from you. That's it. If you look at street lamps on a street,
how do you know
hold
farther?
up, let me finish what I'm saying. So if you look at street lamps on a street, a level street, and you see those street lamps all the same height, and they are slowly but surely getting lower and lower in the distance until you can't see them anymore, does that mean that they're going over a curve? Does it mean at the end of the hallway, when those lights are getting lower and lower, that that building is completely level and horizontal, and they're getting lower and lower, that means that those lights are actually going lower? Or is that just how we witness the world that we see? That is perspective, and that is giving us our ability to walk through this world and understand that things are farther away and closer to us.
Yeah. I was referring to the sun. Why do you think?
I am. That's why I'm using that as an analogy.
Yeah, all right, but I don't really understand that.
So if you don't understand, are you in the live stream voice text? Because people are posting pictures.
I am.
A lot of people. Okay, so you are seeing that.
Yeah,
so
I see it.
So you see how when things are level, they appear to go lower and lower, and they meet. It's like an X shape. And where we see in the middle is like X marks the spot, right? Like everything is moving to this point that we see. So things closer to us are larger, and the farther away they are, the smaller and lower that they get.
Yes.
That is what is happening with the sun. What?
The street lamps aren't moving.
What does that
mean?
The
sun isn't either, but
no, the sun is moving.
Well, say an airplane.
Wait, hold up.
No,
Wait, hold up. Even in your globe religion, the sun is moving. So you can't say the sun isn't moving because it is.
Yes, of course, but everything. Yes. Okay, but you're taking it out of proportion.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you were, because I wasn't done with talking. You just
You're
keep going
assuming.
through. No. Wait.
You're assuming the sun is huge and very, very distant. So again,
You're not even letting me talk.
No, because I'm gonna set you straight. Because even if it's an airplane moving away from you, flying overhead at level flight, you're gonna see it get smaller and smaller as it goes distant, and also it goes towards the. It looks like it disappears out of your view in the edge of the what we call the horizon, where the sky meets the ground. Eventually, it will go out of that view if you're on a flat level area that you can see that far. So it doesn't matter if it's moving or if it's lights. She's giving you examples so that you can understand perspective.
I understand, but my original question was we've like driven away from the whole question. My question was, how does day and night work on the flat Earth? That's
It's
all I wanted to know.
very simple. So day and night works because we have the moon and we have the sun. And as those things move farther, like when the sun moves farther away, there's a certain attenuation of light where the sun can only shine so bright until that attenuation, when it moves farther away, we can no longer see that light. That's why if anybody has this, they can show it in the comment section. You can see day and night at the same time. And you can see that middle area where the sun's light no longer reaches through because it's too far away. It's just as if you took a flashlight and the farther away you walk, that light no longer reaches where it can be seen. Like it just, light can only go so far. And then the moonlight comes in, and then you have nighttime, and then the sun comes back around, and then you have daytime.
But why do you think why do you think the sun moves instead of the Earth? Is there any proof?
Yeah.
I think it's daylight. What do you see in the morning when you wake up in the sun and it's getting daylight? What do you see?
I see the sun setting on the horizon. That's
when it's getting daylight. What do you see? What do you see the sun doing?
It's up. Well, it goes up.
So the sun's moving? You see the sun moving? Okay, well, that's why. Because the sun is moving closer to you.
But then I can use reverse.
And it gets night when it moves further away.
Yeah, but then I can use reverse psychology and say that that's the Earth rotating around the sun.
Psychology.
It's not reverse. It's not.
Oh, wait, no, but that's what
hold
I'm
up.
saying.
Blocks. Is that how I say your name, Blocks?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so Blocks, show me any evidence at all that the Earth is actually moving.
Show
How
me evidence the sun is
No. You need to really think about this. If the Earth was moving,
driving away from my questions.
Okay, this is so funny because you say people don't let you talk. You're not letting me get a word.
Yes, I know.
So
Because
yes, you do know. So you're just going to continue to talk over me. That's cool. How about you let me talk for a minute?
That's the same thing you do to me.
No.
I'm here to talk.
Oh my God. I was being respectful to you. Like, please, let me get a word out. You're not letting me get my words out.
But then let me finish talking and then start talking.
You were done, and then I started talking. You interrupted me. Now you want to talk again. Amazing how your logic
Okay,
works.
well, let's move on. Yeah, Blocks,
Thank
we have
you.
all
Let's
this
just
on
move on.
we have all this on the live streams. I put the links up there earlier. I can put them up there again. If you ever want to review to see if you were absolutely 100% right and definitely all the ladies were wrong, you can go watch that tomorrow. But why don't you move on?
I'm not
Shines?
saying
What were
they're
you trying
wrong.
to get to with him? Okay, that's fine. We're not going to discuss that. It's boring. Shines, what is it that we're trying to get across to him?
Yeah, so what I was trying to talk about is about if the Earth was actually moving. Like, there are so many roads you can go down. Number one, we feel it. Number two, we are in an ellipse, which means that when that accelerates, we would feel that motion as well. Then we would also, if the Earth was rotating, things would be flying off of it. Then also, if the Earth was rotating, the air that we are seeing above us would be not only just thrown off, but moving at like a way faster than the Earth actually is. Everything that they say about what is happening, it's wrong. We are not seeing any evidence of the Earth actually moving. We do not feel it. We do not see it. The atmosphere above us, the lies that they tell about that, there is nothing at all that shows that this Earth is actually rotating. It makes no sense in physics, even at all. You have to go into astrophysics and fairy tale land to think that that's actually true.
But why does it make sense that the sun and the moon is moving then? When, like, I don't understand.
Because we can witness them moving. Because we're still and we see them moving above us. We know that the Earth is not moving, so we know that what is above us is actually moving. That's how we know.
Question is, why doesn't that make sense to you when that's what you observe?
This is I'm done talking, man.
Aw. You got nothing?
Well, just keep in mind too, there's experiments that have been done that show that we don't have any proof of Earth movement. So you might want to go look up Michelson and Gale, Michelson and Morley, and start researching how they have not been able to prove any Earth movement. And even Einstein said you cannot prove the Earth is moving. One of his direct quotes.
One of the things was, what was that telescope thing that they did to try and figure out? I can't remember what it was called, but it was that telescope. They put there. Yeah, there you go. And the telescope proved that no, the Earth is not moving. So.
Well, it's not just that. I think he's having some kind of disconnect.
Did you just call them dumb?
He even said the sun and the moon moving towards and moving away from him, but yet he doesn't understand, and it doesn't make sense to him why we're saying the sun and the earth, moon are moving. Like, that's what you even said that you saw. So why doesn't that make sense to you?
Yeah, Blocks, if you'd never heard anything, you never went to school, you never saw television or computer, and you just lived on this earth, you went out, see the sun move across the sky, you're not moving. That's what you would assume. That's your default position. That's what we all actually experience. So
I understand.
The point of the whole thing is that you don't need to have a globe to explain day and night. There's multiple other models and demonstrations that can explain it.
Right. I did want to get back on if the Earth is rotating, everything would fall off it.
Well, I would like to see if there's anybody else in here that hasn't spoken up yet before that question gets asked. Do we have?
Jemsy's pointed out Olive. Olive doesn't have any roles. We could try and mute Olive. And I unmuted the other people. It didn't go well, but maybe Olive will prove that there's hope for humanity. There, Olive?
We can only hope.
Hey, hi. Am I here?
Yes, you are.
Can you hear me?
Hear you. Welcome to the server. How are you?
Wow. Oh my goodness. I've been trying to get on. This is my first time on Discord, and I am just so excited. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys.
Oh my God, Carol.
Oh, you could always have like messages or ask us to unmute. You just weren't able to unmute because you don't have the VC verified role, which we can give you as long as you agree to follow the rules of the server.
Oh, thank you so much. I was trying to message and I didn't know how, and I felt so stupid. I hate to say that, but I felt so dumb. I was like, how do I do this? And it kept sending me to like a robot or something. But I'm so excited that I'm on right now. I've been listening to you guys for hours.
Well,
wait, how did you find us?
That you're excited.
I know
Well,
we are.
yeah,
Aren't we?
so I don't know. I think I was on Facebook and something sent me to the Discord app for this link, and I've been looking for some Flat Earth girls to connect with, and I've just been like so excited to find you guys.
We're happy you found us. I would love to hear about like why you're a flat earther, what brought you here, what makes you think that the Earth is, what it naturally is.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm a complete just like truther, okay? Ever since birth, like ever since I can remember, I've always just resonated with truth. I grew up in Georgia. That's where I live now. I'm a Southern girl. So I was always involved in the Baptist church growing up. So I've got that strong Christian background. So whenever I was in school, I didn't resonate with what they were teaching me, in science and history. Just never resonated with me. And then I don't know, always just different. I just felt like I just believed different things from other people, and I was never ashamed of it. And but oh my gosh, you guys, I'm so excited right now. Just give me a second to calm down.
It's good to have you here. It's all good. It's good to have you here. It's cool to hear people's stories about, how they realized that the Earth was flat, what they know about the Earth being flat.
Yeah.
So if you can, walk through that, we would love to hear that.
For sure. So yeah. So I guess it was about like 2015, 2016. I started seeing some things. I was with my ex-boyfriend, and he was into just watching a bunch of YouTube stuff, and he would let things play and play and play. And I woke up one night and I remembered I saw this video of just like, it was just hours and hours and hours of footage of the Antarctic ice wall.
Gonna get you on
Whoever's hot micing, go on mute so we can listen to Olive. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'm just saying, yeah, so I saw this footage of this ice wall, and I had never seen that before. And I was like, what is this? And then also I saw footage of um the high altitude balloon showing us the flat horizon, and then the sun, and then the moon at the same time. So I kept seeing those, like they would pop up every night. He would play like YouTube videos, and then I would wake up to those videos, and it just was kind of insane. I'm like, I've never seen these. So I just started doing research into that, and just all the facts just popped up, and it was just so apparent to me that this was the truth. And everything made sense to me. It just clicked. And everything just came together from what I had been learning as a child. You know, what I see every day in the stars, that I see the same stars every night. You know, I live in Georgia, so we've got the Georgia Guidestones over here, which are like crazy, like to think about like how they came up and why these people had erected them. And
Do you know
I'm
why
actually
Georgia Guidestones are important? What they mean about flat Earth?
Right, because well, the middle slab, you know, like right through the center always points to Polaris, and then all the stars.
Amen.
Yep, that's it, girl.
Yeah, of course. And I've just been doing a lot of research into them lately, and I'm actually gonna plan. I have my first trip planned on Sunday to go see them. I've lived here my whole life, never even knew. I'm literally an hour from them, so I'm excited to do that. And yeah, so it's just been such a truth awakening journey for me. It's kind of been a lonely thing, you know. I'm sure y'all know about that. It's been lonely, but yeah, all y'all guys, you know, whatever questions you have, bring it, because you know, we got the answers. We got the answers. You know, we live on this in this realm where we don't know where we are. They don't, the people who are in charge of all the information don't want us to know anything about who we are, what we are, and where we are. And we are trying to figure that out. And you know, yeah, we can't get to the edge because we can't get there because of the treaty. And who knows what's beyond the edge. There's so many different, you know, there's so many different theories about all of these things. And that's what you have to realize as a quote unquote flat earther, you know, as a truther, is that you just have to know that we don't know anything. We just know that we've been lied to our whole lives, and everything that we've been taught is completely, you know, basically a lie.
Well, it's good to have you here. Welcome. We're glad that you're here. And it sounds like you... Oh, go ahead. Somebody's trying to talk over me. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I have a question for Olive.
No, we told Blacks to wait until you guys are done. Oh, he has a question for Olive. Okay, well that might be good. Were you done talking, Shines?
No, go ahead. Yeah, that's why I said go ahead. Go on.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, Blacks.
So, if I throw a ball up, how do you think it comes down? With what force?
Well, I mean, you throw a ball up, you throw it in the air, the ball is denser than the air, so of course it's going to fall. Just like you were saying before, if you are throwing it and it lands on water, it's going to float. If you throw it and it lands on the ground, it's going to just be there. The ball is denser than the air.
But do you claim that there's no gravitational force behind that? Or
there's no gravitational force. Gravity is a complete made up lie to make you believe that you're spinning on a ball, and that's what's holding you down. It's a complete lie.
Didn't we spend like an hour talking about this already? Why are we just bringing up the same
We
things?
did. Yes, we
Well,
did.
the thing is, yeah, that's the thing. Okay, it's density and buoyancy. It's okay, guys. Come on, catch on. If you're in water, the ball is gonna float. It depending on what ball. If you have a golf ball, it might go down to the bottom. But if it's a ping pong ball, it's gonna float. It depends on the density of the object and the, you know.
Exactly.
It's okay, Olive. Don't stress yourself trying to, because we've explained it every way, like 6 ways to Sunday, and then found some extra ways to add to it. So don't stress yourself. It's okay. Maybe the new guy, Ukas or whatever, he's got a question. Maybe he can ask you, Olive, and you can answer his. Maybe he has a more serious question.
You did a good job, Olive. You did a great job. Don't worry.
Oh, wait, what's guys? Oh, you are so awesome. Thank you so much.
Great job, Olive.
So I'm just curious because, I mean, I got taught things, like I always got taught like we talk the internet, right? Like how we're talking right now, we're talking online, yeah. How does the internet exist if we've never been to space? Like, all this like how does that work?
Okay, I can answer this. Undersea cables.
I think he was asking Olive. Do you have an answer for him?
Oh,
that's fine.
Well, okay. Well, my first answer would be it's called internet. So it's like inter. So why would it be in the outer space? Internet. That's my first answer to that.
Satellite can't float.
How do GPSs work, etc.? Like,
so GPS is mostly laid underground under our oceans. Most everything we're communicating by is underneath our oceans, like laid through cables.
Do you think you would have good Wi-Fi when a satellite is down on the ocean?
Is there proof?
Well, I don't think my Wi-Fi comes from satellites.
How do you think it comes from?
Fair point, but do you have proof of that there are cables under the ground?
Somebody is hot.
Well, I think that they have Wi-Fi towers. I think that they have Wi-Fi towers, and then they have underground cables. I don't think there are any satellites that contribute to any Wi-Fi, and I don't think there are satellites, to be honest.
That's a fair
The
point.
low talker is Ukas, and then Black sometimes chimes in. That's who we're talking to.
So,
oh, it's Black's. Okay.
Because like I said, I'm new to this, so I'm not like I'm learning things. So you guys have never you guys don't like flat earthers. I don't think we've ever been to space, right?
Never.
Ever.
What is space? Do you want to define it for me?
Right.
And instead of saying,
if I it's simply because I don't know the knowledge. Like I don't have the knowledge of that. Like, you guys know way more.
Well, I want to correct your fallacious thinking first, if I can. And instead of thinking and asking and referring to you flat earthers, don't think. Why don't you ask, if anybody thinks we've been to space, why do they think that? Is there any way I can prove it? Is there any evidence of it? Like, that's what you should be asking.
Well,
how can I verify that anyone's been?
Like, there are a lot of scientists, like people dedicated. Like, I can see they're like rockets, they're life casts. Like, you can see them go. Like, maybe it's all fake. It could be, but like, then I could like believe that my entire life is fake. Like, it's.
Well, that's the thing. We're you just were claiming that we all know. Like, you're saying, like, how do you know? Like, it's the thing is, we just know we've been lied to. We see all the evidence of all the lies. And it's like, how many times are you going to believe somebody that lies to you? And then you're just going to believe this one truth that they tell you. You know? Like that, you would never do that in your everyday life.
That's fair enough. But like, so like, if I could go back to the cables and internet, like, if everything is connected, like, don't you need to plug something like in your phone then for Wi-Fi or internet? If everything is with
We're not
cables.
saying Wi-Fi signals on the ground don't exist. We're not saying that. She's just saying that there's not any satellites that are sending down a signal when there's actually ground cables are a huge percentage. You should go look that up. It's actually really interesting how much is actually coming through cables. The other is towers. You have towers.
So how do we wireless
How do the
connect to
radio
cables?
signals work?
And they make them look like palm trees.
How do we connect wireless to the internet? Like, how do you do that? Cables. How do you wireless connect to cables?
I can answer this.
I'm not.
There are international internet cables, data transfer cables. There are even undersea cables. I live in Iceland, and we are a hub between Britain, America, and Europe for internet.
What is this, like science class and IT class? Is anybody getting paid to teach these things? Like, what the hell?
Exactly. And I want to interject. I'm going to sleep right now. It's very late. I just there was previously a discussion about refraction. All right. I did an experiment on light refraction from light matter into denser matter in high school, and I was going to share the results in the chat, but I'm not allowed to. But refraction does exist. So you need to take it into.
We didn't say it didn't. We actually say if you think refraction is what makes you see further, that makes you a flat earther. That is our argument. Your globe claims the physical horizon. We deny the physical horizon is at 3959 miles. That's your
No one said you weren't allowed to either.
No, I tried to
for the
share
record,
it in the chat. I'm not allowed to share it in the Discord. Anyway, I have to go to sleep. It's very late for me. I thank you for this very intriguing discussion. And
thank you, guy from Iceland.
Yeah, and I'm very
Iceland at all, by the way.
Yeah, I wish Carmen and Drace were here.
I am
Carmen
absolutely from Iceland, and
Yeah,
I'm
Carmen
very
and Drace
thankful
are
for
as
the civil
I
discussion.
know people from Iceland.
We have people on here from Iceland. Carmen and Drace are
heldur
two
þú að ég sé
amazing
ekki
people.
frá Íslandi?
Well, they're not
He
here right now.
doesn't sound like he's from Iceland at all.
His accent isn't the same, but
Ég
That's
tala
what it
svo mikla íslensku að þú hefur ekki hugmynd
Oh
það,
yeah,
grey
he's
kona mín.
Icelandic. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
he's
Well,
got it.
okay, can I ask a question before you go? Is it like, it's warm, doesn't it get warm in Iceland, right? Do you see, like, how are the skies must be awesome up there. Wouldn't it be awesome? Like, I feel like Iceland is kind of off limits for us. Don't it would be amazing up there, right?
It's amazing in the winter time, and it's especially off limits after Brexit.
After what?
Brexit.
Oh.
We're talking the economic stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Anyways, I'm really grateful for the healthy discussion.
I'm sorry. Thank you for talking to me.
And I need to go to sleep. It's very late. It's like 3 a.m.
Well, come back and see us.
find that experiment and bring it back.
Yeah, come back and see us, please.
Yeah, all right. Good night, people.
Yeah.
Take care.
Hello?
Ladies, I don't believe he was from Iceland.
He was. He was speaking the right language. You can't even pronounce half the stuff they can say. It's great.
What? When he started speaking those other languages, it did sound right, but his accent did not sound Icelandic to me. It's odd.
Yeah, do you guys speak that language? I mean, also, with us, there's different accents. Like so.
Can you guys explain to me why you think the Earth is flat?
Did you hear me speaking, guy? I mean, you know what?
I heard you speaking,
You're right.
and I agree with you. No,
Speak
hold
to the
up.
guy who wants to have information about flat Earth.
Elijah,
That's
you
better.
are correct. There are different accents there, and that's why I was like, I wish Carmen and Drace were here to like talk to him.
Yeah, that's awesome. Next time.
I'm sorry if I was seeming like I was against that. I'm so sorry.
Hello?
My bad.
You're good. You're fine. It's just funny because it does sound different regions of the area.
Can I join in?
felt like that was. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can I join in on the ladies' night? You know, I'm actually a lady as well.
Yeah, you're go back to your original question. You're fine. You asked the question. Now we're going to answer it. So, what was your question?
Why do you
Repeat it one more
why do you
time.
think the Earth is actually flat? You know.
Why?
No.
Wow, what a question.
We don't think that.
Let's keep it chill. What was the question? Why do we think
Why
flat?
Yeah, why do you think it's flat?
Well, we think that it's level and horizontal. I mean, when you think of the word flat, I don't know if you're like insinuating that it's like, you know, there is no dips and dives in it whatsoever. Because even if you take a pancake, like that has dips and dives in it. Everything has elevation changes, but it is horizontal and level. There is no curvature. So if you take a pancake, there are elevation changes due to like the bubbles that are in that pancake, but that pancake is not rolled over into a ball. There is no curvature. There's elevation changes, but no curvature. And the reason why we think that is because there is no curvature to be found
And there's
at all whatsoever.
There's provable evidence too. There's multiple photos, videos we've taken. I mean, the scientific equation that they teach us of the curvature is 8 inches per mile squared. So when you put that to the test and then you go out and you measure it with your camera or whatever, I mean, you can see way further than they say you're supposed to see. That is like literal provable evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's
To be
plenty
honest
of
with you, I did not hear
examples
or
of that.
understand a single word you just said. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't understand the analogy you made of the pancakes. Could you, like, elaborate further?
The pancakes.
Mm-hmm.
That was
The pancakes weren't working. I didn't understand that. You said something about dips and dives. That's all I heard.
That's what I said to the waitress at IHOP recently. Pancakes weren't working.
No, it's not about pancakes.
Sorry.
It's joke. I don't know what.
I mean, you brought
girl
up
was
pancakes.
talking about something. She had a pancake analogy. She was talking about.
Yeah, that was stupid.
I had stepped away. I don't think it was stupid. I don't think it was stupid at all. I don't know what it was, so I can't speak on it at the moment. Where is she at? Where's my girl?
Okay, here's another question. Why would the government lie to us saying the Earth is actually
Why
global?
would they lie?
So wait a second.
Yeah, why
I'm
would
not
they?
going to
Why
go there
would they?
yet. Hold on,
No,
brother.
why would they lie? No,
Hold on. You haven't even asked how do we know it's flat or not. You
No.
haven't asked any
I
of the
want to know
pertinent.
why the government would lie. No,
Stop.
let's answer that question first.
Stop. The first thing you need to find out is, are they lying to you? Are they lying to you? Because you're never going to get a straight answer from a liar, are you? I could tell you a bunch of reasons why they lie. Why do people lie to you? Why do you lie? You could tell me a bunch of things. It might be true, might not be. I don't know. I could go on all day about why people lie, or even governments lie. You don't think governments lie? Come on now. Let's be reasonable here.
Yeah. They
Governments
would lie
lie.
for other stuff, maybe
They
political
lie
reasons.
for everything. And if they lie about a few things, what makes you think they'll not lie about a lot of things, like almost everything?
Yeah.
So you got to
But
be real careful thinking
being
that
a
people
globe is
are liars
like
are going to tell you
actually
the truth.
common knowledge. I don't know why would you guys even question it.
Well, the thing is, like I said, you first need to find out, how do you know if they lied to you? When you're investigating a crime, you don't usually go for the motive first. You find out if there was an actual crime committed. Was there a murder committed? Was it an assault? Whatever is going on, you got to find out if that's the truth.
No.
Were you being
Why are
lied
you
to?
answering my question with another question? Can you just
Because you need to
please get
think,
to the
and,
point?
and,
No,
and
please
one of
get
the
to the
things
point.
you're not doing is you're jumping to why. And like I said,
I want to
I
know the
can make
facts straight up.
I
Her.
can
I
make
Stop
up.
I'll tell
interrupting
him.
her.
Why don't
Can
you
somebody?
just
I don't have
tell
mod
him?
powers. No, hold on. I don't have mod powers. When somebody's interrupting a lady on ladies' night like that, can we have a mod put them on mute?
I'm
Like,
a
stop.
lady though. I'm a
You're
lady.
You're
not.
not a lady.
Stop
I'm
interrupting.
Are
sorry.
you assuming? You're assuming
Where is
right
the
now.
mod?
Oh my.
Is there a mod?
Yeah, I'm here. I can, somebody
Thank
else
you.
muted him. So, yeah.
My goodness.
People are giving you an answer, and I don't think you're focusing on what they're saying to you.
Yeah, I was getting ready to ask him To share his flat Earth experience, like how he came to the knowledge of flat Earth, because he's talking as if he already knows the Earth is flat. He's wanting to move on to find out why they lied to us.
Good question.
All right, I'm sorry for interrupting like that. I'll talk normally from now on.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for
All right,
sorry.
back to
That
what we
means a
were
lot.
saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So flat Earth, right? I think the idea was brought up around the 1600s, 1700s. I don't know, but it was debunked by back
Well,
then.
actually,
No,
that's
you
wrong.
said you
Very
can I
wrong.
correct you before you go any further?
Thank
So
you.
everybody always knew the Earth was flat. This idea of a globe is very new and recent. It's only about 100 years old. So now you can continue.
100 years old, really?
Yes.
Okay. Hold up. 1 second.
Wait, what?
I love you, ladies.
Welcome to Flat Earth, by the way.
I love you, ladies.
Welcome. Very
Thank you
glad to have
so
you. Very
much.
enthusiastic motivation coming, like the energy. It's like I love it. So, welcome.
So excited. I don't know how to work this thing, so I don't know any of your names, but I can't wait to get to Like, what's your name, lady with the, like you were just talking with the southern accent? What's your name?
Olive. My name is Truth Prevails. And maybe we can all just introduce ourselves while he's looking for his evidence
That's a
of.
great idea. That's a great idea.
Yes.
So I'm
Awesome.
Truth Prevails.
I'm Shines.
I'm Dan Flametic.
Awesome. I'm Olive.
We got Dandelion. She might
Yeah,
not
I'm
be with us right
Dandelion.
now.
Yes,
There you
yes.
go.
Nice
With a
to have you,
beautiful
Olive.
voice.
We're glad that you're with us. We're glad that you're with us. Yes, and the enthusiasm is very nice to hear.
Okay, I'll try to calm down too, though. I'm so sorry.
It's all good. I mean, it's good to be excited. I get excited all the time. You can ask anyone. I'm very passionate, and sometimes it can be overbearing during certain moments. But I don't know. I like the passion. I dig it.
It's been a while since I've been able to talk about any. I have a couple friends and my sister, fellow truther, so I could talk to her. But it's been a while, and honestly, I felt like I'm just like listening to this radio show or whatever, and then all of a sudden they were like Olive, and I was like, what? It was so cool.
The radio's talking to me.
Like, it's so cool. So I just wanted to tell you guys, like, it's like a dream come true. Like, best moment of my life so far. Not like seriously though. Awesome. Thank you so much. And we can move on now.
Great to have you here. Really.
You're good. I think he's looking for whatever he's looking for. So you're good to if you have more to say.
Oh. Yeah, man. Yeah, so I listened to a lot of David Weiss. I get a lot of my info from him. What do you guys think? What about some conferences? Have you guys been to any conferences? Are there any coming up that you know of or planning to go to?
There's not any that I know of coming up. I was supposed to go to the last one, but I couldn't make it. I had something
Like
come up.
Flagtoberfest
Yeah,
or
I was supposed to go to Flagtoberfest, but I'm in Arkansas, so I was trying to make it, but I wasn't able to. But if you want to start hooking up with other flat earthers, especially in your state or close state,
that app.
they get together through David Weiss's app. So a lot of people will hook up through that.
The app is where it's at. I live in California, so it's amazing to me to find out that there are other people here because California it's just like hell on earth. But through that app, I've realized that there are other people here. It's pretty cool.
Oh, well,
Okay, I'm back. Hello?
Oh, been waiting. Welcome back.
All right, like I was saying, let's go back to the other topic, actually. Why would the government lie to us?
Okay, well, we already talked about that for a moment.
Oh,
like I said, I
wow.
could make a lot of ideas about it, but again, would I know for certain? No, of course not. I'm not going to know why liars lie for certain.
But
I have
we
ideas.
do know
Yeah, I can
some
speculate.
reasons.
Sure,
We
I
do know
speculate about a
some
lot of
reasons.
it. But
We
when we
know
come
that
here,
they
we want to
want
be able to.
Hold up, Olive. Let Damsel say what she was going to say. Really.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
What we do when we come here, we try to actually figure out if they're lying to us first. And if you haven't figured that out yet, how to determine whether you're being lied to or not, that's your first step. That's what I was trying to get at. Is I could tell you all kinds of reasons, but they may not be accurate. I can't prove why they lie. I can't prove it. But I can determine whether the earth is flat. I can do that. And I can teach you how to go do it for yourself and determine if you're being lied to. That's what we're here for. So if you want to learn how to figure out if you're being lied to first and then come to us and figure out for yourself why, I'm all for it. All for it. But I could speculate. Yeah, money,
Okay, here's
power,
another question.
control.
Why would you question it? Why would you speculate? Why?
Because I have worked
Well,
in the
something has.
government and
Oh,
I
never
know
mind.
they lie. And also, when I walk out my front door, I don't feel myself moving and I don't see things moving the way they tell me they do. I don't see a curve anywhere, and I've flown all over this world. And I've never seen a curve at elevation when I was in the military. I don't
And
see it.
I don't understand why you're asking us why someone else chose to lie. You'll have to ask them. And like,
But
I'm just curious, which
Well,
lie
I
are
couldn't
you
ask
referring to?
NASA. I really couldn't. I couldn't ask any other space organization or any other government official.
And then you'll have to
not?
determine, like, okay, if they're lying, and I ask them, can I believe what they're telling me? So it's like it's like a
I
nonsensical
mean,
question
what
because
would even if it was a
it's an
lie?
unanswerable question, right?
well,
Here you
the
go
It
again.
doesn't
question
change the
is
fact that we live on the planet Earth. It
Here,
really doesn't.
no.
It's not going to change anyone's lives. It's not going to make it better.
Yes,
It's not going to do
it
anything new.
does. Again, you're making an assumption for everybody. It changed my life and the way I view my world and the way I interact with my world. So you're not telling an accurate picture. You're just painting us with a broad paintbrush and saying, oh, it doesn't make any difference to you all. Yeah, it does. And it would to you if you actually understood what we were talking about.
can I say
No, I
something?
understand. I really do.
Go ahead, Olive. What did you want to add?
I just wanted to repeat something that you said earlier. I forget who said it because I'm still learning everyone's name, but you said it's like, it's not why they lied. You need to ask, did they lie? What did they
Yeah,
lie
did they lie?
about? Do you know that they lied? And the question is, did they? So it doesn't matter why. Just know that they did. And can you trust them? Like, no, they lied to you. Okay, it
Can you
doesn't
prove
matter
that they
why.
did lie?
Yeah, it might matter
Yes, we
why.
can. Wait, hold up. Yes, we can prove that
Explain
they
to me.
lied.
Explain to me, please. I want a detailed explanation.
We have been going over that this entire freaking time of how the moon
Sorry.
landing was fake. You
It
cannot
Oh
has
yeah,
be
its
yeah.
on
The
the
moon
second
extremely
landing.
launch. You
simple
cannot
details.
wait. Hold on.
They claim the Earth is a sphere flat.
They cannot, the moon landing was fake. You cannot get beyond the second law of thermodynamics. The earth does not rotate. We see way too far. There is no geometric horizon. Every single thing that encompasses this topic that we're talking about right now, not to mention everything else that they're talking about that is a complete and utter lie that can be debunked in like 2 seconds flat. Yes, they have lied about the shape of the earth. We have exposed that within here, and I don't understand what you're missing. So if you want to ask actual scientific questions instead of going out into the la la land of why would they do it? Why would a human being lie? I don't know, maybe because we're all natural born liars, that manipulation is a tactic since the moment we're born, that babies cough to get attention, that manipulation turns into lying and then it becomes a habit, and certain people realize that they can lie to gain access and control and all that kind of shit. Like, people lie. And to act like they don't lie, you're being naive. And naivety is not a good look. Like, you're just letting people walk all over you if you're going to be naive like that. And you're not witnessing the world as it actually is. So get rid of the naivety, stop being naive,
Can I
and
ask one more question?
realize that they're lying
Girl.
about a
Yes,
lot of
girl.
things.
What is the point in them manipulating the entire Earth into thinking that
Again,
it's a
here
globe?
you go again.
What do they gain with that?
Again,
Please, please. What do
It's
they
the
gain?
same question.
again.
It's the
No, what do they
same
gain?
Same
question in
question,
different form.
different way of asking it. Same one. Same again. See
Troll.
again, would you like us to show you how to figure it out if they're lying to you? We can tell you how to figure it out on your own. Would you
Yeah,
like to go through that
yeah.
Point
argument?
I'd
is,
like to know, please.
I would like to tell you, the point is to keep you from knowing exactly who you are, what you're meant to be in this world, to keep you from knowing the true creator, to keep you from knowing what you're supposed to be doing for this world and for everyone in it. It's to keep you from your true destiny. It's to keep you from everything you're supposed to be doing. That's what the lie is for. They want to control that and harvest it for themselves. These people who are evil, they want that, and they're stealing it from you every day.
What?
Well, that is the truth. There is that. That is one of the explanations that we have. But again, it all comes down to, are you being lied to, and how do you figure it out? How do you figure out if somebody's lying to you? You test what they told you.
Okay,
You
this
find
is
out
starting
what
to
they
get a little
told you.
too psychological. Let's move on to another topic.
No, it's scientific at this point, right here. It's how do
Nah,
you
because
figure out if
you're
they lied
questioning
to you?
whether or not someone's lying to you. That's psychology in
Yes.
the human psyche.
No, that's not
This is turning into
psychology when
something
it
else
comes.
entirely.
Hey, wait,
To be honest,
wait.
let's
Let
move
me
back to
finish.
flat Earth.
We are talking flat Earth.
Hold on.
I am telling you how we can figure this out, and it is by asking the question of how do we figure out this is a lie? They've given us certain parameters for this Earth that they claim is a globe, which means it's got geometry. It's got geometry. Do you understand geometry?
Yeah. It's 9th grade stuff. I know.
I know. So, okay, if you can figure out the surface of a ball and they give you that size of the ball, you can figure out if it actually matches that claim. If it doesn't
But we're
match the
talking about the
claim, you're
Earth
being
here. I
lied
don't
to.
think you could. Never
That's
mind.
what we're
Keep going.
talking about. Well, you're wrong because you probably don't even know what size your Earth is. What size is the Earth? What's the radius and what's the circumference?
Repeat that.
What is the radius and the circumference of the ball that you claim to be living on?
It's like 3,000 something. I don't know really.
And that is the what?
The radius.
And then what's the circumference?
I'm not sure. Really.
About 24,000 miles. So you think
Yeah.
it's huge. They tell you it's too big to see a curve, right? That's what you think. You think you're so small that you can't.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah.
Well, you're
I mean,
probably wrong because you don't understand what the distances are. And again, that comes down to geometry and math. So again, and observation. So we do something called the black swan, and we're going to explain that to you. And I'm actually going to let somebody take it over because I'd like to hear somebody else do it, just not me this time. But we can put up a picture. You need to be in the live chat so you can see it, so we can explain to you what the black swan is.
I just want to say, Damsel, that
yeah,
it
continue
depends
on
on
with that.
what
I
they're
want to learn more.
responding to, really, like what they say. Like they say it's too small or too big to see the curve, and unless they're trying to tell you that boats are going over the curve, then you can see the curve. It's like it depends on what they're responding to. Sometimes they say you can see it. Sometimes they say that you can't. It depends on who they're talking to because they contradict themselves. I just wanted to point that out for people that's not like actually noticed that yet. Maybe you, Jumbo, you can have some awareness of that moving forward, and you'll hear their contradictions in their own statements.
Also wanted to throw out that we're throwing out the size of the Earth. It's like the circumference is 24,000 miles at the equator. I mean, that's not very big. And then they say that we're spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator.
Faster than the speed of sound.
Right. I mean, and you feel that you can watch a sunset. You see that sunset, it is going down. It's so slow. It's so tranquil. You're not towards 1,000 miles per hour. Like you're on a bullet. Like that's not happening, y'all. Just saying.
Right on. So somebody want to take over the black swan, or do I need to do it?
Black swan.
I don't have to do the video thing. I'm still trying to work all this out. But basically,
do you think he's ready for it?
Are we?
I want to hear it.
Are we just talking about it?
Well, we're going to show the picture so he can explain. We can explain the math behind it.
You have the picture?
Yeah, if you go to the live stream chat, you can see the picture. I'm going to tell everybody to look at that.
Yeah. So the black swan is just, it's just the picture of that oil rig right there. And
Yeah. So the one I want him to look at,
it's
though, is the
out
one with
there.
the math. So it's the one at 5 minutes after the hour. And it has a statement called the modus tollens at the top. Can you guys see that?
Yes. I think the modus tollens should be corrected, but yes.
Well, it's pretty simple, so it's real easy. So a black swan is called a black swan because if all swans are white, they should all be white. And if you spot one black one, that means not all swans are white. So that's where this comes from, this kind of argument. So we call it the black swan because, again, if we show that the radius of the Earth is not at the distance that they claim, if it's further, then their measurements must be wrong. And it can't be a sphere if it has no curvature to it. So we know the rate of drop based on the math. So this is the argument here. So looking at this picture, which is from a beach in California, that you can go to yourself, or you can go to another place where you have distance markers. That's what we're using the oil platforms for. It's not because the oil platforms are that important. They are only to mark distance because they are known on Google, and you can also take a boat out to them and measure the distance. So we know their distance. So those are markers. So we want you to look at that picture and tell us, where do you see the horizon in the picture?
That's a question
Sir?
for you, John Jumbo. Are you there,
Sir?
John Jumbo?
We might have lost him.
Oh, no.
I guess we didn't want to go over the math and the proof and how to prove it, but they're lying to you.
Oh, no.
I'm sure
We
there's
could
a
say
way
hello
you can
to,
answer
I
that.
don't know if Red Rose, are you able to say hello to us? You had something to say there.
Hi.
Hi, welcome to the
Hi.
server. Good to have you here.
Thank you. I'm a friend of Shine's, and she sent me the link, and I jumped in, and I've been listening for like 2 hours now. I'm like, oh, I'll just.
Oh, good.
But you guys are all amazing. Just got to say that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I gave you the ladies' night role, so then, yeah, if you want to come back, we're here every Friday night. So we're really glad that you joined us.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm learning a lot. I'm a noob when it comes to all this stuff, but with everything, like questioning everything, and you guys are just handling it so beautifully, and I'm being educated, so I appreciate it.
She's not that much of a noob. I've been screaming to her for the past how many years?
Oh yeah, that's
and
true.
all this stuff. So she knows a bit about it. She's being humble.
I was getting ready to say, if she's your friend, she can't be that much of a
There's
noob.
no way. Exactly.
I'm not that much of a noob. Okay, that's true.
She doesn't know a lot of actual arguments and stuff. Like, it's always in passing, and we talk. We're friends, so we talk about a lot of other stuff. But she gets the gist of it. She knows what's going down.
Well, and the innate
she has a lot to
feeling,
learn, for sure.
yeah, I do have a lot to learn, and the innate feeling that all of us talking about of like always questioning what we were being told, even as children, and knowing like within ourselves, like, no, this isn't right, something's not right, and then just in general, when people argue like, oh, why are you questioning it? Just believe what you're told. I'm like, wait, what? That doesn't resonate with me whatsoever. I'm like, why would you just believe everything you're told, knowing that it's just this big government and the way we're told to live in society, and just it's beyond even this topic, but this is a huge topic. So I don't know, I relate a lot, and it's nice to see a lot of people on the same page, pretty much.
Could you imagine being someone who can say with a straight face to someone, just believe what you're told and be okay with
No,
that? Could you?
I cannot.
I'm like, what?
Well,
that's not my style.
I think it's so easy for people to believe what they're told because everyone else believes what they're told. So people just go along with the herd.
Totally.
They just go along
But they
with
don't. Yeah, they do, but they don't really. Because I mean, when your parents tell you, and when your parents told you, how many in here? When your parents told you, just do as I say.
Well, that's
and
different.
don't
I
ask
think when
questions.
you're a
Just
child.
believe what you're told. I'm telling you, it's this way. Just believe it and go on. You still ask 100 questions. You want to understand. You want to know why.
But
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
mean, do
why is the
people
sky
really?
blue? Why is this? Why? Well, then why is it blue? Then why is it that? Then why is it that?
That's what they talk about
That's
too.
our
We did.
natural. That's our natural default is to ask why, and our parents
We
have shut
did.
that down, right?
The
Like
education shuts it down. Like
that's
the
why.
childlike curiosity and the childlike imagination always gets shut down as we get older because nope, you got to believe this. This is what we were told. This is what it is. And it's like, you should never lose that.
Exactly, because the indoctrination system doesn't teach them to think and ask questions. It teaches them to regurgitate.
Obey. Yeah. I agree.
And to fall in line and to have herd mentality. Do what everyone else does.
And that's what that's why I can't understand. I get why people can question and like argument against everything you guys are talking about. I'm all for like both sides of anything, but when people say, why would you question? It's just like that. I can't wrap my head around that part.
Just ask them when they say that. Ask them, say, why wouldn't you?
Exactly.
I don't understand why anyone would ask. Why would they lie? Like, whenever someone asks that,
I know
it's
that. I
like,
still
are
don't
you
get that. And I've
kidding
heard them do it
me?
like literally hundreds of times. And like, it's just weird how so many people who don't know each other ask that question. I mean, how many times have we heard it? Like thousands of
No,
times here.
what's so
I
funny?
just don't understand.
Well, nothing's
Well, no,
perfect. And like even the 9 to 5 job was made by Henry Ford. That's a man-made thing. And like it's just when people don't realize like everything that we're even religion to some degree, spirituality is separate, but religion, it's like all these man-made things of rules to follow. And we think that everyone has a great, a want for greatness for people to reach their best potential. No, it's to silence people and to stop them from going further.
Right. Yeah, the whole why would they lie? Like it is literally the number one question that is always asked. Why would they lie about the shape of the earth? And it blows my mind. And we still need to get that lady song out there, ladies. Like we need to work on that. It needs to freaking happen. We have the male
song?
version.
Oh,
Yeah. So
I wrote my verse, Shine.
I
wrote it for. I woke up in the middle of the night and I had the verse come to me and I wrote it down. But now it's been so long that I haven't done anything with it.
That's amazing because I have my verse done. I have little things changed in the hook. My microphone was broken, so I had that sent off. I just got it wasn't my microphone, it was my little amplifier, my I can't remember what it's called, but that just got sent back to me, so I can record that part of it. Get that done. We can send it off, whether it's Elijah, whoever else that can help us with leveling it out once those recordings are done. I know Karma wanted to be on it. Of course, Kai wanted to be on it. We need to get that out there because I think there needs to be like how many why would they lie songs could there be? Like how much do we need to cover? Why would they lie? It's amazing.
And we all like, is it like a rap? Like, is it we all like rapping on our own
Wait,
verses?
hold up. Olive, have you never heard the male version of the Why Would They Lie?
No.
You never heard that song? Oh my goodness, let's post it. We can even play it.
You just said that to me.
Let's play it right now. Let's play it so that all.
But I want to do it. I was.
There can't be too many, Ruth. You're absolutely right. There can never be too many. Why would they? Let's play it. 100%.
I have a quick question.
I was going through an old journal
Okay,
earlier, and I saw some things I wrote like years ago, and I was like, "What? I wrote this?" And it was like a flat Earth rap, and I was like, "What?" And I had like doodled these things. It was like there is no curve. Earth is stationary. It's funny. But that's awesome. So you guys like are trying to record something? Do you have a girl group? Do you have a name?
No. It's nothing like that. It's just that, we have ladies' night and Kai is in and What's It was on that song and we all talked about making a ladies' version of that song. That there are more voices to be heard when it comes to that topic. And that's why even True said there can't be too many. Like, it doesn't matter. We can have more guy versions and more girl versions. And it doesn't matter how many songs we put out about why would they lie. People will still come in here and say, why do they lie? Why would they lie? Why would that ever happen? Like, it's some like I don't even understand.
But the more you put out,
phenomenon.
the
No,
better.
that
It'd be
it's some
cool just to
phenomenon.
have like a sampling of all those different voices. I mean, it'd be too hard to go through and find them all now, but like just to have all these different thousands of voices saying that, it would be cool. But yeah, I've got it ready whenever we're ready.
Play it.
Oh, do it.
Everyone go on mute.
Let's go.
I'm Black. Can you tell me what a black swan is?
We're about to listen to a song. You can talk to us right after that.
I have a quick question. Is that okay?
Please mute. We're actually doing real quick this song.
Song first. Everyone go on mute. Perfect.
I'm so excited.
And I just can't hide it.
It's gonna work.
Sorry. The excitement is just overflowing. I guess I got a little too excited.
I love it.
I know what's happening. I thought somebody was going to play it. Is somebody
Just wait. It's so good. You'll love it.
Oh, it's not playing. I must have done something wrong then. Let me try it again.
No,
The bot's not
I
in
have
the
the
room.
DJ bot and I could never figure it out. They gave me the DJ bot and I was
Oh,
like,
that's not in the room. Okay, let me try it again.
Thank you, Dandelion. Thank you.
I love how we all.
Yeah, I was sitting there listening to it. I don't know why, because probably because I pressed it in the room. I don't know. Okay, tell me if it doesn't work this time.
Nope, here it is. Everyone,
Here we go.
Go on mute. Yeah.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore, you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of a warrant. To say levels curve, we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron? Is not that important. Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circle, sure, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like Bond, hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying blood, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles as easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. Electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy.
That was Texas.
Yo, that was so fun. Oh my God.
It never gets old. I don't care how many times we hear it. That's like chemo. I mean, I just can't. It's so
Y'all
dope.
never told me flat earthers
So
brought the
dope.
heat, bro.
And Elijah, you did a great job on mixing that. Like, it is solid. It's so solid.
Damn.
We
That
got
was
talent in here.
It
We
got
got
me
other
questioning my
people.
existence, bro. What the fuck?
You should.
So does anyone else have a question on why would they lie?
One quick, short answer to that. Like, it's at the
Lord.
basic foundation. Mind control. To control the minds of men. Everything else is built upon that. That is the ultimate reason. They just want to control your mind.
I was just saying, like, that song, it's like, there you go. There you go. So y'all are working on a ladies version.
Yeah, it's been a long time in the making. I finally just got my gear together, so I'm ready to go. I've had my verses written for a very long time, and I'm helping other people with their verses. That's all done. I just need to know who actually wants to be on it. Who, Dandelion.
Me.
Together. Yeah. Anyone who wants to get on it, like, hit me up and let me know so that we can start organizing it. Because I'm ready.
I'd love to be on the new Why Would They Lie track remix.
Not happening.
Why?
Because you're not a lady.
That's actually quite sexist. It's kind of
No,
offensive.
And you don't even know why.
I am a lady. Why are you assuming my gender?
We're not going to debate this here. Let's move on. Does anyone else have a question? I noticed Pre-Curious was here. Do you have BC Verified? Did you have any questions about the Flat Earth, Pre-Curious? Maybe not. If anybody else got any questions about Flat Earth, feel free to speak up.
Do you ladies ever do any meetups? I mean, I know we're all kind of separated, but that would be cool, right?
I've done one meetup, but it was with guys and gals. So yeah, I've done one here in Arkansas. We've got a guy on here, Helio Skeptic. He has set ones up for us to do that. So we'll be getting together again this summer with a big group. Maybe going to a local park, hanging out. We've gone to a restaurant together so far. So yeah, it's good.
Was that a Flat Earth group?
Local Flat Earthers meet up all over in the United States so far. So I don't know what they do it overseas, but I assume they do too. So yeah, we do it here.
No, I've never actually seen a Flat Earther in public.
No, you just think you haven't. They just didn't tell you they were.
Yeah, they have conventions.
Oh, really? What are those conventions? I'd love to hear it.
They have speakers and, booths and whatnot.
Booze? Really? Okay.
Booths.
Oh, booths. Oh, you think we go to get together just to sell things, huh? Is that what we do?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Promote the Flat Earth. It's the truth that needs to get out there, I guess. So.
It does need to.
It seems to be catching on.
Well, there's several million supposedly in Brazil alone. So, and if you look on his app, you'll find out how many are around you that are on his app alone, and there's thousands in the United States on that app alone.
It's amazing.
It's like you need to get your mind off of that. We believe the earth is flat. It's the thing is, like, we know the truth of what's happening in the world, and we want everyone else to know the truth. Like, you're blinded by so many things. And the fact that the earth is flat is just one thing, but it's the biggest lie you've ever been told.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of science goes out the window.
And then everything else trickles down beneath it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how much of science is based on a globe Earth? All of it, pretty much. Pseudoscience.
What?
I say, how much of the gospel of science they have is based on a globe Earth? All of it.
Gospel of science they have. What are you? Okay.
Yes.
You mean science?
So are you speaking about scientism?
Yes, exactly.
Right. So scientism is what we've been taught in schools and what we've been indoctrinated into.
I was just emphasizing that you take away the foundation of the globe Earth, then all that crumbles too. All the all the,
Wait a minute. Yo, if the Earth is
for sure.
flat,
So
then
you're a
is
flat
Mars,
earther.
Jupiter, Saturn, and all the other planets flat as well?
Do what?
If the Earth is
He was
flat,
in the middle.
then
He was in the middle of saying something when you interrupted him just to say that. Can you let him finish what he was saying?
oh yeah, continue, bro. Go back to saying
Oh
yours.
no, I was done. I
Okay,
mean,
then
there's so much invested in it being a globe that they can't admit, that you're not going to see DeGrasse Tyson admitting that yeah, it's flat.
Right. You're right. Like they're not going to tell you that they lied to you. They're never going to admit that.
It's going to make you think you're insane because you're a tinfoil hat wearing flat earther. You see, it's all a label,
but yeah, they want to make us look like we're insane. Like that's what
flat earthers are insane sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that correct? I mean, there's some of them that are a little slow. Let's be real.
What's up, Don? How you doing tonight? I just had Rad Rose, my girl, just asked me, do you think they'll ever admit that it's flat in a DM? And I was like, you know what? I don't think they would. Unless even what they're doing, what would happen is that it'll just slowly be brushed under the rug and then they'll put on a different costume change. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll have something else big and grand come out. Like, oh, you know what? This actually did come out that this doesn't really work. Kind of like what we're witnessing now. That lie is kind of being dissolved, but they just kind of let it fizzle out until the next big lie comes in, and then they'll just lie again. I don't think they'll ever go away. Like they'll never admit it.
And I used to think if everyone were to find out the truth at once, it'd be such a crazy thing. But now that I've seen what has happened with everything that's happened now, it's they'd just be like, okay, and then believe what they told them if there was a plausible explanation with a alien invasion or something. They'd be like, oh yeah, you guys were right, or they wouldn't, you know what I mean?
It seems like they're busy trying to kill most of the planet right now, so just to get you all to shut up. It's like they're figuring it all out. Oh no.
Rad Rose, was that the question that you were going to ask before, when we played the song?
My question wasn't really a question, but I was talking to Shines about it. It was mostly how when people ask why would you question it? It's well, what about philosophy? Do you remember that philosophy exists? Why does it? Right? And there's all these people from 800 BC, all these philosophers from thousands of years ago have always questioned all these things. And now you're asking us why we do. It's just it's innate within us. So I don't know. It wasn't really a question.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And they're the ones who came up with these insane things that we're supposed to believe in, that they put in our books that we're indoctrinated with.
Well, it's some, but some not necessarily. Some say question everything, learn something, answer something. I'm reading a direct quote.
Right,
So
you're right. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I was talking about the ones that they're, the ones that they tell us, Isaac Newton and gravity and Copernicus and, different people like that.
The whole fact is that philosophy exists. Why does it exist? To question things. So it's weird to me why people ask why we are questioning things when it's an innate thing within us. So it's don't lie to yourself.
It's the
While
higher.
they're asking you a question, right?
That's what the higher intellect needs to do: is question things and reason it out and try to come to some conclusions that make sense and whatnot.
And it's hard to get to those conclusions when we are being lied to by people that we're supposed to quote unquote trust, right?
Yeah, they don't want us thinking about any of this. You just memorize it, regurgitate it, and go.
And then when you start, here's your answer. So you no longer seek any more answers further than that answer from society.
Exactly.
Who was the guy that the famous quote where he said that he didn't want a nation of thinkers, he wanted a nation of workers?
I know George Carlin
There you
said
go.
that.
Well, yeah.
That
and,
was
I saw
one of
him
the
before he
Rockefellers.
died. Ooh, my dad.
You did?
My grandma
I'm so
took
jealous.
me to Las Vegas on my 21st birthday, and it was his last stand-up show before he died. And I was in the front row. And I can't say what he said when he first came out on stage because it was so awful and horrible. But he said the statement, and then he was like, "Okay, next subject," and moved on. And it was
my favorite.
George Carlin is
I love
super bass, but when it comes to thinking, number one, it comes down to logic. And before people were even allowed to study philosophy back in the day, you had to study Euclidean geometry. It's like you had to understand logic before you could move into the greater topics of contemplating stuff.
Yeah.
And we have lost that. We've lost that ability. Like people are just, everyone thinks that they're a philosopher and they can just ponder, but they don't have logic. Without logic, you're
we were
lost.
taught that all these things have been figured out, hundreds of years ago, and all of science concurs, and there's no more figuring out left to do. That's what they're trying to tell us.
All they do is teach us not to think. That's basically how the whole system works.
And to trust authority figures.
No, thank you.
They know better than you.
It's ladies' night, so let's let the
They
ladies
have PhDs and whatnot.
I want to hear what the ladies have to say. Ladies.
Hey, lady.
We should do that in the Why Would They Lie song. Instead of it going
Hey,
chemo, it should be like ladies.
Like the Missy Elliott.
A little Jerry Lewis there going on, yeah. Jerry Lewis.
Has anyone talked to Struel Stacy? I haven't. I don't think I've heard.
No, I don't think
from
we
her.
have. Nope.
Talked to her. Stacy, would you like to say hello or say anything? Maybe I don't know. Let's see.
She's struggling with her
been
microphone.
She's been at Ladies' Night before. I've heard her talk like a few weeks ago. So
Ladies' Night.
Tag in the Sun and Moon tag. Yeah, I just want to introduce myself to her and say hey to her since I never heard her speak. I haven't been around a lot the last couple of weeks, but last month probably. That's probably why. But anyway, I didn't know if anyone else had talked to her. I thought she was new. I just clicked on her name. So.
Yeah, I think she's pretty new. Oh, there she is. She's going to talk to us. Hello, Stacey.
Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure if you were talking to me because I just went out of my room just when you were talking about that. So I figured, I think she's talking about me. I'll say something.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure how to say the how do you say that? Struel?
Oh, Struel Stacy. It's just a play on the word. There was like a German guy called Strufelpeter. My mom's German, and it was.
Are you
just
from
like
New York?
No, I'm from Australia.
No.
I have German background, but my German accent somehow mingles with an Australian one, so I just sound a bit all over the place.
Hybrid.
My daughter's father's German, Naren Garden, but they don't speak German, so I don't even know why I mentioned it. But
No,
yeah, I
German
can hear
as well.
the German accent.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm new to this page, but I've found it nice to hear flat earthers like have a place to come to and share things. And yeah, I try and do some curvature tests every now and then, but I've been a bit lazy this week. I'm currently not working, so I do have a lot of time to myself.
You're not finding any curvature though, are you?
No. I when I do my curvature tests, I always see the sky reflecting before the horizon, whereas the curvature you'd want it to reflect at the horizon or after the horizon. So I've just had bad timings and just bad luck with it. But I'll keep trying.
So
Do you use
You're
lasers? Or?
still trying to determine for yourself whether it's a globe or flat. Is that where you're at right now?
I'm at the point where I perceive it to be flat, but I don't want to preach it to other people until I've physically seen evidence with my own eyes at my own location.
Right. No, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's cool. It's probably, well, not probably, that is the best.
Since your family won't talk to you anymore, if you do tell them it's flat.
No, I mean, they're not flat earthers, but they believe in some interesting stuff too, so they're good to me.
They've seen enough crazy stuff in the world that they're sort of more open now.
Yeah, they are more open. Yeah, even I thought it was a bit wacky at first, but then I came around to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but for my tests, I don't do laser tests. I haven't got a laser, but I've just been doing visual observational tests.
Okay, so why? Okay, oh my goodness. Yeah, Jackie, you're not a girl, so let's talk to. Let's let the ladies talk.
I'll mute myself. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Stacey, we would love to speak with you.
Well, one of the cool things I've learned recently is I've been doing some water observations, and I've done it before, but only recently I started looking into like charts of buoys with or why, just to clarify, like the navigation stuff, and learning that different buoys have different, like there's cardinal buoys which are direction buoys, and they'll have different flashes of light, so like 12 flashes for north, 6 flashes for south, and a long flash on the 7th, and just learning some cool information about marine navigating. But I've been trying to look into the buoys charts to as a curvature sort of thing to do the black swan test. So that's a fun fact I've learned recently, and I just like how the flat earth movement sort of thing has helped me learn about random facts like that, which I would not have known otherwise. When I was underwater, I had my telescope in the water, and then there was this lady who must have seen me with a telescope, and then she's like, "Oh wow, what are you doing?" And I had a quick talk to her about optics, and then she tried. I'm exaggerating here for the sake of the story, but she tried to recruit me into the Navy because she was saying her son was in the Navy and would be really cool. I said, "Oh yeah, that would be cool." But it's fun the conversations which come out.
I want to hear more about you. You said you took your telescope underwater. You were using an actual telescope underwater.
Yeah,
I would like to hear more about that.
I didn't put the telescope under the water, but it has a tripod, so I put the tripod in the water so it would be as close to the water level.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's really cool. And so how far did you see? Did you get anything that was like, what did you learn by doing that?
Well, I saw I was about 8.5 kilometers away from Perth, the main city, and I could what I've learned about long distance viewing long distance things, or at least in my opinion, is it seems there's always a mirage, and you just don't, unless it's like a very dramatic mirage, you just don't see it unless you zoom in. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just all the times I've gone there, there's mirages. But I see that the lower your altitude is, the higher the mirage starts to blur, and then the higher you are, the more clarified the mirage is. And then I haven't been high enough not to see a mirage, but I haven't really experimented that much with altitudes. But yeah, I'm learning a lot about things like optical things to do with long distance viewing.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I hear you, and especially oh cool, you already have the ladies' night tag. That's awesome. Yeah, like so if you look
Did you cut out? I'm not hearing anything anymore.
Yeah, I think she cut out. Shines, we missed what you said. She probably just had to go or something.
Yeah.
Shines, I don't know if you realize you're
probably
muted.
got
I
a
don't know if
call.
you're talking
I'm
while you're
trying to
muted.
fix it.
Oh,
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
okay.
Okay, I
Yeah,
was
there you
trying to
go.
fix it. I was like, I don't know what happened. Sorry, I'm still here. No, I was just saying, like, so, like, if you take binoculars and you're trying to see something a couple miles away, like, you won't really be able to see it. But if you point those binoculars up to the moon, you can see it clear as day. It's because of that density, right? Like, we have more density going forward when we're looking through things, even though it's the same medium. It is compiling, just like that's why I find it funny when people like to say things about refraction and density, like the sugar water fish tank or whatever. We can witness it through people taking plastic, and it can be a milky type of plastic. And the further through that laser has to go through that, the density is getting stronger, but it's only the boundary between two mediums where it's actually affected. You know what I mean? So those kinds of testings and going out into the real world and experiencing that, it would be really cool to see if you can actually get them through photo or video. I would love to see more of that you're out there in the real world doing this kind of thing. I think it's really cool. So
Right,
thank you
and
for
both of means are touching on something that I've mentioned before, like with the Nikon P9, 83 times zoom, 83 or 84. I think it's 83. But even with your smartphone, like people really need to think about how far will these devices allow? What's the maximum distance that these devices will allow you to see? Yet you're able to zoom in on the moon and get clear, crisp detail. Like
Yeah.
they really need to think about this.
Yeah, obviously the people who dismiss that would just say, "Oh, it's the infinite focus, which just makes everything come into that focus when it's infinity far away," or something like that. But also just to do with my river observations when I was looking around 8.5 kilometers away. So I kind of could track where I was looking with like Google Maps and seeing distances and stuff. So when I was looking from 6.5 to 8 kilometers away, I was able to see like some lights from cars, and it was in the daytime. So I found that quite amazing that I could see like this orange light really clearly. And I'm sure it wasn't it looked like, I mean, it was really tiny, but it seemed to be one of those maintenance cars, which just has like a orange light on its head, on its roof. And I could see that from so far away. And I also saw, when it got to the evening and it was dark, I saw this police car or ambulance with its red and blue lights flashing, and I saw it miraging, and it was just really cool, just seeing a mirage of lights just driving past you. Just super cool. I would not have thought I'd be interested in mirages a few years ago, but they are really cool.
You've done a lot of observations or photography. Have you done a lot of photography? If you have, I'd like to see some of them. Like, if you do photography, or
Oh,
do you just have any?
I enjoy photography, but just like as an amateur thing. When I was at school, I enjoyed not stealing, but taking the school's really fancy camera, and I always liked the zoom capabilities. That was my favorite thing. But currently, I just have a P600, which I got from someone else, and I haven't really taken that much pictures. Mainly just observational things when I'm near the coast or something like that. But yeah,
if you ever do any, I'd be glad to see them.
Yeah, I could probably look in, like, because I have not heaps, but quite a few logs of just different times I went to an ocean or somewhere and took pictures of if I could see a certain lighthouse or something. And I've just been learning things. Like at one point, it looked like, oh no, this lighthouse, it has like, say, 20 meters, I think 20 meters is an exaggeration, but say 20 meters of curvature. I can't see 10 meters of the lighthouse or something. But now I'm learning, oh wait, if I continue to look at that picture, I'll see it's just a mirage. So what I'm seeing isn't curvature, it's just a mirage. So it's really good doing it myself and starting to learn what's, how to interpret certain things. And I even showed my friend a picture and they're like, oh, cool. And I'm like, look, there's a mirage there, because there was a really faint line which kind of triangulated. And he's like, wow, you can see that? And it's like, yes, my eye is accustomed to this now. I can see mirages.
It's cool. Yeah. When you're looking for it and you're not trying to see something other than what's actually there, it's funny how you see things that you never really, paid attention to before.
Yeah.
You never really noticed, because there's an aspect of psychological tricks that are played on our minds. It's like when out there's even flat earthers that said that they've done it. Like when they talk about seeing curvature from a plane, it's because they're expecting to, and they really think that they've seen it. But then when they go back and revisit those same, pictures that they took when they thought that they saw it, they see that it's just flat and level. They only saw it because their mind, right? Their mind was prepared to see it and was expecting to see it. So it filtered what they saw through this expected curvature.
Yeah.
It was only until, that they questioned it and they saw what it really was, and then they revisited them. So it's funny how that will happen.
Yeah, and I can see how, if someone is looking at a straight line, how they might think it sort of curves, because your eyes, they aren't, rectangles, they're circular. So your peripherals might look a bit more curved, but that's just the nature of your eyes being circular. Yeah, so I can see sort of why they say what they do, but I myself don't believe what they say about, the curvature, seeing it themselves. And also, yes, the mind games.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that other people like William, and I don't know if he's still in here or not, but some of the other ones actually, consider, what I'd mentioned if they ever thought that they saw it. So maybe they can revisit some of the things or some of the places they may have thought that they saw curvature and re-examine it and see what they really seen, which none of them actually said that they saw it. But what you just said also raises another important point that I think everyone should be aware of, and this is something that this is the greatness of community, right? You get all the collected knowledge and all the collected insights from everybody, and it's a vast bit of information, and it's not just pieces here and there. It's like it's full, and it's complete. We're all still journeying and trying to find the rest of it together. The things that we don't know, we're exploring those things together. But one of them, I know I went on a little bit with that, but my whole point that I was trying to make when you were talking about that we see, in a circle like around us, right? It's our vision, the way that we see it's spherical in nature. I wouldn't say spherical. I'm just going to say circular because I don't even. It's like it's not a spherical shape. It's just we're on a flat level, right? So, but everything around us in a circle is how we see, and which reminded me of this. So, what they did is they hijacked perspective and called it curvature, because the limits of our and is exactly where they claim the curve starts. And if you look into the Rayleigh criteria now, it gets a little complicated when you get into it, but so I don't totally understand the math, and I'll be the first to admit that. Rayleigh criteria breaks it down if you can understand all of it a full way. I can't. I understand when I hear someone explain it, but when I read it, I don't understand it fully. I understand most of it. So if I can understand most of it, I'm sure there's many of them that can understand at least most of it. Okay, this is what I'm going to assume here. But anyway, it's like where they claim the curvature should start. Exactly. I mean, they've hijacked perspective and called it curvature. That's the limitation of your vision. And it has something to do with the 1.225, and then, because you're using 2 eyes, times it by 2, so it's like half of that. Anyway, if you look at it, it's like they pretty much freaking hijacked that and then said, hey, this is your sphere, this is your curved Earth, and this is where you should see the curvature at that limitation.
But then they say you can't see curvature when you're standing at the sea level. You can only see the effects of it when you see a ship pass the horizon. So yeah, they say a lot of things. It's hard to keep track of what they say these days.
They double speak. It depends on what suits them at the time, what purpose they need, whatever they say to serve. And if it's to serve the purpose of making you think that you're seeing the curvature of the Earth when you're watching a boat go away, then they're going to say it. If it's going to serve the purpose of making you think that the Earth is too big when you don't see the curvature, then they're going to say that. It just depends on what they need.
Yeah.
Or whichever argument.
One thing I also want to mention about what I like about the flat Earth, the concept of the flat Earth, or maybe concept's not the right word, the truth, the reality, is that, like, obviously it feels like you're going against all odds. No one else believes, or at least you assume no one else believes the Earth is flat. It's not the mainstream view. But something which gave me confidence was the fact that time is on my side. Or my ancestors from long ago, they all knew the Earth was flat. Sure, there were some Greeks who said it was a sphere, and I think some Nordics also had a sphere cosmology. But for the most part, most of them believed the Earth was flat, and that's really given me confidence.
Right, and they mapped, and those people that knew the Earth was flat, they mapped the stars out, and they knew these cycles, and they were accurate, right, spot on. And then when they created this globe, they used their predictions, right, and slapped them onto the globe and said, "Oh, look, we know it's predictions, right?" But they were right, and they were accurate enough, and then they knew how our world worked, and how the stars and the cycles and all that. They were spot on with it. They've always known this.
Yeah.
And they didn't do it on a globe, and they didn't imagine this the cosmos out there in this vast universe of empty space spinning around in this chaotic fashion. In order to do that, they knew that the lights in the sky were just stars, sun, moon, moving overhead, and they knew to watch for them, and they repeated their cycles, and they mapped them out, and they got them right, because they still do the same thing today.
Yeah, it's a shame. It seems like we've lost a lot of this knowledge. I'll go outside and I'll look at some stars and I'll think, oh boy, I don't know anything about stars, unlike the ancestors. But at least I have the opportunity to try and learn these things again. And I also learned a cool fun fact from the Australian Indigenous people. I one time watched some YouTube clip, and this guy had been studying their astrology or something like this, and he said that the Aboriginals could tell if it was going to be a more rainy day or something like that from looking at the cloud. I mean, the stars. If they were more blue, then they would assume the day was going to be more rainy the next day or something. I mean, that's just one person's word. I've not asked them myself, but that was a fun fact if it's true.
Well, if you ever find any information on that, would you care to DM it to me? It sounds interesting. It's like something I really would like to look into.
Yeah, I could find the video.
Also, going on that kind of thing with survival. I mean, I know this is kind of it might be kind of silly, but one of my guilty pleasures is I like to watch Survivor. And one of the things that I like to watch it because it's, you can see a lot of the symbolism in it, the Freemason, kind of Illuminati, Satanism, kind of symbolism all in it. And also, I don't know, it's just a guilty pleasure. But anyway, so I was watching it yesterday, and they had Hello. They had something. Hello.
We hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. They were talking at they were like at tribal council, and all of the strongest men and everything, they're like, this is the hardest thing we have ever had to do. And then in my mind it clicked. It's like, wow, surviving is the hardest thing you've ever had to do. Like, we have been conditioned so hard into a society where surviving isn't even a thing. Like, they're taking that out of our being, so we don't even know how to survive without what they give us. And then they give us these game show kind of things for us to watch, and then like it was just insane. It kind of clicked. It was like, so none of us actually, like, I mean, unless you were taught, instead of being, unless you were taught when you were a child how to survive off the land and how to do these things, or you taught yourself and over the years, which a lot of us have, which is awesome, and we're all trying to do, I'm sure. It's like they're like, this is the hardest thing they've ever had to do, live on an island and have to provide for themselves. It's like, that's what we were put here to do. That's like what we were built
How
to
long?
do.
So how long have you been under the realization of this? Like, how long have you realized this information for? Like, that they've, robbed us of our survival skills and our knowledge and their control and the lies. And, like, how long have you had this realization?
It's been probably like 6 or 7 years.
Really? Okay.
Why do you ask that?
I was just curious because, like, it still seems like there's like a bit of that, which I mean, still, even when I talk about it, I still feel a little bit of shock that we, fell under some of the things that we fell under and that we believed some of the things that we do. And I still get angry with myself. So, I mean, I get it. Um, but
No, I know
there
what
seemed
you
to be
mean.
like still a little bit of that shock as if you just like learned this stuff maybe 6 months or a year ago. Like it was still fresh.
No.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
No. Okay, and I totally get what you're saying. For me, it's like, I used to love this show when I was younger. So I just recently started watching it again as an adult. So it's kind of like research. I'm watching it in any movie or television show or anything. I don't watch a lot of TV, but if I do, it's like Survivor or like a random movie or documentary or something, but I'm basically just doing research. And I used to watch it when I was younger. Of course I didn't see those things. So now I watch these, it's like I said, especially like Survivor. Like, I don't know, it's a guilty pleasure. But I see what they're doing in the show and how they're, just kind of, I don't know, like just kind of, promoting the agenda, what they're, doing, while like they're getting it to everyone. Like, they're getting it even to me. Like I said, I'm aware of it and I'm still watching it. So
Yeah, I hear what
crazy.
you're saying. Just, I mean, even just the idea of living outdoors should not be that difficult for people. I just think a lot of people just don't have those skills anymore. I mean, I do a lot of camping,
Right.
but I think I don't know what percentage of people do a lot of like real camping, not like RV camping, but I don't know what percentage of people do that kind of thing anymore. But I would imagine it's probably kind of low. I don't know. Good thing to do just periodically, even though even camping, especially if you're car camping, is not even that challenging compared to like backpacking, off-road
Right.
trail hiking and camping and that kind of thing, but any amount of just kind of having to make do with a small number of things, surviving for a long period of time is good experience, practice for people for sure.
Yeah, just surviving. I mean, I know for one, I wouldn't be great at it. I could try, but it's one of the things I wish I would have been taught in school as a child instead of the things I was taught, we
Right.
could have all
Yeah, because
been
people have a lot of
taught
fear.
these
People have
things.
fear. Yeah, it causes a lot of fear in people if they don't have those skills. Like, what if the food supply goes away? What if the electric grid goes down? And but we didn't have these things,
Right. If we all knew
not
how
that
to
long
grow our
ago.
own food and
Fear comes
get our
from what? The unknown. So it's the unknown that, for the most part, like, well, in my viewpoint anyway.
Exactly. No, you're right. They don't want us to know that you can grow your own food, that you can use the earth and get your own energy from water, from the sun, from the ether. I mean, there's so many ways, but they don't want you to know. So that's where you get your fear because you don't know. They keep you in the dark and they don't want you to find the light, but we're finding the light. That's what we're doing right now. We're finding the light, ladies. We're trying to spread it, and I love it.
Well, that's part of the dependency on them too, right? You want to depend. You got to depend on them to provide everything for you because there's that fear of the unknown, and the unknown being whether or not you can, without them, whether or not you could survive. So I wouldn't sell yourself short if I were you. You'd be surprised what kind of primitive skills are laying dormant within you if you just go out and do it and try it, and you might surprise yourself.
Oh, well, you're right. I'm not saying I can't do nothing. I'm just saying they didn't teach us these things. My daddy is a hunter, my mama garden, so I know how to do things, but they didn't teach us these things in school. I was taught a lot of useless things, and it's just crazy. It's just crazy how much time was wasted. I think it's a total of it's like 25,000 hours or something that you spend in grade school. Just wasted of your mind. Like,
Yeah,
what
it
does that
angers
do
you and
to
it
your
sickens you
mind?
because I'm sure I'm older than you are. So just look like I have more years that's been wasted on lies and stuff.
Are you sure
Input
you're older than me?
for pretty sure, I may not be, but I'm pretty sure that I am. We'll figure it out later. But Imka and
You
Erratic
said it.
Dunn, I don't know if they've spoken or not, but
Oh yeah, Shines
we
was
got
asking if we
listening
have
pass.
anybody else. Yeah, because I don't know. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to last here, but you ladies are welcome to keep going. But yeah, I don't know. Or we could end the actual event, and then you could just keep hanging around. It's up to you, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been cool if there were more
So
people
I'm trying.
here.
But I don't know. Is there anybody else with a
Well,
question
Imka's
about
got a
flat
listening
Earth?
pass, and Erratic
I'm
Dunn
I
is
invited one
VC
of my friends
verified.
to
Seems to.
listen.
Olive, wait, hold on, Truth. What were you saying?
I'm sorry. I invited one of my friends to listen. I don't know if it's going to be working or not.
Okay, Truth. What were you
Is that
saying?
Imka 1500? Is that your friend?
Do
It's
I?
okay. They have a listening pass, but Erratic Dunn, I don't know if anyone spoke to them. They're VC verified. Erratic Dunn, do you have any questions? Like to introduce yourself? Say hello? Or anyone else? I have to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Are there any Glovers in the house? Because if not, then I think we're getting to the end of Ladies' Night. It's been a wonderful night. If there's nobody who wants to actually discuss the realm that we live in or any questions that they might have, then we can all join the discussion and let the guys come back in again. Going once, going twice, going 3 times, and sold. I guess we are going back into the regular realm of 24/7.
Wait.
Yeah.
What
Because
does
this
that
was a
mean?
good evening. I appreciate everyone who participated. We had a lot of new people come in, a lot of guests, a lot of women came in, some people we haven't seen for a while, so that was really nice. So I appreciate everyone who's been here tonight. It was very successful. We got some good feedback, and I think it went well, so thanks, everybody.
Can I ask something real quick?
Yeah, what's up?
What is you were like, we're going back into the realm of 24/7 live. What does that mean?
That means that
Means
we're
that the
allowing
guys
everyone in, that all the guys get to have conversation as well. When it's ladies' night, the girls are the ones that are leading the conversation. We do one-on-ones, things like that. When we go back into like regular 24/7, that is the rest of the time. You know, that there's different shows that happen as well. Like there's the Precious Metals that happens tomorrow, or different events that take place. But when it's regular 24/7, everyone gets to chime in. So right now, none of the guys have been suppressed, right? They aren't allowed to speak. Where when it's regular
That's not
24/7,
true.
girls, well, you get what I'm saying. Like, you know,
Yeah.
no,
the
the
ladies
guys,
control the conversation and
they
the ladies
control it.
moderate, right?
Exactly.
And so
Exactly.
it's like the guys, everyone does
Yeah.
other times, and sometimes when the guys get in and they start talking, sometimes some ladies just don't really.
They
I
don't
don't
feel like
know.
they
I
can,
guess
or
they don't.
yeah.
Yeah, feel like comfortable with coming in, and then we also have Glovers that
Don't want to speak up because
want
it's
to
the
come
guys.
in and
Yeah.
talk to. So they would rather come in during and then talk to ladies instead of guys because I guess they feel like
Okay.
it's safer. Maybe it's
Yep.
safer, but
And when it's not,
maybe they
actually.
haven't listened often enough. I don't know.
Exactly. So yeah, it just goes back to the regular, everyone gets to speak. So now it's opening the floor so that everyone can have a conversation. That's all that means. Everyone it
Okay.
gets to talk, and it'll still be moderated, and people still need to take their turns and whatnot. But now we're going out of ladies' night and back into everyone gets to lead a conversation, bring up topics, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the View ended. Now it's back to Sports Center.
Oh my!
No, it's not the View at all. So that's really bad. Who
Oh
was
my
that?
gosh, who said
I
that?
want to
They're
mark down
banned.
who just
Who
said
are
that.
they?
Who was it?
Wow.
Who was that just
I'm
said
pretty
that?
sure. I'm pretty sure that was
That was
percentage.
33%.
Yo, don't snitch, man.
Yeah, no, I want to rat you
Disgusting.
out, bro. No,
Yeah. Wait, who
no.
was it? What was their name? How do I look them
It
up?
was. It was. It was.
Shines, it was
Oh,
me,
it's
baby.
of
It was
course it was
percent.
you.
It was
Of course
percentage.
it was you, percentage.
Hell yeah.
Damn, that was cold.
Oh, you
Don't
lasted a
worry, you're
long
Barbara
time.
Ice
Walters.
cold.
That was a good run, dude. But
I'm Barbara Walters.
it's
Yeah.
gone, man. That was a harsh one, dude.
That was pretty harsh. Yeah,
You
the
really
chicken
come
coop.
on.
That was brutal.
And
That was
everybody.
funny. That was funny.
You could have besides the View. It's like even liberals don't like the View, man.
I
It's
mean,
like
come
what?
on. Like, it's like, like, yeah, no, I'm not down with that. Not the View at all. But that was funny.
It's
that
good
was
when-
that was a
Hello
joke.
there,
I
Shines.
appreciate it.
Oh
Good thing
God,
my band
Opus.
fingers
What are you
sore.
doing here,
I'm just-
Opus?
How are you?
I am good. How are you doing, Opus?
I'm doing quite well.
Okay, jury, Mr. Opus.
Yeah, this is my my main
Yeah.
account now.
I got it. I memerized it. It's solid in my memory bank. What's going on?
Just chilling. I seen Apocryphon was over here.
Cool.
Do I need to ban someone?
Is this the guy, jury? Oh, I was joking.
The jury's still out.
Jury,
Jury, is this the guy that was in here earlier under OP? Oops. Is
Oh,
that the
I
same
wasn't
guy?
in here.
No, he wasn't in here tonight.
Oh.
If you're talking about ladies' night, he was during ladies' night. This is Opus.
Well, Opus is a unique name, and you're saying Opus, and there was a guy in here earlier with the name Opus.
It was OPUS is his name.
I haven't been in here for like at least.
I
a
didn't
week
hear
or
him
so.
tonight. Yeah, I didn't hear him
Alright.
tonight. I'll just say I didn't hear him.
I believe
tonight.
you. I believe you. It's just like some coincidence. That's a strange name to have. Like that. That is a weird coincidence. But the other guy had
Wait, are
like,
you serious?
Was he
I'm gonna
speaking?
check it out.
Are you saying he was speaking tonight, or in chat?
not him. No, the other guy. His name was Opus. It was OOPUS.
Oh yeah, no, he's OPUS.
No,
Yo,
but
Jerry.
do you see what I'm saying, right? That's
Yeah,
such a unique
I
name
hear
for
you.
two
Yeah.
people.
Jerry, I like
Yeah,
how
so
your
not-
profile picture matches your Hype Squad banner or whatever that thing is.
I appreciate
Okay, I
it.
reckon
Yeah.
that's percentage that's saying that, right? Oh,
You have
the voices.
Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. It's ladies' night.
No, we're ending ladies' night right now. I don't know. Do you guys want to end on a song, or do we want to? What do you guys want to do?
I mean, so I think India was wanting to go on for as long as we could take it on,
Let's keep
and if
going.
you guys are still
Let's keep
up for it
going,
to
dude.
talk
I'm
to
down.
people, because
Let's keep going.
Jerry, I haven't heard from him. Dandelion was feeling
Typical
tired.
women can't make up their mind.
Oh my god!
Who
How
was
talking
that?
are you? Will be
She was
muted.
wanting to go to bed, so I'll say goodnight to her. Is she already gone?
I had somebody interview me to get the flat Earth role, but he said he couldn't do it because he was gold or something.
Oh well, I know that it takes. I don't know. I'm not gold, but the reason why I think you were allowed in here is because usually on ladies' night, like to be able to discuss these kinds of things, they allow people in when it's ladies' night. So I don't know how does that work. Actually, Truth, you have.
Hold up,
I don't.
Shines. Do you
Well, I
know?
mean, if
Wait, hold
they're
up, hold
eating,
up. Because you don't need to
so
be a gold in order to interview somebody to get them VC verified or give them a role. It doesn't take
Well,
gold to
he
be able
got
to
me
do that, right?
verified, but he said he couldn't give me my flat Earth role because he's
Oh,
not
okay.
a mod or something.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
right, well,
but-
you have to be here for a little bit for a Flat Earth Road, then you have to be interviewed by a moderator to make and anyway, so when you go through the VC verification process, which it sounds like they did with you, so I'm sure you're fine. And once you get in, as long as you are respectful and adhere to the rules and don't break Discord TOS, I mean, you should be fine. You should be able to remain. I don't see any reason why you couldn't.
Hold up, Shines. Do you know the homie from before?
Do I know what?
Opus, Jury.
Yes, I know who Opus is.
And
Why
you know
wouldn't I?
he's a flat earther?
Yes, I do know.
All right, then give him the
That doesn't.
tag.
No, that does not matter. I am not a mod here. This is not my server.
I'm not saying
I do
you,
not have a
but like,
moderation role. It doesn't matter. So even like I have respect
So
across
they need to
platforms.
be around long enough for the
Exactly.
moderators to
I am a
get to know
moderator
them.
on
So
exactly. I'm a
She
moderator
is a
on
mod
multiple
everywhere.
servers, but in each and every server that I'm a moderator in, I respect that server. And here, I am not a moderator. Gold.
fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't have
well,
any
there's a
power
reason
here.
why it's the way it is. There's a
All I'm
reason why.
saying is
No big
that
deal.
if you're vouching for him, that carries some weight. And if I was a mod, I would, that would be enough for me.
Yeah, I don't think it carries.
Why
weight.
are
I
you
think
so concerned about it? Why not let the
people need to
mods and
know.
shine?
Why are you so concerned about me being so concerned? Jeez.
Why are you concerned about
Because
him
it's
being
my
concerned
job
about
to
you
be
being
concerned
concerned?
about why you're
Holy crap!
Why
Concern
he's
trolling!
concerned that he's concerned that she's concerned that
Exactly,
he's
Damsel.
concerned.
Damsel knows what's up.
Concern trolling everywhere! Stop it!
Damsel knows what the
That
Damsel
was
knows
the
what's
best.
up. I love you so much.
Oh, by the way, Damsel, are you still on for Sunday?
It was funny as hell.
Damsel,
Who am I speaking to here?
this is Apocryphon. Are you
Hi,
still on?
Apocryphon.
President.
Hi. Are you
Well,
still on?
I'm having some issues, but we'll talk later about it. I'm not going to talk about it right here, right now. So
Okay. Well, yeah,
I'll let you
I would. I will
Let's
put
talk
an
about it
invite.
at a different time, different place, different conversation.
Yeah. Well, I'll put an announcement in
Different
24/7
time,
if
different
it
place, different
works.
conversation.
let me get back to you after ladies' night, though.
For sure. Well, we'll
If
be
you
back
actually
over
just
there.
click on my account, the asylum.
Thank you
right
so
there.
much, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
Hey, it seems like Ladies' Night is growing. By the way, that's
It
awesome.
is tonight. It's doing really
It's
good.
it's really
we're not
nice to
here
see
promote
that.
other things. So let's keep.
No,
it
it's
Can't
cool to
promote
see
you.
it.
I think that's a role,
Okay.
ain't it?
So let's keep talking about ladies' night. So, do we have any Globers in here who would like to have a conversation about the shape of the Earth? Let's get it back on track. Anyone here? Any Globers?
No, but I have a song. But if you could explain how the
I wasn't
song works
asking
on a
you. I
globe.
was trying to figure out if there were any Globers on here.
Let's name the song.
Let's see. We have different people in here. So, like Precarious, are you here to speak? I see you're VC verified.
Maybe, and this is a thing that was happening earlier, is that people are VC verified. I'm not a moderator here, so I can actually see if they're actually suppressed, unable to speak. It doesn't show up red. They might be VC verified,
If
but
they're
they're
VC verified,
still.
they can.
But no.
If they're VC, I know, but if they're VC verified, they can type in the live stream voice text, and if they try to
Exactly,
unmute and can't,
and that's the
then
thing.
they can. Yeah, they can
Well, I'm
let us
VC
know.
verified, and I
They can be VC verified and still be muted. So if you are muted, please type there, because we have been having issues with that where you're VC verified and still are suppressed. Just let us know, and a mod will come in and unmute you. So,
If you're not able to type in the
here?
voice text, DM.
Or if you're too
Somebody
scared
DM
to
me or
talk,
someone else.
feel free to slowly reach over and unmute your mic and start talking about why you think it's a glow.
Next to Jury, just slap him in the back of the head.
Yeah, exactly.
He's taking a drink of water.
Stop talking. While he's taking a drink of water is my favorite. Maybe have some carbonation in that too. That would be great. I don't know. Is Matthew Learns in here? Like, we going? So, who wants to talk to the ladies? And what do you want to talk about? Who has the best argument, best subject to discuss? What can we do? If they want to keep ladies going, let's do it.
Oh.
Let's have a party.
I want to say you ladies are fantastic, and why isn't Matthew Learns here? I'm sorry, I shouldn't do that.
He comes a lot on ladies' night, but I don't see him today.
I know.
You guys are doing great.
Where's
He's
your
been
lady, Sonny?
Pardon me. She's right here. She's right here next to me. Say hi.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, did I hear right? Your name, you go by Chrissy, and your name's Christina. Which do you want to be called, Christina or Chrissy?
You can call me Christina.
Nice to meet you, Christina.
Thank you. And actually, now that I really think about it, I want to be totally honest with you, and I did kind of forget that I had heard about Flat Earth in 2020.
From guess who?
Oh, I wonder who.
Probably some crazy guy that likes to ride a bicycle everywhere.
Yeah, did you see my video where I was riding? Did you guys watch that? So she says she remembered me flat smacking, riding my bicycle, and she said, "What did you say?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "The Earth is flat." That's what I said. Like something like that. The water always lays level. Look at all that water go out to the harbor. It's all flat all the way across. Stuff like that. That's it. So I'm sorry. I don't want to rumpus ladies' night. Not at all.
But
No, you're good. That was
That's a good
amazing.
question.
I sit there and tell him I do remember him doing that because he passed me up in 2020 saying it.
That's awesome.
Good memory.
So I was going to put the video in that I had. I posted it earlier. It's pretty good. It's actually. Well, you guys have to watch it. I'm not going to give it away. 1 second.
Who's Pizzizzle? Is Pizzizzle kin to Lapizzle?
Pazzo? Pazzo, you mean?
No, Pizzizzle.
Oh. Well,
Zed,
I know
Pizzizzle's
we were
the
talking
homeboy.
about pizza for a long time.
Lapizzle.
Pizzizzle. So you know what a pizzle is, right? So this might be a troll, because a pizzle, we all know what that is. So hopefully Pizzizzle is not a troll.
We hope.
You know what a pizzle is, so Pizzizzle. It might be multiple pizzles.
It's pie zizzle.
Oh, really? Because I don't know about that.
Pizzle. I don't know.
But Pizzizzle, are you here? Are you? This is the thing. We can't tell if they're suppressed. Only a mod can tell. So, is this person suppressed? Or okay, Pizzizzle, can you talk? Do you have a question?
Yeah.
Anything to say?
No.
There you are.
Hey, yeah, I was suppressed. Thanks.
Hey, you were suppressed. See, that's what's been happening today. I don't know why that's going on, but welcome.
They had a listening pass is all.
How are you doing?
Good. Thanks.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I didn't have the voice mods or voice permission.
All good. What do you want to talk about tonight?
I was just listening. I'm here to see my boy Percentage and
what up,
others. How are you, man?
I'm good.
Okay, well, that's not what everyone is here for. We're here for Ladies' Night, and we're here to talk about the shape
I thought
of
Ladies' Night was over.
No, it is going strong.
Nope, not
and
tonight.
So we are still discussing it. So if you have any questions or concerns or ideas or any kind of abstract thought that you wanted to discuss with us about the realm that we live in, the shape of the earth, the movement, the enclosure, anything like that, we're here to talk. Do you have anything to say about that?
I have a concern.
We weren't talking to you, Opus. We can get you next. We're talking to
Thanks, Opus.
I'm good. Thanks for asking. I'll listen quietly for now.
Okay, cool. Then
Thank you.
can listen quietly. Okay, Opus, what is your concern?
What is the overall purpose of Ladies' Night? Let me ask him.
Oh my gosh.
Well, mostly
That's a
because
good
the guys like to control the sound all the time. We have to bust in, and it's kind of hard. So we've given us a good night to do this. We also have a different style of talking with people, so it draws more people in, and we hope anyway.
Yeah, and there's way more
we get a
guys
chance.
here than there are
One of the
girls.
many ways to make a
Yeah,
place
we're
fun.
outnumbered a little bit.
We're way outnumbered, so there's a chance for us to be able to speak.
So people can actually get to know us.
Yep. And we have a different approach than the guys do. We literally take it like one-on-one. We don't allow multiple people to come in and talk. We try and shut that down as best as we can, even when their trolls love to come in during this night. But we try and make it to where it's a one-on-one conversation, and we only talk to that one person. Then we move on to the next person. We have a structure to it, and we really try to stick by that structure and make sure that, and questions are answered, and that's about it. That's what Ladies' Night is all about. It gives just the girls a chance to roam freely and have, and that doesn't mean that globe earthers can't like chat in the chat or even come in and talk sometimes. It just means that we are the ones that are running the show. We are the head moderators tonight.
Okay, I was just wondering,
Just to give us a little more time, mic time. It's just hard to fight with so many guys.
That's exactly it.
One of the many ways to make a place for everyone and make everyone feel welcome. So if you don't like Ladies' Night and you don't feel welcome or comfortable on Ladies' Night, maybe you could on Precious Metals, which is on Saturday, or maybe you could on Sunday when there's off-topic hour convos about different diverse topics, or maybe Monday through Thursday when everyone is involved and it's just flat earth and you could talk to any of us in here.
Basically, we just carve out some time every week so they can feel they're important and quit nagging at us all the goddamn time.
I have a flat earth question.
Well, that's not exactly it, but okay.
Yeah. Okay, Opus. What is your question?
Okay, so it's not really a question; it's an opinion. But what do you guys think of this whole narrative that with this whole Ukraine thing going on, that Russia
That has
is
that we're not talking about that. That's not
no,
what
this is something to do with the Earth.
Okay, then bring it to that.
That Russia is theoretically 50 miles away from Alaska, and that we're going to get blown up.
You still didn't get it to flat Earth.
Yeah, you didn't.
Well, let's just say if most of us believe that our governments lie to us, what do you think we'll think? We'll leave it at that.
You weren't supposed to do that.
And actually, they laughed at what was that girl? God, what was her name? Sarah, the one who was
Greta Thunberg.
No, not Greta Thunberg. She was a Republican. Her name is Sarah. She was like, I can see
Sarah
Russia.
Palin.
Oh, Sarah Palin. She actually could.
She could.
She could.
She could see Russia from Alaska, and everybody clowned her and thought she was so fucking dumb. Sorry, I keep cussing. Ooh, I gotta reel that back in. They all laughed at her. And honestly, you can see Russia from Alaska. So that is so hilarious that they were just like, she's the dumbest girl. Ha 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 ha. Well, guess what? You can see Russia from Alaska. So there.
Just depends on where you're at in Alaska. And how good the weather is.
Yep.
It's crazy how times have changed. Because Sarah Palin, I would have picked her leagues above Biden for president.
Well,
I think
a different type of entertainment.
I think that anybody right now in today's America would vote for Sarah Palin over Biden. I think that every single person would vote for her over Biden right now. Like if the polls were there and it was actually honest, it would definitely be Sarah Palin over Biden. I don't think anybody wants him as president. Unless they're like super lost. Super lost. Only like the biggest drones of them all would want him.
I think that's our way of saying welcome to Flat Earth.
And it's get hot. I got hairy legs.
They're all actors. Whatever.
It's just it's short.
You know the thing.
Yeah, you know the thing, man. Come on, man. You know the thing. Ukraine, uranium, same word, doesn't matter. Let's just move on. I can't. It's so ridiculous. But if we're getting back into what we're supposed to be talking about, does anyone, even if it's a flat earther, does anyone in here, even if you're a regular, do you have something to
I hear somebody very young.
Oh, he cried. He said, "Come and give me a kiss because I have a boo-boo. It's my son." I'm so sorry.
That's awesome. No, don't be sorry. It's always fun to hear him. Come on.
Well, you asked someone to speak, so there's that.
There you go. He spoke up. He's got a good laugh too.
Mm-hmm. Chris has got a great laugh. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, CB.
Well,
I apologize.
Never mind.
I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I love kids jumping on my lap.
It's just so wrong. It's so wrong in so many ways. Oh.
The subject here and get on the subject of kids.
Because we were talking about Biden.
That's right. Can't avoid it.
Oh, no, let's hear that laugh.
What are you here to see percentage do? You said you were here to see percentage, but you can't see him. You can only hear him, and he's only said like maybe 2 or 3 sentences.
He sees me in his mind's eye.
Tell him,
Okay.
But isn't his voice beautiful?
The manner.
Okay.
Don't say.
Is that what you think? Okay.
If you say so. All right.
I appreciate it.
Well, I'm sure you can get some of the YouTube recording clips and play them over and over as you fall asleep at night. Maybe.
Sweet lullabies.
So what do you think about the Earth?
Hey, no homo. Pizzazz is my boy.
Yeah.
What a doofus.
Okay.
Yeah, puppy.
Were you gonna ask something, or?
You didn't hear me? My bad. I thought you heard me.
Hey, any of you boys
I was asking you what you thought about the Earth, or where are you at with it? Do you believe it's a globe? Have you seen how flat it is? Do you have any questions?
Or whatever. No, never mind. Wait.
Your own?
I think
percentage.
I'd say it's a globe, but I'm not like stern on that. I also like the Matrix or the Matrix theory. You know what's that called?
People call it simulation a lot of times.
Yeah, simulation theory. I love that. I've dove into all these subjects. I mean, I've been hanging out in Gem server for the past couple years.
Really? In gyms for the past couple of years?
I can't stand it anymore. Yeah.
Oh, you're done with that, huh? Okay.
Who are you? Like you may need to like just maybe listen to us might be good, so you can take that breakaway and have that in between, so you can have this period of time for therapy, rehabilitation, to kind of clear your mind of place. I don't know. So I am curious though. You said that you're not stern on it. What's the few things, or the one thing? No, there may be 10 things. Who the fuck knows? My bad. Sorry for cussing, guys. But anyway, what's the thing that's got you like not so stern about the globe now? Because I'm assuming you used to be stern about it.
Well, I've always looked into the anomalies, like the hollow moon theory. I looked at hollow Earth. I find Admiral Byrd's like documentation, and I don't know if his journal's real or whatnot, but a lot of the proofs I've heard for flat Earth like also coincide with hollow Earth and other things like that. The moon ringing like a bell, and its general orbit is just very strange and unique to our solar system.
So you're saying solar system, but also hollow. I'm hearing like a lot of conflicting concepts here.
Well, I don't know what you mean. I mean, I wouldn't.
Conflicting. You're
Well, the
talking
hollow
about
Earth.
hollow Earth,
Yeah.
but also solar system.
Yeah. Well, I do think that the moon, it rang like a bell, and we have hit it with a satellite, and we've proven that it is hollow.
Wait, what are you talking about? You need to.
So we still can't go to the moon for the last 50 plus years, but we sent something up there to hit it and make it ring like a bell, and we've got evidence, right?
What are you like?
Sure, there's more if he just keeps on talking. No, I was gonna let him go on for a little bit more because I'm sure there's more. Is there anything more you'd like to share?
Yeah, let's just let him talk. Go on. Keep talking.
When Admiral Byrd flew over the Antarctic, in his journal, he said he saw a warm spot and an opening of some kind.
Anything else? What else inspires you?
No.
What else have you heard?
I don't know.
You're very careful there, Fazzizzle. Very careful. I see where you're going now.
I am.
Yeah.
I am
very
being
careful. You want to stick around here?
careful.
Very careful. Easy, boy. Easy.
I'm trying. I wasn't Adams. Leave me back unmuted. I'll just listen. My lagging.
No, you're fine. I mean, just don't go where you started to go. Is all I'm saying. Back
What
to
is what?
No, I was.
keep on this straight and
Where
narrow.
did you start to go?
Say,
I don't
I'll tell you
understand.
later.
Oh, okay.
Is that Olive?
Yes.
Who was that?
This is Olive. Yes, I don't understand what you're talking about. He said the hole, the red hole.
It's.
They could go to a
No,
lot
it's
of
okay.
places
So
there.
is there any more? Is there like a particular question that you'd like to ask since you're in here with flat earthers now, and you don't have to listen to the Glovers build straw man or misrepresent our arguments or obfuscate or like whatever it is they do. They do all kinds of stuff, right? So you're here with us. So is there anything you'd like to ask us directly?
I don't agree with the way they argue and debate, and no, there's nothing really I want to ask. I do want to stay and listen. If I have any comments, I guess I can contribute.
Why do you think it's?
What do you mean you don't agree with the way we argue? That's silly.
He's talking about gyms, I guess. I don't know.
Well, how about a question? Like, come on, like give me a like if you're here, you believe in the globe, right? Like, what do you believe in the globe? Give me a proof you live on a globe. Let's do it. Let's debate. Let's do it. Is that
Why
what
do you
we're
believe
doing?
it's a globe?
No.
A few years is a pretty long time to hear all arguments. So why do you think it's a globe?
What I meant by I don't agree with how they debate and argue is the gaslighting and cutting each other off and yelling
I
each other.
I don't care about how they
done
argue
any
and
of that.
debate. I'm asking you why you think it's a globe. After 2 or 3 years
It's
of
not a
hearing
hard question. It's really not a hard question.
Yeah, I'm not debating. I'm not adamant about any of this stuff.
Debating. It's just a
No,
simple
dude,
question.
I'm just wanting to have a convo with you. I want to see
I got no
He's
questions.
just here to tell us how he
No,
doesn't like
wait,
how
hold on,
people
hold
have
on,
been
hold on.
mean to him.
Let's not do that. It's a very easy question. We're not asking if you have questions. She asked you a very simple and easy question to have a conversation about. Why do you think that it is what they tell us that it is? Why do you think that it is a globe?
I got no comment. I'm not here to debate you.
No, that's not a
No, look.
debate. We're
Okay,
not here to
so
debate.
it's okay. If he doesn't want to talk, he can go back on mute. I mean,
Just put
I
him on
just
mute
wanted to
then, if he doesn't
understand
want to
your
talk.
level of knowledge and see where your
But if
malfunction or
I have a
cogniz was. That's
question,
it. That's all I wanted to know.
I
Just
have
want to
a
know your level of
question.
knowledge.
If he doesn't want to, number one, debate, but yet he doesn't agree, what are you here for? You don't, are you just, do you want, I mean, question.
He's here to listen.
You can't blame him. I mean, we're the
I
coolest
hear
group of
that,
people on the
but
internet, so you know.
I hear that, but if you, I mean, you're talking, but yet I don't know. I just
No,
want to
live
know,
and let
like,
live.
what do you want to say about it, though? You know, I don't know.
I wasn't
Sorry.
talking. I was muted, and then you guys wanted to question me and see where I'm at, which is fine.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
he
I'm
has the
sorry.
listening
I
role.
missed
It
other
looks like he
programs.
has the listening role, so he actually came in here just to listen. So, but I appreciate you actually talking with us. I do. So thank you.
I do too. I do
If
too.
it's fine, though, you said it was fine. If it's fine, then why don't you, share? Like, tell us a little something about yourself,
Yeah.
where you're at.
I think he made it clear that he kind of wants to have a passive kind of like, just listening. And it seems like you guys are trying to bait him into an active, like, kind of argument or something.
Oh, concern trolling again. No,
No.
we're not baiting him. So don't concern troll for him. Okay, we're okay.
It sounds.
It's
Anyways,
okay.
I've talked to you enough that you should know that I never try to bait anyone into anything. I try to have genuine conversations with them, dude. You should know that by now.
About a year and a half ago, that happened. I got unmuted. You guys asked me some questions, and then I think I got muted again or banned or something really quick. So I'm just, I like.
That wasn't with us girls, though. I can guarantee you that wasn't us.
Definitely not the ladies. No. And
different time, different forms.
Yeah, and I do love all these subjects. I like listening, and I do learn a lot. I'm Googling stuff. Like if you guys bring up something, I Google stuff. I don't know.
So okay, so do you know of any time where anyone or yourself has ever actually measured any curvature or Earth movement?
No.
Demonstrated gas pressure would exist without a container.
Yeah. And from ground level, I couldn't demonstrate or prove any of that. Yeah.
Have you ever seen or experienced the Earth as a globe or moving?
No.
So, you know that this debate's going on. You've been in the argument, listening to it on the other side, you said for years. So, if you've never seen it, never experienced it, never observed it, never known of anyone ever measuring it, so why do you still believe it's a globe? Have you done an observation to try to determine for yourself whether it is or not?
Nope. You can move on to the next.
Does it matter to you? It doesn't matter to you, does it?
Why
it doesn't matter.
It matters.
It's your.
It matters.
Does it? Why does
Yes.
it matter to you if it's a globe or flat?
Why does it matter? Well, I heard, back in 2015, 2016, I heard some arguments that putting us in an infinite universe on a floating marble makes us fairly insignificant, makes us seem like we aren't God's creation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you guys. I'm Christian for one. I still think
you are.
Yeah, go ahead. What? I am a Christian.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, then let me ask you this. Then I do have a really good question. How do you have Well, I mean, I have several questions actually, and I'm sure you've seen them. You've seen all the verses and everything that refer to Earth is flat, haven't you?
Sure.
In
The clay seal stamped like a
There's
clay.
many.
Yes.
right,
We can go over
Sure.
them all. There's
Anyway,
Signet ring.
he was in the middle of telling us something. What were you
Oh yeah, I
saying?
was. Well, thanks for bringing it back. The marble in an infinite universe. I do think that if God created the universe, that we could be, um, a marble floating in an infinite universe. It doesn't necessarily have to mean that it's a matrix or a flat Earth.
You're
That
gonna
has
need art for
nothing
that.
to do with anything that is said in the Bible, though. Like in the very first verses of Genesis, it tells us that we, as the earth, were created before the sun and the moon, and that we are a fixed, stationary plane. And the sun and the moon were created equal and opposite of each other around our earth, and that the stars were fixed above us, and that we were created before the sun and the moon, and they were created for us. I mean, that has nothing to do with the infinite universe. We are earth. We are God's creation.
Yeah, and
That is in the very
the,
first verses of your Bible.
and the uniqueness of the moon and its orbit. I would say it's a creation for us. It doesn't necessarily have to be
Yeah, the
flat.
uniqueness of the moon and the sun and the orbit of the moon for sure. I mean, the fact that we can only see the one plane of the moon, it doesn't actually, I mean, it might orbit around us. Yes, it does orbit around us, but it never actually spins. We don't know what the moon is. None of us do.
Yeah.
We
So
don't
I
know what
take I take all those anomalies with the moon and I say like, wow, how unique and how awesome God created it for us. I don't necessarily say that it's flat or anything like that.
Yes, but if you're believing otherwise, you're believing that we were created around the sun and that is a whole different creation and that the sun was created around us. That is a whole different model. Satan's model is to take the sun away from us, to take Jesus out of his creation, out of God's creation, and put it into his creation as something different. And that is his son. So he's taking the Father's son away and putting it into his son as the sun in our sky and telling us that we are orbiting around that. That is taking away worship from the actual son of our Father. Excuse me. The sun and the moon are equal and opposite of each other in our sky. They represent equal and opposite things. But we're taught that the sun is 93 million miles away from us and how many billion times bigger than us, and the moon is right here us but yet we see them in our sky and they're the same exact size. So they're the exact same ratio away from each other. No.
Yeah,
And then
400
like I
times.
said, right. I mean, it just, that doesn't, I mean, come on now. Come on now. And like I said, it says right there in your Bible, if you want to open it up right there in Genesis 6, says he created the sun and the moon equal and opposite from each other, one to rule the day, one to rule the night, after he created the earth.
You can have one person under the sun. Let's say they had a stick in the ground and it casts no shadow. They're directly under the sun. That's like, and then let's say you drove on a straight road away from your friend. It's like a certain amount of miles away. And so you got that right angle with the dude under the sun, and then your dude, however many miles away. And with those two measurements in the right angle, you can determine the distance of the sun away from you. So it's definitely not 93 million miles away.
Well,
and just for the audience to know that I didn't require a religious belief, and you don't have to be religious to understand flat Earth, and it's not
You're
about
right.
religion. However, it is important to point out that, well, other than the fact that Pazizzle said that he was a Christian, and this was the thing that had him not so stern on the globe. So, but it is important to point out that all cultures and religious beliefs depict and represent Earth as flat and stationary. There's
Well,
only
it's
one that
true.
stands out, and that's the globe.
That's true. And it's not a religious thing, but it does talk about it in your Bible. And what you're talking about right now is Aristophanes with sticks and shadows. And just because you put a stick up and you see a shadow does not tell you you can determine that the sun is 93 million miles away, boo. That's just not how it works. Like, and I'm sorry that they taught us that in science class, because they did. They taught us all that. We believed it.
Did they teach you Eratosthenes in science in school?
They taught it.
You
Aristophanes.
teach
I
me
remember.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah,
It
they
is,
did.
yeah.
And I remember the sticks and shadows. I remember skipping biology class because I didn't resonate with what they were teaching me about space. And I literally did not go to class, and I would sit in the bathroom and I just wouldn't go to class. It wasn't cuz I was doing anything wrong or like I wanted to go and like, like do anything else. I was just like, I don't want to hear this, what they're teaching me. And for some reason, I didn't know why. Like, and I didn't know why, but now I
It
know
just didn't
why,
sit well with you. You didn't understand
It
why, but
did
it just
not,
didn't sit
yeah,
well.
I couldn't even sit through it. I had to take that whole class again. Ended up taking it from a first year. She was our substitute teacher the year before, so of course it was just like a super easy peasy class the next year, and I already knew everything, because I did well in school. Yeah, I was a good memorizer and regurgitator. I definitely got well grades on tests, but I didn't want to sit through those science classes for sure.
Yeah, I
I
had
was
a
because at the
similar
same time, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say
At
I
the
had a similar experience in science class. My science teacher was kinda like it didn't I asked twice to make sure that I heard him right, and he said, "Well, they say that not about Eratosthenes or about the Earth being a globe, but he told us that, they said that the Earth was 4.95 billion years old." And I said, "Really? They know that? Like that?" Oh, he goes, "That's what they say." So I could tell by the way he responded to me that he didn't even believe it, right? He was just telling me what he was supposed to tell me. But Pazizzle, do you think that the Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows, proves globe?
That experiment works on a flat Earth model as well.
Good for you. I'm glad you know that both can work. If you got a closer sun, yes, you can have the same thing happen. So it proves neither. So yeah,
That's the
Aristophanes
problem.
does another.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a null and void, and it's not even a scientific experiment. It's just an observation. So once again, doesn't do you any good.
See, we're making progress. Where you're at cognitively with this and how much you understand, and you seem pretty honest. So I mean, so far,
Yeah.
pretty
With
cool.
personal perspective and personal horizon and stuff, I see these debates come up, and I'm like, that works on the Coriolis effect. You can make that work on a spinning or on a disc. You can make that work as long as you
Make what
add
work?
some.
Wait,
If you
Coriolis?
add, if you add rotation to a spinning disc, you can create a Coriolis effect the same way on a spinning globe.
What Coriolis?
Anything that's got
Yeah.
anything that's got moving parts can
Yeah.
create this Coriolis effect, right? This is how
Yeah.
they use the moving parts of machinery to determine the Coriolis force and the effect, and to establish the equation for it, right? So, but do you know why they used moving parts of machinery? Because they tried to establish it with the Earth and they couldn't, because they failed to detect any movement. And if you look up Coriolis force, even though it's on Wikipedia, and you scroll down, right, the history, and you read first part of the history, it tells you about the three Italian scientists that failed to detect the movement of the Earth, and they concluded that the Earth wasn't moving. These are 3 scientists, right? And so there's your little history about Coriolis.
Sagnet experiment, right? And Michelson and Morley and Michelson Gale also didn't prove that the Earth moved. They couldn't
Aries
get it
failure.
proved. And Aries failure, yeah.
Aries failure is actually my favorite one. I don't know why. I just think I like the name
It's a cool
like
name.
how simple yet ingenious it was of how they did it, actually.
Yeah, the
So
reason why I
there's
mentioned
like 4 or 5 examples that I've shared where there's been, lack of movement, and it's the conclusion was that the Earth was not moving. So do you have anything
to add to
supports
that.
the Earth moving?
Well, the reason why I mentioned it is because it's not a proof. It works on both models.
Yeah,
it's very similar to the other question you asked me.
No, you're
The
saying
Eratosthenes? No, we've moved
you
on. I
were
thought we were
saying
talking about movement.
he was saying that you could see how far the sun was from looking at a stick and
No,
looking
that
at the
was a
shadow.
different guy. That definitely was a different
We'd
guy.
already moved on, and he mentioned Coriolis, and I tossed out there some fun facts for him about Coriolis that he or
Okay,
anyone
y'all,
listening
my
can.
bad. I'm so
No, you're
sorry.
good.
I'm
You're
so
good.
sorry.
That's why I was recapping, because if you didn't follow them, maybe I was
I had stepped away.
handling the convo poorly, and maybe there wasn't anyone following, as far as I know. But
No, I'm following. It makes sense. Like the Eratosthenes shadow experiment can be shown on a disc, is what like the point was. And then I mentioned the Coriolis effect because it's another thing that can be shown on a disc as well. So it's not something I would bring up, and it's something Globers and flat earthers debate. In Gem Server, I've heard it, and it's just a moot point. Like.
So, what are you debating right now?
he's not debating. He's just
I'm not
sharing his knowledge, understanding, which is cool.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Well, no, I do too. I do too. Don't get me wrong. I'm just sorry. I feel lost, so I just was like, bring back into it. What are we talking about? I'm so sorry. I guess I've felt
You
lost.
stepped away for a minute, didn't you?
I
That's
did.
what.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
stepped away, and
All right,
then I
that's
came
cool.
back in. I was like, oh, we're still talking about
It's all good.
I was still
Okay,
exploring
so-
his knowledge and understanding of.
Go on, Truth.
Go ahead, Sean, if you had something.
No, I was just saying, like, go on. Like, I wanted to hear what you and him were saying, like that conversation.
Okay. So, well, I mean, I do appreciate you sharing, and honestly, it's like I'm glad you did, because you seemed genuine, you seemed honest, right, and you seem to understand some of it.
Yeah.
Well, what we've discussed anyway, we've not really discussed a whole lot. I don't know about these, what you think are anomalies, and then you refer to, Admiral Byrd's testimony of what he saw and what he did, and their claim of moon, and you thinking like people claiming that it's hollow and we can't actually go to it. It's a light in the sky. We can't go to it and test it. Like, I don't understand how those are anomalies.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah.
The other lady just mentioned how the moon always faces us, right? Like it's always facing us. It rotates once every, according to mainstream science, it rotates once every 27 to 29 days, right? And it takes that long to do one orbit, so it's always facing us. I would say, the reason why I brought up moon anomalies, like that would be included, like the fact that it's tidally locked and
It's not an anomaly.
that it's okay, sure, but you're saying things like it's
They
400
it's tidally
times
locked, right?
closer. Exactly, and they claim it's 400 times closer than the sun, and they claim it's 400 times smaller, but it's perfect, so the size fits up there. Yeah,
The distances lines up just right where they both look identical.
Yeah.
So, do you know how how many miles away they claim that the moon is?
Uh-oh.
Shoot, no. It's 400 times closer than 93 million miles.
238,000 miles.
Yeah, so an
that's
anomaly
how
like
far
that.
Well, think about this for a minute, though. I want you to do a thought experiment. Okay, so 238,000 miles is how far they claim that it is away. So, I mean, you seem pretty intelligent, and you have been around the arguments enough because you knew to say that allegedly, and you forgot to say it on that last one, so I helped you out a bit. But with them claiming that it's 238,000 miles away, and your level of understanding and intelligence that I'm sensing, I'm thinking that this will be easy for you. So if you get a smartphone, or if you get, have you been sitting in here all night? Because I kind of said this earlier tonight. And if you heard it, then I don't want to repeat it.
No, it's just been.
Okay.
He
So
hasn't been here
if you
that
take a
long.
smartphone or a Nikon P900, which has, if you look at the zoom capability, it has 83 times zoom capability. And if you get any device, actually any, an Android, a smartphone, whatever, look at the zoom capability of the camera, of the viewing device that you're using, and see the distance that it's able to zoom in on, right? The maximum distance that it could possibly see, because you know we can't see forever. 238,000 miles, long ass way. Don't you agree?
Yeah, but can
So
I?
do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think that 83 times, and that's a Nikon P900.
And can I just add to
Right.
that, on
So,
top of that, is the inverse square law of light, that the closer you get to it, the brighter it would be.
well, there's that too, but I'm talking. Yeah, we can
They're both
touch on that.
connected.
We can touch on that after, but like with when you take an Android or a smartphone, people have used their smartphones, right? And they have zoomed in on the moon, brought it really close up, got fine detail on it. Do you think that would be possible if it was actually 238,000 miles away?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes,
Okay, well,
the
try to
reason
do this. Get in a
would.
plane, and when you see, like, and look out when the plane is up high and you're high up in the atmosphere, right? Because oftentimes you'll see other things that are like, well, Mount Everest is the highest thing, but if you see another plane, like, try to zoom in and see how close you can bring a plane in. Look at a plane. Do that. Use an airplane. Try to take your smartphone, zoom in on the moon and see how much fine detail, or you can just look up the specs and see if it's capable. That's the easiest way to do it. But this is an observation and experience that you'll have. Take your smartphone, zoom in on an airplane, one that looks out in the sky, zoom in on it and see how much of the detail of that plane that you can bring in with your phone, and see if it's comparable to the moon. And then you tell me if you think that moon that you're able to zoom in on and see that detail is 238,000 miles away after you do that.
I mean, the light travels to you, right? Like, you're not pulling it in, or like you're not sending your eyeball out to capture the image.
Did I say that you were?
No, however,
What did I
you're
say? I
saying.
said take your smartphone.
Yeah.
Compare the two observations that you can make when you zoom in on the moon, when you zoom in on a plane.
Yeah.
Then you tell me if you really believe that moon, you're able to get far more crisper details of than even a plane.
You
After
can.
that, if you believe that it's 238,000 miles away, or even just talking about it with the numbers and the math and the logic, right, and your common sense, if it even sounds like it's even plausible, it's like even saying it seems ridiculous to me that anyone would even consider that it could be. But see how far away, get something 4 to 6 miles away and see how much you can zoom in on it with a Nikon P900. And that's 83 times zoom. Right? If there's a building somewhere or a banner and it's got writing, you won't be able to make out that writing. You won't be able to distinguish the fine details. However, you are able to zoom in on that moon and see the fine details of it. This is with the Nikon P900. So after you do those two things, and can you still honestly tell me with a straight face that you believe that moon is 238,000 miles away?
Can I answer?
Oh, please do. Please
If
do.
you
I'm sorry.
if you zoomed in on a fully illuminated plane that's flying, you'll be able to get way more detail out of that plane than you would the moon's surface or craters on the moon.
Okay, then do it. Then do that and film it and bring us the video back. I'd like to see this.
Hang on. There is a video of a P900 zooming in on like an airliner, and they zoom in to the point where they can read the tag numbers and the tail number.
That's with the P900. With the P900,
Yeah.
I was saying, like, you can zoom in 4 to 6 miles away or whatever and not be able to distinguish the details. But when you're zooming in on the moon in a plane and making that comparison, do it with a smartphone.
No, I hear you.
Even if you do it with an Nikon P900, that's perfectly fine. That's fine. I'd like to see the difference and I'd like to see the comparison. But 83 times our perception, what we're capable, our normal limitations of our vision, is enough to be able to bring that moon that's 238,000 miles away into that fine of a detail of focus. I mean, if you do, that's fine. If you believe that that's possible.
I have a nice telescope, but I haven't I haven't compared. I can't track a plane. First of all, it's like really hard to track a plane with a telescope. You'd be moving
smartphone,
the tripod like crazy.
Smartphone and the Nikon is fine. It's sufficient. As long as you use the same device on both objects, then it's fine. Because look, you're doing a comparison, a scale comparison. So 238,000 miles versus, hey, if you can get the tail numbers or the numbers off the plane, then you can find out exactly the height of the plane. You can look it up and track it and see how high it's flying, the altitude. But even if you can't, you know the range, the limitations within the altitude that it's going to be within, right? The range it's going to be within. So it can't be no higher than a certain number, and it can't be no lower than a certain number. So we're talking about scale here.
I hear you.
38,000. Yeah. So maybe do this and that's just on the moon because we were talking about the moon, right? But the best thing for you to do if you're going to do an observation is get yourself about 1 foot off the ground and see if you can see further than 1.225 miles. And if you do, if your horizon extends beyond that, what does that mean? You've been in this game long enough, you know exactly what the answer is.
The terrain you're standing on is, has dips and valleys and hills. Yeah.
If you see further than 1.225 miles, that means topography. What? Come on, man. Straighten up and act right, dude.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's not what that means, and you know it.
Yeah, come on, Pizziza. What kind of answer was that? It means refraction, obviously.
No,
that's the one.
Globers, when they answer you with that refraction answer, oh my god,
destroy their own globe, don't they?
Yeah, it's detrimental to the argument. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, back to being real here. If you can see further at 1 foot, if you can see further than 1.225 miles away, what does that mean? If you see, say, 10 miles out, horizon extends 10 miles out. We'll stop at 10, even though they never stop at 10. They're far beyond that. We'll stop at 10. If you see the horizon extend 10 miles out and you're 1 foot, the globe requires it to never extend beyond 1.225 miles at 1 foot. What does that mean?
Well, can you increase in elevation?
You could, but then you're just going to see further if you stick with 1 foot.
Basically, you wouldn't know. Yeah, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, you just see further. Yeah. I mean, if you increase your altitude and your height, then because it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So it's based on observer height. So if your observer height changes, then the distance to the horizon changes.
100%, yeah.
Right. So, but at 1 foot.
At 1 foot, it depends on where you are in the world. Like, if you're
No, not on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. It cannot be any further than, it can be shorter, but it can't be any further than 1.225 miles. If it is, then it's not a sphere the size they claim it is. It's
it can't be any further, you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it can't be any further. Did I say it backwards?
The horizon.
No, you're right. You're right.
Okay.
And it can't be any further.
Yeah.
There
Be
is no
shorter.
geometric horizon.
It can't be further. So
there is no geometric horizon until until
not even until
okay.
What?
There is
I wanna know
no
what he's gonna
there is
say.
no until there is no
Yeah.
geometric horizon.
No,
Period.
there's not. But what were you gonna say?
Exclamation point.
Until what?
Well, as mainstream science would say, until you reach like a sufficient altitude to see the geometric horizon.
No.
Okay, so
there's not even there.
if
There's not even then. No.
Well, they say you need to be around the height of like the ISS.
Say, is it logical to just
And
math that up?
hold up,
Because that's
hold
not
up.
what they say anyway.
And that's BS. And the higher you go, no matter what, there is, of course, the attenuation of how far we can see. And yes, we can view everything in a circle. So we would see something in 360 degrees, and you can only see to a certain distance. You wouldn't be able to see beyond that. That doesn't mean that that is a sphere, and they've never shown anything to show that it is actually a sphere. Period. There is no geometric horizon at all.
If it was a flat disk, there would be a point in altitude.
Who said disc? Who said disc?
Nobody said
If
that.
it was a flat anything, if it was any shape,
you would
when
only
you
be
get
able
to
to see so far.
yeah,
And
so when
would
you
only
get
be
to a
able see
certain
in-
height,
Hold up.
yeah,
You would only be able to see so far, and you would always see in 360 degrees, no matter
Look,
what.
hey,
So when
let me
you
tell
spin
you.
around, you would see in a circle. That's it. Like that.
Yeah.
There's still no geometric horizon or
Let me
anything.
let me give an example. All right, so or even something you can test yourself. Go buy a drone and take it out to a park and shoot it straight up like 50 yards, and then spin it 360 degrees, right? And then you're gonna see that it could only see so far, and then but that the world's obviously bigger than what your drone's seeing, and that's a good example how you're saying when you go straight up you could only see so far, and then you could see like you're not seeing black or darkness behind that. It's not like it.
okay, yeah, I hear you. Is he cutting off?
Yeah, he is. And no
Okay.
matter what, this is ladies' night, and he is spot on. And what you were saying is 360 degrees, period. That's it. There is no geometric horizon ever. You see 360 degrees here. The farther up you go, as you spin around, you see 360 degrees. That's it. That doesn't mean that there's a geometric horizon over a curve that is cutting something off. No, it's just that you can only see so far, and we see in a circle. It's funny because Dawn likes to call it rim curve, which, we can call it whatever we fucking want to call it.
Yeah.
But no matter what, you can only see in 360 degrees. And that's it. We aren't seeing over something. We aren't seeing a geometric horizon. We are seeing as far as we can see and in 360 degrees.
I'm sorry. I got a phone call.
It's all good.
And it cut
Hang
out.
on. Who is that? Because we're
It's
talking.
Apocryphon.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry about that.
yeah.
I just want to apologize, but you guys keep talking.
Hey, you're good. I just didn't want to get away from this because I wanted to go back to what Pazizzle said, because when he initially said that, like, I'm just like, it triggered me a little bit, and I thought about it, but then I just went ahead and started asking him questions and wanted to see what his responses were. But when he said that, he never said that he believed or that he saw or that it is. He said they claim. Claim at altitudes this and altitude. Okay, so you tell me what you experience and you tell me what you believe. Your viewpoint, not what they say. Your viewpoint.
Well, that's why I try to preface everything I say with, the mainstream scientists say, and they claim this. Yeah. Thank you for friggin' bringing it back.
Yeah.
When okay, is it an infinite plane? Like, so if it doesn't matter how high you go, it's always going to be a 360 bubble around you, right? Like, is she saying it's infinite?
Well, no, she's saying that.
No. Yeah, no, what I'm saying is that we can only see so far. Period. No matter how far we are in the ground, we
Agreed.
can only see so far. You go up a little bit higher, you still can only see so far. You go up a little bit higher, you still can only see so far. Just because you keep going higher doesn't mean you're going to be able to see everything that you're supposed to see. And when these balloons go up there, yeah, it's black, no stars. You might be able to see the moon, right? But we aren't seeing any kind of anything else, and we're only seeing so far. And as it pans around, as it spins, we're seeing in a 360 degrees, just like our eyes would see. We see in a circle. That's it.
I hear you.
Good. So
I would argue that. Yeah. I mean, I would argue that the higher up you go, the more of a hemisphere you'll see. You'll see.
No, we wouldn't. We're not seeing any curvature when people go up high. We're not seeing any curvature at all.
If it's a sphere, even if it's a sphere, Preciso, like when you go up in altitude, there's a limitation even of the angle, because the Earth is going to drop away and it's going to form this sphere. And if you're going directly up, you're not going around it. So there's still a limitation to how much of that curve, right? Of there's like what is it, like a 15 to 45, somewhere between 15 and 45 degree angle of that curve from where you're at and where the rest of it is. Like, that's the maximum that you're going to see of it. You're not going to just see more and more and more as you go up higher. That only happens on a flat surface.
What he's saying is if you're in a plane and you can see another state, you can't see that state while you're on the ground. You can see more when you're higher up. That's what he means.
But even if it were a sphere, that wouldn't be the case, because the higher up you go, there's going to be a limitation to how much the Earth you're going to be able to see unless you go around the curve. Because once it curves away, if you don't have a line of sight, it doesn't matter how high up you go, you're never going to be able to see around that curve. So
there is no
you're
curve.
not going to just continue to see more and more and more the higher you go up if it's a sphere. That only happens on a flat surface.
I understand that the horizon rises with eye level, but never mind. Just never mind.
Yeah, on a sphere it wouldn't. It would drop away.
How about if you got to a high altitude and then traveled towards the, how did that guy say it was the rim of the edge? Wouldn't you see that there would be the horizon is suddenly cut off and then it's darkness like above that?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, because anytime anyone has ever experienced like a limitation, if they can enhance their vision with either zoom or infrared, like Jay Tolan, he uses infrared a lot. A lot of the, like, anytime that they do that, like, they can just see further and further and further. The only limitation is the limitation of the device that they're viewing through. It's not limitation due to lack of access to the Earth because it has curved away, lack of line of sight.
Well, on a flat Earth, wouldn't you be able to float towards like Antarctica and you'd see that the horizon's just gone? Like there is, there's no more Earth past this point.
I don't know where the Earth ends. They don't let us go past the 66
you have this idea that like somehow the Earth ends. Do you know that for a fact? Because I don't know that.
No, I would. Yeah, that's. But if it's a disc, then you should be able to get.
There's obviously some containment, so there's some limitation because it is contained, which
we
means
don't know where that's at.
Yeah, we don't know where it is or what it is, but it is contained. So if it goes on beyond the containment, I guess that's possible, but we don't know. And
Operation High Jump.
Yeah, where they
Colonel Bird,
the atmosphere, or
did he say disc again? Bong, Sonny, did he say disc again? Did you say disc again?
Yeah,
and I didn't
keeps
catch
saying it. It keeps happening.
Now?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna start charging you $5
Not a
every
disc.
time. Every time you say disc and apply it to us, I'm gonna
Nobody's
charge
ever
you
said
$5.
that. Nobody's
I'll give
ever
you my
said it's
cash
a
app.
disc.
I'm gonna start charging you $5. $5 fine every time you
I
say
love
disc.
that. We should make people like literally come in and put in their code so Truth can get the money because it happens all the time. I was gonna cuss again. It happens all the time. Disc. Nobody's ever said that. Like
Dang, I can't believe I let it slip, man.
It happens all the time because we're so used to it that like we pass it over. It's just
What
nobody's
should I
ever said
say?
that.
Edge?
Not disc.
It's just
No, not
Earth.
even edge.
How about Earth?
Who
Right?
has
Just
ever seen
flat
an edge?
level.
Why is
stationary.
everything that's flat a disc?
Because that's
No,
all we
why
know.
is everything
Nobody's
that's
ever seen
flat
an
have
edge.
to have an edge?
This is the point. We don't know where it ends. We don't, like Shel Silverstein, end of the sidewalk. We don't know where the end of that sidewalk actually is. Nobody's ever been able to explore out there. We aren't even allowed to explore what's happening at the center where the north is. We don't even know what's going on there. There are multitudes of ways that this could like expand our minds and we could learn something new, and it might be something that we don't even understand what it is, and it's not an edge and actually loops around. Who knows? So we
Honestly,
don't
I'm
know.
more interested in the North anyway. If I had a chance to do one
Me
or the
too.
other, I'd go north.
Oh my God, Truth. Exactly. That's exactly where I'm at.
Screw
Everybody's so
Antarctica, man.
interested in the South, and I'm like, I would much rather go to the North. I want to
Yeah.
go to the center. I want to know exactly what's happening there. That's where my heart has always been at. My heart has always been there. That's why I'm like, Carmen and Drace, you want to like let me camp on your couch? Let's go do an adventure. Like, I definitely want to go there. Hands down.
I'm
Okay, well, what
down
about
to
this
plan it.
position? So, gas pressure, man.
Yeah, gas pressure. Yeah.
50 torr pressure adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr with no container. How is that working out for you? How's that working out for you?
Yeah. Well, whatever we call gravity. Yeah.
Hard, right?
Yeah.
It sucks that they've done such a piss poor job with their freaking story, doesn't it? And you're like leaving you guys to defend it without any freaking help from anyone other than what, Bill Nye or Don Pettit. Like, seriously, I feel so bad for you guys. You need to just just leave them in the dust, man. Leave them behind. Say, nah, it's flat. I'm just divorce it. Maybe, I don't know, you got some personal investment, some reason why you want to stick with it and defend it. Maybe it's fun for you. But what about that gas pressure? Man, 50 torr,
What about
10 to
that
the
gas
negative
pressure?
17 torr.
That was a great.
No
What
container.
about that gas pressure, guys? What about
They're
it?
allegedly flying and
well,
zipping in and out of it, right? No problems whatsoever.
Is there
Or at
gas
least then
pressure in space?
they
Is my
claim,
question.
their claim, right, is, well, if you're asking me reality and what is, I'm not even going to say there's space because I haven't seen any evidence for it. What is space? The space between you and I? Or this 10, because this is what they claim. You ask about the pressure. They claim it's a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure.
Mm-hmm. Well, at ground level or ocean level or what's it called? Sea level?
Near perfect vacuum. Space. Outer space. 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. The atmosphere, 50 torr. 50 torr, like 10 the negative 17 torr, like orders of magnitude. Really? Okay, so they can't even create that kind of vacuum here on Earth.
Well, they can create a near vacuum, like with a part.
But that's a near vacuum. I think 10 to the negative. What is it?
You can't
Someone
get.
please correct me if I'm wrong, and if I'm not
not
right,
wrong.
then if you know the answer, maybe you can put it in the text chat. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, the greatest vacuum they've been able to create artificially, man-made, is 10 to the negative 14.
You're correct.
Torr.
And there is no way to even get it close to the 10 to the negative 17th torr, and even the 10 to the negative 17 torr is still not a perfect vacuum, but somehow they're claiming that it is this vacuum while balls of freaking gas are like literally they're claiming gas giants and suns and all of the stars are actually suns are in this near vacuum spewing off all of this energy, and then we have Earth that is, spewing out all of their gases, but yet it's still contained. Like, none of it makes any sense whatsoever. It's so, like, when you really get down to the nooks and crannies of it all and just think for 2 seconds beyond what you have been taught and what you were supposed to believe, and just for a brief moment, just kind of think about that for a second. Does that make sense to anyone?
They're zipping in and out from 50 torr
Yeah,
to 10 to
and
the
then
negative
there's
17 torr
containment,
and
but
back
there
again.
isn't containment. It's amazing. Isn't it
And
amazing?
they hadn't discovered the Van Allen belts then, so
Yeah.
they didn't bother them. Now they discovered them after they've already went through them, right?
Yep.
Allegedly went out there, came
Well,
back.
And then
Van
it's a
Allen
process
belt.
to build it back because they can't build it back what they learned how to get to the moon on a freaking like
Yeah.
001 calculator type of freaking anything. Like all of it falls apart. And if you are literally trying to stand up for that, I mean, we can talk about it for days and hours, and that's why there is a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, is because of how silly all of this is. So if you have something
We
that's
could
really
talk
good,
about it for days and hours.
if you have something that's actually something we haven't heard before, because I haven't heard you say anything that we haven't heard before. If you have something that you think is like, this is it. This is what really, truly makes me think that we live on a globe in the solar system, in this universe that they claim that it is, with the evil of access that actually makes the universe flat. It's a flat universe that is contained. I would love to hear it. What do you have?
Well, you went on for so long. Going through the Van Allen radiation
I
belt.
literally just asked you a very quick question.
That's another anomaly that it's like, so did we go to the moon or not?
Well, what do you think? What's your honest opinion about that?
Like the shielding and the Van Allen radiation belt.
Someone's holding a gun to your head right now, and you have to say your honest opinion, and they have a lie detector test hooked up to you, and if you lie, they're just going to blow your brains out. So, a hypothetical, someone's got a gun to your head. Which is it? Did they go to the moon, or did they not?
I don't know.
Oh, dude, it's Russian roulette. Then you can't do that. You gotta answer yes or no. No, I won't do that. I'm just playing. I'm being honorary. Settle down.
There's so much there.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think
there's so much there. Like, how do I begin to describe? Like, I can't explain to the whole room what causes air pressure.
Why can't you? It's known.
Is it known?
Molecules of it's when the air molecules, because they move in all direction freely, right? Until they they hit a container. So when the gas molecules bounce off of the walls of the container.
Do you think that it's because they let out? Yeah. Do you think that they layer, like the gases layer out and based on their density, and that's what causes like
got to do with the tea and China?
What's that?
What's that got to do with the tea and China? Price of tea and China? Sorry, I'm getting tired. It's like 12:30 in the morning for me. What does that matter? Whether it does or whether it doesn't. We can talk about that all night long. But what does
density?
It matter?
Apparently, density is how I understand you explain gravity and things like that. Like it's all filtering based on
gravity, because gravity is nothing to me. I don't know gravity. No one showed me gravity. No one's demonstrated gravity. Gravity doesn't exist in my mind. My world, in the world that you live in, it doesn't exist. Density is just what it is. It's how dense an object is.
Well, it comes
the relationship between the object and the medium that it's in. right? In terms of several things, not just density, but several things: electrostatics, electromagnetics, vibration, density, like all of these things. And it's probably not limited to that. That's just the ones right off the top of my head. None of those are gravity. So it's the relationship. It's your relationship between the object and the medium that it's in. It's going to determine how the object behaves in that medium. Period. So, yeah, don't. That's probably not the right way to say it, that we use density to explain gravity. No, we don't explain gravity. It's not ours to explain. It doesn't even exist.
How would you describe the vacuum of space?
Why would I describe it? It doesn't exist. It's a fairy tale. Show me the vacuum of space. And let me see it, and then I'll describe it for you.
I describe it as a violation of natural law and impossible.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I describe it as a fairy tale.
I would describe it as a place where there's very little molecules bouncing around. It's not necessarily a sucking force like a vacuum cleaner, although it's just a place where there's few hydrogen atoms, very few.
Where did you get the information to form this description?
Made up by NASA, which is bullshit.
Yeah,
still,
sure.
Well,
when you look at
explaining it like in the terms in the way that they explain it, like this is what they say, or
this is what they say.
How you observe it and experience something you know.
No, that's how they say it. Obviously, nothing none of you guys, and including myself, none of us know.
I've never been there.
Yeah.
We've never seen it.
If you go to the
so why would
NASA
you ask me how I would
website,
explain it, and then continue to
There'll
tell me
be-
how you would explain it? Why even bother?
The reason is because there's two definitions of a vacuum. One is like a sucking force, and then the other one is an emptiness or a void space.
We just covered that, and you said you didn't know if there was pressure, and I explained to you what they claimed it was. We just covered that.
Well, I'm explaining that it's not that there's no pressure in space; it's that there's very little. If you were to bring,
Now you're explaining
yeah.
it to me when you didn't
Yeah.
know a few minutes ago what the pressure was. Okay.
That's a new one.
If you bring a box, for example, that's been in outer space, and you
okay, have you got one?
Yeah, you seal the box, and then
If you got a
bring
box
it.
that's been outer
No.
space. Me neither.
No.
So, do you know anyone that can? Do you know? This is like I don't even want to go with any. Do you know anyone that can take you? Because there is no outer space.
Hold up, what were you gonna say though? Bring the box from outer
exists, bro.
space, and then what?
It's so there's a vacuum inside this box. It's sealed. You bring it down to sea level, and you open the box. What causes air to go inside the box?
Entropy.
Maybe because where you closed the box was a lesser pressure than at sea level, which is a 14.7, right? Maybe it was just a lesser pressure or a different pressure. So
Yeah. So when you open the
that's all it
box
takes.
at sea level,
If it's slightly less, it doesn't matter. It's all it takes.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and
Is the Earth flat?
Yep. Next.
have you observed
Observably
it
flat
to be,
and
have
stationary.
you experienced it to be? Who asked that?
It's a very flat and smooth marble, yeah, for its size.
Well, marble's
Flat and marble is an oxymoron there.
Yeah.
No, you even had a marble countertop. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, my bad.
Asked if the Earth is flat.
So you open the vacuum box
Hang on a second. Who
at sea
asked
level.
that?
I think
Was it
it
someone
was the
messing
blue
around, or
guy.
is it someone?
It was the blue guy, Greg.
I have another question.
Great.
Oh, this should be good.
Okay, well, hang on. Zizzle,
How
it
about
was
you
a good
exert a
combo.
little
I appreciate
politeness
it.
though, and
Thanks for
stop
sharing.
interrupting the other guy?
Uh,
I'm talking to the guy that keeps interrupting.
You guys have evidence that the
Hey,
Earth is flat?
what did I just say?
He was just talking. Let him speak. Thank you.
Oh, my bad.
well, I mean, thanks, Indio. But Zizzle, he's been in this argument for a couple of years, and I was just trying to get in his head and see what he understood and what he knew. But if this guy's new, like we can get back to Zizzle if another lady
yeah,
maybe
it's up
wants
to
to
you.
talk
I
to
mean,
Greg.
I don't like
Is
rude
there another?
kids.
Oh, you're fine. I appreciate it. Yeah, because I don't like to.
He was butting in a
Is
little
it
bit.
just me and you, Shines?
Wait, who is butting in? What's happening now?
The other kid, there's a young man on here who just like instead of saying like excuse me, I have a question.
KJ's
like,
in here.
Mark,
KJ,
Oh, whoever's hot micing, is that Forex memes, please? Like, you're have a lot of noise going on in the background. Go on mute if you're not talking. Every time I talk, you go mute, so it's silent. Thank you. Thank you. Whoever did that.
he wasn't responding. So Forex memes, please just message us in a voice text if you want to. Message us in a voice text if you'd like to speak. Or I don't even think I've ever talked to you. Are you even VC verified? Oh, you're on the fence. I'd actually like to talk to you. So did the new guy bounce?
Yeah, he's up.
Are you kidding me?
he left.
Come on, man.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah.
Yeah, he was gonna.
I'm still here though.
Well,
okay.
I sent some troll in him.
Yeah, he wasn't going to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't. Well. Okay, Forex memes. Thanks for muting. Right, so I guess back to you. Unless, hold on, Forex memes. Do you have any questions that's got you on the fence? Because we can go back to Zizzle.
You don't got to go back to me.
Oh no! It's like look. I find it interesting, and I like mind and understanding. You seem pretty genuine with your responses, so it's like it's not like I believe every word that you tell me, just because I think you're honest, right? But so far, I've not sensed any dishonesty. So it's like if you tell me that you think this because of this, or you understand this because of this, like maybe I can find the place of cognitus, or maybe I can find whatever personal investment you might have, or maybe there is some fault in your understanding. Who knows? I don't know, but it's interesting to me. I want to know. Like you've been in this for what, 2 to 3 years?
Well, I mean, I've known.
Like, what's the thing about the box? Where were we at with that? Okay, so I answered that. What was after the box? What'd you say after that?
So there's no pressure, or very, very, very little pressure inside the box. There's maybe a few hydrogen atoms bouncing around. You bring it down to sea level and you open the box. What causes air to go into the box?
What do you think causes it?
Well, I'd like your answer. I'd love your answer. Yeah.
Well, I answered you a minute ago, and I'm curious as to why you're asking, because this is a pretty
you're saying
obvious
because you're
question,
saying
because
low pressure, and Earth likes to
because of entropy.
balance
Second law of
that out,
thermodynamics.
right?
Entropy is
You're
going to
saying
increase. The higher pressure is going to move into the lower pressure.
yes.
You just stated that it's that
So
you know that it's a lower pressure in the box.
yes. So
why are you asking me?
Air is is it being sucked into the box, or is it being
No, it's
pushed
being pushed in?
Yes,
being
yes,
pushed
by
in.
by the atmosphere above, right, and like around. So if you take that box that has no pressure inside of it and you bring it back out to space, supposedly what happens when you open the box in space?
If it has no pressure?
Mm-hmm. No pressure inside it.
So if they claim that this place you're calling space, I'm gonna premise it again, it doesn't even exist, it's a fairy tale, but they claim within this fairy tale paradigm that they've created that it's 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. right? And then the greatest vacuum that they can get, and this is with, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, there's like many feet thick concrete, right? This is like a massive, a lot of, reinforcement put into this vacuum chamber that they could only manage a 10 to the negative 14.
Yeah.
So
On the
which is going to
surface.
be, which is higher? Which is a higher pressure, 10 to the negative 14 or 10 to the negative 17?
Sure. So assuming it's a slightly less of a vacuum. So when you open the box in space, according to what they say, then a slight you'll see
So
the
you're going to
pressure.
release. Yeah, you're going to it's going to leave the box and it's going to go into space, right? Because it's a higher pressure in the box than it is out in this fairy tale story that we're hypothetically talking about that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what?
yeah.
Now what?
So whatever hydrogen atoms were inside the box would get shot into space and contribute to the amount of hydrogen atoms in space, like per square
Okay.
meter.
So since you understand that that's how it would work, right?
Mhm.
And there's allegedly zipping and zooming in and out of this medium into that medium, the two mediums we're talking about, right?
Yes.
They're allegedly doing that, just zipping in and out. No worries, no container to bust through, nothing. So since you understand that, and I don't know why you were asking me those questions. I don't know if you were quizzing. I don't know why you're asking me those questions, but maybe you just wanted to find a way to get around for me to say that vacuums suck so that you could say vacuums don't suck. I don't know what you were doing. Right. But
it's just to get an understanding. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
It just
So
just
since
to,
you understand that, what and you understand we have atmos right here that's
Atmosphere.
pressurized. Atmos plane
Sure.
pressure. Yeah, I guess. Anyway, so it's a pressurized system that we're breathing.
Yeah, so you're saying we
Claim,
whiz in and
they've
out,
measured
right?
what? 50 torr. We'll stay with the same category, the same dimensions, right? 50 torr. And then they claim that's 10 to the negative 17 torr. And if a 10 to the negative 14 torr is going to move into the 10 to the negative 17 torr, then what the hell's going to happen with a 50 torr and a 10 to the negative 17 torr with no container?
So the explanation is that atmosphere. The atmosphere is the thing that's causing the pressure, right? So
the gas molecules bouncing off of the walls of the container. But we're in this hypothetical fairy tale that we're talking about, right? Where there is just magically this pressure without a container. And they claim but if you understand a higher pressure moving into a lower pressure, and you understand 10 to the negative 14 torr moving into a 10 to the negative 17 torr, then what the hell is going to happen with a 50 torr to a 10 to the negative 17 torr without a container?
Yeah, you're saying it would equalize, or what? The pressure would equalize?
You tell me. What do you think? I want to know your understanding.
Well, I don't get your question, to be honest. I don't get what
so listen, this box that you went through this long drug out like hypothetical, right? Very. So I know you get my question because you understood it well enough to ask me 3 different ways, right, dude?
Could you repeat the question?
So the box, instead of it being the box, it's our atmos, right? It's the air that we're breathing.
So the whole Earth.
The atmosphere. It's our air. It's our pressurized system that we're breathing.
Sure.
They claim that they measure it to be what, 50 torr.
At surface level, at ground level, right?
50 torr. No, that's if I'm not mistaken. Now I could be wrong about this, but if I'm not mistaken, it is in the outer, like the.
No.
That's what the upper atmosphere is supposed to be. I could be wrong, but it doesn't matter. It's a high pressure, right? It's a higher pressure than 10 to the negative 17 torr. You agree?
It's slightly higher as you get closer to the Earth.
Slightly higher. Wait. We're going from a 14.7 psi all at sea level, 50 torr pressure, right? We're going from that. And you understood very well that a 10 to the negative 14 torr pressure is going to move into a 10 to the negative 17 torr. You understood that. So why do you not understand that a 50 torr, what it's going to do next to negative 17 torr without a container. How come you can't understand that? When you
Well,
are the
can
one
I
that laid out the
explain
premise
it?
and the question to
Can
begin
I
with.
can I explain
Yeah.
it like in an
That's what I'm
easy way?
asking. I don't know. Can you?
First
Let's see.
of all, yeah, if you go down to the for like the Grand Canyon, for example, there's a much higher pressure at the bottom of the Grand Canyon than at the top of Mount Everest.
Well, what are you talking about? What's this got to do with the price of tea in China? Whoa,
Because you got to understand where the pressure comes from. It's from the
I
amount of
know where the
atmosphere
pressure
above
comes
you.
from.
Yeah.
I know where we're talking about two systems, okay? Just like you were talking about the box.
It's not a closed system. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
You took the box down here to sea level and opened it, and then you took it up into space and opened it. Like, you understand this very well. These are two systems, two different systems, just like the box and this fairy tale outer space.
But we can
Same thing.
we can open up the box.
Replace the box with our atmosphere.
Yeah,
So,
I get
same
it.
difference. All right. Instead of a 10 to the negative 14 torr pressure in the box, we have a 50 torr. Okay? So that's all you're doing. You're switching the box to the atmosphere into the negative 14 torr to a 50 torr pressure. Now, if you understand what the 10 to the negative 14 torr next to the 10 to the negative 17 torr will do, and why are you having such trouble with the 50 torr next to the 10 to the negative 17 torr? Could it be a little cog disk, maybe?
There's no, because there's no pressure out there. There's nothing to push. There.
How do you know that? They even say that there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. Okay? So it's not even a perfect, it's a near perfect. So that's what they even say. So why are you saying that?
There's so many things and so many explanations. Like, have you gone swimming?
You're killing me. You are.
Yeah, I understand this, but why can you not address the going from 10 to the negative 14 to the 50 torr, replacing, switching those two variables out? Not the box, it's our atmosphere. Not 10 to the negative 14, 50 torr. Right?
Well, your explanation and your questions
hold up.
strange.
No, you need to stop. No, they're not strange. She has been legitimately on point this entire time, and it's been going on 5 to 10 minutes now. And she has been doing such a great job, and you are obfuscating, going here, going there, like you're saying, oh, her questions are odd. No, they're not. Like, she is on point, and for some reason, it's just not connecting. He's been pretty
genuine about everything else. It's kind of blown my mind that he's not addressing
that's why,
this.
exactly. He has been genuine, and that's why it is blowing my mind as well. But it's like killing. I feel like my face is melting. I'm listening to it in the background, like other people are hearing it too. Like, what is happening?
What's happening is she's
let me try rephrasing the question. Let me just try rephrasing it real quick, and truth prevails.
I'm still talking.
Percentage.
Truth is doing a great job.
I don't get it.
Truth is doing a great job.
She's basically asking you, why is there a gas pressure gradient?
No, I'm not. That is absolutely the furthest thing from what I'm asking. I'm not even talking about a fucking pressure.
Oh my god.
Are you trying to trigger me, dude?
It's amazing. It's amazing.
That's what I'm getting from it.
No. I never said, where do you get that? Where are you getting that? I never said the word gradient.
That's not what she said. Truth, go on. Do it again.
Dude, please mute yourself. Please mute yourself, because he gets it. He totally understands
Everyone go on mute, and so Truth
totally
can run it down.
So, come on, man. All you got to do is say, honestly, what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen, so why can't you address it? You've been pretty genuine up to now.
Well, the reason why I can't address it is because it's based on so many wrong assumptions.
What about you? Yours was a hypothetical. Take a box, right? Go up into space. All right, open it up. Bring it down to sea level. Open it up. Take it back up into space. What the fuck? What are you talking about? This is not even... Replace the box with our atmosphere. Replace the 10 to the negative 14 with a 50 torr. All right, now, tell me what happens.
Yeah, the pressure gets sucked out.
Where's your box?
Thought it pushed. I thought we just okay, but it gets sucked out from where to where? I'll just go with it.
From
Whatever.
the Earth to the vacuum of space, I guess.
Okay. So it pushes out from Earth to vacuum. Okay, good. Thank you for being honest, because I
Well,
was
I'm answering your
getting
question the
very
way you
concerned.
posed
And I
it.
had a
Yeah.
lot more patience than most people would have, and I actually have a lot more patience than I would generally have. Okay, so anyway, so how are we living? You say we're not contained. They're zipping in and out of there. There's no containment. Right?
The
So how
higher
are
up
we
you
living?
go, the less air pressure there is.
Point. We have pressure. You know it's two systems. We just addressed this. We're not talking about a gradient here. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
There are two
Talk about gradient.
systems.
We can talk
Sure.
about gradient after we finish this combo, but that'll be a totally separate combo.
You're saying there are two systems, like one ends
That's what
and
they
then the
say.
other one
It's not what I'm
begins.
saying.
Yeah.
I know it's not true. That's what they're saying. If you have a problem with what they're saying, take it up with them. But this is what they're saying. This is what you've got to work with if you're going to defend that.
No, I mean, yeah. All right. Well, go on. Anything else? Any other questions for me?
Explain how you
No,
lost.
how are we living? Because you just, right, you addressed and you admitted that, that this pressure will push into the lesser pressure without a container, okay? And they say we live in an open system. There's two systems. So what do you do with that? Like, how are we living? Can't be
Well,
true, right? They have to be lying.
Obviously something in our system is keeping the atmosphere attached to our system or in our system.
What do you know in the natural world that can do that?
Well, they
Besides
call
a
it
container.
gravity.
Do you know gravity?
They call it. That's what they call it. Yeah.
That's what they call it. But have you? Are you
yes.
claiming that? I know what they say. I don't need you to tell me their claims. I get their claims. I've heard them for years.
Yeah,
I
it
know
makes
what they're
sense.
saying. Well, what do you say?
Yeah, gravity makes sense. It's keeping it attached. Yeah.
Is that your claim? Gravity?
It's keeping the atmosphere attached. Yes.
All right. Well, even like before I even dismantle gravity, and before I even toss it into the garbage, right?
Yeah.
And into the black hole of existence, because you guys like black holes. It's the answer for everything. So if I've got something that doesn't make sense, black hole, that's the answer. Anyway, but before I do that, let's pretend gravity does exist. Even logically thinking and logically speaking. If it did, it doesn't even, not even in their claims, does it affect gases? Because in how many vectors does gas molecules have?
Well, it does. It's always pulling down, but other gases and other forces affect it.
Which direction do gases move? How do they move?
Well, first of all, they move downward towards the center of the Earth. And then there's other other gases that
then
get
how
in the
are
way.
you freaking breathing, man? You need to be crawling on your
Other
knees
gases.
to survive.
No.
If that's
they're
what's
always
happening.
It's always flowing
Not
like
how
a
gases
river.
move.
It's always flowing and being jumbled up. High and low air.
System. Yes, but gas molecules move in all directions, right?
Sure.
They have many vectors. Every vector is their vector. They move in all directions until...
Not if... Yeah, well, go ahead. No, they move in one direction until affected by another force.
Whatever direction they're... Yeah, all directions. Yeah. In all directions. They're not limited to one vector. How many vectors does gravity have?
They are... Okay, listen. They are...
Everything
is limited to one.
Have? I want to help you understand this. How many vectors does gravity have?
How many vectors does gravity have?
Which direction?
That's a tough one.
Allegedly.
Yeah. I mean, that's a fucking weird one. Yeah, I don't. I think every point you measure it, it's always going to be downward, but you have to
It's one vector towards the center of mass. That's what they claim, right?
Yeah, that's
one
right.
vector.
That's right.
Not hard.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the first point, right? Gravity has one vector. Gases move in all directions. So,
what do you mean by gases move? Yeah,
gases are moving in all directions. Then they're obviously not affected by gravity. However,
what do you mean they're moving in all directions?
They move in
Because that's how
all
gas
directions.
molecules behave. It's how they move in all directions.
Hold on.
They
Who
they
keeps over talking?
No, I hear
Who's
you and some
mumbling?
other guy. I think. Who is that?
Thank you for muting them. Thank you. They're muted now. Go on.
well, sorry, dude. I don't want to be the center of attention here, and
No. We're on a logical thought process, a logical path here. So we overcame the gas pressure. We got past that, right? We got past the movement. We got past the curvature. So now we're on the gravity, right? Acting upon, like, okay, the gas pressure. That's actually what we're on, but it's brought us to gravity. You think gravity is holding it, the Earth, and keeping it
holding the atmosphere down.
even
Yeah.
right. Okay, so one, it's impossible because it's not like it doesn't even operate in all the vectors, and gases move in all vectors. So it would only move in
Well,
one direction if it would only move in one direction, and that would be down unless the force acted upon it if gravity affected it. Period. Okay, so it doesn't move like that. So therefore, this thing that they're calling gravity doesn't affect it. But let's pretend it does. Logically thinking, okay, gravity is holding all the gases down. Where is gravity the strongest at? See, I'm going to show you how many points and how insane believing in this is, because it's like you can't even fucking glue. Anyway, tell me how.
Huh? Where's the strongest gravitation? What, on a globe or on a flat Earth?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Tell you what. Sorry.
Okay, so gravity moves. Okay, we got past that. So tell me where is gravity the strongest at?
I'd say sea level. Yeah.
Okay, and we're talking between where the gases are produced and where you're claiming that gravity acts upon these gases, which is at the outer perimeters of our atmosphere. Okay, so between there, where is it the strongest? You said at sea level. So if they're produced at sea level, and that's where gravity's strongest,
What's produced
how
at
the
sea
fuck
level?
does the gas get to the outer perimeters then? Is it escaping gravity? Then what causes it to kick in at the outer perimeters of the atmosphere?
Yeah.
That even makes sense to you?
Yeah, it does. There's a lot of other forces at work.
Explain to me what force is at work that allows gases to overcome this fairy tale gravity that's never been proven, that doesn't exist, right?
And stay afloat or whatnot. Yeah.
What force can cause these gas molecules to overcome this until it reaches the outer perimeters? And then what happens to the force? What's this force that allows it to do that?
Well, the force is always acting on it.
What force are you talking about?
Gravity's always acting on all the atoms.
Gravity is helping the gas molecules overcome gravity?
No.
Okay, so how does...
Do you want to be honest, or you want to do you want to actually ask the question?
I want to honestly know why you think this is possible. Okay, so you know and you understand that they claim gravity is the strongest on the surface of the Earth.
Are you asking why isn't all the helium at the very outer perimeter, and why aren't all the denser gases right here at ground level?
No. If you're saying that gravity acts on gases and holds gases to the Earth, asking why aren't we all freaking like snakes and worms crawling on the ground? Like, how are we even living? And how is this such a dynamic system with gases moving in all directions? However they please, however the wind blows, whatever. Why aren't all the gases like stuck to the Earth?
Well, in a sense, they are at the scale at the scale of the Earth and the size that we are. Like, the atmosphere is just a tiny little film, like water on your skin. It's barely a wisp clinging on to the Earth. Do you know what I'm saying?
I know it's large enough that we can't access all of it, and the only ones that can is unless we use like high altitude balloons, and we can't even go to the furthest perimeters of it. So don't
Yeah.
talk about it like it's tiny, okay? That's what they.
No, it's supposed to be so big.
It's not like this film, right? Let's stick to the point. The point is that you think gravity acts upon it, and even though we know gravity doesn't exist, it can't possibly logically act upon it, even if it did, because it moves. Gravity works, and it's. I already went through it. I'm not going to go through it again. So,
Well, gravity's
let's
pulling
get to the
things
point.
downward.
And the point is,
Yes.
you think and you believe.
Mm-hmm.
And look, dude, I am having a lot of patience because I'm trying to help you here. Okay, I'm trying to help you and anyone else who believes this.
Okay.
So we think gravity is holding the gases to the Earth. If they consider this and really think it through logically, like you'll never let those words cross your lips again, right? Because it's moronic, it's idiotic, like it's insane. It doesn't make sense logically, even if you pretend gravity is real. Okay, so gravity is the strongest on the surface of the Earth. You think that what? Okay, so you said that there was a force that allowed it to overcome gravity. Some force allowed it to. Then you said that was gravity. So I think
No, I
you're
didn't.
kind of confused. So
No, I didn't.
what is allowing these gas molecules to overcome the strongest magnitude of this force that they call gravity, right, at the surface of the Earth? What's allowing it to overcome it
Gravity
there?
is a very, very, very weak force.
Then how the fuck is it holding all this gas to the Earth?
Yeah, it
Go
doesn't
on.
need to be very strong.
It's, you know how weak it is? It's so weak, it's like it doesn't exist. Because
It's so weak,
even at the quantum level, in particle physics, they'll tell you there's 4 forces. Then they'll go in and talk to you about those forces, but guess which one they never mention again after they tell you what the 4 forces are? Gravity. Because gravity is irrelevant in all aspects of life because it doesn't exist. That's how weak it is. So if you believe it's holding the gases to the surface of the Earth, then explain the logic to me of how the gases escape the strongest portion of this force of gravity, which is at the surface of the Earth, and freely moves and makes it to the outer perimeters, and then where gravity is said to be the weakest in this space, just what kicks in and starts fucking holding it to the Earth. Really? Come on, dude. You know that's illogical as hell. It's insane to think that. It doesn't make sense. You gotta admit it.
Gas molecules colliding with each other overcome gravity. Like, it's a really weak force.
Oh yeah. So what? They just like out there. They just change their behavior and they don't collide anymore. Is that what it is? They're not colliding at all. They're not.
They are colliding. Yeah.
Yeah.
The higher up you get, the less dense the atmosphere is. It's the less particles there are, less collisions. Yeah.
If gas molecules colliding against each other is enough force to overcome gravity, then how the hell, like, are you really hearing what you're saying? If that's strong enough to overcome gravity, then how the hell is it affecting anything? That's a... Come on, dude. Please be honest. Genuine. You gotta admit, then it's like some fucked up shit right there. Come on.
I hear you. I hear you.
It doesn't make sense. It's insane. I feel bad for you and everyone else. Is like, really, I don't, because you know how easy it is to escape this freaking insane fairy tale paradigm that is like got you cornered between a rock and a hard place. You know how you overcome it? Defending it. You don't have any evidence for it, and it doesn't make any sense, and it contradicts all laws of nature. Unless you can find a law of nature that will explain it, or a demonstration, or an experiment, or something. Like, something. All these things we've went through, there's been nothing. Doesn't that bother you? No curvature, no movement. No evidence of gravity. No explanation for how you have a dynamic system that's a high pressure next, like none of this, really?
Yeah, it's all explainable. I'm not going to go through it. And I'm not smart enough to I'm not smart
I'm
enough
all
to
ears.
literally just sit down and explain it all.
There is
All
no way
the
of
a lot
explaining it.
of
You
these
know it. 'Cause
questions,
if there
yeah, a
was,
lot
you'd
of the
have done
questions
it
you
by
have,
now.
a lot of the questions you have do have answers.
Find them. Find those answers and bring them back to me. I'm here.
No,
Like,
no, no.
we're here. This place is here. This community is here 24/7.
I hear you.
Find those answers and bring them. And if you find,
Truth.
like, some of those answers could actually get you a fucking Nobel Prize.
Yep, just find the answers and bring them back, like the lady said.
Deal.
Yep.
Truth, can I try?
Until then, you're just talking about a belief.
It bother me though, like how you can logically think and hold these thoughts in your mind that can work, right? And you're trying to explain it, and you can't. There is no natural law explanation. There is no demonstration explanation. There is none. You don't have one, but yet you still want to hold on. Like, do you, like, genuinely and honestly tell me? Do you really?
You're the one
think,
asking questions.
I know,
I'm
but do you really
Yes.
still, even after all this, do you really still think that that's going on? There is this magical force that no one's ever demonstrated. We can't experience, and it's never relevant, right? That
Yeah,
really
there
think
is.
that is holding gases the earth, and it's the spirit. Still?
Yes.
Ah, damn, man. Fucking hard nut to crack. I guess you're just you've been
You
in it
can
for a couple of years.
blow on a dust pile, and that'll overcome gravity.
Because you know why? Because gravity's not real. It's like irrelevant.
The
That's
dust will
why.
eventually settle back down, unless it gets carried off by wind or another.
Because things, you know why?
Force.
Because things find an equilibrium within the medium that they're in. So when you blow it, you're disturbing that, and then it's going to eventually settle and find its equilibrium again. Nothing to do with gravity, ever.
So what's the equilibrium force? That's what's causing it to settle back down?
Equilibrium force. I didn't
Yeah,
say
what's
equilibrium
causing
force.
it?
Those are your words, not mine.
You just said it's trying to find an equilibrium. So what's the force that's bringing it down?
Who says it has to be a force, dude? It was a force that moved it out of its place of equilibrium, right? So once that energy from that force is spent, and it's no longer any kinetic energy at play, then what's it going to do? It's going to seek its equilibrium again. That's what your force is. The force is the energy that you input into it. There is no force that puts it back where it is, because the force comes from where you move it out of its place.
Truth, can I try?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I've been going on for a while.
Yeah,
Ladies, not. I don't know. Shines might want to talk to him. Shines, do you?
I actually just came back, so I'm trying to kind of figure out what is even actually happening right now.
Same thing that was happening when you left.
Same thing. That's kind of what I was getting.
I mean, we kind of got past that, and I'm trying to understand why he still thinks that it could be possible, and he had a question for me, and his question was, what force is causing the sand to move back in its place after someone blows it out of its place? And I explained to him that the force was used and input into it when the person moved it out of its place. It's just seeking its equilibrium. There is no force that makes it seek its equilibrium. It's the force that moved it, right? So, and I think, do you understand that, Pazizzle?
Yeah, I totally get that. That he thinks that there's some other force.
Pazizzle. I was going to ask him if he
Oh,
understood
okay.
it. Because
Okay.
if he is, that's where I was at. Then you can take it from there if you want to talk to him anymore. Zizzle, did you understand that the only force that is in that scenario is what you put into it to move the sand out of its place?
I get what you're saying about that. I don't understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
What part of it don't you understand?
Like, you can't just make up physics and then replace
It's not making up physics, dude.
all of known science.
It's not making up physics. Things in motion will remain in motion until a force is acted upon it. Things at rest will stay at rest until a force is acted upon it. So the sand is at rest. It's at equilibrium. A force acts upon it because you input the force. You put the force into the equation when you blow the sand out of its place. It's going to continue to move in the direction that you blow it, right? This is not
Until
made up
another
physics,
force.
right?
Until
No,
another force.
no. Until the kinetic energy turns to potential energy and there is no more energy to move it, right? When the energy is spent, it's going to find its rest and it's going to settle. It's going to find its equilibrium because there is no energy acting upon it.
When the energy is spent.
If the energy's spent, who bought it?
Friction.
You're wrecked by a train, you idiot.
How does energy get spent?
Who is that? Is that
Who
Opus?
was that?
Is that Jury? Who is that just said that?
It wasn't Jury.
Who was it?
Don't know.
He's gone. Spiral got him. All right, moving on. What does it make sense about it? So you heard what I said, right, Shines? And he says that something doesn't make sense. Maybe he can explain to you what doesn't make sense, and maybe you can help him. Because I've got to step away for a few minutes. Piss all over myself. I'm sorry.
Amazing. Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
kind of have. I've
Forgive
been
me, guys.
in and out of this, putting my son to sleep, and only caught like brief moments here and there of what has been going on. I'm kind of at the point where I don't think that there's.
I feel like they were agreeing at the end there.
Do you? I missed
Yeah,
it.
because she was saying, that an object will stay in motion unless acted on by another force, and he was agreeing, like after you blow it, that friction will act against
an
it.
object in motion will remain in motion until a force act. Okay, and an object in at rest will remain at rest until a force is acted upon it. And when when that force is introduced, then that changes. Then it becomes what conservation of momentum at that point, conservation of energy, whatever. So you input the energy. When the energy is spent, then the movement that it's causing to the sand is going to end, and the sand is going to settle. Like that's.
Yeah, exactly. So the sand is moving because it has energy, and then you have friction, which is counteracting that force.
Okay, can I finish to what Truth wanted to say first? Truth, can you finish what you were saying before you have to go piss all over yourself?
He just said he didn't understand it. So maybe you can figure out what part he doesn't understand of it, and maybe there's people in the audience that also doesn't totally understand that. Maybe you can.
He was saying that gravity holds him to the ground, is what he was saying.
That gravity holds sand to the ground. What did you say?
Gravity holds himself to the ground and settles the sand after he blows it back to the ground, is what he said.
Yeah, and he's dismissing everything, and we've been through this all night. That the same thing that would happen on Earth is not the same thing that would happen in water, and it depends on which medium you are in. That would depend on that equilibrium of that object and that medium. So I missed a lot of this because I was putting my son to sleep. So I apologize, but I
Well, okay, I'll sum it up for you, Sean. I think
where his disconnect is happening. What is the disconnect? His major disconnect. Oh, I think you cut out, Truth. Are you still there? Am I the only one not
there's
hearing?
no force
there you are.
required to put the sand back where it goes when the force came in to move the sand out of its place. So now that I pointed out that,
you're cutting out
illogic or misunderstanding that he had to him. Like he says he doesn't understand. He's got to understand that before he moves on.
You were totally
because he's either going to have to agree with it or disagree with it, or he's never going to understand it, and he's just stuck, and he's always going to be where he's at.
And what sucks is you were cutting. I don't know if it cut out for anybody else. Did it cut out for everyone else, or was it just me that she cut out?
Yeah, she was cutting out.
In and out a little bit.
So the important part of what you had to say, I think, was cut out. Exactly. It's like, what is happening tonight? Yeah, I missed the point where it was like that pinnacle objective that you
He
had.
came up with a scenario, is what I said.
Okay.
He came up. Okay, so the audience can know too what he was doing, whether he's doing it intentfully or not. It's like he started out being genuine, but I'm not thinking. I'm not thinking. I don't know. I'm thinking he's having a hard time letting go, whether he's being genuine or not. I don't know. I can't divine his thoughts or his heart. But anyway, he's thinking that there needs to be this force that's going to move the sand back into its place of equilibrium. It's moved out of its place of equilibrium. But there is no force needed for that, because the force is put into the equation when you move it out of its place. So it's going to find its place of equilibrium once that energy is gone.
Yeah, that's spot on.
Moved on or transferred or exchanged. Okay, it's not gone. It doesn't disappear.
Unless something is moving it, it's not gonna just all of a sudden move. And if it's sand, right, then yeah, if you displace sand, then that sand will be displaced to where it was displaced to. And it won't move unless something comes along and displaces it again. And if it goes into water, then that sand, due to its density, will sink, right? Or it could be displaced again by the force of the water in the ocean, pushing it along up to shore. Like, I think I'm still misunderstanding where you have any kind of argument here. This is Pazizzle that we're talking to, right?
Yeah, so do you understand, Pazuzu? That
No, I stopped talking like half an hour ago.
Do you understand that there's no force required for the sand to go back to its place?
No, I don't understand that because it makes no sense.
Okay, so why? Let me hear it, because I wasn't here to listen to Truth. Truth needs to go and do something. Explain to me what it is that you're saying. That maybe you can explain it to me in a clearer way. I'm not sure if that's possible, but if you can, let me see if I might have at it.
And
I wasn't asking.
He's saying that a force must exist like gravity, because otherwise the sand wouldn't go back in its place.
But
the fact that the sand goes back, it requires a force for it to go back.
Well, and you can think that because there is a greater force than gravity, which is electrostatics, which is far greater that they claim gravity to be. So if you are saying that there needs to so-called be a force, I mean, would electrostatics make you happy and comfy to know that there is something that, like, you're talking about a downward bias?
Yes. No, it wouldn't make me happy.
So why would gravity make you much happier than
Yes.
electrostatics?
No.
I don't understand.
What kind of gravity are you talking about, Pizzle?
I'm not talking, actually.
I know,
She
but
keeps
what
asking
kind of gravity
questions.
were you talking about?
No, I'm asking you, why would gravity make you happier than electrostatics? When electrostatics is a known, we know that. We can visualize that. We know that it actually exists. There is no proof for gravity, and it is a lesser force than electrostatics, but it doesn't make you happy that there's electrostatics, but gravity does make you happy and cozy and comfy. Why is that happening?
When you subtract the electrostatics, there's still a force that
you cannot
we call
subtract
gravity.
No. You cannot subtract electrostatics. Who told you that? Who told you that you could subtract or
When
even
you-
remove ever? You cannot remove that variable at all. That variable can never be removed from an equation. That's another reason why gravity can never possibly be, have any kind of evidence or proof whatsoever. Because electrostatics is stronger, and we know that it exists, and it can never be removed. Electrostatics exists. It's there. Can't be removed.
If what you subtract
gravity
is
make you so cozy.
you subtract electrostatic effects.
You can't.
Yeah, you
Done.
can.
No, you can't. Tell me how you can. Tell me how you can. Who's talking right now?
He's going to have to do. It's me. Sorry, I'm off my headset.
No,
but
you're good.
If he says that there's another force, when you take all these other known forces away, then there needs to be a demonstration of it, a measurement of it. Like it, you have to be able to measure it, demonstrate it, manipulate it? Like, show us this force.
Yeah. It is demonstratable. It's 9.8 meters per second acceleration towards the center of the Earth.
No.
Right? Well, if you take out all the
Remove.
electrostatic
Not
effects,
remove.
if you
You
take out
cannot.
magnetism,
You know what?
yeah,
Okay, you know what? We have been going on for Ladies' Night for a very long time, and I would love to get some males in here to tell
thank goodness.
him that there is no freaking way you can ever get rid of electrostatics. Can I have some guys in here back me up on
It's
this?
not about getting rid of electrostatics.
You
It's about
can never do
calculating
it.
for them. Do you
You
understand
can't.
what I mean?
You can't. You
You don't. I
can't.
don't think you're just saying you can't, but what you can, first of
No,
all.
you can't.
It's amazing that you can say that you can, but you're not showing us how you do it.
Thank you.
If the effect is known, you
You're
could
not
subtract the
showing
effect.
us how to do it. You're just telling us it
There's
can.
no way.
So stop it.
I'm not telling you
Yes,
anything.
you
You're
are.
asking
are.
me.
You just said it.
That's
I'm
You
not
just said
telling
it.
you
literally what
anything.
you've been
You
saying
just said it. That it
Okay.
a
can.
million times over and over.
I have a
until we
quick
can
question
get
for
rid of it.
Shines.
What's up?
So,
Percentage?
yeah, so you can't completely get rid of it, but can you dampen it? If you apply a dielectric, can you dampen the
That's not what I mean.
electromagnetism?
That's
It's not even
even
what
the
I mean.
point. And it's
I know
also
that's
not
a
what he
separate
means.
question.
But no, you can never get rid of that variable of electrostatics. There's no way to get rid of that variable in order to say that gravity exists. And gravity is isolated in this area to say that gravity actually has some kind of force effect or anything on anything. There's no possible way because electrostatics is real. We know that it is real. We know that it's stronger than gravity. And there's no way to separate that from the equation when you're doing an experiment. So, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, man, you need an independent variable that you can manipulate. That's all.
Thank
So
you.
here's how I see it. You have matter,
Maybe if
right?
guys say it, you might listen to them. Obviously,
Which would be
I'm
pathetic,
pro-
but
You
you
have
know,
dielectricity. You have dielectricity.
Okay, so you have matter, and a function
and
of matter
magnetism.
is magnetism, right? So there's a magnetic field coming from, matter, or from an object made of matter, right? So if you apply something that's a dielectric that kind of, insulates magnetism, why couldn't you reduce the magnetic field, or maybe even block
If
it?
you marry dielectricity with magnetism, you get electricity. Because you have to have
Bingo.
to have electricity.
Dielectricity is electricity.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's just less.
The dielectric field, the dielectric field and the magnetic field together is how you get electricity.
The dielectric
So
field.
you're saying,
and
you take these fields,
Crush.
you put them together, what are you saying happens after that?
It's a spectrum. Dielectricity to electricity is
That
just a
equals
spectrum.
gravity? Is that what
It's
you're saying?
the same spectrum as conductivity. A dielectric is an insulator.
The dielectric runs exactly like 90 degrees to a magnetic field.
So someone just cut out.
Sorry.
A dielectric is an insulator.
I mean, the dielectric is there, even if it doesn't intersect at a 90-degree angle, it's still there. What you get when it intersects at a 90-degree angle are electrons, right? So,
Well, maybe we should focus on
But
getting the
you've got
terminology correct first. So everything, nothing is a
dielectric
perfect
fields-
conductor. Nothing is a perfect insulator.
And-
Everything is,
No, you're talking about a
on the
force.
spectrum, right?
Let's stick to the force. You're saying
So-
there's another force. So can
What?
you demonstrate this force? You're saying there's another force. So can you demonstrate?
What force am I saying? Well, I don't think you're quoting
I
me
don't know.
properly
That's
at
what
all.
I'm asking.
When did I say there was another
That's
force?
what Pazizzle was saying. If
Okay,
you
am I Pazizzle?
remove or isolate these, that there's still another force there.
I said I had a separate question for Shines. I didn't say anything about there being another force. I said, could we dampen the magnetic field of an object?
Oh well, my bad. I guess when I stepped away and came back, I thought it's my bad.
No,
then.
you're
I
good.
didn't follow the conversation closely enough. I thought it was still the same. I thought you were helping Pazizzle out with this.
No,
other
I have a
force.
separate question. Like if
Explain
the magnetic field comes from, if every object has a magnetic field, right? Then objects that are insulated, you would think their magnetic field is reduced or blocked or limited to whatever's insulating it to some amount, you would think that this could be something you could measure basically.
Who's saying that
Every
everything
object
has a
doesn't have
magnetic field? Yeah,
Are you
who's saying
denying that everything of matter has a magnetic field? That's not
It
the
has-
inherent function of matter?
it's inherently electrostatic, but it doesn't necessarily have a magnetic field?
How can it be electrostatic without a magnetic field?
I think you just need to brush up on this subject a little bit more.
It's a simple question. If you can't answer it, that's fine. But
Here's
how
the thing,
can...
man. It doesn't say
Okay, a
anything about
magnetic
gravity.
field and a dielectric field is required for electricity, right? It's not everything does not contain and possess a magnetic field. All matter
I
does not.
don't think that's accurate. I think everything does have a magnetic field. Everything of matter, at least. If we're talking about something, metaphysical, sure.
Okay.
But everything physical.
Can you show us a scientific experiment where gravity is being demonstrated, manipulated?
Have I said the word gravity yet?
No, I'm asking the question.
Well, it's not relevant. We're talking about magnetism and magnetic field.
But it has to do with gravity. See, I'm trying to get it back on flat Earth because you're going off into the weeds.
This is about flat Earth.
Nah, not really. Nope.
If it's not what you want to talk about, you could just listen and...
Oh, I don't want to talk about anything. The point of the server
And
is
yet
to
you're
talk about
talking.
flat Earth stuff.
We're trying to isolate gravity. We're trying to figure out where
It's
gravity...
just gobbledygook. You're going to go on and on for hours. No one's going to learn
You guys are
anything.
getting
I
triggered.
promise. So, yeah, keep it up. No, go ahead. Argue about shit that has nothing to do with flat Earth. Go ahead.
Bro, if you're saying electromagnetism has nothing to do with
while I
Earth,
look for this,
then you have an issue.
while
talking
while I look for this,
right?
For you, because it's going to take me a minute to look for it and find it. But while I look for this, you want to go ahead and explain your point and try to explain what point you're trying to make with this magnetic field, electrostatic.
And try to take less than 35 minutes. Thanks.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. I only talk
No, I wasn't
sarcastically
talking
to
to you. I was
Clovers.
talking to Truth Prevails. Are you referring to me about my point?
Of course. So anyway.
Okay, well,
What's your point?
I was simply
Wrap it
posing the
up.
question of whether or not we can, control or measure or dampen the magnetic field of an object.
You can measure and you can manipulate magnetic fields. But what's that? I mean, what's your point about it?
Isolating gravity.
It stems from Shine saying that you can't affect electrostatics or whatever, that you always have electrostatics and stuff like that. And I was wondering if that's actually the case.
If you're talking about charge, right? You can't remove charge from everything. It's even
it's not necessarily charge.
Quantum level, particle physics. It's like they categorize them even according to their charge.
Yeah. Everything has a charge.
And a charge potential.
Yeah. Negative, positive.
So how are you going
It's
to remove it?
an electric system. Like the system is electric. So how are you going to isolate gravity?
You can remove all electrostatics if you remove all particles and everything that makes up matter. So you would be left with nothing.
So far that you're not in the Earth, the globe's magnetic field. You have to go there and do your experiment. Your Cavendish or whatever it is you're trying to isolate. Well, you have to get away from the system first, and then you can do your your experiment. As long as you're in the system, how are you going to isolate gravity from electromagnetism?
You subtract the effect from the calculation. You subtract, say.
You can't because you are in it. It's like, okay, we're in the water. Okay, how are we going to subtract the water if we are fish? You know what I mean? You can't remove. Yeah, you can't remove the actual thing that causing the system to be the system, and for our
Boy.
brain to function, and electricity to shoot through our bodies, the nervous system, all that happening inside the body. Yeah. So a rock. You reckon a rock has a charge or not? What about a leaf falling from just sitting on the
Yeah.
ground? Does it have a
So
charge?
let's say a leaf is falling to the ground, okay? And you understand that static electricity and magnetism only provide a certain amount of acceleration, right? So you calculate how much acceleration that tree, that leaf is getting on its way down. And when you subtract that, you're left with a certain amount of acceleration that this leaf has experienced that you don't know what force attributed to that. You could say it's gravity.
But
I don't know what
listen,
you guys
there's
would say.
fields that are there. It's not static electricity. It's electrostatics and dielectric and magnetism.
Yeah.
If you take dielectric fields and magnetic fields, then you can get electricity. But these fields are there. Like we're what you're talking about. Like we've already went
They're
through
there,
it.
yeah.
I don't even know. Like yeah, we already went through the gravity stuff with you, and
They're
we got
there.
beyond that.
Yeah,
There
the
was no
sun.
evidence for it.
Yeah, the sun is moving. When you wrap a wire around the nail and you put some electricity, some energy through it or whatever it causes. Well, there it is. The sun is moving around. It's going around and around, and it's charging the sky, right? That's causing all kinds of things to happen. I mean, it's causing the magnetic field of the Earth. So how are you going to isolate that? How are you going to isolate gravity from that? How are you going to isolate a force from that? If that's the thing that is the only real force we can work with and verify is electromagnetic force, and all these other three forces are blah. They're theories, right? Models.
Yep.
Then we can't. You can't isolate something that you don't know what is from something that you know what is and definitely works. You can't. You know what I mean? How you
No,
gonna
all
do
you can
that?
say is that there's an acceleration left behind
If
that
you
you
can't,
can't account for.
but you don't even know what it is. Like if
Yeah.
I ask somebody what gravity is, they'll say, "Oh, it's the mass of the Earth pulling everything. It's the mass of the Earth bending and warping
Sure.
space time." Right?
Sure. So without defining what it is, what you can say
We
is
said
that
it. That
But
if you do that, then there's an
why does it have to
acceleration.
stop there?
Is
Why does it
so
have to
you
stop?
remove these other fields, and are you calling acceleration a field?
Why can't it be gnomes pulling things down? Why does it have to be the warping of some whatever why can't it be gnomes? Why can't it be unicorns pushing things down?
Well, it's
Because
obviously not
unicorns and
gnomes
gnomes
because
aren't
they're not
polar.
invisible. I see them on lawns all the time.
Well, then how can you isolate it? How can you isolate the unicorns and the gnomes and gravity?
Hello, can
Whatever.
anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Truth.
Sorry, Truth. We can't. Go ahead. I just wanted to finish a point. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm lighting up, and when I start talking, everybody else stops. So I'm assuming everybody can hear me, but no one's.
No.
answering.
We
So
were
I don't
giving you
know.
the floor,
Can
I
someone
think.
let me know if you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, thanks. Someone spoke.
Truth, do you have me muted?
He said that as if, like, categorizing acceleration with these
I think
other
Truth
fields.
has
You
me
remove these
muted.
other fields, and you're left with. And you think he's going to mention a field, but he says acceleration. So I'm wondering if he thinks acceleration is a field.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Anyone on Deafen's so I guess he's. So
Did you hear what Truth
sorry,
said?
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
It.
Yeah.
So
Well,
don't hate me, man. For
Truth, you might have Glat Flow
Forgive
muted.
me.
If you can double check that.
Or not, whatever. It's all good.
can you hear Glatflow, Truth?
Truth, I think you might be lagging.
She can't hear shit.
I guess not.
Who, me?
She muted us all.
No.
He's Stephen, and I don't hear anyone else. If anyone else is talking, let me know in the text.
Yeah, Glad and Bong were talking.
She can't hear you either. She can't hear anybody.
Okay, my bad. I'll hop out.
Crazy. So, gravity. What do we do about it?
Nothing.
They want to say, they want to use it all the time.
Much ado about nothing.
Gravity exists.
Well, what do you want me to do with it? Can I make a pie out of it?
You can't do anything with it. That's the point.
Can I bake a cake with it? What can I do with it? Like, what do you want us to do?
Earlier, you guys were talking about the vacuums, and we can't create an environment where gravity can be manipulated, or whatever down vector is happening can be manipulated, or what have you. So since we know we can't even test part of the hypothesis, we can't go further. How are we going to prove it either way that it's a thing called gravity, that it's a downward force, especially getting pulled to the center of a molten iron, i.e. non-magnetic core?
Spinning.
Gravity exists. Things fall. That's gravity. The downward acceleration. Things being heavier than the medium that they're in. Just like levity exists. Things rise. That's levity.
Okay.
Because things are less...
Fine. So this effect is happening, correct. What's the cause?
The Globers they get crazy with the cause. They just say bullshit. But the fact is, gravity exists, and we shouldn't... they hijack the term of the effect for the cause, and we can't let them get away with that. Levity and gravity and density, and they're words that, they represent the
because
truth
whatever they
of
need
our
it to
world.
be.
And they try, we can't let them just hijack the terminology. Don't be afraid of the word gravity, is what I'm saying.
It has a specific definition.
It was never my word, so how could it have been hijacked? So it's like, who uses
If the word
that?
force is in the definition for gravity, it's incorrect.
Bonks out, man. If you read up on, Ibn Sina and Al-Biruni, and back in the day, they used this term, the classical writers and intellectuals of the past, density and gravity, they were well used, and without necessarily requiring the heliocentric model.
Well, that's great, but I'm
bringing levity back.
Future, and we think differently. Yeah. Too bad for them. They're dead. We're not. We still get to use our brains and think about stuff and look at stuff and experience stuff and learn stuff. Dead people can't. They're just dead.
I mean, if you think you're smarter than Al-Biruni and Ibn Sina and Plato and them, that's on you, bro.
I'm smart enough.
I wouldn't go that far.
I'm smart enough. Smart enough to know that when I look at the earth, right, at the ocean, I'm smart enough to know that it can't be a ball. I hope that's smart enough.
I don't know.
You're appealing to an unfalsifiable past at that point.
What?
You are appealing...
How am I appealing to an unfalsifiable past?
Unfalsifiable past, because you have no idea what happened back then, or if Al-Biruni was even a fucking guy.
Of course he was. They have the actual writings of him. They have correspondence from him. They have expositions from him to other people.
When all that started, it was because you were talking about, went on to a different one, right? And he was saying that there must be a force to cause the sand to go back in place. And this was his logic for gravity, because we were talking about the logic of the lack of evidence for gravity and believing that it exists still yet. Right, and
that was 15
But he's definitely, so tell your friend I appreciate. Sorry, I'm going, guys.
Right now, I'm saying it's very arrogant to say that you're more intelligent than the intellectuals of the past. Go ahead.
In the convo.
She can't hear people, I don't think.
You
Yeah, if you haven't like actually read the works and stuff like that, and you can't just say they didn't use the words, and then you say, okay, they used the words, but I'm smarter, when you haven't read about these people at all or their works. That I mean,
I can read all day. Did you reproduce this experiment?
I've
What
read about
experiment?
Abraham.
What
I've read
experiment
about
are we talking about?
Exactly.
Right now? Exactly.
I've
We're
read
not talking about experiment. Please talk about what we're talking about.
read about Jesus. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I've read-
What does this have to do with Earth measuring flat?
You always have to take it there. You can't talk about anything else.
I mean, if it's a ball, it has curve. I don't know what else needs to be talked about. Can anybody change my mind on that?
Right now, I'm talking about how gravity is not a scary term.
Yes.
It's a term that
We've been talking about it for quite some time now,
you don't have
and
to
we
interrupt
presented
me.
to you,
You don't have to interrupt
everything that you need to know about gravity and more, and then some. And there's other parts of the server that you can go to and learn about it. Maybe we should change the subject back to flat Earth.
Maybe you shouldn't interrupt someone when they're talking just because you don't like what they have to say.
Maybe you shouldn't say, maybe you shouldn't, after I already gave you the suggestion that you're going to follow now. Let's change the subject.
Maybe imitation is the best form of flattery.
Thanks, bro. So, let's do it. Earth measures flat. I've measured it. Have you? Don't call me a Debbie Downer, man. It's curvature. It's either there or it's not.
Yeah. I mean, even the term flat Earth is starting to annoy me now, because people don't care about it. They don't care about anything. They just care about the term and all the stupid shit, propaganda that comes with it. They don't care about. So I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like, why are you guys here? Like, why are these people here? They're here to mock the term flat Earth. They're not here for Sorry, just ranting a little bit.
Percentage guy, do you think gravity proves something one way or the other about the Earth measuring flat? That's what I'm saying. And if you don't want to talk about it, that's cool too.
Every time we bring up the curve, man, like what?
Yep. Scatter like cockroaches, dude.
Must have been something you said, bro.
Didn't mean to turn the light on.
You said the C word, bro. Like shit. Told you wait. Okay, wait until they're comfortable, then bring it up. Like bring it up too early, you'll be like, oh, I'm not too much math for me, curvature.
It shouldn't be even math. It shouldn't even be math. It should be right out our window. We should be able to see it at some point, right?
Yeah. Exactly. That's what I was trying to say earlier today to that guy that was here. What's his name? The icy guy, the Iceland guy. I was trying to tell him that. I was like, so how do you know you're a man? He's, oh, are you questioning my man? You want me to send you a picture? Oh my God, why would you say that? I was like, bro, how do you know? It's like, well, I know.
They take it all different kinds of directions, aside from giving us empirical evidence.
It's like, so you don't believe that. So you know because you look, you experience it, right? Yeah. Exactly.
Well, what the gentleman before was saying is that articles on the internet are empirical evidence, at least to him.
I
just don't think that's right. You know what I mean?
I can put an article on the internet.
Right. These articles up here. I mean, they're not uninteresting by any stretch.
The AI generated articles.
But they're not applicable when the Earth measures flat.
Yeah. Exactly. When people say, well, you think you're smarter than Einstein? I was like, dude, I'm way smarter than Einstein. Why? The guy's
Here's
blind.
the best part. You don't have to be one instance of intelligent to notice that we're not moving.
Exactly.
It's flat everywhere. Get up in a plane. Look at that. You're looking over thousands of miles when you're in a plane. Okay? Thousands. It's done. You're done.
Well, you have to be smart enough to know when you see flatness that it's not flat. That's how smart you have to be. You have to be smart enough to see a flat table and know it's not a flat table. Got it. So what is it? It's a ball table. I have to be smart enough to know it's a ball table. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, at what point does visual distortion stop explaining their fantasy?
Right. Exactly.
How far does that go, right? How far does the distortion go? Well, I guess it's infinite because it's just going to distort more and more as you go, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I like the. So it looks flat. Yes, it looks flat, but it's a ball. Yes, but it's a ball. Okay, I win.
It's almost like they just want to talk about it with us. Like they know they're wrong. They're just coming in
All
like,
right.
I want to chill with the flat earthers for a little bit.
All
Hello.
right, all right, all right. That was a great ladies' night. Fantastic. One of my favorite flat earthers, Glad Flo. Good to see you in here,
Hey,
my
Sonny.
man.
Welcome back.
How's your snizzle and la pizzle, whatever?
Yeah, yeah.
Never mind.
It was a good ladies' night. I like that it lasts so long too. I was about to say 4 more hours in the chat, but I know that they're probably most of them are asleep now.
I would have seconded that. It's like 4 more hours. 4 more hours.
It's cool though. It's a nice build up during the week, and then it's an actual show when it happens. I like it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. New people, right? New ladies. Yay.
Yeah, it seems like every ladies' night now, there's new ladies popping on, joining.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's so cool when they're moms. It's like, oh shit. Another generation.
Well, it's cool that they're they're flat earth moms, I think. I don't think there's ever been a generation of flat earth moms. I think first in history of something like that, right? That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. What kind of men are those gonna be like?
Devastatingly useful men. That's what we're gonna be. Mm-hmm. Right? Gotta be.
Actual balls. Like, yes. Got your curvature right here, bitch. Bow. Oh man. Hurry up and grow up so we can go to war.
Now.
Training must begin as soon as possible. Can he walk? Yes. Then he can train. Give him a sword.
Well, the point is not to have to train.
Exactly. Let's go fishing. Yeah. We go fishing for our training, bro.
I'm such a bad fisherman, dude. If stuff goes haywire, I better find a place to live that I don't need to fish to live at.
It's all about patience and patience.
Right. So
nimble hands.
Yeah, I'm all set. I don't need any more patience.
Very careful. Yes, the fish.
And if I want to work on my patience, I just come here and ask for curvature measurements.
I just go watch my wheat plants grow.
I don't have that capability. Lucky dog.
I start eating the leaves like, gonna make tea.
Yeah, yep. I knew a guy who had to wear gloves because he touched it so often that, he'd get sick.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, constantly handling it, and it just started to make him sick. Took too much, man.
Yeah.
I think that also means he didn't wash his hands much because, anyway.
Who knows where everything in moderation, right? As I bask in my garden of weed, everything in moderation.
Well, it's not like you're, touching all of it and smoking all of it right now.
Yeah, it's not like I'm running through it naked, like, gosh.
Like last week.
I got that last week. So that's it. I used to read about how they make hash back in the Middle East, back in the old days, when assassins were it's like they have these naked girls run through the fields to collect the resin and the it's like, oh, okay, that's
like
different.
Bees going to pollinate.
Collecting the resin thing, and then they'll scrape it off their skin and make the hash off of it. The sweat and everything. Right. What is this?
What?
Is this
Are you serious?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Well,
And I keep thinking of that story. You know, it was like, that a dream? I better go look that up again. No, it's real.
man. Hold on a
Okay,
sec. Let's scan for Globers. Olive, was Olive just talking too much? Oh.
He fell asleep.
Oh, she did. That's funny.
Yeah.
Good for her. Get some rest.
Good for her. Yes.
She's gonna wake up and know exactly what happened.
The harvest is ready. Let's run. Run? What? I got this.
Pizizzle, are you still there? I never got a chance to talk to you.
I'm back, and no.
Pizizzle.
And no, you're not here, but you're back.
I'm back.
We'll go with that one. Have you learned anything this evening?
No.
Sweet.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. What was the initial reason for popping on by tonight?
Not to get questioned. Just to listen.
And you haven't learned a thing?
No. I've learned a lot about other people and how they misunderstand things.
Oh my gosh. You didn't
Yes,
learn.
Globers are wildly entertaining in that way.
So you didn't learn anything. Were you even listening?
When?
What were you listening?
When I was deafened and muted earlier?
I didn't do either of those things.
No, I was deafened and muted for 20 minutes just now.
Oh.
Do you think
cool.
we are a disc? Do you think that we are a disk in space flying up at 9.8 meters per second square?
No. I mean, a lot of you guys say it's stationary.
Okay, do you think it's a disk? Do you think we think it is a disk?
No, I heard her reaction when I called it a disc. I heard.
So that's not in your mind anymore, right? Like a disk is not in your mind. Like what do you have in your mind right now?
Well, do you have a model?
Well, I'm asking you if you have a ball in your mind or a disk in space in your mind. That's what I'm asking.
Do you have a model?
Yeah.
The globe?
Yeah, globe, yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
So, if I have a model Lamborghini, but I've never seen a real Lamborghini, have I seen what the model represents to be able to compare it?
You've seen what the model represents, yeah?
No, because I've never seen a Lamborghini. I just have the model of it, right? So how do I know it's a real Lamborghini unless I take the model over to the car and be like, yeah, fuck yeah, look, this is pretty accurate. How do I really know? Look up the word empirical and come back to us.
Pretend it's a girl, yeah? The girl sends you a photo of her, but you've never seen the girl, okay? And you're looking at a photo, okay? And then you go meet the girl. She sets it up, like, okay, let's meet. And then you go meet her. And then you look at the photo. It's a hot blonde, right? Look at the girl. It's not a hot blonde, right? You see? Like, if I give you this picture of this girl that I've never seen, and I say to you, this is that girl, does the picture matter? Does the model matter if it's not even the girl?
He left.
Oh yeah, well,
Man,
for all the
I'm just kicking him out, aren't I? I'm almost sad. Sorry, guys.
it's for all the other internet daters out there.
Am I doing something wrong, or are these guys just not able to answer questions and so they're leaving?
He said he was deafened and muted for 20 minutes.
They got tired. That's what happened. They're like, I'm bored. I'm going.
It wasn't red. It looked like he had his self deafened and muted. And I looked in the voice log and no one I didn't see where anyone muted and deafened or unmuted and undeafened him. So it looked like it was a local deafen and mute.
Like his?
Yeah. Self.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went AFK. That's what he's saying.
Right. And I that, but I whatever. Next.
There's no reasoning with the illogical. That's one point I would like to bring up.
Yes, spot on.
How long did we spend on him? Like 2 hours or something?
It was a long time. That's why I came in with an attitude. You heard me coming in hot, man? I was like, okay, guys, well, but, you know.
Well, I mean, no reason to have an attitude with him. Look, I pushed him into the conversation. He didn't want to have it. He was just there to listen. I wanted to get into his mind. And it's like, how else was I going to make the conversation go as long as I could? You know, Indio said earlier, try to go past midnight or as long as it can go. And it was like he was at the right place at the right time. Who else was I going to use?
Yeah, I get that totally. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Truth, you did such a
Oh,
great.
don't take it out on him.
Truth, you did such a great job. Oh my gosh, you did a great job.
Correct.
Oh, wow, thanks. I was expecting to
like,
get some like criticisms or remarks, or you should have.
No,
Like, who knows?
not at all. Not at all. You blasted him with all the right information right at the right time, and he had nowhere to go. And you could tell he was just backed into a corner, and he was like, like you could tell how they act. But anyway, bravo, and your demeanor was like calm the whole time. It was a great conversation to listen to. It was just fantastic.
A classic flat
I got a little
smack,
honor
indeed.
I got a little honor and smartass there a few times, but like it could have been way worse. Hey guys, I have a question because you guys said that I was lagging in and out as if when I was trying to talk there at the end a little while ago, it was also while you guys were talking that I must not have heard you. So look, I left and I came back in, so apparently everything's fine now. But I have a question, and you're the only ones that can tell me. When you were talking to him, and I heard him say, "Well, if you," and I think it was Percentage that was saying it. Tell me if I heard him right. Did he say, if you remove or isolate? Said, yeah. This is what I heard him say. Tell me if I'm right. If you remove the electrical and the magnetic, or I think he was calling it electrostatic and magnetic fields, then you're left with, and I'm expecting him to say a field, right? Some field that you're left with, because you're removing fields, right? But anyway, he says if you remove the electric and the magnetic fields, that you're left with acceleration.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Acceleration.
They still don't have a cause. That's the problem. They still don't have a cause. They have no proof of a cause.
But that's creating a paradigm where it is in making the inference, like you have the logical inference to make with that paradigm that he created, with that statement that he made, is that acceleration is a field.
Hey, why was Olive 22 muted? She was server muted. I unmuted her, but did something happen I'm not aware of?
She just fell asleep.
I think.
Oh, she fell asleep. Oh, okay, got
Rumor is she crashed out.
Crashed out. Too much flat smacking. Crashed out.
I sent her a message to let her
It's a
know.
healthy response to a quality flat smacking for the evening. Passing right out, right there on the mic.
Yeah, you wouldn't. He was talking about the leaf, but we're not talking about while things are falling. We're talking about also when things are resting, because apparently the reason why things are resting is because of gravity. So we're not talking about things falling. We're talking about things resting. You know what I mean? When things are at rest, they're saying that it's acceleration is left, but no, that's wrong, because that's not how you look at things that are rest. You know, whatever force you want to say is applied to it is a fictitious force. And nothing's pushing up and down. Thing is resting. It's just resting where. But
awesome. Some people take a hot bath after flat smacking.
Yeah, but when you lift the rock up, right? When you lift the rock up, and then now it's not resting. I mean, it's resting in your hands. You know what I mean? Like when you let it go, okay, now a force is active. Now something is. Now it's not at rest. Now it's floating down. I like to say that now. It's floating down. It's flying down. Yeah. Yeah. And when you fill a helium balloon and let it go, it's falling up. Right? Like so, and then it rests when it gets to the top. It's not falling up anymore. You know what I mean? Like there's no force, like there's no nothing is pulling it. No, like nothing is causing it to go up and then stay there, or causing it to come down and stay on the ground. Like why doesn't it go through the soil, the rock? You know what I mean? Like matter, charge, all those are connected. You increase one thing and you decrease another. You increase mass, you decrease certain kind. I mean, the displacement of the ether of the medium. It's all So nothing is falling. It's like what are you talking about? What acceleration? Nothing is accelerating.
Why are they so obsessed stuff falls? Like it's like caveman stuff. Okay, what about there's no curvature? What about that part?
Yeah. Why do we have
yeah.
autism? Yeah.
Why are they hung on this thing? Oh shit falls. Okay, well that's interesting. Yeah, we were looking at that when we were little kids. I saw all kinds of stuff fall. Yeah, okay, great. Anyway, we're talking about geometry. That's a little more interesting. You got circles, radiuses, spheres, like those kind of things. Isn't that more interesting than stuff just falling? Come on, Johnny. Look over here at the actual shapes of things. Let's measure some of that. Instead of watching stuff falling all the time and asking, why does it not fall? Only God can answer that, Johnny.
Sonny, it sounds like your mic is like all the way down your throat.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Okay, let me turn it down. Sorry.
It sounded like after a while.
Thanks for telling me. Yeah, I don't want it to be all. How's that? Better? It's green.
That's a lot better. Yeah.
Okay, good. It's showing green now. Okay, good. Awesome. Yeah, you're lucky I don't plug my guitar in. We could check my interface and see if it's. That'd be fun, actually.
I don't mind loud guitars.
Me either. I don't trust people that. Anyway, never mind. I don't trust people that don't do ganja, Mom. That's all I'm saying, Mom. Ja, man. Don't trust them, yo.
I should take up that rule. It's a good one.
You don't smoke a ganja. Something wrong with it.
Did you know the your endocannabinoid system is part of your immune system, and it's why you get sick.
Yeah.
I'm not saying to go smoke a bunch of weed. Just smoke weed.
Didn't say how much. Just
smoke it, or eat it, whatever, ingest it. Put it inside your body.
You have to cook it first if you ingest it. But yeah, so
get it
seems to be just made for us. Seems to be made for us. So, like that's interesting, huh? A plant grown on Earth that's made for human beings that are from Earth
with this receptor.
How strange. Why would
this plant has it? So all these other plants have stuff for all these other receptors, but this plant has the stuff for this receptor? Well, duh.
Everything.
Where is it supposed to come from? What, the sun? Well, that'd be cool, but because it comes from plants, man. Like you gotta eat it, yeah. Wow.
Is your friend flat earther yet, Sonny? Or does she think you're crazy? Bit of both.
The second.
I'm glad I'm learning which joke not to use certain times. Anyway, I don't want to get in trouble by the entire female.
Do it.
I don't know. I wouldn't profess that. I don't know yet. I'll wait till she's ready to make her own decision. And she'll tell us.
Yeah.
She'll tell us.
The body of science is in the way. I got you.
No, it isn't. She's not. She's very receptive to everything I've exposed her to, which in 4 days has been a tremendous amount. If you could understand what living with me is like,
I have
I have Flat Earth Discord on almost all the time. If I'm not like playing or doing something else, I got you guys on all the time.
You got to do it, man.
I've got a caterpillar killing my shit, man. That's why I don't want to take photos anymore.
Oh,
It's too
bummer.
bad. Yeah, it's
Caterpillar's gnarly.
splitting. Yeah, it's
How
got
about
two.
listen, neem oil.
Yeah, that's what I use.
NEEM. Neem, it's natural, organic. It's an insecticide, fungicide, and
bugs don't like this stuff.
What, do I spray it?
You
Yeah,
get
spray
in a
it.
bottle, it's
You
oil,
put it in
and
water.
dilute it with water and put it in a spray bottle.
Mm-hmm.
And they won't come around. It'll kill any bug that, like,
Yeah,
if
it
they
doesn't.
eat it.
The plants
they'll die.
don't get affected by it.
No,
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome.
it's perfectly
you.
natural.
And it's
You can
cheap.
spray
I
it.
don't know. I just got really happy a little bit. Thank you.
So, listen, when you spray those caterpillars, I don't care what they are, the caterpillars, it's going to kill them dead.
Okay, thank you. I've been killing caterpillars and freaking eggs all week, man.
You probably have a bunch of that stuff there.
No, I'm so isolated, man. It's like, what the hell? Okay, found more.
Hey, why is Olive muted?
She fell
getting crazy?
asleep.
Oh, okay.
Is she crazy?
How crazy.
She was killing it. Really? She was
Yeah.
all psyched.
Yeah, ladies' night was pretty awesome today.
Yeah, it sure was. I wonder what this guitar
I mean, it
sounds
got gaslit a couple times, but that's normal.
I wonder what it sounds like in this.
Well, it has to be a ball. So.
Yeah.
While I smoke this, let's give this interface a try with this.
I've noticed the logic is basically as simple as you're using a computer. It's a globe. We're on Discord right now. It's a globe. Don't you have a car in your driveway? It's a globe. It doesn't end. It doesn't end. You can name anything.
Like, how dare you? How dare you use the phone that the globe made for you?
Bong, were you here for the Big Mac thing? What was it? McDonald's hamburgers. I literally was 30 minutes of disbelief.
I was like, all the machines that mass produce your hamburgers. I was
Incredible.
like, whoa, wait, where do I get? Where do I get these machines? Because
that sounds like something you hear at Gamma.
I was like, are you calling these 15, 16-year-olds that work at McDonald's machines?
Check.
Okay. Oh, no, you're good. We can hear you. Go ahead. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that blew my mind.
Let's hear what this sounds like.
I was like, so cheeseburgers. That's why it's a bowl.
Yeah.
How are we, guys?
Hey, naked girl.
Hey.
Yo.
How's it going?
I just wanted to quickly announce basically that the tide is turning, right? So we had a convoy in my local town in Victoria in Australia.
Yeah.
Probably about 150 cars. Did a convoy for the pandemic thing.
Yeah.
And after the convoy was finished, we all got together. It would have been about 150, 200 people. And I got the microphone just to talk about some legal things, some constitutional things.
Yeah.
And at the end of my speech, I added that it's about time we started to recognise that it wasn't us that was going around the sun, but the sun that was going around us. And literally every single person cheered. And then for the rest of the afternoon, we all spoke flat Earth. So
Oh,
the tide
wow. How many people were roughly?
That's
Well,
beautiful.
good job, mate.
Thanks, guys.
Who was that? Who was that masked Aussie I just heard?
Anthony.
Oh, hey, Hey, Anthony, man, how you doing?
Straya, represent. Yeah, mate. In the house.
Okay,
Yeah.
Australia.
Mike, check. Let's check the volume on this baby.
Oi, I told ya.
Yeah, the Aussies are waking up down here, guys.
Get your guns back, man.
Yeah, we're calling guns back.
Yeah, man. Australia #1. Australia #1.
I don't think they can
The
hear.
one #1.
I barely heard it, Sonny. It was like super background.
#1. Australia #1.
You know, I don't want to be a downer about the fake demic, but it seems like they've just moved on to the violence games, the new game now.
Yep. It's like that, eh? All right, then,
like
and
that.
work on these guys.
What's next?
I spoke to at least 70 or 80 people today, all very normal people that were all ready to start asking questions about the nature of the Earth, just
That's
because
incredible.
probably 3 or 4 years ago they would have said, well, you know, how can a conspiracy be that big? How can they hide the nature of the Earth? But now they know that conspiracies can be this big. They all know, they're all involved in this one that's going on now. So there's obviously the silver linings of this pandemic, that most of these people are starting to realize that the Earth isn't moving.
That we're being lied to about everything.
Yeah, pretty much everything. In fact, on the subject of being lied to, Sonny, can you check your PMs? I need to talk
He's
to you
deafened.
about.
He's deafened. He's deaf.
Okay.
Yeah, just noticed.
Oh, he is too. Or if anyone's heard from Iggs, PM me. I'm after Iggs. He's my boy from Melbourne, and we haven't heard from him in a while.
It's been a few days, but he was in the Discord.
He was in the Discord?
Yeah.
How long ago, bro?
This is a few days ago.
Just a few days, you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Are we talking about the same person?
Yeah, Iggs.
It's
Iggs.
just Iggs. It's not Iggy.
Nah, just Iggs.
Oh shoot.
IGZ.
Okay, never mind. Wrong person.
Damn it. All right, never mind. Back to the discussion. I'm back to delivering pizzas. God bless everybody.
Drive safe.
Cool.
Australia's cool. No.
Yeah, I guess ladies' night wore everybody out, huh?
The ladies wore everybody out. Yeah. They yeah. Did pretty good.
Fucking Big Macs, man.
Just make your own Big Mac sauce. You know, like, yeah. And you can have Big Macs every day at home.
Still waiting for Eddie Bravo to come visit the Discord.
Look into it, right?
Yeah. Oh, I did.
With the pointing the finger. Look into it, bro.
Joe's on the other side of the table, knowing it's flat, and playing it off.
Yeah. Let's play a game, all right? I'll be the Glober, you'll be the Flat Earther. Yeah, it'll be a great show. People are gonna love it. We're gonna have both sides watching us and shit. Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
And none of them are gonna hate us. That's the cool thing about it. See, isn't that cool? Now you can have your blue-pilled and red-pilled audience both loving the show. That's how you do it.
Yeah, Eddie Bravo, he said he wasn't even, I don't even think he was kidding at all. He said every conspiracy makes sense to him. And as soon as he said that, I was like, holy shit, that's exactly how I feel. Don't they all? Even if it's not real, it could be possible, especially on the flat earth.
I think if you can think it, it's already been done the best way it can be done.
That's a good, yeah, he actually brought that up. Remember that? He used a good example on the podcast. He was like, take this situation that I'm going to think up right now. He thought up this whole situation. He was like, since I just thought that up, it's been done, or it's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Made a lot of sense.
Yeah. You learn this too when you're little, right? When you're, all right, class, I want you to write or draw this or do that. And then you guys all do your thing, right? And then you turn it in and you notice, hey, you copied my idea. No, I didn't. See? You both thought of the same thing, so it's like it's been thought, if you've thought of it, someone's thought of it too. And it's probably improved on it. So yeah, when people say, "Oh, you're paranoid," I'm like, bro, you don't even know what paranoid is. You don't even know what you're talking about. Like, you don't even know what paranoid is. Like, I'm not paranoid. Like, you don't know
Yeah, I
what.
don't even think. I think even if people were following me and I caught on to it, I don't think I would be paranoid about it. I'd be like, wanted to go ask him what's up,
Well, the thought is paranoid to a lot of people. When you say, "Hey, what if?" and then you say the conspiracy, people are like, "Dude, you're paranoid,
Like, why are you
man."
even questioning that? Like some
Yeah,
guy
why
said
you?
earlier today.
Right. And like go take a conspiracy to somebody and say what if as if you just thought of that. They'll look at you like you're paranoid. You're like those fucking flat earthers, man, or something. Like those tinfoil wearing hat people.
Yeah, once you're on the flat side of things, the other side is terrifying. The psychology behind it. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm
I know that.
still wrapped up in it. I can't I'm dropping veils every day.
Yeah.
But
I remember
it's hard to speak about. Go ahead.
in the Navy I had some paranoid friends. I'm making the paranoid, right? Oh, truthers in the Navy.
Yeah, I
And
spoke a little
we
bit
were
about it
telling
then, but I was less. That was
yeah,
years ago.
yeah, I didn't I thought they were paranoid. I was like, these guys are paranoid. You know what I mean? Sonny, is that you?
You were saying you thought guys in the Navy were paranoid?
Yeah, the truthers trying to tell me, the truth
I was pretty
about
much the only one.
government. They're telling us that telling me that the government is evil, that I'm in the biggest gang in the world, that I'm hurting people, pushing buttons, people dying, and I was like, dude, you're fucking paranoid, man. Like, I didn't say that, but in my mind, I was like, man, these guys are paranoid. No, I was a normie, so.
I'm just doing my job.
Yeah.
Oh, you
So
were the
now
normie. Oh,
I'm not responsible for my actions. I'm just getting paid for my job.
I just joined for the college fund, man. Like, what are you talking about, man?
I haven't been
Trying
a
to get
normie since like 15, probably.
I think
I
I
was an
stopped.
atheist for a little bit.
Yeah.
It didn't last that long.
Yeah. So when I tell people things, I know that they're looking at me like, is he paranoid? They're looking for signs of paranoia. You know what I mean? You're trying your best to just
You
sound
probably wouldn't
really
have to
like.
look that hard. Paranoid people are.
It's like a crazy
pretty
person looking
obvious.
at
Oh, yeah.
you to see if you're crazy or not. That's funny.
You're trying to look all
Yeah, you
nonchalant
can't
about it.
hide paranoia. That'd be
I
hard
heard
to
you.
do.
I don't know about that. You know what I'm
I
saying?
gotta talk to some paranoid people and see if I can tell.
You gotta talk like you're not paranoid. You gotta say paranoid things like
You
you're
know,
not.
back in the day, as a kid smoking weed, people were like, "Oh, you get paranoid and all this shit." I remember what that felt like. That did feel like paranoid. Looking around all crazy, looking for the cops and all this kind of stuff. You know. See what I mean? You get crazy, but then again, you're high. So.
Yeah, only paranoid when you're going to get charged for a non-crime.
Right. I guess that's really all it is.
Oh,
All that went away for me as soon as I. The first time I ever got high was like a huge realization for me.
Yeah.
And that all occurred on the flat Earth.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, I know. Still is, actually.
Always has been.
Right now, as a matter of fact, somewhere.
There's some people that. Go ahead, Vaughn. Go.
I know. I have a question for Stormfire. I would like to ask how did you become an atheist, and how did you break the programming? How did you like?
Ooh, man, I hope I have a good answer. Let me give this a good shot. Let's see. Started off young in church, never took it seriously. Had atheist friends in school, in high school. And that was like big reinforcement. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay. This got the science, got these friends telling me what's up. And a big thing they would bring up is like the Crusades and this kind of nonsense of like holy men slaughtering people, basically.
Yeah.
So it's just reinforcement, that kind of type. Yeah. And then
yeah,
I guess it must have. Go ahead.
Would you say like the government tries to program that into you through Hollywood movies and school, and then your friends are also
and video games? Don't forget the video, but media. Yeah.
Because I always say that, obviously, like, to me, the government wants you to be atheist. They tell you all these atheist lies in school. They tell you all these gender and whatever programming they want to program you, and it's always going to be anti-God, anti-biblical.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's exactly what I've noticed. And once I got out of school, go ahead, Mom.
No, it's like, the people that they were saying, the holy men that are killing people, right? Or the Catholic Church, right? And it's the same people that
exactly
push the globe out.
Yeah.
Making
But yeah, Northern Rebellion. Yeah, you're spot on, man. That's exactly what I've noticed, and it's continuing. It was in my siblings. They're younger than me. Saw it in them, and actually, my youngest brother, he did come to realize, but I don't know how. He came to realize